Chapter 1, starting with a free wife, and happily acquiring the great Sun Holy Body. Next. Yang Wei? Spouse compatibility 66.6%. Please proceed to window number 3 to complete the registration process immediately. As the cold, electronic voice from the loudspeaker faded, a suppressed chuckle suddenly broke out in the somber queue at the spouse matching center. Yang Wei? Is that the Yang Wei I'm thinking of? Holy crap, 66.6%. That's the dream come true in the low-end zone. My cousin only got 47%, and he was directly assigned a 250-pound humanoid Gundam. On his wedding night, 3 of his ribs were broken into barbecue, and he's still lying in the hospital. I bet he won't last until his third wife comes along. You overestimate him. With his small frame, I bet he'd be done for on the second one. Ha ha. Yang Wei? That's hilarious, maybe he's just all brawn and no brains? Yang Wei smirked. What a bunch of idiots, what nonsense are they spouting? I'm officially certified, the Great Wei, okay? However, a 66.6% genetic match is so, damn well, fitting the occasion. Having been in this world for 3 months, he has finally figured out the rules of survival here. Outside lies a wasteland where mutated ferocious beasts roar. The city clings to life with the help of an energy shield. The front lines have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and the number of human men has plummeted to a critically low level. Thus, reproduction became the highest directive, was written into the cornerstone legislation, and was enforced. Here, once people reach adulthood, they must find a wife or husband, and then, as if completing a task, have a certain number of children within a specified period. They give you a house and a job as a wedding gift. If you are unable to raise your child, the state will take care of him or there is no need to worry about it. And those who do not pay enough social contribution tax, commonly known as poll tax? At best, supplies will be reduced. At worst, they'll be thrown out of the protective wall to keep company with those things that can chew steel like biscuits. As for whether you are a superior, middle, or inferior person, it's simply a matter of how many wives and children you have and their quality. Essentially, they are all superior breeding pigs from the breeding station. The more offspring they produce, the higher their status. If 1 or 2 of their children happen to have martial arts talent, they will receive a generous reward. This made Yang Wei extremely happy. I was a beast of burden in my past life, and I never dared to dream of such a thing. As for his physique and martial spirit, he had already tested them, and they were as ordinary as could be. However, being ordinary has its advantages, namely, not having to fight on the front lines and risk your life. Damn it! Although they cannot soar through the skies like martial artists and live an endless lifespan, they can still be assigned wives, and they must have at least 10 a year. He has just turned 18, and if we consider that the average lifespan in this world is 100 years, he can live for another 80 years at most. So awesome! The line slowly infiltrated forward, and finally it was Yang Wei's turn. The staff member paused for a moment while typing, glanced at the screen, then at him, a barely perceptible look of surprise flashing in his eyes before his expression returned to its usual poker face. What does that mean? Is there something wrong with it? Don't scare me. Information confirmed. Yang Wei has no martial soul imprint, no martial arts physique, and no talent fluctuations, right? The staff member read out like a eulogy. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, yes. Without even looking up, the staff member said, you have passed the genetic screening and fertility assessment. Your first spouse is named Lin Kur, and you have no history of major genetic diseases. According to Section 3 of the Supplemental Regulation to the Human Continuation Act, you must marry no fewer than 10 wives within a year and meet the first child birth quota. This includes information on identity verification cards, housing, employment, basic living necessities allocation, and a newlywed guide. A stack of light cards and a thin booklet were slipped out from under the window. Yang Wei reached out and took it, looking puzzled. The apartment is number 19 on the 488th floor of Building 13. This is good news amidst bad news. Theoretically, since he doesn't have the qualifications for martial arts cultivation, he should have been assigned to the 500th floor. However, this is based on the average quality of the couple. Could it be her? If you want to live closer to the ground, you just need to marry more wives and have more children, with each child taking you down one level. It sounds easy, but it's not. Women are better off once they get pregnant, they receive nutritional support. Most men are in a terrible situation. Besides work, their main role is to have children, and they often exhaust their life's reserves within a year. Even Shiman Chang wouldn't dare to do that. As for marrying 10 women a year, Yang Wei thought that was too few. Such things are always welcome. It would be best to give him 10 at once, that would be truly satisfying. The job is postpartum care for sows at Farm 33. It's a 9-to-5 job. I started my internship the day after my wedding and became a full-time employee after a week. My salary is a base salary of 500 plus piecework, and after becoming a full-time employee, I get 10 star coins per piece. The cover of the so-called Newlyweds Guide features 2 cartoon figures stacked on top of each other, with bold artistic lettering next to them. Official advice: incorrect posture wastes your energy and blood. Study hard, observe carefully, and work hard for the future of humanity. Bah, what a load of crap. Yang Wei expressionlessly stuffed the things into the pocket of his faded old coat, thinking that this was not encouragement, but a warning: if you don't do it, you're doomed. Sister, could you give me a different one where my face is visible? If there's a short video, that would be even better. Show your face? Short video? Dream on. The staff member shoved foam into his face, saying, "A super war has just broken out on the front lines, with heavy casualties and a shortage of personnel. Cover model AI generated, unisex, take it or leave it." Yang Wei's mouth twitched violently. This is fucking. The authorities are forcing them to engage in color politics and expecting them to use their own imaginations. This broken world is even more ruthless than Pinduoduo's cut-off price. Next. The staff member shouted emotionlessly. Yang Wei was pushed and shoved by the people behind him, leaving the window area and following the signs to the so-called newcomer waiting area. There were already dozens of couples who had just paired up, most of them standing awkwardly, keeping their distance from each other and avoiding eye contact. Occasionally, they would steal a glance at each other before quickly looking away, the atmosphere so awkward it was palpable. Yang Wei found a corner and stood against the wall, scanning the crowd, trying to find the girl named Lin Kuo. The name sounds quite nice, but unfortunately, in this godforsaken place, it's common for names to be misleading. Various possibilities flashed uncontrollably through his mind. A burly female warrior. A buck-toothed girl with a face full of pockmarks. And the kind of wooden doll with empty eyes, completely drained by life? Damn it, even though Yang Wei was just a corporate slave in his past life, at least he had the freedom to date and could occasionally drool over paper figures on the screen. Now look what's happened. Arranged marriages and forced childbirth were implemented in one fell swoop. This time travel experience was absolutely terrible. Just as he was internally ranting and raving, feeling that his life had become so bleak that he was about to blend into the wall behind him. Bite. A crisp, somewhat abrupt notification sound exploded directly in the depths of my mind. Host detected to have officially entered the prison of marriage, the hall of marriage. Hidden Easter egg trigger conditions met. The many children, many blessings system is dedicated to serving you. New player welcome pack has been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Great Sun Pure Yang sacred body. Yang Wei was suddenly stunned, almost thinking he was hallucinating from the pressure of opening blind boxes. In front of him, a virtual panel flashing with colorful light appeared out of thin air, with flamboyant fonts jumping around on it. A cheat system? A standard feature for time travelers? It's here? Though late, it has arrived. Although the self-introduction sounded incredibly absurd, Yang Wei's heart still started pounding uncontrollably. A straw in a desperate situation? Even if it's just a bright, green light, you have to catch it. I, freaking, took off. His lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, and his eyes began to scan the crowd, as if he were picking out pork at a market, no, as if he were filled with boundless longing for a better future, searching for his unknown marriage partner, eager to investigate on the spot. Lin Kuo, please go to lounge number 3. Your spouse, Yang Wei, is waiting. The broadcast started again. Yang Wei's spirits lifted, and his confidence instantly soared. He straightened his tattered, dirty collar, knowing it was pointless, but still tried to put on what he considered a gentle yet courteous expression before heading towards the number 3 newlyweds meeting room. Pushing open the thin synthetic material door, he saw only one girl standing by the window in the lounge, her back to him, gazing at the distorted sky behind the energy shield. Hearing the door open, the girl turned around. Yang Wei's breath hitched slightly. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Completely different from what I had expected, the girl in front of me was wearing a plain gray dress that had also been washed to a pale white. She was slender with cascading black hair, which made her small face appear even whiter and more translucent. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, especially her eyes, which were as clear as a mountain stream, with a hint of timid fragility. However, the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, inadvertently revealing an indescribable charm. The two completely different qualities of purity and desire are perfectly blended in her, making her completely different from those of them who grew up in the communal breeding shed. They look so easy to bully, what a steal. This was the first thought in Yang Wei's mind. Just based on that face, that aura, those slender and long legs? This leg? Playable for years? And look at that skin, as smooth as porcelain, a flawless beauty that you can never tire of looking at. Hello? I'm Yang Wei. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound calm and reliable. Yang Wei? The girl's lips twitched. She had clearly misunderstood as well. He's quite handsome, just a bit dirty and torn. But it's not as bad as I imagined. After washing it, he'll be presentable. Out of politeness, she nodded slightly, a perfectly placed blush rising on her cheeks, her voice barely audible. Hello. I'm Lin Kaur. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands. Her shy and pitiful appearance instantly struck Yang Wei, well, mainly struck his expectation of a high-quality soft girl. It's nice to meet you. The girl extended her hand. Please take care of me in the future. Yang Wei feigned surprise and exclaimed, ah. So, you want to give me pointers as soon as we meet? Is it really okay? He was overjoyed, thinking that he must make a good impression and play it right on their first meeting. He held her soft, smooth hands, reluctant to let go, completely forgetting that he was no longer on the original Earth. Yes, really? How happy are you? The answer was abrupt, and the girl was momentarily speechless. She changed the subject. Although we are already married, I still want to ask you some questions, is that alright? Of course, go ahead and ask. If I find out I'm on my period, but there's no toilet paper at home, what would you do? Yang Wei's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, we're both just freebies, why are we even going down the blind date route? His mind raced, his memories replaying. Based on the 30,000 toxic inspirational quotes from Douyin videos I collected in my past life, girls usually ask this kind of question to test my emotional intelligence and values. Giving a direct answer would seem brainless and uninteresting. So he tossed the file back and asked hesitantly, how did you find out? Lin Kaur? You guess? Guess if I guess? I spotted it with an 8x scope, okay? Don't be angry, okay? Yang Wei turned his face to the side, and the corner of his mouth twitched again. The 2 men and 3 women who had just entered overheard this and burst into laughter that landed right under their armpits. Is this guy an idiot? Lin Kaur muttered. Although she wasn't particularly talented and was relegated to the lower tier zone, she was still the district head's daughter and had seen countless promising young men. Damn it. Aside from not being ugly, he's good for nothing. The 5 people standing nearby were completely confused. Even though they were assigned by the state, it's not unreasonable for them to say a few nice words to each other on their first meeting. A low-end model straight out of a shared breeding shed, confirmed, a true straight man. What a waste of a good cabbage. However, what's even more suffocating is yet to come. Can you accept a long-distance relationship? Lin Kaur took a deep breath and asked again, the maternity hospital and the farm are far apart, I'm worried, what will happen? Cannot. Why? Beyond one's reach. The surroundings were unusually quiet because I couldn't understand a word. What did it mean? You? Lin Kaur took a long time to react. Me? Her words came to an abrupt end. Now that things have come to this, asking further questions is pointless. Just as my sister said, since we can't refuse national policies, we can only choose to be widowed. Yang Wei was completely unaware of the cultural differences between the 2 worlds, and was still smugly pleased with himself, thinking that the goddess had been completely captivated by the dark humor he had brought from Earth. The 2 then followed the procedure to complete the mutual recognition of identities and information registration. Throughout the entire process, Lin Kaur appeared very shy and introverted, not daring to speak loudly and avoiding eye contact, perfectly embodying the image of a young girl from a lower-class background suddenly facing a strange spouse. Yang Wei's level of satisfaction continued to soar. She was indeed a martial artist. Judging from her pampered demeanor and secretive family background, she couldn't be too bad. Although his martial arts cultivation is only at the peak of the first level, it's still better than an ordinary person like him. Oh dear, what's so great about being better? I'm now cheating on myself, so taking off is only a matter of time. Why belittle myself? How embarrassing. Mainly, she has a good personality, and her words and actions are like a delicate white flower, making her seem very easy to manipulate. This is amazing. After completing the formalities, the two walked out of the allocation center side by side. Outside was a noisy, dilapidated street, where the roar of hovercars, the cries of vendors, and the wailing of children mingled together. Lin Kor's mood worsened. Being associated with such a person was an intolerable stain on her life's record. The sky grew increasingly overcast, as if it were about to rain. The towering residential area in the distance was shrouded in dark clouds. The two walked silently along the sidewalk for a while, the atmosphere subtly awkward. Yang Wei wondered if he should find a topic to talk about, such as life ideals, or directly discuss when would be a good time to start the baby-making plan. Just then, Lin Kor suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at him. Her previously clear and timid eyes now seemed to be filled with the gentle light of spring water, their allure captivating and alluring. A faint, playful smile, so incongruous with her age and circumstances, played at the corners of her lips. The surrounding noise seemed to be shut out in that instant. Yang Wei, right? I should call you husband now. Her voice had changed, it was no longer weak and thin, but had a languid, captivating magnetism. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He saw Lin Kor gently raise her slender white finger and point to a shop sign across the street that was flashing neon lights. It was a shady shop that specialized in recycling bioprosthetics and certain special biological materials, and the blood-dripping gear pattern on its signboard was particularly glaring. She tilted her head, her smile still sweet, but what she said made Yang Wei's blood freeze instantly. Honey, the rations the government issues are really not enough for people's daily expenses. She kept her head down, but her tone was icy. Looking at your blood and energy. Although it's rare, if the parts could be disassembled and sold, it should be worth quite a bit. What? Yang Wei? Chapter 2. After choking her until she cried and begged for mercy, she said with red eyes, "Watch my performance." What's the meaning? Yang Wei felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and his previous romantic thoughts and fantasies shattered into dust in an instant. Selling the parts separately? These words, spoken by a shy young girl just moments before, were so unexpected that he thought he was hallucinating. The last time I was this shocked was 3 months ago when I transmigrated here. This is even more shocking than being too weak and sick to perform any functions. I was so scared I almost went numb. He looked at Lin Kor's still pure and innocent face. There was no longer any fear in her eyes, only a cat and mouse teasing and a bottomless coldness. This isn't some little white rabbit at all. She's clearly a beautiful snake, and she's the kind that was just pulled out of an ice cellar. Holy crap. What did you say? His throat tightened, and his voice became distorted. Lin Kor chuckled softly, her laughter both alluring and deadly. My dear husband, didn't you just say, time? Come on. There's no time like today. She stepped forward and seemingly affectionately took Yang Wei's arm. Her movements were gentle, but the place where her fingers intertwined felt like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him, who possessed the pure Yang holy body, to break free. Look, we're legally married now, what's yours is mine, right? Don't you like going to class? She leaned close to Yang Wei's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, but what she uttered were the most bloodthirsty words. I'll let you have your fill today. Come on, your appearance is not bad, your bones are well proportioned, your eyes are clear, and your heart, although it's a bit weak, it's fully functional. If we take you apart and send you to Gears and Blood, we can probably get tens of thousands of star coins, right? And this? It must be very valuable, right? Enough for me to buy a few vials of basic gene optimization fluid. What? Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood why he lived on the 488th floor. This woman's weakness is all an act. That power, that aura, her strength is definitely more than that. You've been hiding your strength, he asked with difficulty. Smart, want a reward? Lin Kor blinked, still with that innocent look. How about I reward you by tearing you apart? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the touching match between your name and you, which made it possible for me to bring you home so naturally. She emphasized the words take home, the meaning of which was self-evident, not back to the home in Building 13, but back to the parts store. Yang Wei's mind raced. His will to survive had never been stronger. Help? On this street, who would care about the domestic affairs of a newlywed couple? People might even think they're flirting. A direct confrontation? Men are naturally stronger than women, so even if they can't win, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He forced himself to calm down, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Wife, don't joke around. With my malnourished parts, I'm worthless. Besides, the law prohibits harming one's spouse. It's illegal. Illegal? Lin Kaur covered her mouth and chuckled as if she had heard something amusing. My silly husband, here, if one or two people go missing, who will investigate? Especially someone like you, a lowly commoner with no background. Don't worry, at worst I'll explain to the matching center that you couldn't handle the pressure of having children and voluntarily went to the wilderness to explore living space for humanity. Let's go, honey? She dragged Yang Wei toward the shady shop across the street. Holy crap, you're crazy. Yang Wei stubbornly refused, straining in the opposite direction. Don't force me to take action. Lin Kaur's face showed slight anger, and she tightened her grip considerably. Yang Wei exerted all his strength, his face flushed, and he was already panting heavily. Fortunately, girls are naturally at a disadvantage, and even with her cultivation, her strength was about the same as his. There's no way he'd back down, otherwise his status in the family would be like a dog's. He might not be a match for him in terms of agility and fighting, but in terms of strength, it's hard to say right now. Having figured this out, he flipped his wrist outward and grabbed Lin Kaur's wrist joint, instantly turning the situation into a tug of war between their forces. Yang Wei refused to move an inch, leaning back so that he was almost at a 30-degree angle to the ground. Lin Kaur increased the pressure on her hand, her nails almost digging into his flesh. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Before she finished speaking, her knee had already silently risen and was aimed at Yang Wei's most sensitive area. If this impact were to hit squarely, not only would a pure unholy body be rendered useless, but even an indestructible body would be temporarily rendered incapacitated. Holy crap! You're serious? Yang Wei was terrified. In the nick of time, he used a street thug's life-saving technique, suddenly clamping his legs together to tightly trap her insidious and vicious knee strike. Let go. Lin Kaur never dreamed that the goods would dare to resist. She shouted sharply and turned her other hand into a chop to strike Yang Wei's neck. Yang Wei tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the fall, but his head was pulled forward and he fell. In the chaos, he felt a sharp pain in his scalp. Lin Kaur's free hand had already precisely grabbed a large clump of his hair. Ah! Let go. If you're so tough, don't hit my face or pull my hair. Yang Wei screamed, feeling like his skull was about to be ripped open. The pain aroused his ferocity. Based on the principle of if you are unkind, I will be unkind too, he abandoned all martial ethics and grabbed wildly forward with his free hand. The starting point is? Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Lin Kaur's cold mask shattered instantly, replaced by disbelief, shock, and rage. UFING. Shame. She was at the peak of the first rank, and although she couldn't be said to have experienced countless battles, this was the first time someone had made her look so disheveled. Besides, this is just an ordinary person. No, how could an ordinary person be so strong? Purely, a tactical misclick. Yang Wei quickly explained, but the feel seemed pretty good? He even unconsciously pinched it. If I told you this was just an accident, would you believe me? I believe your mother? I'll kill you. Lin Kaur completely broke down, screamed, and no longer caring about maintaining her image, she pounced on him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The two immediately lost all sense of strategy and began to wrestle. Relying on his height and the slight increase in strength brought by his pure unholy body, Yang Wei tightly hugged Lin Kaur's slender waist and pushed her backward. Lin Kaur, after all, had a foundation in martial arts. Although her strength was temporarily restrained, her skills remained. Her fingers were like claws, and she targeted Yang Wei's vulnerable areas such as his ribs and the inside of his arms. Are you a dog? Don't bite. Let go. Yang Wei swung his arm, revealing 2 clear rows of teeth marks. He suddenly grabbed Lin Kaur's long hair and pulled her back, causing her delicate body, which was facing him, to be stretched into a bow shape. Only her hands were frantically pulling at the air to maintain her precarious balance. Let go first. My hair. Lin Kaur was in so much pain that tears were almost coming out. She grabbed Yang Wei's hair tightly with one hand and stabbed his temple hard with the other hand. Still trying to lie to me? Yang Wei was so frightened that he quickly turned his head and bit down on the other person's shoulder. The chisel struck his shoulder, making him wince in pain. A row of teeth dug deep into Lin Kaur's shoulder, and the metallic taste filled his mouth. Unexpectedly, Lin Kaur showed no martial ethics, ignoring the situation and finishing one move before switching to a new one, saying, "Let you bite me? Fight me if you want, curse me if you want, but don't talk nonsense. That's our family's future hope project." Yang Wei was shocked and his soul almost left his body. That damn woman. The scene was truly unique. In an instant, a beautiful bride appeared, as lovely as a flower, shy and charming at first glance. A handsome earthgroom, who had just been overjoyed at receiving a cheat code, now rolled around in a ball on a dusty street like two wildcats fighting for territory. Pulling hair, pinching soft flesh, biting arms, they used every means at their disposal. Where were the martial arts moves and elegant demeanor? It was nothing more than the most primitive and pathetic hand-to-hand combat of thugs. Pedestrians on the street stopped in their tracks, first staring in disbelief, then bursting into suppressed laughter. Put. These days, are even arguments between young couples this exciting? TSK, they look like a handsome man and a beautiful woman, but when they fight, they're just as good as Aunt Wang and Aunt Lee who fight over discounted eggs downstairs from my house. Look. That young man used a hug and kill move. But the girl countered with a monkey stealing peach. Ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense. Dude, admit defeat, preserving the flame is the most important thing. Even worse, some people pulled out their communicators and started filming. Who in my family would understand this? I ran into a top-notch variety show today. A newlywed couple sparring in the street. It was a terrible sight. Let go. Lin Kaur struggled, her hands flailing wildly in the air. Then let go first. Let go first. You go first. You go first, I don't believe you. Let's go together. Fine, I'll count to 3, and whoever doesn't let go is a little dog. Lin Kaur gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words with difficulty. It's a deal. 1, 2, 3. The two simultaneously released their grip on each other's hair and clothes. However, just as Yang Wei caught his breath, he saw a cold glint flash in Lin Kaur's eyes. Her freed hand, with fingers pointing like a sword, gathered an imperceptible yet incredibly sharp energy that shot straight toward his throat. Woof woof, she barked like a dog as she struck with all her might. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Wei suddenly found a surge of strength from somewhere and jerked his head upwards. Bang! Their foreheads collided solidly with a dull thud, and they saw stars. Snort! Two cries of pain rang out simultaneously. The immense impact finally separated the two completely, each staggering several steps backward. Yang Wei plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Lin Kaur covered her forehead and swayed unsteadily. At this moment, the two looked extremely miserable. Yang Wei's hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, his face had several red marks, his clothes were torn to shreds, and there were several bleeding teeth marks on his arms. Lin Kaur wasn't in much better shape. Her hair was disheveled, her dress was covered in dust, and her forehead was visibly swollen, ruining her perfect and delicate appearance. Her bare shoulder, torn by teeth, was bleeding from several bite marks. She clutched her forehead, staring at Yang Wei in disbelief, her chest heaving with anger and shortness of breath. This is so frustrating. Despite being a top-tier martial artist, her skills and techniques were completely suppressed by her opponent's physical advantages in close combat, rendering her unable to utilize them effectively. Lin Kaur never expected that this seemingly weak and frail good-for-nothing was not only quite strong, but also had a tough personality. The surrounding crowd burst into even louder laughter, and some even whistled. Wow, that was brilliant. Don't stop, keep going. Yang Wei, panting heavily, looked at the equally disheveled Lin Kaur. The initial fear in his heart had been completely dispelled, replaced by a feeling of absurdity and ridiculousness. He licked his slightly chapped lips, savoring the faint metallic taste of blood in his mouth, unsure whether it was hers or his own. He looked at the red swelling on her forehead, which was almost symmetrical to his own, grinned, revealing a smile that looked more like a grimace, and asked breathlessly, "Honey, would you still bear to tear me apart now? The paint's all chipped off, I can't sell me for anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Kaur's eyes flickered with complex emotions, and the intense killing intent was gradually replaced by a feeling of extreme frustration and anger. This matter is not over. This Yang Wei was a scoundrel and far more troublesome than she had imagined. But she felt unwilling to let him go so easily. Most importantly, if he doesn't die, how will she become a widow? If she doesn't become a widow, how can she proceed with the second round of matching? So, we have to dismantle it first. Enough with the nonsense, get up. I'm going to tear you apart today, no matter what. Her swollen forehead and disheveled clothes made her efforts seem somewhat comical. Again? Yang Wei looked at the girl lunging at him again and, almost instinctively, kicked her. Although the force wasn't great, it hit her squarely in the right spot. Caught off guard, Lin Kor cried out and staggered backward, clutching her crotch and bouncing around on the spot. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Opportunity. Two words flashed through Yang Wei's mind as he panted for breath. Take advantage of their illness to kill them. Without saying a word, he lunged forward and jumped directly onto the other person's shapely back, his legs clamping around her slender waist like steel clamps, his right arm across Lin Kor's neck, and his body leaning back decisively. The grappling and fighting techniques from the Wulin Foam Arena in my previous life are finally being fully demonstrated at this moment. A last-minute winner? Thump! The two fell to the ground at an extremely awkward angle, raising a cloud of dust. You bitch, wanna fight? Yang Wei locked her in from behind and yelled in her ear, do you give up or not? He could feel the astonishing resilience and extraordinary power emanating from the body beneath him. If not for a pure Yan holy body, no ordinary person could possibly suppress her. I admire your mother. Lin Kuo naturally disagreed. Her long, slender legs, covered in mud, kept straining against the ground, but with her waist and throat locked, it was all in vain. She could only use her hands to try to pry open Yang Wei's grip on her throat. Unfortunately, Yang Wei's arm was as strong as steel and he couldn't move it at all. Once a chokehold is applied, it is virtually impossible to break free. Lin Kor could only pinch hard with her 5 fingers, and even though Yang Wei's arm was covered in blood, she still refused to let go. The feeling of suffocation made her dizzy. As a peak martial artist of the first level, she never imagined that she would be manipulated like this by an ordinary person, which made her extremely frustrated. I give up, husband. I give up. Lin Kor slammed her hands on the ground, forcing out a plea for mercy from deep in her throat. Her face was already turning purple, and the suffocation had brought her to a state of heightened clarity she had never experienced before. Death is so close. The surrounding laughter and chatter reached their peak. Wow! Cross lock. This kid's got some skills. That armbar is ridiculous. This is clearly an enhanced version of the deadly scissor kick. An older woman watched with great interest and commented to the person next to her, see that? This move requires at least 10 years of waist training. This young man is tough. The old man next to her clicked his tongue, young people are so energetic. They fight in bed and make up in bed, but how come they've taken it to the street? Several young people laughed so hard they almost fell over, and the flashes from their communicators went off one after another. Family members in the livestream, send some gifts. Does the top-ranked fan want to see if the groom will be gentle with the bride? Why pity him? Didn't you hear the bride just saying she wanted to take him apart and sell the parts? This is a life or death situation. I reckon one of us is going to die. Some passing children even asked curiously, Mom, are those 2 older brothers and sisters playing with turtles upside down? The child's mother quickly pulled him away. Don't look, it'll offend your eyes. Annoyed by the chaotic commotion, Yang Wei increased the pressure on his hands. Are you still going to take my parts apart or not? No, tear it down. Lin Kor was almost out of breath, her voice broken and filled with immense humiliation. Are you still going to fight? Yang Wei loosened his grip on Yang Wei's throat slightly. I'm not fighting anymore. On the periphery of the crowd, a city management officer in uniform frowned and was about to step forward to intervene, but was pulled back by his companion. Where are you going? This, a street brawl, aren't you going to do anything about it? Why should we care? His companion gestured with his chin. Didn't you see the matching rings on their wrists? For legally married couples, this is called romance. If you go there now, do you believe that young wife will turn around and complain that you ruined their marriage? But, people could die? Never mind. These unbridled discussions reached the ears of the 2 people on the ground without missing a single word. Yang Wei felt Lin Kor's body stiffen for a moment, then struggle even more violently. A final, desperate struggle, a last gasp of life. Who's in charge at home? He pressed, determined to establish his authority. You. What if I let go, and then you change your mind? I can't do it again. I don't believe you. Why? Lin Kor rolled her eyes up, but could only see Yang Wei's taut jawline behind her. Overwhelmed by immense humiliation and the fear of suffocation, she finally broke down and burst into tears. The cry was sharp and desperate, a stark contrast to the ruthless shouts of violence just moments before. Yang Wei? Holy crap! Did this make you cry? Don't cry. He suddenly became flustered, and the arm that was choking him unconsciously loosened its grip a little. Then you have to keep your word. He made a final concession, mainly because according to the rules, even if he was strangled, he would still be finished. Lin Kor didn't answer at all. Instead, her crying grew louder as she got to breathe, attracting more passers-by who didn't know what was going on. For a moment, she felt like she was really going to die. Yang Wei suddenly felt countless gazes piercing his back like needles. He was clearly acting in self-defense, so why does it seem like he's bullying the weak? Everyone's watching, you have to give me a guarantee. He tried to leverage public opinion. Unexpectedly, these words caused the onlookers' stance to instantly reverse. Young man, that's enough. You've made your wife cry. Exactly, fighting is one thing, arguing is another, but how could you lay a hand on such a good wife? The wind direction changed suddenly. Yang Wei felt so wronged. She was the one who tried to tear me apart first, so how come it's all my fault now? He knew he couldn't go on like this. So he could only choose a position where he could exert force again to subdue her at any time, and carefully released his arms. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a couple fighting before? Yang Wei yelled at the onlookers, all of you, get the hell out of here. The crowd that had been pointing and whispering dispersed in a panic. Honey, are you alright? After a long while, Yang Wei looked at the girl curled up on the ground, sobbing, and his heart broke. Lin Kor snorted and turned away, trying to hide her defeated and disheveled face. Yang Wei took off his clothes and draped them over the other person from behind. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. After he finished speaking, he leaned closer to the other person. Seeing that Lin Kor did not move away, he simply leaned against the other person's thin back. Slap me, then give me a treat. He understands this principle. So he wiped the mud off his face and muttered to himself, wife. Think about it, selling parts is just a one-time deal, it's over and done with. But I, on the other hand, can be used continuously. I will definitely make you happy. I know you're a martial artist and might look down on me, but who says ordinary people can't practice martial arts? I'm just a little lacking in natural talent, but with a little effort, anything is possible, right? I, Yang Wei, swear. Sooner or later, I will be able to do what a martial artist does, turning the world upside down with a flick of my wrist and making you proud. Lin Kor behind him stopped crying abruptly, her whole body trembling visibly. She never dreamed that this man from the low-end area would utter such lofty words. I was about to kill him. Could it be that he fell in love with me at first sight? No, that's impossible. Yang Wei sensed the change in the other party and continued his barrage of sweet talk. We're legally married now. If something happens to me, you'll become second-hand goods, one to you? You know what second-hand goods are like. In that case, you'll only be matched with the greasy old men section. Although I haven't become a martial artist yet, I'm confident in my appearance. But those scruffy bearded middle-aged men, would you really be able to bring yourself to eat them? Lin Kor behind him suddenly trembled. She knew perfectly well. As Yang Wei said, widowed and divorced people lose the right to be matched with their peers. It's okay if you get matched with someone in their 20s or 30s, but if you get matched with someone in their 50s or 60s, that's really bad luck. That seems too impulsive. But I've treated you like this. Lin Kor turned her head slightly to look at him, her two hands, covered in mud, clasped tightly together, clearly at a loss. Yang Wei was already leaning against her back, and with a slight turn of his body, he grasped her cold hand with his right hand. He looked at her and said, husbands and wives shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Among millions of people, it's such a blessing that you and I were matched together. Besides, what's the big deal? You only think that way because you don't understand me, right? Lin Kor's tear-streaked eyes gleamed slightly. Is this another way of explaining it? She nodded slightly, and then Chen Mo, clearly agreeing with Yang Wei's statement. Yang Wei was overjoyed, thinking to himself, did it work? He turned around, slowly reached out, and hugged the other person's thin shoulders. We will be happy. I will work hard and give you all my salary to support your cultivation. Working at Farm 33 doesn't pay much, but I've heard that sometimes you can get your hands on some good stuff that's circulated internally. I'll make you some soup. This trick worked every time in my past life. Sure enough, Lin Kor looked up at him, tears still welling in her eyes, and she looked weak again. Really? Yang Wei nodded. This time he wasn't lying. In his previous life, he had eaten corn his whole life, and it wasn't easy for him to finally get such a beautiful wife. How could he not like her? Ding! Host's active feeding state detected physical adaptive evolution successful. Effect, when facing the risk of being digested, physical energy level significantly enhances the host's vitality, resilience, and resistance, and slightly rebounds some of the pressure received, converting it into temporary attribute bonuses. Almost the instant the system notification sounded, Yang Wei felt a warm energy emanating from Lin Kor's hand, which he was holding tightly. In an instant, a more noticeable surge of heat emanated from his dantian, flowing throughout his body and even subtly reflecting back to the other person's palm, flowing into their body. The teeth marks on Lin Kor's shoulder stopped bleeding and seemed to be scabbing over at an eerie speed. She let out a soft clearly noticing the subtle change as well. A hint of surprise and inquiry flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her grip tightened unconsciously. Is this power coming from him? It's so tingly and warm. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. Of course it's true. Yang Wei assured her earnestly. For a moment, Lin Kor forgot the pain. Her eyes were shifting, as if she was weighing the pros and cons, but a warmth she had never felt before welled up in her heart. Who says the low-spec section is full of bad people? Forget it. If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Even if you marry a monkey, you can roam the mountains. People came and went on the street. Some people glanced curiously at the couple, who were acting intimately but with strange expressions, and then walked away indifferently. The gloomy sky finally couldn't hold back any longer and began to drizzle down raindrops, washing away the mud and grime that had settled on them. The cold rain hitting his face made Yang Wei a little more awake. Seeing Lin Kor's hesitation, he knew he had made the right gamble for the time being. At least she found the alive Yang Wei more interesting than the disassembled Yang Wei, but what he didn't know was that the girl's heart had already quietly blossomed. This was the first time she had ever been hit since she was a child. It feels pretty good. Yang Wei pressed his advantage, continuing to pledge his loyalty with a sincere and relentless barrage of words. Wife, I swear. I will work hard and cooperate with you. Sooner or later you'll understand that choosing me was absolutely worth it. Lin Kor stared at him for a full minute. The rain soaked her long hair, which clung to her fair cheeks, adding to her alluring beauty. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then suddenly smiled radiantly. That moment of light almost dispelled all the darkness around her. Okay, I believe you. She released her grip and gently straightened Yang Wei's wrinkled sleeve, her actions as considerate as a virtuous wife. Let me see, where are you hurt? She stretched out her finger and gently traced it across Yang Wei's Adam's apple, sending a shiver down her spine. But, honey, her voice was sickeningly sweet, her eyes brimming with warmth. Then, let's work together. She didn't finish speaking, but the touch on her fingertips and the fleeting warmth in her eyes were more convincing to Yang Wei than any words. Let's go home first. Lin Kor took Yang Wei's arm again, and the two helped each other up. She stared into his eyes. You'll keep your word, won't you? Yang Wei nodded stiffly, his heart filled with mixed feelings. I finally got it. It's a bit tough, and it's also damn poisonous. But he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue down this road that seemed to lead to home but was actually leading to an unknown abyss. At least for now, it won't have to be disassembled into parts. Moreover, it seems he's figured out a bit of the correct way to use this damn system. He looked at his smiling wife beside him, then at the Gears and Blood shop across the street with its ominous neon lights, and then looked up at the perpetually gloomy sky distorted by an energy shield. This damn world, it's so hard to just lie down and relax. His happy life seems to begin with figuring out how to be a good husband in spare part. The rain gradually intensified. The blow hit Yang Wei's face, icy cold, but it also calmed his chaotic and feverish mind a little. Wife, he began, his voice much more stable than before, our welcoming ceremony was quite unique. We gave each other a good beating, he. Lin Kor raised an eyebrow, seemingly a little surprised that he had adjusted so quickly, but her smile deepened. What? Scared? Maybe I'll change my mind one day? You'd better convince me completely. Her hand was still linked with his, but the oppressive force had quietly disappeared. Although Yang Wei made concessions, he couldn't appear too weak and easily bullied, otherwise he would truly become a doe to be kneaded at will. So he scratched his head and said, seduce? He blushed. Here? No. That's not, okay? Lin Kor blushed instantly. You, what are you thinking? I meant to persuade, to say? To talk, not to sleep. Uncultured. Yang Wei pretended to suddenly realize something. Oh, I get it, he, you scared me. Then he added, I know you're under a lot of pressure because you have to have your first child within a year, and so am I, but these things can't be rushed. Besides, there's still a long year ahead, we can cultivate our relationship first. Lin Kor looked at him quietly, raindrops sliding down her delicate jawline. After a long while, she finally burst out laughing. This laugh lacked the eerie and coldness of before, and instead had a more genuine mischievousness. Fine, Yang Wei, so this is your real purpose, isn't it? She released her grip on his hand, stared into his eyes, and said, word by word, I almost fell for your tricks. Yang Wei shuddered and almost fell over. What does that mean? How can someone change their mind faster than turning the pages of a book? Let us go, let us check out our temporary home first, Lin Kor said, leading the way towards the public transportation station. The environment might not be great, but you'll have to make do. Okay, honey. Yang Wei didn't know why the other person knew the environment wasn't good, but did he have a choice? So I could only follow in her footsteps, and my feelings became complicated. The crisis may seem to have been temporarily averted, but the future remains uncertain. This so-called home is probably not a warm harbor at all. Sitting in the swaying public shuttle, outside the window is a steel forest that rushes by, blurred by the rain. Lin Kor closed her eyes to rest, seemingly not worried at all that Yang Wei would run away. Yang Wei really didn't intend to run away. Where can he run to in this cage? Violating the Human Continuation Act results in losing city status and being unable to survive a single night outside. He secretly glanced at his wife, who now possessed a somewhat tragic beauty, beside him. She had calmed down, and her profile appeared much softer in the misty rain, but Yang Wei knew all too well how dangerous lay beneath that gentle appearance. Why did she hide her abilities? Why was she assigned to a lower tier area? Was the statement the rations issued by the organization are not enough a genuine complaint, or some kind of implication? He looked at Lin Kor's slender yet powerful fingers and thought, I need to be strategic, I need to be classy, and even. I need to find a way to make her completely my own. Of course, all of this is contingent on him surviving and figuring out the woman's true nature and intentions as soon as possible. Upon arrival, the two went to their assigned accommodation, located downstairs in Building 13. As Yang Wei knew, this was not a building at all, but a towering mountain that reached into the clouds, covering an unknown area, and the living conditions were extremely crowded. The two entered the narrow elevator, which was only wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. After a 10-minute ascent, they finally arrived at the 488th floor. The hallway was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a strange smell of various foods mixed with disinfectant. The two searched for a long time before finally finding the door to room number 19. The door was decorated with couplets wishing the newlyweds a happy marriage, and lanterns for the wedding were hung, creating a festive atmosphere. It seemed that the government had put a lot of thought into this. In fact, all the doors along the way were like this, but they were clearly different from the ones on their own doors. Lin Kor swiped her ID card to open the door. The scene behind the door caught their eye. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room? This is the configuration of the 488th floor. It is said that the 500th floor has a single room of about 20 square meters. The living room is better than I imagined. It has an extra window to the world. The 4 walls were covered with red characters made from cut-out wedding invitations, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Half of the non-load-bearing wall leading to the kitchen had been knocked down, and a piece of transparent glass had been installed in the old elmwood doorframe, which now reflected the disheveled images of the two people. On the blank wall of the master bedroom, there is a sticky note that reads, "Remember to draw stars when you are pregnant." The water stains that blurred the writing, whether from sweat or tears, were now trembling gently with the air-conditioning breeze. The master bedroom door opened by itself. There was no rain of rose petals as I had imagined, only a room full of stars. It was a starry sky projection made from our wedding photos. At this moment, Lin Kor's smiling face, dressed in a traditional Chinese wedding dress, floated on the ceiling, blinking gently with the air conditioning. When her gaze fell on the bedside lamp made of seashells, Lin Kor finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out, "Dad, Mom, Sister, thank you." Yang Wei understood, and without saying a word, silently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Did her family make it? The kitchen and bathroom were very clean and filled with all kinds of food, including beef and mutton, which were obviously prepared in advance and should be enough to last for a year and a half. Yang Wei knew the government would provide welfare benefits during the wedding, but not this generously. It seemed his wife was definitely someone extraordinary. Looking out of the only window, all I could see was a gray sky obscured by higher floors, and the walls of other units right next to me. How is it? Are you satisfied? Our shared nest. Lin Kor wiped away her tears, walked into the room, looked around, and her tone revealed neither joy nor anger. Yang Wei gave a wry smile. "It's pretty good, at least, it doesn't leak." He tried to lighten the mood. Lin Kor didn't respond. She walked to the window, looking at the oppressive scene outside. Her back view appeared somewhat frail. The carefree princess life of the past is gone. She is now merely the wife of a lower-class man, and the road to glory is destined to be extremely difficult. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft, with a barely perceptible hint of confirmation. Yang Wei, as you said, we will definitely be happy, right? Yang Wei mechanically hummed in agreement. She turned around, her face bearing that enigmatic smile again. Disassembling it and selling the parts would be a bit of a hassle, and wouldn't fetch a good price, so I'll just leave it with you for now. Let's see how they perform. Yang Wei was stunned and speechless. What a load of rubbish. You've completely fooled me. Wait till the next chapter sees if I don't seduce you. Chapter 3, Cold water suppresses the fire on the wedding night. Farmhouse soft rice opens for business. The door closed behind him, shutting out the farce from the prying eyes of the outside world. In the cramped entryway, the two who had just been locked in a life or death struggle now fell into an eerie silence. Only the patter of rain outside the window reminded them of the stark reality of their situation. Cough. Yang Wei broke the silence first, his gaze sweeping over the small but complete new house before finally settling on Lin Kor. Her hair was disheveled, and her muddy dress clung to her body, outlining her youthful yet already alluring curves. He cleared his throat, trying his best to play the role of a considerate husband. Honey, you've been up all day, all sweaty. I'll go run you some hot water, take a shower first. Feel better, you'll easily catch a cold if you keep going like this. What he really meant was, if it's not washed properly, how can anyone eat it? He walked naturally toward the bathroom as he spoke, but a chill ran down his spine. The bathroom's facilities far exceeded his expectations. It wasn't just cleanliness, the intelligent thermostatic shower, the unopened high-end skincare products on the washstand, and even the faint calming fragrance wafting in the corner, were all features that shouldn't be present for someone with his genetic compatibility. His suspicions about Lin Kor's extraordinary background intensified at this moment. Yang Wei skillfully turned on the hot water valve, adjusted the water temperature, and steam began to fill the air. After doing all this, he left the restroom and gestured to Lin Kor, who was standing there with an inscrutable expression, saying, "Ladies first, please go first." He adopted a humble posture, but his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the steaming shower room, and inappropriate fantasies of taking a bath together popped into his mind, which he forcibly suppressed. Damn. I've become a simp? And the lowest kind of simp at that. Shaw, you can't rush things. I call this a conciliatory strategy. What's more, this piece of tofu has thorns. You're quite sensible. Lin Kor glanced at him, her eyes still scrutinizing, but at least the previous chill was gone. She went into the bathroom and locked the door with a click. Hearing the rustling sounds of clothes being undressed and the splashing of water coming from inside the door, Yang Wei took a deep breath and decided to take advantage of this time to show off his virtuous side, which would also make it easier to test the waters further. Then, he froze. The cupboard was crammed full of a dazzling array of ingredients. The rice was crystal clear and of the highest quality. Various kinds of cured meat and dried poultry were glistening with oil, and there were also some dried fruits and vegetables that he couldn't name but could tell at a glance were quite valuable. There were even several boxes of beautifully packaged synthetic beef and military-grade canned goods piled up in the corner. This scale? These are not quotas that can be easily obtained simply by someone of extraordinary status. Just who exactly is this family of hers? He almost blurted out the question in his mind. However, just as he put the rice into the pot, the bathroom door creaked open a crack. Yang Wei, Lin Kor's voice came through the steam. I forgot my pajamas, could you get them for me from my blue duffel bag? All right. Yang Wei perked up. This was his chance to shine. He rushed to the sofa and hurriedly opened his luggage bag. What came into view was not pajamas, but a whole set of light and alluring lace lingerie, and a letter with delicate handwriting. Yang Wei was stunned. Was she doing this on purpose? A test? This was definitely a test? Brother Wei, you used to live under the red flag, what kind of woman haven't you seen? Hold on. But as soon as the idea popped into his head, he immediately rejected it. Seeing someone and sleeping with someone are two different things. In his previous life, he could only see such a rare beauty in his fantasies on tissues or in adult films. How could he not be excited at this moment? It's breached. The letter began, My dear daughter, things have come to this, so don't be stubborn. Everything at home has been arranged. I hope that you too will contribute to the Federation as soon as possible. Yang Wei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the small piece of fabric into the puddle. The pajamas felt silky smooth to the touch, with an indescribable sensation. Was this prepared for me? That was awesome. Yam Wei? Lin Kuo urged. Coming, coming. Yang Wei walked to the bathroom door with the pajamas, acting like a thief, pretending to be calm, his heart pounding. Here, for you. Before he could finish speaking, the door opened a little wider. In the misty steam, the girl's figure appeared and disappeared. His mind went blank, his nose felt hot, and he quickly tilted his head back. What's wrong with you? Lin Kuo asked, puzzled. And nothing. Yang Wei, still looking up, groped for the clothes and handed them over. His hand touched a wet, warm, slender hand. In an instant, it felt as if an electric current had surged through me. Ding! High-quality intimate contact detected at the level of intention. Physical purity increased. Martial arts comprehension slightly improved. Energy recovery speed increased. He was startled. This system can actually feed people remotely? Just as he was lost in thought, the hand swiftly took the clothes and slammed the door shut again with a bang, causing dust to fall from the wall. Useless. Yang Wei cursed himself under his breath and hurriedly fled back to the kitchen. He hurriedly began washing rice and vegetables, trying to use his busyness to cover up the terrifying scene that had just occurred. This body is still too damn young. When Lin Kuo finished washing up and came out in a clean, light purple pajamas, Yang Wei was still trembling in front of the stove. What? Never seen a woman before? Lin Kuo's voice was cold, carrying the freshness and moisture of a post-shower bath, yet it felt like a fire thrown into Yang Wei's chest. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Having washed away her makeup and changed into casual clothes, Lin Kuo looked like a lotus flower emerging from clear water, with a touch of languidness as a newlywed, completely different from the shrew on the street just moments before. No. No. Yang Wei came out carrying 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, almost dropping the plates in his hands. Martial artists are indeed straightforward. Is this a problem that I've seen before or haven't seen before? And also, this is hardly the kind of girl you'd expect from a low-tier area. She's clearly an elf fallen to earth, or rather, a wolf in sheep's clothing disguised as a little white rabbit? Yang Wei dared not look any longer, turned around and went into the bathroom, washing himself while fantasizing about the long night that was about to begin. 100 times, 100 times. When he came out in clean clothes, the girl in the hall was equally shocked. He's quite handsome? A tiger's back, a wasp's waist, and mantis legs? My God, there are such amazing items in the low-end section? No, do you think I can see those 8-pack abs for free? I can't look. How could I possibly be attracted to a guy who hits a nerve? Maybe I can just sneak a peek? Is this what they call looking slim in clothes but muscular underneath? Wow, that's amazing. Ugh, my brain's gone mad, what am I thinking? Stop it already. A lone man and a lone woman, alone in a room? This is a free midnight snack. Lin Kuo, you are a high and mighty princess, how can you have such wicked thoughts about a lowly commoner from a lowly district? Lin Kuo immediately turned her face away, forcibly concealing her pounding heart. Let's eat. Yang Wei hummed in agreement, then lowered his head and rummaged through the food in his bowl. It tasted like nothing at all, and his mind was filled with that white blur from earlier. It all felt like a dream. 1 building, 1 city, 2 people, 1 home. All my past dreams seemed to have vanished into the mundane world. They remained silent, each lost in their own fantasies. The indescribable fluster ultimately transformed into a silent blessing at the wedding dinner table. After dinner, it was already pitch black, and the lights of the buildings outside the window were like stars. Raindrops pattered against the window, and only the slightly rapid breathing of the 2 people remained in the room. The moment I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Lin Kuo walked to the bedside, took out the newlywed guidebook from under the pillow, and a suspicious blush appeared on her face. She seemed carefree, but her eyes were darting around, and her voice was barely audible. Should we take a look first, and then learn something? As she spoke, she waved the pamphlet with an inappropriate cover in her hand, observing Yang Wei's reaction while glancing at the marriage ring on her wrist. The government monitors in real time the data on newlyweds cannot be falsified. You beasts! Yang Wei's heart began to race again, and he unconsciously swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. He looked at her, and she looked at him. The air was filled with a mixture of awkwardness and anticipation. Okay, honey. The 2 sat side by side on the edge of the bed, like 2 diligent elementary school students, curiously flipping through their wedding handbook. The first page features 2 stick figures performing a difficult gymnastic move. Yam Wei? Lin Kor? They both saw the realization in each other's eyes. How about we demonstrate it first? Lin Kor suggested. Yang Wei pretended not to know anything, took the pillow handed to him, and cooperated perfectly. No, raise it a bit higher? Lin Kor suggested from the side. Oh dear, you're so clumsy. Let me do it. She put down the booklet, pulled Yang Wei aside, and struck a standard pose. What are you standing there for? She yelled at him, glaring at him. Come on, look at the picture and copy it exactly, understand? Yang Wei's heart was pounding. He had just walked over when she stopped him again. Wait, let me take another look. The first step, the second step, the third step, sob. Yang Wei knew it was time to take the initiative, so he didn't care about anything else and went straight to the point before Lin Kor could finish speaking. As a result, she had only taken off half of her clothes and had swallowed quite a bit of saliva. Lin Kor suddenly clutched her lower abdomen, her brows furrowed slightly, and she gave an apologetic look. Oh no! Yang Wei. She looked at him pitifully, the red light on her wrist ring flashing wildly. What's wrong? Yang Wei asked. Lin Kor, I think, my period, has started. Huh? What? Yang Wei. Holy crap. God, are you kidding me? He watched as Lin Kor took out a feminine hygiene product from her small bag, then glanced at the manual on the bed, and after a long pause, finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Honey, are all women so good at timing their moments? He watched her retreating figure as she walked towards the bathroom, holding back his tears for a moment, but finally couldn't help himself and wailed at her retreating back. This thing, can it be booked in advance? Ding! Host has been hit by an uncontrollable event, triggering achievement. The duck that was about to be eaten has flown away. Reward, plus 5 sign-in points. Tranquility and asceticism buff 24 hours. System message, host's machine is overheating. Forced physical cooling recommended. Safety first, production second. Yang Wei stood there, feeling as if he had been doused with a mixture of ice water from head to toe, chilling him to the bone. My blood is about to explode. Damn. Do Gen Z kids even watch these kinds of plots without actually watching them? A moment later, Li Kur came out and said in a low voice, well, I didn't expect that either. No, it's nothing. Yang Wei poured a cup of hot water and handed it to the other person. Your health is the most important thing. Well, learning some theoretical knowledge first is a good idea. Although I was very unhappy, for the sake of sustainable development, we still had to have what we needed. The other party clearly did not expect him to be so considerate. Completely different from when we first met, he now had a hint of guilt on his face. But, how about I use the second method to solve your problem? Yang Wei shuddered. What are you thinking? You're my wife, not a punching bag. Besides, when two people are together, isn't there anything else they do? Lin Kor? Isn't it said that men in low-tier areas are no different from animals? She felt even more guilty. Finally, on his wedding night, filled with grief and indignation, Yang Wei took a long, cold shower and managed to extinguish the wildfire. When he emerged from the bathroom, shivering with cold, Lin Kor was already wrapped in a blanket, lying with her back to him. Yet, her perfect curves remained as alluring as ever. The wedding night was ruined. All the preparations were for nothing. Losing money hand over fist. Yang Wei took a deep breath, climbed onto the bed, and thought that even if he couldn't eat, a hug would be fine. Lin Kor, on the other hand, curled up in his arms and, after pretending to be asleep, quickly fell asleep for real. Depend on. Yang Wei, however, kept his eyes open, wide awake. What a terrible thing. The system pops up a shop. Chi and Blood Enhancement Potion Small, price, 10 sign-in points. Basic Gene Optimization Fluid, price, 70 sign-in points. Golden Spear Never Falls Pill Trial Pack price, 15 sign-in points. What the heck is sign-in value? Yang Wei was confused. System, what does clocking in mean? Yang Wei. Who is the host? The system popped up a questioning emoji. Of course it's you. That's more like it. Yang Wei looked at the dazzling array of resources in the system that he couldn't redeem for the time being, and could only sigh helplessly. What's the point of going to work if you can't even do that? Just try to get more sign-in points. Then hurry up and sign in. It wasn't that he was impatient, it's just that this system seemed to have no use other than the sign-in points. Ding! Sign-in successful, 50 sign-in points earned. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a powerful stain-removing soap. System comment, hemostasis effect unknown, but excellent at washing dishes. Host, start as a housekeeper. Get lost, don't get in the way of me hugging my wife. The system replied, okay. The next morning, Lin Kuo was awakened by the aroma of food. She walked out of the bedroom and saw that a bowl of congee and side dishes had already been laid out on the dining table. Yang Wei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was already studying the book Practical Guide to Postpartum Care of Sows. Good morning? Did you sleep well? Good. Then, shall we eat? The two finished their breakfast in silence. Eat breakfast and get to work. Yang Wei stood up. I promised you, I'd make money. He really didn't want to go to work, but he still had to explain where the items came from. I just used it to pass the time. Lin Kuo replied softly, picking up the self-cultivation of a maternal and child health doctor as she went. Both jobs were assigned by the government and both were paid on a piece rate basis, but the treatment was vastly different. The guaranteed salary for obstetricians and gynecologists is 5,000 star coins, and the actual take-home pay is said to be no less than 10,000, because human productivity is in no way inferior to that of sows. Their guaranteed minimum wage at the pig farm is only 500 yuan, but fortunately, a sow can produce more than a dozen piglets at a time, so the income is quite considerable compared to other low-level jobs. He knew without even thinking that this job was probably also arranged behind the scenes by Lin Kuo's family. After breakfast, I left the new house. The two finally experienced the blessings of living on the 488th floor. Waiting for the elevator. The corridor was already crowded with people preparing to go downstairs to work, each with a tired face and a numb look in their eyes. As the elevator descended fully loaded, the crowd outside surged forward. Yang Wei barely managed to secure a foothold for himself and Lin Kuo amidst the throng, relying almost entirely on the small amount of strength he managed to muster using his pure Yan holy body. It's too difficult. The elevator doors finally closed with difficulty after several overload alarms and began to slowly descend. Each stop involves a painful process of squeezing and waiting. So why are there separate apartments in high-rise buildings? Yang Wei couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Is this to encourage us to go downstairs less and stay home more, to work? But, can I skip this shift? The government doesn't support idlers, of course it can't. His words were drowned out by the hum of the elevator and the smell of sweat from the crowd. After finally making it to the first floor, the two were vomited out by the crowd, both disheveled and covered in sweat, as if they had just had another fierce battle. When they finally breathed in the relatively fresh air on the first floor, they all felt like they had been reborn. Honey, drink more hot water. Before parting, Yang Wei gave some instructions. Lin Kuo struggled to free her hand from his tight grip. You too, you should rest when you need to, don't be so silly, I'm tired. See you later. They imitated other newlyweds, embracing each other reluctantly and waving goodbye every 3 steps. They adhere to one ironclad rule: obey government arrangements, maintain a loving and harmonious marriage, be thrifty and hardworking, and never cause trouble. All obedience, seemingly mechanical and uniform, is in fact a consensus etched into the very marrow of one's bones. Compared to the outside of the city where strange beasts roam, the inside of the city is paradise. This paradise, however, was forged with the blood and bones of hundreds of millions of human martial arts masters. Who would dare disobey the rules they set? No one knows how long this kind of life can last, so it is all the more precious. What they can do is produce more supplies for the front lines and provide more fresh blood. Because once the front lines are depleted of manpower and high-end combat capabilities collapse, humanity will face only one outcome: annihilation. Farm number 33 is very large. It's actually a canyon that stretches for more than 10 kilometers. It is said that the canyon was cleaved by the first human powerhouse 1,000 years ago, and the canyon still contains a terrifying sword intent. In fact, the entire inner city, many of the world's wonders, and even the towering buildings, all originated from human beings with unparalleled strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas. In contrast, the pyramids here are just mounds of earth. The original owner's memories were limited, mostly consisting of what people at the bottom of society had seen and heard. However, Yang Wei could figure it out with his bare hands. Ordinary people simply couldn't build a wall 1,000 meters high, or countless 500-story fortress buildings. I need to find out more about it. However, he just wants to lie low and develop stealthily right now. There's no point in learning about it. It's highly likely that humanity once encountered an alien civilization invasion, from the end of the world to the revival of spiritual energy and the rise of martial arts. The world is divided into 5 major war zones: East, West, South, North, and Central. These zones have no national borders and support each other. Yang Wei's Eastern Theater Command was one of them, led by a human powerhouse of level 119 and 11th rank named Thor. The mentor in charge of training him was a dark-skinned middle-aged man. He had a blade of grass between his teeth, looked him up and down, lingering for a moment on a certain part of his body, then grinned, revealing teeth yellowed from tobacco. New here? Yang Wei, right? How did the battle go last night? Look at those dark circles under your eyes, you've been working yourself to the bone. Several men and women who also work in nursing gathered around, their faces beaming with a simple thirst for knowledge and care for the newcomer. Young man, judging from your appearance, you must have worked a lot of overtime last night, right? Young people, you need to know how to be moderate. Life is long, and you need to take it slow and steady. Exactly, look at that physique. We need to conserve his strength. Our job, while not as intense as fighting on the front lines, still requires sustainable development. Exactly. Bro, take my advice, don't burn out the motor all at once, or it'll be unusable afterward, huh? You little brat, you look like a pampered young master on your first day of work, TSK. But seriously, you're pretty good, buddy, you got matched with such a hot girl. Tell me, how was it? Yang Wei looked at the overly enthusiastic group of seniors, and then at his brand new work clothes. Well, life goes on. System message, host, please roam freely in the ocean of your mind. The gates to the world of martial arts will open another day. Chapter 4, the Sow's lock lasted 30 minutes, and the Pig King evaporated with 0 points. Looking at the overly enthusiastic group of seniors in front of him, Yang Wei secretly groaned inwardly. This showy display is even more outrageous than the gossipy old woman in the market before he time-traveled. Alright, everyone disperse, don't scare people. Master Wang, who was leading the group, waved his hand, which dispersed the crowd somewhat. He led Yang Wei to a row of fences where hundreds of sows were kept, their physiques even more imposing than Pigsy from Journey to the West. Look, these are the students you'll be looking after for the next week. Master Wang pointed to the largest one among them. Especially this one, Silver Moon, who set a record of 18 piglets in 1 litter last year. She is a meritorious sow in our district. Students? Yang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Shouldn't he be the one receiving the service? What else does a sow need to learn? Student piglets? He looked in that direction and saw the sow known as Silver Moon. Its fur shimmered like satin in the dim light, but the fierce glint in its eyes made Yang Wei have no doubt that it could easily take him down. Most importantly, at that moment the sow was drooling over him and licking her lips. Her human-like eyes didn't convey a sense of keep away, but rather the alluring charm of a female seeing a strong male. Is this definitely livestock? Could it be a mutant pig that has become sentient? Silver Moon has a bad temper, so you should be more accommodating to it. Master Wang lowered his voice. Last month, it pushed a homeless man who was oblivious to his surroundings into the intensive care unit, and he is still not out. Yang Wei's eye twitched slightly. Well, having just escaped the danger of being demolished, we now face the risk of being pushed. This journey is indeed fraught with thorns. How long has it been pregnant? Yang Wei asked. It's been more than 2 months. After a sow gets pregnant, does she act like a human? Yang Wei still felt the sow's eyes were too strange, so he thought for a moment and lowered his voice to ask again, does she have any needs in that area? Master Wang turned around and looked at him with surprise. Wow, young man, you've got some knowledge. Theoretically, no. He looked around as he spoke, then leaned close to Yang Wei's ear and whispered mysteriously, but, there are hundreds or thousands of people here, and not everyone is qualified to be a wife. These profound words left Yang Wei stunned and speechless. What does that mean? Based on the available information, in order to ensure the quality of the breed, people with a matching rate of less than 45% are not allowed to have a spouse, and even if the rate is 50%, only one spouse is allowed. Women are better off with their natural advantages. There are plenty of men with good genes who want to have their first time with them, and if they're lucky, they can gain status through having a child. If a man wants to do that, it's purely illegal. But, isn't this a job assigned by the government? Yang Wei couldn't understand. Theoretically, since it's a package deal, the matching rate should be quite high. Is there something fishy going on here? Young man, there are many things that can't be done through official channels. You still have a lot to learn. Master Wang said with a troubled expression. In fact, if someone hadn't given him advance notice, he wouldn't have bothered bringing anyone along. These days, everyone's barely scraping by who cares about others? Besides, never mind. A well-fed person doesn't know the hunger of a starving person. What's wrong with someone who's not good enough to be a spouse keeping a pet? It's better than having a finger, isn't it? Yang Wei nodded to indicate that he understood, but he was still very puzzled. Even if he was starving, would he really go so far as to do that with a pig? That was so exciting. Along the way, he learned that Master Wang's real name was Wang Dehua, nicknamed Pigman, and he was the veritable head of the pig farm, rarely taking on apprentices. Moreover, he is involved in the fields of pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, and can be described as an authoritative expert. At first, Yang Wei didn't quite believe it, but when they reached the third pigsty, Wang Dehua suddenly sniffed the air like a dog. Then, he suddenly became serious and said, "We've got a job. Come with me." What does that mean? Yang Wei was a little confused, but he followed. This level of professionalism, shouldn't the Nobel Prize owe him a prize for being a show-off? Wang Dehua followed the sense into pig pen number 3, her eyes suddenly locking onto one of the sows in the herd. "Lulu, is that you?" Then, something surprising happened to Yang Wei. The young sow, who looked like she had just come of age and had a flamboyant appearance, looked up at him and slowly walked over. She looked incredibly docile. "You're only 8 months along, right? This figure is amazing." Wang Dehua reached out and stroked Lulu's pig-like head, drooling as she looked at her like a pig, even more pig-like than a pig herself. Holy crap! Yang Wei instantly understood why Wang Dehua was called Pigman after seeing the scene. This level of professionalism is comparable to divine skill. Could he possibly understand animal language? But then he saw the sow named Lulu drooling over him and blinking her eyes, as if to say, "Hello, little brother." Yang Wei was nearly scared out of his wits. Was it teasing him? He was absolutely certain that the look in Lulu's eyes just now was definitely not that of a normal pig. Then it depends on your performance. Wang Dehua stroked Lulu's pig head, her expression revealing that she was not a normal person at all. Lulu grunted a few words in pig-like language, which Yang Wei couldn't understand at all, but the way she looked at him clearly had a seductive and alluring quality to it. He paused for a moment. "This is a proud little sow, oh dear, I'm really being tamed by a pig? Xiao Yang." Wang Dehua turned to look at Yang Wei. "Your main task now is to take good care of Inu in shed number 1. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood. "Okay, master, I'll go right away." He took the registration book that Wang Dehua handed him, turned around and walked back the way he came, and heard Wang Dehua's cheerful laughter to Lulu behind him. "Lulu, you're still young. If you can get pregnant, you can avoid being sent to the slaughterhouse. But, the first time, might be a little painful." Yang Wei stopped at the corner between shed number 3 and shed number 2. The more he thought about it, the more strange and unsettling it seemed. Is this supposed to be said to a pig? It sounds more like it's being said to a human. Only then did he realize that he only had a register but no pen, so he had no choice but to return the way he came. In fact, the two pig pens are only about 10 meters apart, and at Yang Wei's speed, it would only take about 10 seconds. However, Wang Dehua was nowhere to be seen in the empty number 3 shed. Only a bag and a registration book were left on the hollow brick wall of the pig shed. Where did they go? Yang Wei thought he had entered the pigsty, so he glanced around again and found that most of the pigs were either lying down to rest or scattered all over the place, and there was still no sign of Wang Dehua. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, from under the hollow brick wall directly in front of us, came the sound of a pig's head grunting. Yang Wei stood on tiptoe and craned his neck to look inside the wall. Then he was suddenly startled to find that 2 pigs were stacked on top of each other. Holy crap, they've already started fighting? This was the first time he had ever seen anything like it before, having grown up in the city since before his time travel, and he was quite curious. Then, he quickly discovered something new. Isn't this Lulu? Wait a minute. Yang Wei turned around and looked at the banner hanging on the shed. This is a sow pen, right? When did a boar appear in the sow pen? And, it's so strong? It wasn't that Yang Wei was overreacting, it was just that the contrast between Lulu, who was only 8 months old and weighed over 100 pounds, and the boar that was almost 3 meters long and over 1 meter tall was too great. That imposing physique? It must weigh at least 800 pounds, if not 1,000. If you fold it like that, wouldn't it be like a little sow flying into the sky? Lulu was trapped underneath it, looking like a little piglet, as if she might explode and die at any moment. This needs to be recorded. Yang Wei picked up a pen and began to record the entire process of the 2 pigs stacking on top of each other in the register. We have now discovered the entire mating process between Lulu, an 8-month 21-day-old pig in pig pen number 3, and the giant pig king. Inside the pig pen, two pigs that had been playing happily with their backs to Yang Wei seemed to have noticed him, and the boar suddenly turned around. Yang Wei was startled and took 2 steps back. Those terrifying eyes gleamed with a chilling light. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that this was no normal domestic pig. Apart from its eyes, its sinister tusks were truly terrifying. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, his heart was pounding, his legs were weak, and he squatted down on the ground. It wasn't because he was seen by 2 pigs that were intertwined, but because his intuition told him that this was definitely a mutated pig king. Mutant pigs are being raised on pig farms? Those pigs can eat people. Even though they dared not act rashly because of the powerful humans in the city, his job involved dealing with pigs, which was far too dangerous. The sow named Lulu grunted, clearly having received some inexplicable baptism, successfully pulling Yang Wei back to reality. He mustered his courage, stood up, stuck his head out, and looked into the pigsty again. The pigs are still the same 2 pigs, but the human pyramid project isn't over yet. He opened the postpartum care manual for sows with surprise, and as he carefully read through it, his expression became increasingly interesting. 5-10 minutes? But that's been over half an hour. Yang Wei realized for the first time that humans are inferior to pigs. Even a normal person's first round would only last 2 or 3 minutes at most, damn it. He didn't wait for the result anymore. According to existing scientific conclusions, Lulu and his pig king husband are currently in the locking stage, and his task is to take good care of the pregnant sow named Silver Moon. That's a fierce pig that lays 18 piglets in 1 litter, which is worth 180 star coins according to the piece rate. This master named Wang Dehua is obviously taking care of me in private. I can't let him down. After leaving pig pen number 3, Yang Wei returned to pig pen number 1 with a heavy heart. Huff huff huff. Inside the pigsty, Emu saw Yang Wei return and, with her large belly, immediately got up. The allure she had shown when they first met was gone from her eyes. Instead, there was a sense of relief. Yang Wei opened the feeding bag, took a spoon, scooped up a full spoonful of food, and fed the baby, saying, "You're pregnant, you get hungry quickly, eat more." Silver Moon ignored him, her still lively eyes rolling back as if to say, "I'm not a vegetarian." "What? Aren't you hungry?" Yang Wei mimicked Wang Dehua's tone and reached out to touch its forehead, but the other animal dodged away, its eyes seeming to say, "Human, stay away from me." Has it really become sentient? Yang Wei was very confident. He took a deep breath and thought that since it had become a spirit, it meant it had gained intelligence, which made things easier. He straightened his white work coat, cleared his throat, and said, "Inuit, hello. My name is Yang Wei. I am 18 years and 1 day old. I was just assigned to work here. It's nice to meet you." Having already turned away, Inu, clearly lacking interest, suddenly stopped and, after a moment, looked back at Yang Wei with apparent surprise. A man and a pig, their eyes locked. Yang Wei's expression suggested, "Does it really understand?" Silver Moon's eyes gleamed. Newcomer? Is he trustworthy? It seemed to think it over and over, hesitating to speak. Then it turned away, as if to say, "Could it be? Oh well, let's see." At this moment, Inu's eyes seemed to have dimmed considerably, and when she returned to the pigsty, she couldn't help but glance at Yang Wei again. Then, just like when they first met, she winked at Yang Wei, as if to say, "Go away, don't bother me." "How is it?" Wang Dehua's voice rang out from behind Yang Wei. He turned around and saw the other person walking towards him with great energy and a beaming smile, as if he had just taken a super tonic. "Master, where did you go?" "I forgot my pen just now. When I went back, you weren't there, so I brought it over." "Do you need it?" Yang Wei said, handing the pen to the other person. Wang Dehua laughed heartily. "It was my mistake to give you the booklet but not a pen. You can keep it, I have one here." The booklet spun rapidly between his 5 fingers, leaving Yang Wei in awe. With such skill, he would undoubtedly be a guest on a variety show on Earth. He tore a page from the booklet in his hand and handed it to Wang Dehua. "Master, you weren't here just now. Lulu in greenhouse number 3 was bred. I recorded the whole process. Here you go." Wang Dehua said, "Oh," took the paper, and looked at it carefully. "You remember it well. The time and process are all correct. But why is there no information about the boar? That's the sow pen. Are you sure?" Yang Wei was slightly taken aback. "Huh? I really didn't remember that. Master, I'm also wondering about that. That boar was huge. He described the boar's appearance in detail, but Wang Dehua just frowned, her face expressionless, not even showing the slightest surprise. Only after he finished speaking did Wang Dehua say, "Xiao Yang, our boars are mainly kept in pig shed number 11. They do occasionally run out, but what you said about being over 3 meters long and over 1 meter tall. It's not that master doesn't believe you, it's just, really not." Yang Wei was taken aback. Am I seeing things? Wang Dehua patted him on the shoulder. You're lucky you told me. If you had submitted this report directly, you would have had your salary deducted at best and lost your job at worst, understand? Yang Wei was speechless. Am I seeing things? Holy crap, can it really be true? However, there's no point in talking about this anymore. If it's not there, it's not there. But then Wang Dehua took out her terminal and opened the surveillance video. Although I had to leave for a while, I was still watching it the whole time. Little Yang, where did this 3-meter-long boar come from? Yang Wei craned his neck in disbelief, his gaze falling on the surveillance camera. He saw himself standing outside the hollow brick wall, with everything inside the wall a blind spot for the camera. 40 minutes later, the sow named Lulu emerged from inside the wall, a rainbow trailing behind her, and listlessly returned to the herd. How so? Oh, Yang Wei felt like he had swallowed a bitter pill, and could only awkwardly scratch his head repeatedly. Maybe I've seen a ghost. For the next half day, under Wang Dehua's guidance, he learned to recognize the signs of a sow about to give birth, to prepare nutritious feed, and to clean the pens. The smell, how to describe it, was like spoiled swill mixed with ammonia, plus a hint of the fishy smell unique to living creatures, hitting straight to the top of his head, making him wonder if his pure yang holy body had a side effect of super sense of smell. However, she is clearly far inferior to Wang Dehua. Pay attention to its breathing rate and the changes in its breasts. Wang Dehua demonstrated and explained at the same time. At this time, you must not be impatient. If you are impatient, it will become more agitated. Ding! The Great Sun Holy Body is absorbing the survival experience of seasoned professionals in the workplace, resulting in a slight increase in immunity and enhanced gastrointestinal tolerance. Yan Wei. He suspects the system is targeting him, and he has evidence. During his lunch break, Yang Wei found a quiet corner and ate the government-provided compressed rations, but his mind was absorbed in the system interface. Current check-in value, 57. Qi and blood value, 1.9 slowly increasing. He looked at the unattainable treasures in the store, then at his own hands, which were covered in grime, and shook his head helplessly. Tonzi, I clearly saw it just now. System, I saw it too. Yang Wei, so what happened? System, I'd love to know too. Yang Wei. Hey, this isn't complete at all. Are you sure you're a partner from Earth? Never mind, can I check in here? The system replied, okay, but you'll only get a lot of sign-in points on your first sign-in each day. Yang Wei's lips twitched slightly. All right. Ding. Sign-in successful, 1 sign-in point earned. Current balance, 58 points. Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. What the hell is 1 sign-in value? Are you kidding me? System, I already said, it's random. Yang Wei? He looked at the 42 points he was still short of exchanging for a small bottle of Qi and blood enhancement potion, and suddenly felt that the days of signing in were extremely agonizing. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. In the afternoon, he was assigned to give Silver Moon a routine physical examination and cleaning. Standing outside the enclosure, looking at the sow that resembled a small armored vehicle, Yang Wei took a deep breath. Well, it's better not to breathe this air. Silver Moon still looked at him with those eyes that seemed to have suffered terribly. Although he didn't know what it was thinking, Yang Wei became more and more certain that this was no ordinary pig. Following Master Wang's instructions, he tried to move as gently as possible, muttering comforting words, though he felt like he was talking to a brick wall. However, something strange happened. When Yang Wei approached, and even when he reached out to tentatively touch the neck of Silver Moon, this meritorious sow, known for her irritability, simply exhaled 2 puffs of hot air from her nostrils and did not immediately attack him. He carefully cleaned the enclosure and added drinking water. Throughout the process, Silver Moon only occasionally glanced at him with her wary little eyes, and the low growl in her throat gradually subsided. Master Wang, who was standing to the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. That's strange. This Silver Moon usually kicks up its heels when it sees strangers, but it's being very polite to you today. Yang Wei was also puzzled. Could it be a hidden talent that comes with transmigration animal affinity LV1? He tried to circulate the faint pure yang energy within his body, gathering it in his palm. But when he placed his palm close to Silver Moon's forehead again, he could feel that the warm current in his body seemed to resonate faintly with some kind of silent aura in this ancient canyon. At that moment, he seemed to vaguely capture a faint yet incomparably sharp artistic conception, like a knife mark branded in the void, which vanished in an instant. Ding! Detecting fragments of laws remaining in the sparse environment, the pure Yang sacred body is recording this automatically. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. This canyon, this pig, they're definitely something else. He went to pig pen number 3 and boar pen number 11, but unfortunately he never saw the 3-meter-long king pig again. This discovery made Yang Wei question the meaning of life. If it's not a hallucination, then she simply vanished into thin air? That's a super pig king. He then checked on the little sow named Lulu along the way and found that she had indeed flown into the sky and exploded. This means that what he saw was not an illusion. But how could that be? So he inquired with his colleagues, both openly and secretly, but no one had ever seen one. They even laughed at him, saying, "Where in the world is there such a big pig? If there is, it must be a man-eating pig king." As Yang Wei began to doubt himself, he also felt a chill run down his spine. This farm was too eerie. For several hours in a row, he began to repeat similar tasks according to the training content. Feeding, cleaning, observation and recording. It was tedious and tiring, but there was a strange sense of peace in it. The blood and qi levels are also steadily increasing, although the increase is so slow as to be negligible, it is real. He began to realize that this pig farm, which everyone regarded as the lowest level of society, might be hiding an unexpected horror, and he was already deeply trapped in it. Ding! Sign-in successful, 1 sign-in point earned. Ding! Sign-in successful, 1 sign-in point earned. Ding! Sign-in successful, 1 sign-in point earned. Current balance, 61 points. He began to get used to the smells here, or rather, he was forced to get used to them, and he also began to get used to his colleagues' vulgar but not malicious jokes. Even after 7 days, whether I can be officially hired depends on everyone's support. Of course, he wasn't afraid of losing his job, but rather afraid of not being able to eat his wife Lin Kor's food, which he had promised her without hesitation. My initial impression of him wasn't good. Being a useless person in a low-level area and lacking ambition at work, it was obvious that he deserved to die. The other party gave a hint last night, let's see how they react. The meaning behind this is quite profound. Xiaoyang, how about we talk about last night's battle? Your dark circles are even darker than the pregnancy spots on our Silver Moon team today. Brother Wang, please don't make fun of me, Yang Wei replied with a wry smile. He knew in his heart that he was not here to become a good pig farmer, but to survive and to fight for that slim chance of taking control. This seemingly humble job determines whether he can both possess Lin Kor's body and win her heart. More importantly, it may be the first step for him to gain a foothold in this cold world. Ding! Detected a positive shift in the host's mindset. Great Sun's sacred body's stability +1. The system said with satisfaction, "Host, you finally grasped it. The path to the sacred body lies in a solid foundation." It was getting late, and there were still 10 minutes left before I got off work. Wang Dehua called a meeting to summarize the day's work and announced the list of those who would stay to work the night shift. Yang Wei, being newly married and in his internship, successfully avoided the situation. After the meeting ended, instead of applauding, everyone's eyes followed Wang Dehua's gaze and turned to the gate of the pig farm. Each and every expression was wonderful, as if they had discovered a new continent, and they all spoke in unison. Wow, so beautiful. What happened? Yang Wei turned his head as his colleagues looked at him, and then his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 5, the shopping district spreads sweetness until the night is over, and the bathroom space is instantly sealed off. Lin Kor appeared outside the rusty iron gate of the pig farm. Time and space seemed to stand still in the entire entrance area. She had clearly come directly from the maternal and child health hospital, still wearing that well-tailored white uniform. Her figure was upright, and her face was beautiful. She was like moonlight that had strayed into this filthy place, instantly capturing everyone's breath. A group of rough men, still holding their pee after the meeting, had their mouths half open, but their laughter got stuck in their throats, turning into a few meaningless dry coughs. Some people subconsciously tugged at the front of their work clothes, which were stained with some unknown dirt, trying to make themselves look a little more presentable. But that futile effort only highlighted the harshness of the environment and their own destitution. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Kor, filled with undisguised amazement, a sense of inferiority and evasiveness, and a hint of the instinctive, lustful longing that men from the lower classes feel when they see a woman from the highest echelons of society. Yang Wei was also taken aback, and then a warm current mixed with surprise and vanity welled up in his heart. He quickly wiped his hands on his trouser leg, stood up, and jogged to Lin Kuo, blocking some of the most unbridled gazes. "Why did you come here?" His tone carried the perfect surprise of a newlywed husband. "This is my wife, Lin Kuo." He turned to the side and introduced her to his colleagues behind him, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible pride. "There was no way I could resist. My wife was too beautiful, and I was being vain. I tried to hold back, but I couldn't." "Sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." The young man who was closest to the camera blushed and hurriedly lowered his head. "Sister-in-law? Really? Oh my, Xiao Yang, you're so lucky." An older worker came to his senses and exclaimed sincerely. Even Wang Dehua was stunned. "Having lived to this day, I finally know what beauty is." He had originally left the meeting with his hands behind his back. Turning around, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out in the sunset, but that smile seemed etched on, the lewd light not reaching his eyes. His gaze, like sticky tentacles, slid inch by inch from Lin Kuo's face down to her neck and chest. There was no blessing in those eyes, only an undisguised, almost anatomical scrutiny, with a greedy assessment of the value of the goods. "Kuo, this is my master, his surname is Wang." Yang Wei introduced. "Master, and I am my wife. Master Wang." Lin Kuo also saw him and nodded coldly and distantly out of courtesy. Seeing this, Yang Wei felt a little embarrassed and quickly leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Give me some face." "Aren't you afraid he'll move next door?" Lin Kuo gave a stiff smile. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood. "Who is my wife?" he chuckled. "To others, she's just a beautiful flower doesn't go with a fragrant person." Wang Dehua stepped forward, rubbed her large, grimy hands together, and widened her smile, appearing unusually enthusiastic. "This is the Yang family? Oh my, what a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman." He laughed heartily, his voice loud and clear, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. "Yes, master, it's my wife." Yang Wei didn't notice the chill in the depths of that gaze. He only felt that Master Wan was giving him extra face today. "Xiao Yang, why don't you hurry back with your younger siblings? I'll take care of things here." He acted like a reasonable and understanding teacher. Yang Wei noticed that his Adam's apple bobbed noticeably, as if he was trying his best to suppress some surging emotions. "Our Yang Wei just arrived here and doesn't he know anything yet? We'll have to rely on you for help in the future," Lin Kuo said, her tone calm but carrying an air of authority that was not to be underestimated. Wang Dehua's facial muscles stiffened slightly. He understood the implication in Lin Kuo's words. She was pointing a finger at him. "I know who you are, and I know your likes and dislikes. This is my man, don't make things difficult for him." Of course, of course." Wang Dehua nodded repeatedly, her smile unchanged, but the gloom in the depths of her eyes was almost overflowing. Because of the invisible intimidation emanating from the surname behind her, he could only swallow his saliva. If it weren't for the Lin family, Yang Wei wouldn't have been able to get into the pig farm. The so-called fair distribution was nothing but a cold joke from those in power. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I can tell that Xiao Yang is a smart kid, he can't be wrong." His gaze swept over Lin Kuo again, with astonishing speed. His large, fan-like hands slammed heavily on Yang Wei's back, the force so great that Yang Wei staggered forward half a step. "Hurry up and let's go, stop dawdling." Wang Dehua's tone carried a barely perceptible urgency, a desire for them to leave quickly. "Well, Master Wang, we'll be going now?" Yang Wei checked the time. It was indeed past closing time. He said aptly, "Goodbye, master." He. "Goodbye, go on, don't leave her out." Wang Dehua waved, but her gaze was fixed on Lin Kuo like a nail until the two turned around. He stood there, his hands clenched behind his back, his knuckles turning white from gripping them so tightly. "The Lin family." He forced out two barely audible syllables through gritted teeth. The smile on his face slowly faded, his eyes grew deep and unfathomable as he stared in the direction the two had left, remaining motionless for a long time. No one noticed the fleeting crimson glint in Wang Dehua's eyes. For the first time, this familiar road made him feel a little limped. Lin Kuo's appearance was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, instantly causing chaos in the entire entrance area of the pig farm. The rough men who had been teasing Yang Wei earlier were now speechless, staring blankly at the couple who seemed about to enter another world. "My God," someone murmured to themselves. "Is this his wife?" The air, which had just been filled with lewd jokes, now seemed to have been purified. All the gazes directed at Lin Kuo were filled with an almost dizzying sense of amazement. Well then, everyone, we'll be going now. Yang Wei politely said goodbye to everyone. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Someone awkwardly tugged at their stained work clothes, instinctively straightened their back, and then slumped back down in frustration. It is a complex gaze that blends desire, inferiority, and pure aesthetics. She stood there, the surrounding light converging on her, as if she had become the center of the world, forming a stark contrast with her other female colleagues at the farm. Amidst a sea of stunned stares, Yang Wei strode up to Lin Kuo, blocking most of her view. Why are you here? He asked again, his tone filled with surprise, but also a hint of barely perceptible, instinctive masculine pride. You really know how to make me look good. So stylish. On the way. Lin Kuo's answer was still brief, but her gaze quickly swept over his entire body, as if inspecting a piece of equipment that had just been sent back for repair. Just got off work, she added, as if to explain. She then casually took his arm. What's wrong? Not happy? Great. Yang Wei scratched his head, turned around and waved to his still-dazed colleagues. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some envious and some disappointed, the two walked out of the pig farm gate. As the pungent smell was left behind, the two breathed a sigh of relief, then exchanged a glance, both seeing a mixture of amusement and helplessness in each other's eyes. Shall we go for a walk? Lin Kuo suddenly suggested, her voice a little softer than usual, her eyes looking towards the commercial area at the end of the street. In fact, it's quite a distance from here to the 13 residential buildings. It would take several hours to walk there. However, it was still early, and the two, who had just finished get off work, were clearly in high spirits. In my memory, Yang Wei grew up in a government-supported shed. Yesterday was the first time he stepped into society as an adult. There are two kinds of children in this world. One type consists of parents with good financial conditions who receive government subsidies and are raised by their parents. One type is those from disadvantaged backgrounds, who are handed over to the government after their 1-month celebration and raised to adulthood with tailored education. However, the signs of adulthood are the same. Under the absolute secrecy of their identity, they must be assigned to the corresponding mate matching area based on the matching degree of the gene pool. There is no such thing as absolute free love here. Even the strongest warriors have no time for romance. Their job is to fight on the front lines and defend humanity's last line of defense. As for whether there is any love story worth singing about, that's a matter between two completely different worlds, and people in the lower world simply cannot know. However, as long as you don't have a romantic partner, regardless of gender, you can eventually apply to enter the government's gene bank for final matchmaking. War is cruel. Continuing one's own genes is not an animal instinct, but an inevitable contribution to the continuation of humanity. Without rising talents, the front lines will face a talent shortage, and humanity will perish. The matching mechanism is fair and impartial, with fluctuations within 0.5%. Dragons mate with dragons, and phoenixes mate with phoenixes. The main idea is to create a powerful alliance to produce a higher quality child. As for parents, based on his own circumstances and experience before the transmigration, Yang Wei concluded that it was neither a double king nor a double death. Anyone with a modicum of ability would raise their own child in a greenhouse. Okay. Yang Wei responded immediately. A date? This was a perfect opportunity for him to get closer to Lin Kuo. He could treat it as a prelude to getting that first meal together. Just consider it as Lin Kuo paused, finding a suitable word, getting familiar with the environment. Yang Wei understood immediately. This is a necessary public appearance after the marriage, a fait accompli for all parties to see. No problem, wife. He called her wife more naturally than ever before. What a character. Lin Kuo rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. They joined the flow of people leaving get off work. Inside this massive urban fortress, it is a fully equipped modern metropolis. The neon lights gradually lit up, the hoverbus glided silently by, and the streets were lined with shops and bustling with people. Except for the pale purple color of the sky stained by the energy shield, it looked no different from the bustling commercial district of the old era. Their first stop was a popular bubble tea shop. I'd like a cheese strawberry drink, full sugar, no ice, Lin Kuo ordered. When it was Yang Wei's turn, he looked at the names of the drinks on the menu, such as Radiation Dust Macchiato and Rampaging Weasel Milk Tea, which were full of dark humor from the wasteland, and silently ordered a cup of the most classic bubble tea. The shop assistant looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Are you two newlyweds? You look like a married couple." Upon hearing this, Lin Kor's ears turned slightly red, but she did not refute it. Taking the opportunity, Yang Wei said, "Add an extra coconut jelly to my wife's cup, she likes it." Lin Kor glanced at him with some surprise. Yang Wei, on the other hand, had a "I'm being considerate" expression on his face. Actually, he was thinking, she likes coconut jelly? I need to remember that. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was hard to imagine that they were fighting to the death on the street just yesterday, and now they were loving each other. Although it was all just a pretentious facade, they were both secretly enjoying it. Perhaps this is also a kind of love. Next up is the claw machine. Yang Wei confidently inserted a coin, and then, got nothing. Lin Kor, who was watching from the side, finally couldn't help but say, "Idiot, watch me." She inserted a coin, manipulated the joystick, and looked as focused as if she were attempting a breakthrough in martial arts. The robotic claw descended, precisely grabbing a rabbit plush toy. It wobbled precariously, and just before it was about to fall, it was successfully tossed into the inlet outlet. Wow! Lin Kor's face lit up with the excitement of a little girl. Although it was only for a moment, it was filled with happiness. This is perhaps what the parents and more than 100 older brothers and sisters meant when they said that people from the lower class have their own kind of happiness. At least here, there's no open or covert struggle, no deceit or treachery, no being trampled underfoot by the strong, and no need to worry about being ridiculed for slow progress in cultivation. Although life and death are no longer in our own hands. However, Lin Kor believed that with her peak first-level cultivation, she was already capable of protecting herself in this lowest level of circle. She was no longer the pampered little princess, but she still represented the face of the Lin family. Every move she made was inevitably under the watchful eyes of her parents, brothers, and sisters. As for that circle, well, this is fine too. Ahem, mistake, that one doesn't count, let's try again. Yang Wei scratched his head. To passers-by, their interaction appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary couple flirting. Hey, look at that young couple. You two must have just gotten married, you're so lovey-dovey. They entered an arcade, and amidst the booming music, Lin Kor seemed to have let go of some of her reserve. The two started a competition in front of the basketball shooting machine. Left. Right. Hey, hurry up. Lin Kor anxiously directed from the side, this speed is terrible. Shut up, watch me. Hey. Why did it go off center again? Ding. The Great Sun Holy Body has absorbed my wife's game time, resulting in a slight increase in nerve reflex speed. The system commented, "Host, I suggest you focus on nursing babies. Fighting is not suitable for you." Yang Wei's lips twitched slightly, get lost. After playing for a while, they went into a dessert shop where soft music was playing. Yang Wei scooped up a spoonful of tiramisu and naturally held it to Lin Kor's lips. "Try this, I heard it's delicious." Lin Kor was stunned for a moment. Looking at his sincere yet deliberately foolish eyes, she finally opened her mouth slightly and ate it. "It's all right," she said. Yang Wei watched her slightly trembling eyelashes and thought, she's actually quite cute when she eats. They went to see a holographic movie, which was a cliched romance film. In the dim light, Yang Wei could smell the faint fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, a stark contrast to her aloofness during the day in the hospital. When she wasn't looking, Yang Wei secretly took a picture of her profile as she focused on watching the movie. It was already late at night when I came out of the arcade. The lights in the commercial district shone even brighter, almost making one forget that beyond the city walls lay a bloody wilderness. Sitting on the hover bus on her way home, Lin Kor was probably really tired, and her head unconsciously tilted to one side. Yang Wei gently pulled her head onto his shoulder. Lin Kor's slightly furrowed brows, which were in her sleep, gradually relaxed. As if completing a task, they staged a perfect newlywed couple's loving daily life in front of the audience. Returning to my home on the 488th floor, I closed the door, shutting myself off from the outside world. Under the warm lights inside, the atmosphere seemed to have returned to its initial subtlety and awkwardness. "I'm going to take a shower first," Lin Kor said, and then walked into the bathroom. Yang Wei leaned back on the sofa, reminiscing about the day. Although the work at the pig farm was still arduous and strange, his relationship with Lin Kor seemed to have taken a big step forward. At least, before Lin Kor entered the bedroom, she turned back and whispered, "Thank you for today." "What are you thanking me for? Why be so polite with your own husband?" Yang Wei said with a smile, perfectly embodying the role of a good husband. Lin Kor glanced at him, lowered her eyes, and blushed. She didn't say anything more, but simply closed the door gently. But Yang Wei noticed that this time, she didn't lock the door from the inside. She's starting to trust me? Ah, women. He lay on the living room floor, staring at the ceiling. Ding. Sign-in successful, 5 sign-in points earned. Current balance, 66 points. He was one step closer to getting that bottle of Qi and blood enhancement potion small. More importantly, he seemed to have also tasted a little, the sweetness of home. Today, the soft rice seems especially delicious. A marriage without sex cannot be happy, but so can sex without love. As a member of the post-2000 generation who once lived under the red flag, Yang Wei suddenly realized that he shouldn't resort to any means to improve his cultivation, but rather focus on how to live more like a human being in this broken world. For the first time, he felt that Lin Kuo could be both a lover who would share life and death and a friend who would go through thick and thin with him. There was no need for her to act like a villain, scheming and plotting. Many children, many blessings? Yoshi Yoshi. He went into the kitchen and cooked a few Sichuan dishes. Just as the food was served, Lin Kuo came out. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Kuo rubbed her long hair with a towel, and her beautiful figure made Yang Wei feel a warm current rush to his head. Yang Wei, honey, you should wash up too. Shall we eat first? Wash it before you eat it. Okay. Since I couldn't refuse her, I could only go take a shower first. But as soon as he turned on the shower, a strange feeling of suffocation enveloped the entire bathroom. It's a state of oxygen deficiency, like being in a vacuum. It was as if time and space had frozen instantly, and even he, who possessed the pure Yang holy body, felt as if he were trapped in lead. What happened? Chapter 6: A moment of time freezing, milk tea and coconut jelly for the rest of their lives. Mom? He heard Lin Kuo's voice, and then he couldn't hear anything else. It was as if a barrier had been erected in the air, blocking out his hearing, sight, and even perception. In the hall, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a woman who looked about 80% like Lin Kuo and was very young. The dishes cooked well. The slices of cured meat on the plate floated to the woman's lips. She chewed them and gave her evaluation: hardworking, can cook, knows how to please people, and is very considerate. Better than your dad, pretty good. Tired from playing? Want some food? The woman took another bite of the tofu with scallions. Lin Kuo's tears welled up in her eyes. I want to wait for him to eat together? What brings you here? What? You're not welcoming me? The woman looked up at her. The fighting at the front is intense. I'm taking your brothers and sisters to the front. I'm worried about leaving you behind. You're going to the battlefield? Lin Kuo forgot to rub her hair, her expression frozen in mid-air. Don't worry. The woman looked at Lin Kuo, her eyes full of doting affection. Your dad is stationed in District B. The city isn't very safe lately, so don't wander around after get off work. Go home early. Lin Kuo stood there, her head buzzing. The fact that these words came from a mother was enough to show how serious the situation was. Okay, Mom. The Ice Emperor will take care of your safety. The woman glanced back at the direction of the bathroom. The residential area is protected by a powerful array, so no foreign object can penetrate it except for humans. Listen to your mother. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's figure faded eerily and disappeared, leaving only Lin Kuo's open arms suspended in mid-air. After a long pause, she weakly said, I understand, Mom. The entire space seemed to recede like the tide, and the sound of a shower could be heard from the bathroom. Yang Wei's voice came through. Honey, what just happened? I almost suffocated. Although it was only for a moment, he did feel it was a terrifying, indescribable power that instantly froze everything. Lin Kuo looked at the sunflower made of cured meat on the plate and noticed that one piece was missing. She also noticed a hexagonal ice crystal on the glass plate, which was slowly melting at her fingertips. The chill crept into her veins along her fingerprints, and she suddenly understood. The mother's gaze pierced not only the wall, but also Yang Wei's lifeline. The only window was tightly shut, and outside the glass, the lights of even taller buildings shone brightly. No way. Lin Kuo picked up the bowl and started serving rice. You're probably imagining things. In the bathroom. Yang Wei was horrified. System, did you sense it? System, I can sense it. Yang Wei, what happened? System, I'd like to know too. Yang Wei, you piece of trash, get out. System, okay. System pop-up hidden log, unknown high-level intervention traces have been recorded, but the host does not have sufficient permissions to delete them. Yang Wei paused for a second, then cursed, another system crash? But unbeknownst to them, from a higher dimensional perspective, an ice crystal mark had been quietly affixed to his heart. It flashed, like the first street lamplit in a slaughterhouse. The room was filled with the scent of a post-shower bath, which, together with the spicy and savory aroma of boiled food, created a unique, homey atmosphere. You don't know, the sows we raised there all have names. Yang Wei said while eating, something like Silver Moon, Willow, just like people. It wasn't that he was making conversation for the sake of it, he simply had nowhere to express the joy in his heart. More than anything, as a soul on earth, he wanted to understand more. Lin Kuo ate her food in small bites and gave a seemingly indifferent hum. Looking at her cheeks, slightly flushed from the heat, Yang Wei's mischievous thoughts stirred. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "And besides, I've discovered that my master Wang is quite talented." "What's wrong?" Lin Kuo looked at him. "Look," Yang Wei counted on his fingers, "those sows, named by color Little Black, Little Spotted and by personality, there's mischievous girl, Suihua. The most amazing one is." He looked at Lin Kuo and asked mysteriously, "Do you know what I saw?" "What?" Lin Kuo looked up, clearly intrigued. "A human pyramid?" Yang Wei clapped his hands and started gossiping. "You don't know, that pig king weighs at least 700 or 800 gene, while that sow named Lulu is only 8 months old and weighs just over 100 gene, and it's her debut." Lin Kuo exclaimed and immediately blushed. "Is this guy implying something to me?" Yang Wei spoke with great enthusiasm. Good heavens, the scene, wow, it was like a mountain crashing down, with gongs and drums beating and firecrackers going off non-stop for half an hour. It was truly breathtaking. Lin Kuo kept her head down as she ate her rice, but the tips of her ears turned as red as a pig's liver. "What does he mean by that? You don't think I'm making this up, do you?" Yang Wei asked when the other person lowered their head. "I'm serious." Lin Kuo picked up a piece of meat for him. Yang Wei gestured exaggeratedly. "The most crucial thing is that when Master Wang checked the surveillance footage later, guess what happened? Did the pig elope?" "Wrong!" Yang Wei exclaimed, foam flying everywhere. "Don't even mention the Pig King, there's nothing in the surveillance video, and you even asked me if I was seeing things." At first, I doubted myself too. Yang Wei shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth. "But after I checked, Lulu really did explode." "Ah!" Lin Kuo exclaimed, "Ugh! Ugh!" She felt the food didn't taste good anymore, and she even felt a little nauseous. "This kind of thing, you? Did you wash your hands when you cooked?" Yang Wei's face stiffened. "You don't believe me?" "No." Lin Kuo blushed. "I just think, Yang Wei, you're pretty shameless." Yang Wei was taken aback. "How am I shameless?" "I'm talking about work, you know what work is, right?" "What are you thinking?" Lin Kuo's face turned even redder. She knew it was Yang Wei's job, but she still felt very embarrassed. I didn't mean to." Lin Kuo turned her head away. Yang Wei shrugged innocently. "Wife." "Shut up," Lin Kuo said, both embarrassed and annoyed. Yang Wei looked aggrieved. "It's just the truth, don't believe me if you don't want to." Lin Kuo's smile gradually faded as she recalled her mother's words. "Has things been a bit unsettled in the city lately? The vanished Pig King? I don't disbelieve you." She put down her bowl, seemingly weighing her words. "What you see may not be true. What he didn't let you see may not be non-existent." "Well, I'm afraid it's not that simple." Lin Kuo's face was still flushed, but her eyes were much clearer. She put down her chopsticks and looked at Yang Wei seriously. "Remember, when you work there in the future, no matter what you see or hear, don't show it, and don't try to find out the truth." Her voice was soft, but serious. "Protecting yourself is more important than anything else." For a moment, the atmosphere at the dinner table became somewhat quiet. Yang Wei hummed in agreement and took the initiative to clear away the dishes, treating it as post-meal exercise. Lin Kuo glanced at him, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. The evening news is playing. Recently, the Public Security Bureau will intensify its efforts to crack down on illegal organizations and protect citizens. The recent disappearances have been consolidated into one case, and initial suspicions suggest a connection to certain underground illegal organizations. The Public Security Bureau reminds the public, especially single women, to minimize going out at night. As expected, something happened. Lin Kuo muttered to herself. This was the first time anything had happened to her in this city in her entire life. How so? Yang Wei finished his daily work amidst the sounds of running water and clattering dishes in the kitchen. When he dried his hands and came out, Lin Kur was curled up on the sofa looking at her communicator, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had seen some troubling news. He walked over and sat down next to her. Lin Kur naturally moved a little to the side, neither refusing nor leaving. The atmosphere between the two of them quietly relaxed during this silent time together. She even casually took a grape from the fruit plate and naturally offered it to his lips. Try it, it's sweet. Yang Wei was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth to catch it. The juice burst on my tongue, it was indeed very sweet. The television news switched to a briefing on the front lines, and the anchor's calm voice echoed in the living room. It is understood that the Eastern forces have completed their assembly recently and will soon launch an offensive against the beast horde on the defensive line. Yang Wei's mind wasn't on the news. He could smell the delicate fragrance emanating from her hair, the same scent as the shower gel he used, yet it seemed strangely different. It smells so good. Shoo! Lin Kur didn't know if he was talking about grapes or herself, her eyes glued to the TV screen. The screen shows an aerial view of a street, seemingly from surveillance footage. It then cuts to the central business district, bustling with people. It's a peaceful and prosperous era, how wonderful! Yang Wei said. After the two finished washing up, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Night was falling. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. Lin Kur yawned, got up and walked towards the bedroom. I have to go to work tomorrow. Yang Wei lay on his side on the sofa, preparing to complete today's check-in. Sign-in successful, earned 5 sign-in points. Current balance, 71 points. Just then, the bedroom door was opened a crack. Lin Kur's voice came from inside, carrying an almost imperceptible awkwardness. The floor is cold. Her voice sounded muffled through the crack in the door. Yang Wei's movement froze in mid-air. It's warm in bed. The voice inside was even lower, with an almost imperceptible hesitation. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Then, I carefully lay down next to her. The two of them lay awake, staring at the ceiling, their minds wandering, completely wide awake. Did I turn off the lights? With a snap, darkness descended. The senses become sharp in silence. He could hear her soft breathing and feel the subtle vibrations of the mattress as she turned over. In the darkness, their body temperature and breathing sounds were clearly audible. This bed is much softer than the living room floor. The sound of even breathing was just inches away. The lights outside the window illuminated the seemingly solid energy shield. Inside the window are two lonely souls bound in the darkness, drawing closer to each other. The curtain of night fell, concealing all secrets and stirrings of emotion. Ding! Detected suitable partner's emotional fluctuations, triggering a special mission, first experience of love. Task requirements: within 30 minutes, engage in at least one interaction with your wife that makes her blush, or initiate physical contact lasting more than 10 seconds. Task reward: skill eloquent tongue beginner. What? Yang Wei's eyes lit up. But Lin Kur just started her period, isn't doing this too beastly? What are you thinking? She's my wife, what's wrong with hugging and kissing her? Treating it as preparation for war isn't too much to ask. He cleared his throat and touched the boundary between them. Baby, without you, the bed is colder than the chopping board Wang used to chop pig feed. He deliberately dragged out the last syllable, making it so cheesy that even he felt a shiver. Lin Kur suddenly turned to the side and moved closer to him, her face still damp with moisture. Yang Wei, her voice rang out in the darkness, if you keep speaking in that disgusting tone, I wouldn't mind giving you a deep muscle relaxation treatment. No. Yang Wei immediately backed down. I just wanted to ask, could I borrow your ridiculously expensive serum to apply to my hair? I've been running around the pig farm all day, and my forehead is turning into the East African Rift Valley from the sun. Lin Kur finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Stop being silly. Tell me, what else did you see in tent number 3 today besides a human pyramid? She turned over and faced him in the darkness, though there was still an arm's length between them. Here it comes. An opportunity. Yang Wei immediately adopted a serious tone, reporting to the leader. I also observed that Master Wang treats that little sow named Lulu very well, and even adds honey to its feed. He suddenly leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, besides, when I came back today, I think I saw someone downstairs who looked exactly like you, and then they disappeared in a flash. Isn't that strange? Lin Kur paused slightly as she dried her hair. Are you sure? She pressed. Absolutely true. In the darkness, Yang Wei pointed to the light and swore, it was like a magic trick. I thought I was hallucinating, but you were clearly right next to me. Lin Kor's playful expression slowly faded, and she rested her face on her right hand. You must be seeing things. She leaned down, her long hair almost brushing against his face, carrying a fresh fragrance. Did he see my mom? You don't believe me? Yang Wei pressed his advantage, bracing himself on the bed to partially encircle her, and looked up at her. Honey, you wouldn't happen to be some kind of reclusive martial arts master, like the ones in novels? Lin Kor was amused by his antics, and gently poked his forehead with her slender finger. So neurotic. Her voice was soft, yet it brushed against his heart like a feather. If I were, she whispered in his ear, where else could I find a match for you? That's true. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. Ding. Mission completion rate 50%. Please keep up the good work and break through the intimacy barrier. The arrow is on the bowstring. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and suddenly sat up. The movement was so big that his forehead bumped into Lin Kor's chin with a bang. Hiss. Both of them cried out in pain at the same time. The next second, Lin Kor clutched her chin, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, and glared at him angrily. Yang Wei. You. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Wei suddenly reached out and gently grasped the wrist of the hand she was pressing against his forehead. A tiny electric current seemed to surge through their skin as they touched. Both of them froze, remaining in this awkward and ambiguous position. In the light filtering in from the window, Yang Wei could see her slightly trembling eyelashes and smell the same shower gel scent on her body as his, yet it was so different. Her wrists were slender, with smooth, slightly cool skin. His palms were warm and calloused. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lin Kor seemed to have forgotten to break free, and just stared blankly at his face so close to hers. Her voice was a little hoarse than before. What exactly are you trying to say? Yang Wei looked into her eyes, which were so close to his own, and saw his tiny reflection in them. I meant to say. His voice lowered, carrying a softness she herself hadn't noticed. The shampoo you use smells nice. His thumb, almost as if guided by some unseen force, gently caressed the inside of her delicate wrist. Lin Kor recoiled as if electrocuted, two blushes rising on her cheeks, making her breathtakingly beautiful under the warm yellow light of the bedroom. He applied slight pressure with his hand, pulling her down a little. Caught off guard, Lin Kor gasped and fell into his arms. To be precise, it was the upper body that fell on him. Caught off guard, Yang Wei became the human cushion and let out a muffled groan. Lin Kor tried to get up in a flustered manner, but her palm landed squarely on his firm chest. She could clearly feel the contours of the muscles under her hands and the strong heartbeat. Thump thump, thump thump. I don't know whose heartbeat it was, but it sounded exceptionally loud in the quiet night. Her long hair cascaded down like a black waterfall, briefly isolating them from the outside world. This pose is far too suggestive. Her breath sprayed onto the nape of his neck, hot and itchy. You let me go. Her protest was pitifully weak. I won't let go. Yang Wei wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her firmly in his embrace. The voice carried a hint of laughter, yet also a touch of seriousness. What if I'm some kind of hidden martial arts master? Lin Kor bit her lower lip, her eyes darting around, seemingly angry and reproachful. Yang Wei, you filthy scoundrel. How can you call someone a scoundrel when it comes to their own wife? He chuckled softly, the vibrations of his chest sending a jolt through her. That's called self-defense, he argued confidently, to prevent you from launching another personal attack. His fingers gently twirled a strand of her playful hair. Dr. Lin, he addressed her deliberately, with a hint of malice, according to Article 5 of Chapter 3 of the Regulations on Harmonious Relationships Between Couples, I have an obligation to act as a human cushion when you fall. So, can you let go of your buffer pad now? Lin Kor's voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. The only sound in the room was their breathing. Ding! Special mission, First Experience of Love, has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Eloquent Tongue Beginner. Effect, slightly increases the persuasiveness and appeal of your speech. The system notification sound broke the idyllic atmosphere. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Kor broke free from his embrace and frantically pulled at the blanket, trying to wrap herself up in a tight cocoon. Sleep, she commanded in a muffled voice. Yes, sir. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Wei pulled her into his arms. In the darkness, their breathing was clearly audible. A long time passed. Hello. Tomorrow, remember to bring me a cup of milk tea. Oh. Full sugar, no ice. Add another serving of coconut jelly. Good. Good night. Good night. Chapter 7, The Sow's Blood and Tears Cry Save Me, the Sword Intent Illusion slays the Pig King. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling precisely on Yang Wei's face. He tried to turn over in a daze, but found himself held tightly by something. Looking down, he saw a long, slender, fair leg casually straddling his waist, while Lin Kuo clung to him like a koala, fast asleep, with a suspicious glistening on her lips. And his own arm was also very improperly draped over the other person's slender waist. The two occupied the entire bed in an extremely contorted yet unusually harmonious lovebird's position. Ugh! Holy crap! Yang Wei struggled to pull his hand away, but the movement woke the person in his arms. Damn it, I finally managed to raise my favorability rating. This shouldn't be my fault, right? Seeing something you can't have is bad enough, but to play these games like this is just too much. Ring ring. The alarm clock on the bedside table went off. Lin Kuo's long eyelashes trembled a few times. She turned off the alarm clock, opened her eyes, and saw Yang Wei's chest close to hers, and her own incredibly bold sleeping posture. After a brief moment of confusion, fragments of drunken promiscuity seemed to flash through her mind, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Ah! A piercing scream, as sharp as an air raid siren, shattered Yang Wei's remaining panic. What's wrong? He pretended to have just been startled awake, his face showing obvious shock. Yang Wei. You beast. What did you do to me last night? She sat up abruptly, her voice trembling with terror. Yang Wei was completely sobered up by her yelling, and rubbing his ears, he complained, I was about to ask you that too. Half of my body is numb from being pressed down by you. Lin Kuo was both ashamed and angry. She threw a pillow at him while pointing to the glaring bloodstain on the bedsheet, her voice trembling, You despicable person who took advantage of me in my vulnerable state. How do you explain this? Yang Wei looked in the direction she was pointing, and his lips twitched violently. Even slaughtering pigs wouldn't cost this much? He sighed helplessly, pointed to the crotch of her pajama bottoms, and reminded her in a tone of concern for a child with amnesia. Big sister, do you have paranoia? Isn't this obviously a leak? As he spoke, he very naturally took a sanitary napkin from the bedside table drawer and stuffed it into Lin Kuo's hand. Aren't you a doctor yourself? How could you forget this? Who gets this much blood loss? Unbelievable. Lin Kuo looked down and saw that the red stain, resembling a crime scene, actually originated from herself. Holy crap! I wet the bed? Her anger was instantly extinguished, replaced by an embarrassment akin to a volcanic eruption, burning her from head to toe red, as if steam were practically rising from her head. It's clearly blood in the urine. Yang Wei's eyes rolled back, his face filled with despair. He is seriously ill. I'm sorry. She snatched the sanitary napkin and darted into the bathroom like a startled rabbit. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Yang Wei scratched his head and shouted towards the bathroom, Get ready. I'll go make breakfast. After saying that, he practically fled into the kitchen. That's so unlucky. In my past life, if I encountered something like this early in the morning, I would have killed a chicken to ward off evil spirits. But this is my wife, so it should be fine, right? Breakfast began in an almost frozen silence and ended hastily in the same silence. The two walked out of their home as if following a procedure, squeezed into the sardine can-like elevator, and then, like all loving couples, hugged and said goodbye at the entrance of the community, before boarding the suspended buses that led in different directions. Pig farm. As soon as Yang Wei changed into his work clothes, several familiar colleagues gathered around him, exchanging knowing glances. Hey! Little Young. You look great. Your eyes are a bit dark, what happened, bro? What time did you stay up last night? Ha, young man, you need to learn moderation. Faced with these suggestive jokes, Yang Wei could only give vague answers. He noticed that Wang Dehua was unusually late today. After putting on his work clothes, he went to shed number 1 to give Silver Moon a routine checkup. This meritorious sow was unusually cooperative, except that her body stiffened almost imperceptibly when Yang Wei touched her abdomen. Yang Wei felt a slight stirring in his heart, but he didn't show it. After finishing his recording, he turned to shed number 3. His main purpose was to see if the mysterious Pig King would reappear today. It turned out that Lulu, who had already been favored by the Pig King yesterday, was in an even more precarious situation. It lay in the corner, showing no appetite. When Yang Wei approached it to check on its recovery, it actually turned its head away? Yes, this little sow actually showed a kind of emotion that resembled shyness and resistance. Yang Wei frowned, took out the book Postpartum Care of Sows, and carefully compared the symptoms and recovery period. Something's not right. He muttered to himself, this recovery speed is just too illogical. According to the book, after such an intense first mating, sows usually need to rest for a long time. But Lulu's condition seems more like she has been overdrawn in a short period of time. A ridiculous and terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that after yesterday's incident, Lulu was? Sure enough, after examination, it was confirmed that Lulu's flower had bloomed twice, a discovery that completely overturned his understanding. According to the manual, unlike humans, pigs have a very low chance of mating a second time after their first estrus cycle, regardless of whether they become pregnant or not. That Pig King came back? And he abused Lulu again? How is that possible? While Wang Dehua was away, he cleverly avoided the surveillance range and carefully inspected the number 3 pig shed. As a result, he confirmed that there were indeed clear footprints of the Pig King in that blind spot. Does this mean that pigs, like humans, don't distinguish between time periods, and that the manual is simply wrong? Yang Wei examined all the sows in shed number 3, and the results left him completely stunned. Not only Lulu, but all the other sows had been neutered. 81 head in total? How is that possible? To his surprise, he extracted the essence and compared the results, which showed that it was all the work of the same Pig King. In other words, this cunning Pig King came back after get off work and imposed a mandatory fast on all the sows. Yang Wei quickly flipped through the manual, but unfortunately he could no longer find the relevant information. He could understand Lulu's need during her estrus period, even if she needed it at this time, but what about the other sows? In theory, it is impossible for a sow not in heat to have such an encounter with a boar, but in reality, the impossible has happened. If this is true, it would be an unprecedented discovery in pig farming manuals, but the problem is that there is no factual basis for it. He fell into reflection. Should we apply to have the boar transferred over? If it can be proven that sows can be bred even before they are in estrus, then breeding will be greatly improved. Who wouldn't like a pig that's just given birth and is pregnant again? At that time, not only will the turnover of pig farms increase significantly, but government tax revenue will also increase as a result. With sufficient supplies on the front lines, pork prices in the market will be as high as cabbage, and ordinary people will be able to eat meat every meal. Happiness. He recalled Lin Kor's advice, no matter what you find, don't dig too deep. Safety first. Yang Wei forcibly suppressed his doubts and decided to wait and see for the time being. Most importantly, he was just an intern at the moment, and he had to be careful. If he submitted it now, it would only become someone else's credit. Let's talk about it after I'm officially hired. When he returned to shed number 1, he found that Wang Dehua had not yet arrived, and like shed number 3, most of the sheds had been broken into. He lost his composure. That bastard. Is he made of steel? Yang Wei realized that he had underestimated this Pig King. Even the legendary Yoro Jujiro wouldn't dare to go this far? The worst part is that they even prey on pregnant women and pigs. They're simply beasts. No, pigs are beasts to begin with. He then made a special detour to the boar pen at number 11 and inspected it carefully, but there was no sign of the king of pigs at all. When passing by other pig pens, they deliberately stopped. Sister Zhang, did your booth number 6 open today? Yang Wei asked. Not yet? Zhang Yao said weakly. Sigh, I have 3 women who are about to give birth and 7 who are just pregnant. I'm afraid I won't get much money from piecework next month. Then she complained again, what can we do with just this minimum of 500? Yang Wei smiled and nodded without saying a word. As Zhang Yao said, a salary of less than 1,000 yuan is enough to make ends meet, but it's not enough to do anything else. If she has a child in the future, she won't be able to support the child and will have to hand it over to the government. The policy seems good, but it is actually cold. Family members separated? Who did it? To break the tension, he tried to lighten the mood, asking, and you? Are you pregnant? Zhang Yao, the factory's most beautiful woman, blushed instantly. Oh my, you little rascal, your man is as beautiful as an angel, what? Didn't he satisfy you? In fact, Zhang Yao arrived 2 months earlier than him. She worked so hard to earn money in the hope of saving more so that she could keep her child by her side in the future. Almost everyone else thought the same thing. But the truth is that the government's supplies are limited, and this salary is only enough to support oneself. Upon closer examination, it seems that a precise budget had already been made in the first place. This world is truly dark. You're busy. Yang Wei was speechless on the spot and fled. Indeed, you can't talk about life with married women, because their explicitness is beyond a man's imagination. Before they had gone far, they could hear Zhang Yao openly discussing something with Xiao Min in shed number 7. He's so handsome. Unlike my husband, he looks like a pig. I don't even feel anything when he's naked. My partner is the same way. Sigh, we finally get to come here, and every time we just meet, we have to part ways. If I can't get pregnant within a year, I don't know what I'll do. It's so frustrating. What's the trouble? Why not borrow sperm? Is this okay? Don't forget, we're women. But if it's detected, that's a capital offense. This is terrible. Yang Wei, now with sharp hearing and eyesight, listened with a twitching mouth. It's not easy for anyone. Just then, the sound of a familiar truck engine approached from afar. Wang Dehua drove her old truck to work, and the sound of panicked pigs squealing came from inside the truck bed. Young Yang Wei and several colleagues were called upon to help unload the goods. The truck was loaded with 6 sows, all about the same size as Lulu. Their fur was clean, but every pair of eyes was filled with extreme fear, and tears streamed down their faces like broken beads. Their whimpers were so mournful that they didn't sound like pigs squealing. The pigs struggled fiercely, refusing to get off the truck, as if the pig pen ahead was not a place to live, but an entrance to hell. Suddenly, Yang Wei's gaze settled on one of the sows. It was frantically scraping its nose back and forth on the carriage floor. That trajectory, that pattern. Yang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. That wasn't just randomly nudging. It was a blurry mark made with snot and saliva, and clearly, 2 crooked words. Help me. Those strokes, that structure, could not have been done unintentionally by a wild beast. Yang Wei was shocked. The pigs in this world, their intelligence is just too high. Wang Dehua stood beside the truck bed, her face plastered with her usual, unsettlingly enthusiastic smile. Come, let me introduce this to everyone. This is a new variety carefully cultivated in Zone C. From now on, it will be placed in the newly built greenhouse number 250, and I will personally take care of it. Once I've trained him, I'll hand him over to the new colleague. The crowd seemed to have already reached a consensus and had no doubt about Wang Dehua's words, even though he was an expert in this field and had always done things this way. What a cute little sow, he said to the restless pigs in a coaxing yet threatening tone. How obedient you are, listen to me, come down and walk in by yourself. Otherwise his voice suddenly turned cold, the outcome would be being sent straight to the slaughterhouse. If you don't want to go to the slaughterhouse, then you'd better behave yourself, get bred as soon as possible, and get pregnant. If you can't get pregnant, then you'll only be able to become a roast suckling pig. Strangely enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the sows that had been fiercely resisting suddenly quieted down. They huddled in the corner, shivering, not even daring to breathe. The smallest of the 3, with its limp limbs, stepped forward and gently rubbed its head against Wang Dehua's trouser leg, as if humbly begging. You little slut. Wang Dehua was even more smug when he saw this. He reached out and slapped the little sow's plump buttocks, leaving a clear red mark. See that? He looked around smugly. To deal with disobedient beasts, you have to make them understand the consequences. See, they're behaving themselves now? He seemed to be imparting his experience, or perhaps admiring his own masterpiece. To communicate with them, you have to use a language they can understand. As an intern, Yang Wei could only follow behind Wang Dehua with his colleagues into pig shed number 250, as if observing a teaching session. You all better rest and perform well. If you perform well, I'll arrange for the strongest boar to serve you another day. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by tobacco. On the way back to shed number 3, Yang Wei was filled with unease. The pigs' desperate eyes, their seemingly human tears, and the distress signals they left on the truck bed. All of this pointed to a chilling possibility. For the first time, the definition of human versus animal began to waver in his mind. There is no distinction between noble and lowly races. If they were just ordinary pigs for meat, it wouldn't be a problem. But these pigs are so intelligent, it feels incredibly cruel. Today, humans are powerful, raising them and using them as food, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after? Will humans one day end up like them, domesticated by other, more powerful races? As a transmigrator living under the red flag, he knew that his kindness was not suited to the survival rules of this wasteland, but he couldn't help but feel emotional. Pig shed number 250 was far from pig shed number 1. As Yang Wei followed the group back, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the edge of the pig farm, the cliff face opposite that deep canyon. A faint, sharp intent emanated from him, sending a chill down his spine. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "Sign in." Ding! First check-in successful. 65 check-in points earned. Current balance, 141 points. Ding! The environment you are in has been detected to contain a faint trace of the Taoist essence of invincible blade intent. Do you wish to consume 60 sign-in points to comprehend it? It's costly. Although Yang Wei felt the pinch, becoming stronger was the primary goal in this world. Used 60 sign-in points for enlightenment, remaining sign-in points, 76. In an instant, a vast expanse of sword light descended from the sky, its terrifying pressure like the collapse of the heavens, shattering the plains into pieces. Boom! The earth was split in two, and the ground shook violently. A figure staggered backward amidst the flashing blades, and blood stained the sky as the mountains crumbled and the earth split open. I live in harmony with humans, why should we exterminate them? As the smoke and dust cleared, the figure disappeared, replaced by a black boar king, as tall as the sky, wielding a rake, standing amidst the rolling yellow sand. It's too big. Yang Wei felt that even the Pigsy he knew from his time travels wasn't this big. It wasn't a pig at all, but a mountain. Still trying to deny it? Your crimes are too numerous to list. A star twinkled in the distant sky, then gradually shone into a radiant sun. It was a human figure. He walked step by step, holding a butcher's knife, and the void shattered wherever he passed. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. The Pig King suddenly let out a strange laugh. Those who are not of my kind are bound to have different hearts. I was just being delusional. A spurt of blood shot out from its forehead, and then cracks began to appear on its thick, rough body, slowly tearing it apart from head to toe. I'm not reconciled. Boom! The massive body lay fallen at the edge of the earth, its rough roar echoing between heaven and earth. Blood stained the earth red, flowing back into the canyon cleaved by the flash of the blade. Above the void, the man sheathed his sword, took a step, and mysteriously disappeared into the distant horizon. The next instant, Yang Wei's gaze was fixed on the beginning of the screen. The man's figure walked out of the void, his hand slowly extending. It seemed unpretentious, but in fact, before drawing his knife, he had already made a series of movements that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. The energy surges from the Dantian lower abdomen to the Tanzhong acupoint in the chest, then flows to the Baidui point on the top of the head, down the spine, past the coccyx, to the Yongquan point on the soles of the feet, and back to the Dantian. Then it rose again, transforming into dazzling light, flowing down the arm to the Laogong acupoint in the palm, and finally turning into a knife shape, merging into the pig slaughtering knife in the hand, and shooting out into the air. The blade light that pierced the air wasn't very large at the beginning, it could even be described as small as a spark. However, such a spark, as it streaks across the void, stirs up spiritual energy from all directions, just as a spark falling into an oil drum instantly turns into a sea of fire. At that moment, Yang Wei saw that the ignited sea of fire, under the man's terrifying mental control, finally condensed into a blade as tall as the sky. In the next instant, he seemed to travel through time and space and return to the canyon, surrounded by several colleagues chatting and laughing. Xiaoyang, what are you daydreaming about? Come on. The man in his 30s, named Zhang Chang, was talking about how his wife had tormented him the night before when he saw him stop and called out. Hey, you're here. Yang Wei jogged forward upon hearing this, thinking to himself that people in this world are really strange. Don't they know the saying, don't wash your dirty linen in public? They even use this kind of thing as entertainment. I'm speechless. Xiaoyang, what do you think of your wife, who's as beautiful as an angel? Yang Wei smiled slightly. Who is it? Your wife? How about you tell me about your wife? Yang Wei asked with an innocent look. Even if he and Lin Ke were just ordinary friends, he wouldn't use her as gossip for others. Zhang Chang patted him on the shoulder and continued without any restraint, you should learn more from us brothers. It'll be good for you to know how to entertain your wives when you get home at night, especially when it comes to this issue of stamina. Let me tell you. Yang Wei, standing beside him, exclaimed in amazement, what a talent. Back in Pigpen number 3, looking at the sows in various postures, yet all exuding a deathly stillness, he forced himself to look away. It's fake, it must be a coincidence, he told himself. I'm just an intern who wants to live off a woman. I don't know anything, I didn't see anything. He kept repeating these illogical discoveries to himself, trying to rationalize them. After all, in this bizarre and wonderful world, living is the most important thing. Standing outside the pigsty, Yang Wei drew circles with both hands, and a stream of heat slowly rose from his dantian. It felt as if something was about to burst out of his body from the Laogong acupoint on his palm. Yang Wei struck out with his palm, and the hollow brick beside him snapped in two with a crack. He looked at his palm, picked up the two hollow bricks, and examined them carefully. The cut was rough, clearly shattered, but given his current almost zero strength, this also shows that the palm strike was powerful enough. Still too weak. One trick is all you need to survive? Yang Wei thought to himself. As long as this trick wasn't exposed, it could be enough to save his life or even kill the enemy if he was caught off guard. What needs to be done now is to improve one's cultivation level and practice more. Inside pig shed number 3, a group of sows turned their heads to look at Yang Wei. Those looks seemed to say, this kid clearly has no cultivation, yet he can split a hollow brick in two with a single palm strike? Finished? Chapter 8, Practicing Swordsmanship During Work Hours, Butchering Pigs After Get Off Work. The pig farm was unusually quiet after lunch, with most of the workers taking a nap in the break room. In a secluded corner, a figure was monitoring every move in all the pig pens through a mobile phone, finally stopping at pig pen number 3. In the video, Yang Wei is gesturing at a hollow brick. His gaze is focused, and there is a barely perceptible starlight shimmering around the edge of his palm. Snap! The heavy hollow brick snapped in two with a snap, the cut so smooth it seemed impossible for human hands to have done it. That rough, inhuman voice rang out again, tinged with the playful amusement of a predator. A lowly commoner who can wield a knife. Hey, I've caught another good guinea pig. I've found you. On the screen, the image froze on Yang Wei's face, which showed a slight confusion yet also concealed excitement. If we turn him into a boar, the resulting pig breed will definitely have exceptional meat. When Wang Dehua found Yang Wei, he was studying the power generation and application techniques of the knife palm technique. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Exercising. He tossed a bunch of keys to Yang Wei, his face showing an unusual trust. I'm going out for a bit. Keep the key to shed number 11 for now, and remember to feed them after lunch break. Work hard. Wang Dehua said, then hurriedly turned and left. Yang Wei didn't think much of it being valued by his superiors was beneficial to his internship. He held the still warm key in his hand, in high spirits, knowing that his promotion was just around the corner. Will that pig king appear today? Fiddled with the key in his hand, he wondered if he should take this opportunity to look through all the pig pens in the canyon. He really didn't believe that the pig king had appeared out of thin air. However, Yang Wei quickly remembered Lin Kor's words, no matter what you find, don't dig too deep. Okay, no curiosity, no recklessness, just practice and get stronger. He forcibly suppressed his curiosity, slipped into an empty pigsty, sat cross-legged, and once again immersed his mental energy in the invincible sword intent of the canyon. Gradually, tiny, barely visible sparks began to gather above his palm, emitting a faint glow. Ding! Detected that the host is deeply comprehending the Taoist fragments of invincible blade intent, simultaneously activating the basic resonance of the pure Yang sacred body. Comprehension temporarily increased by 100%, lasting 30 minutes. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the resolute sharpness that cut through everything. Environmental analysis, a trace amount of residual knife intent has been captured and amplified by the system. Suggestion, follow your instincts and try to attach the spark to a physical object. System comments, diligent as a dog, one set and you're done. Want to get stronger? Start having kids. What's the point of training? Those 60 sign-in points weren't wasted. Yang Wei rolled his eyes. You can get lost now. System, okay. The system's words made sense, but as a corporate slave who once dreamed of traveling the world, wouldn't it be a waste of time to have finally traveled through time without personally experiencing the joy of martial arts? However, boom! A loud bang suddenly erupted from the direction of shed number 11. This was followed by the ear-piercing noise of metal tearing apart and the terrified screams of the employees. Oh no! Steel Teeth is about to burst out. The boar, codenamed Rending Blade Steelmane, had bloodshot eyes and two tusks that gleamed with a cold metallic light, as if they could pierce through steel. Clang! The second fence shattered in response. Its massive body, like an out-of-control chariot, leaped up, easily smashing through a 2-meter fence, and launched a furious attack on the neighboring sow pen. Wherever it passed, dust flew and debris was scattered. Stop it! Stop it now! Foreman Lao Li's voice was distorted. Quickly, go and call Master Wang back, someone screamed. What the hell are you doing making a phone call? Master Wang's phone has no signal at all. Xiao Shang, who was in charge of communication, shouted in a tearful voice. In the chaos, the maddened beast leaped and bounded along the way, from pen 11 to pen 10, baring its tusks whenever it saw a sow. It looks like it's in heat and wants to force itself onto the horse. It's more like it's been stimulated and is going berserk. Holy crap! As the youngest among his colleagues, Yang Wei naturally couldn't stand idly by. He picked up a wooden stick and joined his colleagues in surrounding the area. Surrounded by the crowd, it was quickly blocked outside shed number 6. Brother Gang, let's talk this out, don't be impulsive. Zheng Chang mimicked Wang Dehua's tone, trying to communicate with this pig. You just want women, ugh, do you want sows? Let me see. Zheng Chang took out a booklet, flipped through it, number 33. You're currently ranked 33rd, but if you have the need, it's not entirely unnecessarily. Unexpectedly, Steel Teeth roared and charged forward, sending Zheng Chang flying into the air. He tumbled off Steel Teeth, landing on his shoulders and back one after the other, raising clouds of dust. Ouch, my back. Zheng Chang now has 4 wives, and his back was already not very good. With that bump, he felt like it was about to break. Steel Teeth started bouncing around wildly. With a body weighing nearly 500 pounds, its landings were earth-shattering. If Zheng Chang were stepped on, he would die on the spot. Holding a wooden stick, Yang Wei, quick-witted, used the stick to leap and block Zheng Chang's path. The Steel Teeth bounced up and were propped up, and the wooden stick in Yang Wei's hand broke in two on the spot. The terrifying pressure came through the wooden stick, and Yang Wei almost fell to the ground. He grabbed Zheng Chang and pulled him back, asking, Brother Chang, are you alright? Zheng Chang, having narrowly escaped death, exclaimed, Holy crap! I only got a scratch, and that's how I stopped it. Go online? Old Li shouted. His name is Li Yugang. He is in his 40s, the oldest employee in the factory, a father of 3 wives and 13 children. He is knowledgeable and experienced, and everyone calls him Old Li. The tense crowd immediately spread out their nets. However, as if Steel Teeth understood, before the net even fell, he charged out headfirst, sending the 4 people in front of him flying into the air. The female colleagues who were watching turned pale. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. 4 people landed, and some were injured on the spot. Yang Wei grabbed a broken wooden stick and rushed towards the 4 men, glaring at them and shouting, Help! A group of female colleagues immediately stepped forward tremblingly and pulled the 4 away. Yang Wei's action seemed to have completely enraged Steel Fong, which turned around and charged at him. Oh shit! Yang Wei, holding a wooden stick over 10 feet long specifically designed to prevent such incidents, kept backing away. Steel Teeth, calm down. You can't afford the consequences. However, Steel Fong seemed completely unconcerned, or perhaps it was as if it were under mental control, its anger erupting completely, its eyes filled with nothing but rage. It approached Yang Wei step by step, its terrifying breath sounding like a deep-seated hatred. Yang Wei didn't dare to swing his bat easily, because he knew that against such a big pig, one swing would have no effect at all. The other party is too thick-skinned. When the enemy charges at that moment, he will be seriously injured, if not killed. Therefore, Yang Wei could only hold the stick in front of him, ready to use it to block the opponent between its front legs whenever it charged. This is also one of the pig prevention techniques in the manual. He was quickly cornered with nowhere to retreat. The hot, pungent air was already blowing on his face. The scent of death was close at hand. The wall behind him was over 2 meters high. With his height, he could jump up and grab the wall to avoid it, but the problem was that the pig had just jumped out from inside such a wall. The other colleagues behind him tried to distract Steel Teeth with wooden sticks, but it was no use. With just a flick of its tail, the 8 sticks and 8 people were instantly knocked over. Steel Teeth charged at Yang Wei, raising his wooden stick forward and positioning it between Yang Wei's front legs. As a result, the steel tooth, weighing over 400 pounds, fell, and the impact was like 1,000 pounds pressing down, causing the wooden stick to break again. Yang Wei's arms were numb from the shock, and his shoulders, which he had temporarily used to support the wooden stick, were also in excruciating pain, feeling as if his bones were about to break. The instinct to survive trumps everything. He rolled to the side and grabbed the heavy kitchen knife that he usually used to chop pig feet from the wall. Driven by the will to survive, he disregarded everything, instinctively activating the untamed sword intent within him, his mind going completely blank. It felt as if something in his heart was activated, and pure energy transformed into a heat flow that spread throughout his limbs and bones, violently impacting the sword intent. The extreme forces of ice and fire surged through his meridians. Instinctively, he channeled all his strength into his arms, turned sideways towards the oncoming shadow, and swung his blade with a desperate, life-or-death strike. Stop right there. Time seemed to be stretched and frozen for a moment. The next instant. Put. A waterfall of blood shot into the sky. The enormous pig's head spun through the air, its heavy body propelled forward several steps by inertia, before finally losing its guide and collapsing with a crash. The pig's head rolled on the ground, its broken surface smooth as a mirror, and the cross-section of the bones and trachea was even clearly visible. Yang Wei collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His nose and mouth were filled with a metallic taste, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted out of place. Ding! First time defeating a Tier 2 early stage mutated boar with 0 cultivation level, using the Rift Blade Steel Mane. Hidden achievement, slaying a stronger opponent than your own level, has been completed. Reward, plus 200 sign-in points. System reminder, congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement 1/exposes all yacht. Reward, life's hardships plus 1, automatic pathfinding function now enabled. Yang Wei took a deep breath. Was he in the early stages of the second level? What do you mean? There really are mutated beasts in the pig farm? Shaw, mutated pigs? How is that possible? According to relevant government policies, the pigs in the pig farm are all ordinary livestock. System, are you mistaken? Those are Tier 2. My wife is only at the peak of Tier 1. This is ridiculous. System, believe it or not. Yang Wei. So? I killed the Tier 2 mutated boar? System, yes, that's right. Yang Wei, how is that possible? Am I that amazing? System. When the host's life is detected as critical, temporarily activate the Martial Emperor's mark on their body? What the hell? Yang Wei was dumbfounded. On me? The Martial Emperor's mark? Are you kidding me? Although he said that, he already believed it in his heart. He had indeed felt a special, cold power just now. But, how could this be? The entire pig farm fell into a deathly silence. The colleagues seemed to wake up from a dream, and their reactions varied. Oldley was the first to rush over, his voice trembling with lingering fear. Little Yang. How are you? You scared us all to death. Xiao Wang, Brother Wei. You're amazing. His voice cracked with excitement as he rushed forward to support Yang Wei. Are you all right? That was terrifying. Sister Zhao patted her chest, still shaken. My God, you little rascal, when did you secretly learn this skill? Zhang Chang, supporting his lower back, asked, Is this really something a human could do? He watched from afar, his face pale, muttering to himself, Little Yang, with your skills, what did you do before? Fatty Lu stared regretfully at the pig's blood and corpse on the ground. Sigh, this is steel teeth, one of the best studs. I heard its meat is a specially reserved item. He smacked his lips, feeling deeply that it was a waste. A colleague, adept at reading people, shook his head. It's all thanks to Master Wan's foresight. He saw early on that Xiao Yan was a promising talent, remaining calm in the face of danger and killing him with a single blow. This person quickly tried to save face for Wang Dehua and attempted to define the nature of the crime. Another taciturn master craftsman patted Yan Wei heavily on the shoulder, everything understood without a word. Amidst the commotion, Wang Dehua finally arrived, albeit late. He crouched down, carefully examining the smooth cut on the boar's neck. He ran his finger across the cut surface and exclaimed in amazement, TSK, this cut is too clean and neat. Is everyone all right? The crowd shook their heads, indicating it was a false alarm. He stood up, his face suddenly darkening, adopting a bureaucratic air. Comrade Yan Wei. While it's understandable that you did it to protect yourself and the safety of the group, Steel Teeth is the most precious animal in the entire arena. This loss. He abruptly changed his tone, his voice brooking no argument. According to regulations, accidentally killing rare breeding pigs is punishable by a fine. He changed the subject, his tone softening slightly. Considering there's a reason for this, I'll explain the situation to my superiors. As for the cost, well, I'll probably have to deduct it from your salary. Sigh. What's the meaning? The people in the crowd helped each other up, all stunned. A fine? Yang Wei forced himself to stand, his eyes fixed on Wang Dehua, confused. Master Wang, what does that mean? I almost risked my life to save everyone, and you want to fine me? I refuse to accept this. Wang Dehua looked helpless. Oh, I didn't want this either, but the losses are just too great. Do you know how much this pig is worth? Other regions offered 18,888 star coins to buy it. Even if I wanted to help you, it would cost 18,000 to report it. What can we do? The crowd was once again astonished by this number. Old Li fell silent. What Wang Dehua said was true. But all they wanted to do was stop Steel Teeth. No one expected it to turn out this way. Cut in two with one stroke? This is so unexpected. 18,000? Yang Wei was stunned. Even if he gets a permanent position, his monthly salary will be less than 1,000. It would take him 2 years to pay off the debt even if he didn't eat or drink. Are you kidding me? That's right. Wang Dehua said with a helpless expression. Fine. Yang Wei risked his life to protect everyone, only to receive this in return. His anger surged to the top of his head. You want to hold me accountable? Not a single penny. If anyone's going to pay compensation, it should be you. Wang Dehua's face stiffened. Xiao Yang, what do you mean? With the pretense already laid bare, Yang Wei dropped the pretense. If you hadn't been out on business, wouldn't you be the one standing in front of it today? Isn't that right? You are the one in charge of this matter, and I only accidentally killed the boar in self-defense when it went berserk. Yang Wei pointed to the people around him. Look at everyone here. What has it done to them? How many people have been injured? If it weren't for me, it wouldn't be this pig lying on the ground right now, but us. Could it be that in your eyes, a pig's life is a life, but ours isn't? He lowered his angry voice, deliberately leading Wang Dehua to ask, or is it that in your eyes, humans are inherently inferior to pigs? The crowd fell silent. They weren't unaware of these things, they just dared not say them. You're right. Here, a human life really isn't worth as much as a pig. Wang Dehua was indeed immediately enraged. Everyone froze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Having known Wang Dehua for so long, this is the first time I've heard her say something like that. Are humans inferior to pigs? They all knew that Wang Dehua had feelings for these pigs, but no matter how good the pigs were, they were still just pigs. Their purpose in life was to provide pork for people, and once they died, they were gone. Now Wang Dehua actually says that humans are inferior to pigs, so what is the point of raising these pigs? So, in Master Wang's eyes, the lives of us workers are something that can be sacrificed at any time, right? Yang Wei stared at the other man and asked, enunciating each word clearly. Wang Dehua never expected that she would fall into Yang Wei's carefully laid verbal trap, and her face turned gloomy and terrifying. He was telling the truth, but the truth is often the one that cannot be spoken. He was deeply angered by the public, and if this matter escalated, he would be the first person to be held responsible, while the pig farm would also be responsible for the injured people. The investigation revealed that, as Yang Wei stated, he bore full responsibility, and most importantly. And Yang Wei pressed on, if I remember correctly, the government strictly prohibits the raising of mutant pigs, right? It is common knowledge that exotic beasts are not allowed to enter the city? Yang Wei turned around and pointed at the headless pig on the ground, saying, and this is actually a second-tier mutated pig. You're talking nonsense. Wang Dehua's face changed drastically. Xiao Yang, I know you'll say anything to shirk responsibility, but some things require evidence. He assumed Yang Wei was young and had limited knowledge, unaware that he was facing a soul who had lived 2 lives. Evidence? We just need to have the Monitoring Bureau verify it. Yang Wei said. Should we call the police? Right and wrong, merit and demerit, are clear to everyone. If I have to pay compensation later, then I'll pay it. After Yang Wei said that, the crowd realized what was going on. Although this is a large pig, its strength and every aspect are far beyond what is allowed. It leaps over a 2-meter fence in one bound. What pig can do that? That's right. A cold, angry voice came from behind the crowd. Lin Kor pushed through the crowd and strode into the center with a commanding presence. She had clearly come to pick up Yang Wei from get off work and happened to witness this crucial moment. Even she wasn't confident she could kill the Tier 2 mutated pig? How did her cheap husband manage that? Furthermore, shouldn't someone who grew up in a communal breeding shed be meek and accept his bad luck when faced with such a situation? How dare you go against your boss? Interesting. She walked a few steps to Yang Wei's side, ignoring Wang Dehua's unpleasant expression, and her voice clearly carried throughout the room. I believe my husband's actions constituted legitimate self-defense and protected public safety in a critical moment. What wrong did he do? A second-tier mutated boar? Ha! She squatted down, stuck her finger in the boar's blood, sniffed it, and her cold gaze fell on Wang Dehua. The blood does indeed contain the energy of a strange beast. Mr. Wang, if you think it's necessary, we can contact the manager's office now, or directly ask a specialist from the Public Security Bureau to conduct a professional accident assessment. She paused slightly, each word landing clearly and forcefully on the ground. But then, the punishment for pig farms privately raising exotic beasts, if I remember correctly, privately raising exotic beasts and causing a serious threat to life should be a capital offense, right? Wang Dehua's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Yes, Dr. Kobayashi is right. He forced a smile. I was in a moment of panic and said the wrong thing. He turned to Yang Wei, trying to salvage the situation. Yang, let's leave it at that. I will report this truthfully and classify it as an incident of a rabid pig attacking a person due to a sudden illness. Your handling of the situation was very decisive. He practically gritted his teeth as he uttered this conclusion, but remained vague about the mutant pigs. Seeing this, Lin Kor stopped talking and took Yang Wei's arm, saying, Master Wang, is my husband's injury considered a work-related injury? I urgently need to take him for a checkup. I'll ask your pig farm to reimburse the expenses later, is that alright? As for whether it's a mutated pig, although I'm not one of your people, I won't say anything out loud. How you define it is your business. As Lin Kor spoke, she didn't forget to remind the other person, oh, by the way, I heard on the news that things haven't been peaceful in the city lately, and the government has started a thorough investigation. Understood, it's the right thing to do. Wang Dehua adjusted her glasses and said reluctantly, you should go to the hospital quickly. The afternoon sunlight cast their shadows close together. On the hover bus home, Yang Wei said with heartfelt gratitude, honey, thank goodness you were here today. By the way, why did you get off work so early today? Lin Kor glanced at him sideways, our hospital was screened today, everyone has to rest for half a day. Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise, the government acted so quickly. Exactly. Lin Kor said, this is a challenge to the authority of the inner city. The hospital has a diverse flow of people, so it naturally becomes a key target for investigation. Yang Wei thought about it and agreed. If even the inner city, teeming with experts, is not safe, then where in this world can one find a Pure Land? How about, we go out for a walk? Yang Wei suggested after thinking for a moment, seeing that it was still early. Let's forget about it. Lin Kor shook her head, stopping him from saying anything more. The situation in the city has been very tense lately. It's said that people are disappearing even in broad daylight. We must get home before dark. Anyway, we don't lack food at home, right? Yang Wei thought for a moment and then nodded. They are no different from ordinary people right now. Any third or fourth tier expert could make them disappear without a trace, so they can't afford to be reckless. The two didn't even stay at the bubble tea shop, they packed 2 portions and hurriedly returned home. The soft sound of the door opening finally allowed the two of them to relax their tense nerves, followed by a feeling of exhaustion from surviving a close call. He won this unexpected encounter, but he also almost revealed his biggest secret, forever losing the possibility of living an ordinary life. Only now did he realize the truth. Perhaps this enormous inner city was itself a more sophisticated breeding farm. Chapter 9 Blood Sun City, I must become stronger. The door clicked shut. The hustle and bustle and danger of the outside world are temporarily isolated. The small 2-bedroom apartment was instantly filled with a sense of relief, as well as a subtle awkwardness. The two of them leaned against the door at the same time, letting out a long, silent sigh, as if they had just escaped from the brink of drowning. I'm going to take a shower first, I smell like pigs. Yang Wei broke the silence first, rubbed his still aching shoulder, and went into the bathroom. The warm water washed away his fatigue and tension, but it also made him realize more clearly that the force that saved him from danger was real, and that this seemingly safe home was not an impregnable fortress. When he came out drying his hair, the restaurant lights had been dimmed, and a scented candle was even lit in the center of the small table. Lin Kor was carrying the last dish out of the kitchen. The dim candlelight softened the cool lines of her face, and her soft loungewear accentuated her slender waist. Her long, damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing a gentle beauty quite different from her usual appearance in the flickering light. A candlelight dinner? Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. The change in tone was too sudden, and he was caught off guard. What are you looking at? Lin Kuo felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, so she put the plate on the table and tried to cover it up with a fierce tone. If you look again, you'll be charged. Paying to watch is fine too. Yang Wei pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at her with a grin. I never expected Dr. Lin to have such a romantic talent. Shut up and eat. She shoved a bowl of rice into his hand and lowered her head, but the blush on her ears in the candlelight betrayed her. The entire meal took place in a subtle tranquility. Yang Wei kept glancing at her secretly, feeling that she seemed unusually different today. Cooking yourself? Was it because of his unexpected performance at the pig farm? Unlikely. Thank you for today, Yang Wei said sincerely. Here we go again. Lin Kuo paused in her chopsticks, not looking at him, and simply gave a soft, let's eat. After a while, she asked casually, who taught you that slashing technique? Here it comes. The interrogation has begun. Yang Wei's mind was racing, but he remained outwardly calm, self-taught, perhaps, exceptionally gifted? He deliberately leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said in a mysterious tone, maybe I really am a hidden martial arts prodigy. I didn't have the conditions in the communal breeding shed before, but now I've awakened? He deliberately leaned closer, lowered his voice, and added a touch of mysterious allure. Perhaps something extraordinary is truly dormant within this body? Lin Kuo raised her eyelids, her clear black and white eyes sparkling like water in the candlelight. Exceptionally gifted? She recalled the scene from the night before last, a mocking smile curving her lips. Exceptionally gifted enough to mistake a period visit for a murder scene? Yang Wei. This is impossible to talk about. He decided to turn the tables and fight fire with fire. Speaking of which, Yang Wei slowly took a sip of water. Dr. Lin was investigated at the hospital today. How come she seems quite familiar with the internal management procedures of the pig farm? He adopted an offensive strategy, staring intently at her. Lin Kuo tightened her grip on the chopsticks slightly, then immediately loosened it. She put down her chopsticks, crossed her arms, and calmly scrutinized him. What? Are you suspecting me of having some improper relationship with that pig farm? Cough, cough, cough. Yang Wei choked on a mouthful of water. I really didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? She gave him no chance to breathe. The two engaged in a fierce verbal battle at the dinner table, neither willing to back down first. The dishes on the table were dwindling, but the invisible tension between the two was increasing. Just as Yang Wei was figuring out how to get back at them. Wah! Urgent notice to the entire city. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All residents must immediately evacuate to safe locations, lock their doors, and refrain from going outside. Repeated, do not leave your protected residential area. Any unauthorized departure from the protected residential area will be considered an automatic waiver of city asylum. A reminder, this is not a drill. The piercing air raid siren suddenly tore through the night sky, wailing incessantly, carrying with it a chilling sense of panic. The two exchanged a glance, then stood up at the same time and walked quickly toward the only window in their home. Through the reinforced glass, the view of the city below made both of them gasp simultaneously. It was no longer the orderly and prosperous world of the past, but a chaotic inferno. On the streets, countless figures are fighting. There are high-ranking human martial artists dressed in standard combat uniforms, surrounded by flames or ice, whose waves of their hands cause buildings to tremble. There were also orcs, 4 or 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles and heads of wild boars or bulls, who roared as they destroyed vehicles and threw them as weapons. Even more bizarre beings, with indistinct shapes and seemingly composed of shadows, roam the streets and alleys, causing life to wither rapidly wherever they pass. What's even more unsettling is that the scorching sun in the sky has somehow been shrouded in an ominous blood-red hue. The sunlight shone down, as if coating this battlefield of carnage with an eerie glow. What is that? Yang Wei's voice was a little hoarse. He saw a squad of warriors besiege a spider-like priestess. Her lower body was that of a giant spider, while her upper body was that of a seductive woman, chanting blasphemous songs. The ground then cracked open, revealing pale, bony hands. Holy crap! This world is far crazier than he imagined. I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Kuo's voice rang out from the side, unusually calm. This inner city is indeed not peaceful. Luckily, we came back early. She pointed to a distant area where flames were shooting into the sky and golden runes were flashing. That's the elite high school in Zone, guarded by a master of formations, so it's relatively safe. Her finger moved to another block near the pig farm, where black fog filled the air, and huge tentacles could be vaguely seen churning in the fog, snapping the entire building like a toy. The area where B and D meet is even worse. It said that whispers who can cause mental pollution appeared this morning, and it's now completely sealed off. She turned to look at Yang Wei, the candlelight flickering in her eyes. As for your pig farm? I'm afraid it's not clean either? She shook her head. No, these may just be a microcosm that has been brought to the forefront to explain to the world. The city itself may be nurturing an ever-growing strangeness. Then Yang Wei said incredulously. He felt a sudden dryness in his mouth. They used to live in communal breeding sheds, isolated from the world, but their safety was guaranteed. Now, once they leave the residential building, their lives are in imminent danger. Us? Lin Kuo picked up where he left off, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible self-mockery. We're just living in a slightly sturdier pigsty. Before she could finish speaking. Thump! A muffled thud was heard, as if something had struck the protective shield of their building, creating a ripple. A winged creature resembling a skinhound was staring intently at the window of the 488th floor where they were, its eyes burning with green flames. It seems it has spotted them. The monster abandoned its original opponent and, flapping its wings, hurtled towards them like a flesh-and-blood cannonball. Holy crap! Yang Wei instinctively wanted to pull Lin Kuo away from the window. The moment he reached out, another unexpected event occurred. A dazzling blue beam of light, like a spear thrown by a god, descended vertically from the higher sky. Boom! Boom! The beam of light struck the flying monster precisely, exploding in mid-air into a dazzling yet cruel firework, with foul-smelling blood raining down on the protective shield. Immediately afterwards, a figure clad in blue-patterned armor hovered high in the sky, his weapon still wreathed in embers of destructive energy. He seemed to glance towards the window. Is it a coincidence? Yang Wei's heart was pounding. It wasn't out of fear, but rather because, in that instant, the pure Yang holy body within him reacted strongly with the properties of that blue energy. Immediately afterward, further away, a building at least 20 stories high appeared to have been sliced in half by an invisible giant blade. The upper half of the building tilted and slid down, eventually collapsing into ruins amidst a deafening roar, stirring up clouds of dust. The fighting did not stop, on the contrary, it intensified. Various bizarre creatures never seen before, martial artists wielding elemental powers, and troops using technological weapons are engaged in life or death battles in every corner of the city. Yang Wei stared blankly. The slight sense of pride that had arisen in his heart from killing a second-tier boar was completely crushed by the apocalyptic scene before him. Too weak. We are so weak that we don't even have the right to peek into this disaster. If it weren't for the building's protective shield, he and Lin Kuo would probably have been reduced to dust in the first wave of impact. So this is what Lin Kuo meant by not very safe. Lin Kuo seemed to sense his shock and added softly, each word carrying weight. Where do you think those problematic sows in the pig farm came from? Area C? Yang Wei remembered the 6 pigs that could save me today. They. A terrifying hypothesis took shape in his mind. Some are, some aren't. Her answer remained ambiguous, which only confirmed his suspicions. The darkness of this world far exceeded his imagination. And the seemingly safe home he was in was nothing more than a relatively sturdy bird's nest in the midst of a raging storm. The real pigsty is the entire inner city. And if he wants to survive and truly protect this hard-won warmth around him, he must get stronger. Become stronger at all costs. He turned around and found that Lin Kuo had gotten very close to him at some point. She looked up at him slightly, and in those usually clear and calm eyes, the blood and firelight outside the window were reflected, as was his own figure. Fragile, yet burning with an indomitable flame. Are you scared? She asked. Yang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Instead of backing away, he took a step forward and gently pulled her into his arms. This time, she didn't struggle. Outside the window is a battlefield of carnage. Inside are 2 people clinging to each other. Yang Wei, she buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled, we have to live. Of course. Yang Wei tightened his arms, feeling her warmth and slight trembling. Not only must we live, his voice was low, but it carried an unprecedented firmness, we must live better than anyone else. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on the top of her head. I promise. At that moment, neither of them spoke again. Some things, without needing to be said, have already taken root in the heart. A long time. Lin Kuo gently pushed him away, her face regaining its usual composure, though the slight redness in the corners of her eyes betrayed her emotions. Finish your meal first, she said, and then, take a break. Her gaze returned to the window, where the battle continued, filled with screams, explosions, and the sounds of collapsing buildings. She took his hand and led him away from the suffocating window. The crisis has never felt so real and close. And the desire to become stronger has never been so intense. The second half of the meal was exceptionally quiet. But a certain tacit understanding had already quietly formed between the two. Dusk was deep, and the blood-red sun hung high in the sky. No one in this city is at peace. The sounds of fighting and explosions outside the window gradually subsided as darkness fell the following day. The blood-red sun still hung in the sky, casting its ominous light upon the ravaged city. A faint smell of burning and an indescribable residual energy permeated the air, seeping in through the protective shield. Yang Wei lay on the sofa, tossing and turning. The bizarre rampage of the Pig King yesterday, the perilous attack by the boars today, and the scene that just appeared, which resembled a painting of hell, kept flashing through his mind. In particular, the blue beam of light that descended from the sky and annihilated the monster contained a cold and pure will of destruction. This, along with the severing essence from the canyon's sword intent within him and the scorching potential of the pure yang holy body, clashed and pulled fiercely within him, as if trying to tear his meridians apart inch by inch. We can't wait any longer. The many children, many blessings system can indeed directly make you stronger, but it's a long process. Lin Kor's period hasn't ended yet, so the actual marital relationship is still several days away. Besides, given her personality, whether she'll actually get to eat it is another matter entirely, and marrying another wife is something else entirely. We're too passive. Yang Wei sat up silently and glanced at the closed bedroom door. Lin Kor probably couldn't sleep either. They both just needed some space to process this overwhelming bombardment of information. He went into the cramped bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. He didn't turn on the lights, only the faint red light cast by the blood-red sun outside the window outlined the contours of his face. Consciousness sinks into the system. Current check-in points, 281. Available items, fragment of invincible blade intent, initial understanding achieved, unknown ice crystal mark, energy depleted, cooling down. System, assess my current overall combat capabilities. Request received, preliminary assessment underway. Physical strength, F+, slightly higher than the average adult male. Energy level, beginner. Multiple unfused energies exist within the body. Skills mastered, basic palm blade Starfire Realm, invincible blade intent prototype, unresolved. Overall assessment, extremely reliant on external energy bursts and special physical attributes. Poor endurance rating, F, unstable. As expected, pitifully weak. If it weren't for that mark left by an unknown person and the help of the system, he would have died twice. I need a technique that can quickly improve my combat skills, preferably a sword technique. Searching. Based on the host's mastery of the invincible blade intent fragment, the recommended exchange plan is as follows. 1. Basic body tempering techniques, general version, 50 sign-in points. Evaluation, stable, slow, low potential. 2. Blazing Blade Manual, incomplete, 120 sign-in points. Evaluation, decent power, but its compatibility with Pure Yang Sacred Body is less than 15%. 3. Sparkling Vein Forging Method exclusive package, 180 sign-in points. Evaluation, perfectly compatible with Sparkling Blade Intent, the training process involves moderate pain and carries some risk. Exchange for the Sparkling Vein Forging technique. 180 sign-in points consumed, redemption successful. The Spark Forging technique is loading. Loading complete. Remaining sign-in points, 101. The system's comment reads, forgive my bluntness, but many children bring many blessings and lead to the throne. Why bother with so many merits for eternity? Yang Wei was speechless. He knew this all too well, but the problem was that the circumstances didn't allow it. In other worlds, one could use their experience from before transmigrating to marry a bunch of wives and quickly gain power, but that's clearly not possible here. All women are uniformly allocated by the government, and all those outside are married women. Most importantly, the seemingly safe inner city is also fraught with danger. Married women aren't out of the question. With their current strength, taking the initiative to attack would only lead to their demise even faster. If he remembers correctly, there are only two ways to have multiple wives in low-income areas: either apply to the government yourself or wait for further notice from the government. We're too passive. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Yang Wei's consciousness. This is not a traditional manual, but more like a unique energy circulation diagram, teaching him how to transform the impure energy in his body, including the remnants of the ice crystal mark, the yang energy naturally generated by the pure yang holy body, and his understanding of the canyon's sword intent, into sparks that can be used to forge and expand his meridians. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged on the cold floor tiles and began circulating his internal energy according to the instructions of the cultivation technique. At first, it was just a slight burning sensation, like warm water flowing. But soon, the water temperature rose sharply and turned into lava. Ugh! He clenched his teeth so hard that he didn't cry out in pain. The feeling was like countless tiny, red-hot needles scraping and piercing the inner walls of his meridians and channels all over his body. The so-called moderate pain? The system's criteria for judging pain are absolutely absurd. Sweat instantly soaked through his clothes, and his body began to tremble violently uncontrollably. But he didn't stop. Because he could see that under the burning of that spark, some of the accumulated impurities in the meridians seemed to be slowly dissipating, and the originally narrow and sluggish channels were forcibly widened and made more resilient. More importantly, the several energies that were originally independent and conflicting were forced to begin a difficult process of fusion in this violent spark furnace. This process is slow and agonizing. I don't know how much time passed, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. He finally got through the most difficult stage. The pain gradually subsided, and in its place came an indescribable sense of clarity and comfort. He focused his mind on his right palm. The mind moves as it pleases, and the chi flows through the Laogong acupoint. Whoosh! A small cluster of faint but steady, pale golden sparks appeared out of thin air above his palm, hovering and burning quietly. Ding! The first stage of the spark forging meridian technique is complete. Physical strength increased to E. Energy fusion level increased to 12%. Master the updated skill, Starfire Blade Intent, Beginner. It was a success. Not only can he steadily condense sparks, but more importantly, he has found a way to transform the many external forces he possesses into true strength that belongs to him. System notification: the host's Great Sun Pure Yang Sacred Body base resonance level has increased to 5%. Unlocks secondary effect: Holy Flame ignites slightly increases resistance to evil and mental attacks. He opened his palm, and the cluster of sparks drifted down to the stainless steel edge of the sink. Sizzle. A slight burning sound rang out, and a shallow dent was branded onto the stainless steel surface. This power, if it were to strike flesh and blood. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. That's not enough. Far from enough. He needs to be faster. Stronger. He looked at the remaining 101 sign-in points on the system interface, and the gray option called Accelerate Cultivation had now turned into a clickable gold. Would you like to consume 100 sign-in points to activate the deep meditation state and significantly increase cultivation efficiency? Start up. Use 100 sign-in points to activate deep meditation. Remaining sign-in points, 1. Duration, 1 hour in real-time equivalent to 3 days of seclusion. Without wasting any more time, he immediately returned to his cultivation state. With the help of deep meditation, he felt his control over the energy in his body improve rapidly. That wisp of spark twinkled and danced at his fingertips, as if they were his own arms. He even began to try to compress and purify more energy and inject it into this tiny flame. The flames began to change color from pale gold to bright white, and the temperature they emitted became even more astonishing. He could even feel his bone density and muscle fibers being subtly enhanced under this high-frequency vibration and energy infusion. Is this the power of martial arts in this world? Time passed by, second by second. In reality, only 1 hour had passed. But for Yang Wei, it felt like he had undergone 3 days and 3 nights of arduous training. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed in the bathroom. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, and the Starfire Blade Intent that moved him with ease. A powerful sense of confidence welled up within him. He had a premonition that if he were to face Steel Teeth head-on again, he would not be as disheveled as before. He was even confident that he could suppress him in a direct confrontation with this spark. But this is far from the end. He looked out at the dim sky and felt much better. And then the turbulent night calmed down. He knew that the government's swift and decisive actions had only crushed most of the potential threats, and that he must take advantage of this temporary stability to become stronger as quickly as possible. The silence at this moment is like two ferocious beasts wary of each other in the dark, a temporary retreat only for the next, more ferocious attack. Before that, he must possess the strength to protect himself, or even to turn against his own side. Squeak! The bathroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Kuo, who was drinking water in the living room, turned around upon hearing the sound. The moment their eyes met, she was slightly taken aback. The Yang Wei before me seems different in some way. It was still the same face, but his eyes were deeper and brighter, and his overall energy and spirit had increased significantly. Yushi began hesitantly. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded, unhurried yet carrying a formulaic indifference. A strange male voice came from outside the door. Community Emergency Management Screening. Open the door. Chapter 10: The Street Doctor and the Goddess's Order. The community workers' investigation came quickly and went quickly. The formulaic questioning and mechanical inspection seemed to be merely to complete a predetermined task. After the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room once again, along with the occasional sporadic explosions coming from outside the window, reminding them that the crisis was not yet completely over. Yang Wei turned on the television, trying to dispel the complicated atmosphere in the room with noise. The news channel is broadcasting on a loop. Under the wise leadership of the government, this major crackdown on security risks in the inner city operation has been a complete success. To ensure thorough follow-up work, all non-essential production activities in the inner city are suspended, and the specific resumption time will be announced separately. The scene shifts to ruins and smoke-filled landscapes, but the anchor's tone remains impassioned, describing a fierce defensive battle as a great victory. The dilapidated streets and commercial buildings were rebuilt by the Supreme Being with unparalleled power. In the blink of an eye, everything was restored to its original state, even better than before. The few ordinary people who died in vain during the raid and failed to evacuate to their residential areas in time were never mentioned at all. Perhaps for the powerful figures behind the government, it's nothing more than solving the biggest security threat with the least sacrifice, a trivial matter. He was just an ordinary person. Once he died, he was gone. Yang Wei couldn't help but glance at Lin Kor again, thinking to himself that she really did know inside information. If Lin Kor hadn't reminded him and insisted on returning to the residential area sooner, he might already be dead. It seems the family behind his wife is truly extraordinary. Of course, this was just a guess that a transmigrator should have. Even for the former host of this body who had grown up in a closed communal breeding shed since childhood, his knowledge was limited. It seems I'll need to listen to my cheap wife's opinions more often in the future. Immediately following this was a major announcement. Given the grim situation on the front lines and the foreseeable shortage of high-end human combat capabilities, in order to encourage childbirth and ensure the continuation of the race, the Parliament urgently passed the Emergency Act on Military Reproduction and Propagation 3 hours ago. The bill stipulates that all female martial artists under the age of 520, or those with a disability rating of B or higher due to injury, will be forcibly transferred to the reserves, equivalent to retirement, effective immediately. To address the issue of the 3% success rate of high-level martial artists conceiving offspring due to their long-term cultivation, and considering their significant contributions to humanity, the government grants them the right to freely choose their spouses. At the same time, in order to maximize the potential of excellent genes, the government encourages and allows the aforementioned individuals to freely choose spouses across regions, but to ensure the quality of offspring, the genetic matching rate of spouses must not be less than 60%. The news footage, accompanied by captions, showcased an amazing list of rewards. The spouse of a person who successfully enters into a marriage and gives birth to a healthy child is entitled to benefits. Permanent residency in the special administrative region including family member quotas. A one-time reward of 100,000 star coins. You may choose one of the 3 designated Xian rank cultivation techniques. Yang Wei's eyes widened instantly, his heart pounding wildly, as if he saw the door to a new world suddenly open before his eyes. He quickly opened his phone, browsed related news, and the result was horrifying. It turns out that high-level martial artists, regardless of gender, develop a kind of solidification from the outside and due to long-term training, resulting in extremely low survival rates for men and acceptance rates for women. Many high-level martial arts practitioners, in order to survive, try their best to make their bodies have no weaknesses in battle, and train to the point of losing this function. Working so hard? Yang Wei was a little confused. Was this for the sake of humanity, or for the sake of gaining greater power? If you've trained yourself to this extent, what's the point of living? As it turned out, he really admired these people immensely. So that's it. It's not that they don't like this kind of thing, but that they've taken it to a much higher level, moving from the physical to the spiritual level, commonly known as dual cultivation. In other words, although high-level martial artists cannot reproduce, they can still enjoy this aspect of life through spiritual means. As for whether it's the same as the physical pleasure of ordinary people, Yang Wei doesn't know. He just feels that, on some level, these people may no longer be considered human. This is high level? Isn't it just the legendary self-indulgent delusion? Awesome. He couldn't help but think of the System Shop. Tonzi, open the shop. The system says, welcome to purchase. In an instant, a dazzling array of items flashed before his eyes, and Yang Wei quickly browsed through them. One-shot kill trial version, price, 50 sign-in points. Effect, rule-based detection, hits upon planting, 100% fertilization rate. Additional effect, extremely high probability of triggering energy inflow. The higher the target's cultivation level, the greater the probability, which allows the host to directly absorb pure energy equivalent to 1,000th of the target's cultivation level. Heart fluttering is not enough to describe Yang Wei's feelings at this moment. It's as if the gears of fate have started to turn for him alone. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Master, will this thing work for high-level martial artists? The system popped up a smug expression. As long as the female of the same kind still possesses that function, you can achieve instant climax. This is it? Yang Wei's face immediately lit up with a smile. This trial version isn't a one-time use item, is it? The system replied, no, we're from the same hometown. What about trust? Yang Wei rolled his eyes. Fellow villagers, stabbing each other in the back. System. I'm impressed. Earth's culture has a profound influence. He turned to Lin Kuo, who had remained silent. Even if you get a soul-binding skill, it's all for nothing if the person next to you doesn't agree. Honey, look at this. Yang Wei pointed at the TV. This is an opportunity. A huge opportunity. Lin Kuo crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa, her face revealing neither joy nor anger. So we should take the initiative. Yang Wei waved his arms. By the time those people realize what's happening, or by the time the government changes its policies, this opportunity will have passed. You're dreaming. Lin Kuo rolled her eyes and sneered. This is a high-level martial artist. Does she even know what a high-level martial artist is? Even if they are injured and forced to retire, they are still experts of the 6th, 7th, or 8th rank, or even the 8th rank. They can kill people invisibly with just their mental power. She glanced at Yang Wei with disdain. Trying to climb the social ladder? Do you think you're the only one who daydreams like that? Don't you even know what it means to be from two different worlds? Which girl doesn't dream of love? She recalled her life before the arranged marriage. Her parents and brothers were all powerful figures, but what she heard most often was that she should marry an ordinary person because she and martial artists were from completely different worlds. She had originally been certain that the person she once loved would take her away and they would live a simple and happy ordinary life. But as his family predicted, no martial arts practitioner could accept a partner who couldn't practice martial arts or had low aptitude for it. Not only would the other person's family disagree, but even his own family felt the same way. Entering the government's spouse matching mechanism is their only option as ordinary people, and all their parents can do for them is to choose someone who is decent in all aspects. Yang Wei was the best candidate her parents had personally chosen for her, although she felt it was a mistake from the start after meeting him. Yang Wei argued logically, how will you know if you don't try? The world is all about finding problems and solving them. Since they want children, then we'll give them children. Give it to me? Lin Kuo glanced at him. With your abilities? Yes, it's me. Yang Wei said. Actually, it's not difficult. A lie that hits the mark in one shot will suffice. How so? Lin Kuo asked. We'll just set up a stall and advertise that I can get them pregnant instantly with a single shot. Yang Wei continued explaining his plan. Our goal is to establish a relationship first, so they'll come to us on their own. Ha! Everyone in the world is a fool, and you're the only smart one. Lin Kuo sneered. This is called willing to take the bait. Yang Wei explained. Even if it's only one, it's no loss for us, is it? So you're planning to set up a stall at the entrance of the high-end area? Lin Kuo's tone was icy. To deceive those heroes who fought and bled for humanity with a lie of dubious origin? Yang Wei, if you want to go to jail, don't drag me down with you. This is not deception. Yang Wei argued forcefully. It's mutually beneficial. Of course I know the risks, he continued, but this is called optimal resource allocation. They lack children, we have technology, skills. You call this technology? Lin Kuo pointed at his nose, somewhat agitated. Just this thing? Yes, because of it. Yang Wei said decisively. Precisely because there are deadly risks everywhere outside, we can't let go of this opportunity that has almost no cost. They need children to maintain their status and resources, while we need to use them to gain a foothold, acquire resources, and become stronger. It's a win-win situation. A win-win situation? Lin Kor sneered and suddenly stood up. I think you're the one who can't hold back anymore, aren't you? Because I'm not available these days, are you in a hurry to find a new one? And you put it so grandly. How could you think of me like that? Yang Wei was getting angry too. Am I driven by my lower instincts? With a bang, Lin Kor slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I think you are. Yang Wei was startled. I'm trying to find a way out for our future. Think about it, if you wait for the government to match your needs, what kind of outcome will you get? Will you have any choice? And now, we have the power to choose the optimal goal. Power? What power do you have? Lin Kor was furious. With your lying mouth, or with your one-shot, one-kill lie? Have you thought about the consequences? I've thought about it. Yang Wei stood up as well, confronting her across the coffee table. It's precisely because I've thought about it that I know we can't just sit here and wait to die. You've seen the situation outside, we don't have much time to take things slowly. I disagree. Am I trying to discuss this with you? You bastard. Are you really content to spend your whole life being someone who never strives for anything? Lin Kor's mind went blank on the spot. She was naturally unwilling to accept this. Although she married an ordinary person, she never stopped thinking about proving that even if she was just an ordinary person, she could eventually return to her former glory and be like her parents, sisters, and brothers. A heated argument echoed in the small living room, with neither of them willing to back down. The warmth that has been built up in the past few days and amidst the crisis outside the window seems so fragile in the face of real interests and suspicion. Lin Kor was so angry that her chest heaved, her face flushed, and she glared at him fiercely before slamming the door and rushing into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and tears silently streamed down my face with the cold water. Yang Wei paced irritably in the living room. He knew that Lin Kor's concerns were valid, and that the risks involved were extremely high. But when he thought of the devastating scene he had just witnessed, and of his own weakness, he felt that even the greatest risk was worth taking. He walked to the bathroom door and listened to the suppressed sobs mixed with the sound of water, and his heart ached. He tried to turn the doorknob and found that she had locked it from the inside. Kor, open the door. He knocked on the door. Let's have a good talk. Get out, came a furious roar, choked with sobs, from inside. Yang Wei paused for a moment, then suddenly slammed the door open with all his might, relying on his improved physical condition from the pure Yang holy body. What are you doing? Lin Kor exclaimed, her clothes soaked through with cold water, outlining her slender figure, her face wet with either tears or cold water. Without saying a word, he walked straight up to her, and to her astonishment, cupped her face and kissed her deeply. Ugh, let go. She struggled fiercely, using her hands and feet, causing water to splash everywhere in the bathroom and bottles to tip over. The two seemed to be engaged in a different kind of struggle until Yang Wei felt the coldness of her body and the deep grievance and helplessness in her eyes, and all his anger turned into heartache. I'm sorry, he whispered in her ear, but I have to do it. It's not for myself, it's so that we can truly control our own destiny, instead of being wiped out along with this building by some unknown monster one night. Lin Kor's struggles gradually weakened, eventually turning into a silent sigh. She knew that Yang Wei was right, at least on the point that opportunities are fleeting. Waiting for government matching? Most of those who come are mediocre people from the lower tier areas, or other lucky ones. How can this help her and him in their future? You bastard. She weakly pounded his chest, finally leaning against him obediently, letting him turn off the cold water and wrap her tightly in a large towel. Late at night. The two lay side by side on the bed, seemingly separated by an invisible chasm. Tomorrow, after a long silence, Lin Kor's voice rang out in the darkness, carrying a hint of weary compromise, I'll go with you. But what if you dare to lie to me? She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat remained palpable. If I fail, do with me as you see fit. There's no point in living like this, constantly on the verge of death, is there? Yang Wei solemnly promised. But what if we succeed? What we hope to gain is not just a child, but an ally who may have a voice in the upper echelons of government in the future. I know even for you and me, that could be like inviting a wolf into the house. Her voice was soft, but it revealed the deepest implications of the conflict. Don't worry. Yang Wei pulled her into his arms. This is just a temporary measure. I will never abandon you. You can try? Lin Kor pinched his soft flesh hard. I might not be able to kill you, but there are plenty of people who can. She was certain. Rather than waiting for someone to hold you back, it's better to choose the sharpest knife yourself. Yang Wei shuddered and nodded emphatically. The next morning, he got up unusually early and clumsily fried 2 eggs and heated up some bread. Lin Kor ate silently, her eyes still a little red and swollen. As she ate, tears started falling again, drip drip drip. I'm sorry. Yang Wei felt guilty looking at her like this, but his determination to become stronger remained unwavering. After breakfast, the two, each with their own thoughts, boarded the maglev bus bound for the high-end area. The entrance plaza to the high-end area is a truly magical sight. On one side, residents of the high-end district, dressed in fine clothes and exuding an air of arrogance, come and go, including many physically fit men and women with powerful voices. On the other side, a distinct landscape was formed. Thousands of women dressed in old-fashioned military uniforms and wearing medals symbolizing their distinguished war achievements stood there silently. They have long lost their heroic spirit and otherworldly grace. Some are missing arms, some are in wheelchairs, and some bear unhealable scars on their faces. They didn't shout, they just stood silently, or had a small sign in front of them with simple personal information and requirements for a spouse. A silent anxiety and despair permeated the air. Yang Wei took a deep breath, found a relatively crowded corner, and unfolded the folding table and a simple roll-up banner he had prepared in advance. The banner prominently displayed the words, "The strongest genes in the low-end zone, Yang, the goddess of fertility. A family secret recipe, specifically for treating infertility, with a 66.6% genetic match, effective after just 1 treatment. Money-back guarantee if ineffective 100 times compensation for counterfeit products. Note, I'm an old-fashioned Chinese medicine doctor, I never brag. A few rounds of 5 poisons clap will have you grinning from ear to ear." He pulled a small megaphone from his pocket, pressed the switch, and a strangely seductive advertising slogan, recorded with voice-changing software, blared out, sounding particularly jarring amidst the silent Valkyries. Don't miss out. A high-end goddess need not worry, 1 seed solves all your troubles. This outfit and this operation practically scream con artist on his forehead. A burly man with scars on his face walked by with his female companion, sneering disdainfully, "Where did this low-level trash come from, daring to spout nonsense here?" Whispers and disdainful glances were cast upon them from all around. "What are you looking at?" Yang Wei didn't care at all, and instead raised his voice, ladies with outstanding achievements. The infertility problem that has plagued you for many years may be solved today." The crowd stared in disbelief, shaking their heads and sighing. That's too unbelievable. Even cutting-edge medical technology can't solve this problem, how could he? If he could, how could he fake an interstellar battle in a low-spec region? Yang Wei had foreseen this scene long ago, but he turned a deaf ear to it. He picked up a crumpled, yellow talisman that looked like it had been pried out of some ancient site. "See this? 1 shot, 1 kill trial talisman." He waved the talisman. "Whether your foundation is damaged or your meridians are solidified, just apply this talisman for 10 minutes, and it will accurately assess your physical condition. The talisman has turned from gray to red. Congratulations! Your ovulation is normal, and you are likely to conceive. The talisman turned from gray to green, then pretend I was never here." These bold words, coupled with his "believe in me and you will live forever" expression, did indeed attract the attention of some female martial arts practitioners who were already on the verge of despair. Especially for high-level female martial arts practitioners, the chances of them getting pregnant are almost zero, compared to those with lower cultivation levels. They, who have made significant contributions to humanity, are fully aware of this. The government is downplaying its policy. Not providing them with new cultivation resources, high-level medical quotas, or even matching priority is tantamount to freezing their files. To put it bluntly, as long as it's not illegal and there's no punishment, they're just left to wait it out until they get anxious on their own. This is evident from the scrolling text on the large screen in front of the square. Retired female martial arts practitioner fails to conceive for 37 consecutive months, quota cut by another 30%. Image caption, former level 9 goddesses lined up to receive basic nutrient solution. This is blatant anxiety manipulation. A woman in a wheelchair, whose aura was still as sharp as a knife, slowly stepped forward. She was very beautiful, but now she only has her left arm left, with the empty right sleeve swaying gently in the wind. The insignia representing an 8th-tier sword emperor shone brightly on her shoulder insignia, creating an ironic contrast with her current predicament. The one-armed sword emperor Yi Hongyin. Young man, she said in a low voice, carrying the imposing authority of someone accustomed to a high position, do you know what the charges are here for lying about genetic compatibility and engaging in fraudulent medical practices? Yang Wei was not intimidated at all. Instead, he asked with a grin, General, your arm is broken, but perhaps your uterus has also gone on strike? The moment these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Yi Hongyin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a sharp killing intent instantly locked onto him. Just then, Lin Kuo silently took half a step forward, and a thin, almost invisible ice crystal shield appeared in front of Yang Wei. Who are you? Yi Hongyin frowned. I am her wife, Lin Kuo said. Yi Hongyin was surprised, her expression seemingly saying, so it's this little girl. But I'm 100 years older than your mother. She regretted it. If she hadn't been so focused on martial arts back then, and had given birth to her child when she was younger, things wouldn't have come to this. What matters now is not how many merits one has achieved, but whether one's genes have been passed down. Of course, if one has not suffered irreversible damage, that's a different story. Whether it's a lie or not, we'll find out soon enough. Yang Wei slammed the talisman on the table. General, do you dare to make a bet with me? Take a drop of your fingertip blood and place it on this talisman. Let it sit for 10 minutes. If the talisman turns from gray to red, it proves you are healthy, and conception is likely if you unite with me. If it doesn't change color, or turns green. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a stack of star coins from his pocket, most of them were props, with a few real banknotes underneath, and slapped them on the table. I'll compensate you with 10,000 star coins on the spot. I mean what I say. He met Yi Hongyin's sharp scrutiny with a calm gaze. I'll vouch for it with this hand. He raised his right hand. Yi Hongyin stared intently at him, then glanced at Lin Kuo beside him, who was expressionless but clearly in a guarding posture. Fine. She finally spoke, her voice icy. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't become famous. She didn't finish speaking, but her eyes said it all. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Hongyin scratched her left index finger with her fingernail, and a drop of bright red blood fell, precisely seeping into the cinnabar pattern on the talisman paper. Time passed second by second. There appeared to be clashes breaking out in other areas of the square, which attracted the attention of some law enforcement officers. Yang Wei frantically called out to the system in his mind, System, fellow villager, dad, ancestor. It's all up to you. You have to become famous. Command confirmed. Rule override initiated. Target, Yi Hongyin. In progress. Detection successful. 10 minutes have passed. The blood-stained talisman spontaneously combusted without any fire. Turned to ashes in an instant. In the very center of that pile of ashes, a bright red spot bloomed like a flower, growing ever more striking. Yi Hongyin's body swayed almost imperceptibly, her face drained of all color, and for the first time, disbelief appeared in her eyes, which had never wavered in countless life and death battles. The talisman ash has really turned red. She suddenly looked up at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with a complex mix of shock, confusion, and a barely suppressed hope. Her voice was a little hoarse. Really, can I still do it? Of course. Yang Wei said confidently. I said, I'll make sure you get pregnant. He looked around at the faces that had initially been mocking, but now turned to astonishment and curiosity. Could it be a chemical reaction or a trick? Sister Tong is honest. Instead of wasting your energy being suspicious here, why don't you take a gamble? What if it works? Right? Take a gamble once, win for life. Hesitation will ruin your life. One shot is all it takes, guaranteeing your efforts won't be in vain. If you want strong children, I can also make sure your hard work isn't wasted. Marry me and we'll face everything together. Yang Wei spoke eloquently. Besides, with your cultivation levels, what could I possibly be lying about? Using my life to seduce someone? Folks? Do I look like that kind of stupid person? Don't hesitate, don't delay, scan the code and leave your number for urgent processing. Sister, what are you waiting for? The food will get cold if you wait any longer. Thinking about it 1,000 times is not as good as trying it yourself, is it? Yi Hongyin thought about it and agreed. It was indeed unlikely that she could annihilate such an ant with a single thought. Never mind, let's try anything. Address, room number. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Yang Wei quickly wrote down the number of a small room they had temporarily rented on the edge of the high-end area on a small piece of paper. Giving them their home address directly is absolutely impossible. But if these people wanted to find out, it wouldn't be difficult, they could just treat it as their office address. Here you go. Yi Hongyin paid the deposit. Address, room number. Don't rush, sister. Yang Wei smiled as he took the money and handed over a QR code. Scan the code to add me as a friend. Let's chat privately. Seeing this, the other female martial artists around also felt that it made a lot of sense. Although many people were still watching with doubt, some people couldn't help but gather around. The defying common sounding Crimson Ash instantly ignited the last hope of these Valkyries in their desperate situation. Even though reason tells them it's likely a scam, when the only lifeline appears, some people will rush to swallow it even if they know it's poisonous. After all, despair itself is the most poisonous drug. Just as Yang Wei said, with their cultivation level, they would not be in any danger at all. Moreover, this was an inner city full of experts, where even 10th level beasts could only perish. Although many people remain extremely skeptical and hesitant, and some have even called the police, he knows that's enough. It is usually only a small group of people who can drive information. Is what you said about getting pregnant true? How can you prove it? What conditions are required? A barrage of questions overwhelmed Yang Wei instantly. Lin Kor quickly jotted down contact information and some basic requirements. Yang Wei, on the other hand, acted like a true miracle doctor, answering each question calmly, as if he had everything under control. I'm sorry, ladies, Yang Wei said, raising the threshold at the opportune moment. This technique is extremely demanding and can only be performed on 3 destined individuals each day. Scan the QR code to add me as a friend, first come, first served. Don't hesitate, spots are limited. He has become a walking, human-shaped goddess harvester. The sun is setting. Yang Wei and Lin Kor, dragging their tired but excited bodies, prepared to board the bus for their return journey. He tallied up his day's haul, a pile of slips of paper with contact information and requirements written on them, and several ladies' advance payments of earnest money. A bag full of star coins, worth tens of thousands. Making money working a regular job is definitely not enough. Ding! 7 deposit intention agreements have been processed. The one-shot kill trial skill is now available for purchase and ready to be released. Warning, the one-shot, one-soul skill will expire after 23 hours and 58 minutes. Failure to successfully implant the seed within this timeframe will permanently strip you of your Pure Yang Sacred Body advancement privileges. The system popped up a message, want to get rich? Take the crooked path. Many children, many blessings, get rich overnight. Oh yeah. Yang Wei. Just then. Hey. City management enforcement. That unlicensed baby delivery stall. Immediately put your hands behind your head and squat down. The loudspeakers roar, accompanied by blinding searchlights, instantly enveloped the alley where they were. Run! Yang Wei reacted quickly, stuffing the money bag full of notes and star coins into Lin Kor's arms. Honey! Let's split up! Meet at the usual spot. Before Yang Wei could finish speaking, he had already dashed off like an arrow to the other end of the alley. Lin Kor reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same time, an ice shield condensed behind her, blocking the first wave of law enforcement officers who rushed up. She glanced at Yang Wei, then turned around without hesitation and broke through in another direction. Amidst the flow of traffic and pedestrians, the couple's figures quickly disappeared into the chaos of dusk. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation, and a group of former goddesses looking at each other, each lost in their own thoughts. Holy crap, is this a real scam? They ran away? Chapter 11, Devoting One's Life to Martial Arts Cultivation, the Martial Emperor Falls. The searchlights at the alley entrance and the shouts of the law enforcement team were quickly left behind. With Yang Wei's agility enhanced by his pure young sacred body and Lin Kor's instinctive familiarity with the environment, the two managed to rendezvous at several different intersections and finally escape back to their temporary rental house on the edge of the high-end district. Clang! Lin Kor slammed the old security door shut. She leaned against the door, her chest heaving violently, whether from running or from anger, it was hard to tell. Are you satisfied now? As soon as she entered the room, she shook off Yang Wei's hand, pointed at his nose, and her eyes reddened. We're wanted criminals now. Is it worth it for this little bit of money? It wasn't that bad. Yang Wei was still shaken, but looking at the heavy money bag in his hand, he managed a smile of relief. Fortune favors the bold. See, I'm all right, aren't I? Nothing happened? Lin Kor raised her voice. If those female martial artists hadn't felt guilty and hadn't thought that the deposit was just a drop in the ocean for them, and hadn't failed to investigate seriously, we would have been arrested long ago. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she thought about it. Especially when she thought about how Yang Wei might soon be with one of them, she felt something was wrong and uncomfortable all over. Here you go. Yang Wei seemed to have made a great decision, stuffing the entire money bag into her arms. Wife, look, is this enough for you to buy that basic gene evolution fluid? Lin Kuo, who was furious just a moment ago, couldn't help but light up when she saw the large bag of star coins in her arms, but she immediately straightened her face again. Don't think you can bribe me with money. This isn't bribery, Yang Wei said gently, this is a redistribution of family assets. Go buy the medicine and improve your strength as soon as possible. That's the foundation for our survival in this world. His subtext was, in case things come to light, at least we have someone who can fight, although they don't seem to be very capable right now. Lin Kuo held the money bag, her expression shifting uncertainly. On the one hand, this windfall could indeed solve their immediate problem. No, it was gene evolution fluid? Does she lack this little bit of money? I casually mentioned it when I wanted to take it apart, and he actually remembered it? Why does this sound so awkward right now? What does it mean? However, on the other hand, deep down she also felt a strange resistance and a touch of bitterness towards what was about to happen. Am I jealous? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I care who he sleeps with? Tell me honestly, she looked up and stared directly at Yang Wei, are you really unable to hold it in anymore? What? Yang Wei was stunned for a moment before asking, why are you here again? What about your perspective? Heaven and earth bear witness, he cried out, his face full of grievance. I did all this for my family. Think about it, if they don't come, we'll have gotten our deposit for nothing. But if they do come? So what if you come? Lin Kuo interrupted him, her tone laced with sarcasm. You're overjoyed, aren't you? Yang Wei, why didn't I discover sooner that you're such a fun person? Admit it, you're driven by your lower instincts. There's nothing shameful about it. I didn't. Yang Wei explained. Why don't you believe me? You're not losing either way, are you? Lin Kuo roared. Hey, I'm your wife. Shouldn't you have saved your first time for me? As she spoke, she forced Yang Wei to the edge of the bed, saying, if you really want it, come on, I'll give it to you. Yang Wei stared in disbelief. Dream on. Don't forget, your period hasn't ended yet. If you didn't leave, you didn't leave. I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? You can talk big, come on. Lin Kuo said, starting to take off her top, but in her heart she was thinking, I don't believe it. Yang Wei then helped her put her clothes back on, saying, stop messing around, honey. I'm doing serious business here. You can't afford to lose anything at a time like this. Lin Kuo was unusually calm, and the two looked at each other. If you really come, then you can use me as a practice subject, right? Yang Wei thought for a moment and said, wouldn't it be good for you if I practiced well? How could you even think of that? Lin Kuo didn't know what was wrong with her, but she got really angry just thinking about it. Okay, even if I were willing to let you sell your virginity, what if the other woman can't get pregnant? Have you thought about the consequences? They're not innocent. But we have no better choice. Yang Wei sighed. Things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time, gambling on that 1 in 10,000 chance. Although that's the truth, Lin Kuo still felt a tightness in her chest. It's not that easy. It takes ordinary people several months to conceive, let alone them. The success rate is probably less than 1%. The two looked at each other with sorrow, and the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Just then, Yang Wei's old cell phone started screeching at an inopportune moment. The 3 words Yi Honin were displayed on the screen. Lin Kuo glanced at it and immediately panicked. She really came? What do we do now? Yang Wei's eyes sharpened, revealing a rare decisiveness. He quickly counted out enough star coins from the bag to buy the gene evolution fluid, and stuffed the rest back to Lin Kuo. Wife, take the money and go find that channel you know to buy the medicine, he said, pushing Lin Kuo towards the door. Leave this to me. You go now. Let's go. Even if I die, I'll get my hands on the gene evolution fluid for you first. Otherwise, once you arrive, everything might be for nothing. Yang Wei pushed her out the door. Go, hurry up and leave. But Lin Kuo hesitated, clutching the money. She knew that staying would not help at all, and might even cause her newly acquired wealth to go down the drain. But she never expected that Yang Wei would take all these risks just to buy medicine for her. Why? She gritted her teeth, then be careful. I'll be back after I buy the medicine. Don't worry. Yang Wei gave her a reassuring look. Let's go quickly. Lin Kuo stamped her foot, then, clutching her money bag, hurriedly left the rented room. Yang Wei watched the fleeing figure, a clear smile appearing on his lips. He took a deep breath and straightened his clothes and expression. Thump thump thump. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang as expected. He walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was Yi Hongyin, who had changed into casual clothes. She still couldn't hide her upright posture and the sharpness of someone who had been through many battles, even though she tried her best to restrain herself. I thought you were going to run away. She walked in expressionlessly, her sharp eyes scanning the simple room. Of course I wanted to run, Yang Wei shrugged, closed the door, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at her. Unfortunately. What's a pity? Yi Hongyin raised an eyebrow, scanning the room. Just you alone? Am I not enough for you? Yang Wei grinned, pointing to her open shirt collar. I've already run into your heart, how can I run away? Yi Hongyin was clearly taken aback by his words. She paused for a moment, and a rare look of amusement and exasperation appeared on her usually icy face. Even when you're about to die, you're still quite humorous. So, third in the world. Seeing her tone soften, Yang Wei took the opportunity to step closer, a roguish smile on his lips. Besides, it would be a shame if someone as beautiful as you ran away. Smooth talker. She snorted, but didn't stop him from getting closer, and sat down on the only chair in the room. Tell me, she said, crossing her legs in a languid yet imposing manner, what was that talisman all about? I don't believe in any ancestral secret recipes. She truly didn't believe it. The reason she came was simply to gamble on the impossible possibility. If I told you that's your body's truest reaction, would you believe me? Yang Wei leaned closer and could smell a faint scent on her, similar to metal and snow. I can really see that your body is still full of life. Yi Hongyin shook her head, lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Kid, you need to understand that I only need a thought to annihilate you completely. I believe that. Yang Wei nodded, then changed the subject, but I believe even more in the 1 in 10,000 possibility. What if I really can do it? Just as I expected. The person has arrived, but this isn't someone he can just pounce on and eat. If he wants to eat them, he still needs to test them carefully. Most importantly, he didn't know if the system would recognize this way of eating. He just felt that since the system had said so, it didn't matter whether it was legal or not, as long as he could eat it. Heh, she chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. Besides lying and deceiving, what other skills do you have? She didn't offer herself up voluntarily, rather, she wouldn't give up any hope, even knowing that it was just a tactic that ordinary people were best at. Want to eat her? You're dreaming. I can also sing. Yang Wei said earnestly. Singing? Yi Hongyin frowned. This answer was completely unexpected. What do you mean? This kid definitely has a problem. He gave an irrelevant answer. It's a pity he's about to die. All that good looks wasted. What I mean is, Yang Wei pressed on. He leaned down, placed his hands on the armrests of the chair, trying to encircle her, and stared intently at her. Sister, do you like listening to music? As someone who had once fought and struggled under the red flag, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Since the other party hadn't made a move upon meeting him, there were endless possibilities. This is someone whose stomp could cause the heavens and earth to collapse, and he relies on the vast difference in strength between himself and his opponent. Even if he is alone with a woman, he cannot pose the slightest threat to her unless she wants to kill him. Yi Hongyin was misled by his unconventional thinking. I like it, she answered instinctively, then realized, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about? Yes. Yang Wei stared at her, as if eyeing his prey, and said matter-of-factly, because I like you too. What? Aren't we talking about songs? Yi Hongyin blushed and her veins bulged on the spot. She had never met anyone who spoke with such wild and unconventional ideas before. Having lived for over 400 years, countless men have knelt at her feet, yet she has never even glanced at them. This was the first time she'd been openly flirted with by a kid from a low-level area, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond, only able to frown and say, You? Since you like it, why don't I sing and you listen? Yang Wei was secretly pleased to see the other person blush, and moved even closer, almost nose to nose. Yi Hongyin belatedly realized the flirtatious tone in his words. Instead of getting angry, she burst out laughing, but then realized something was amiss and quickly composed herself. Since you're already here. Yang Wei pressed his advantage, asking in a serious tone, do you need to take a shower first? Yi Hongyin finally broke down completely, both amused and annoyed. You really dare to think like that? Having received your deposit, I naturally have to deliver the work. Yang Wei's voice deepened, carrying an undeniable magnetism as he swept his hand across the other person's face. Looking at his face so close to hers, and at the mixture of nervousness, cunning, and a hint of inexplicable sincerity in his eyes, Yi Hongyin felt a little flustered. What exactly do you want? Aren't you afraid of dying? She had never seen anyone so audacious and reckless in her life. He's only 18, right? Scared? Who isn't afraid of death? How about we make a bet? Yang Wei stared into her eyes. We have 1 week. If you get pregnant, you'll follow the rules and apply to the government to officially marry me. If you don't get pregnant. He paused for a moment, then said, word by word, I will not change my name or surname. I, Yang Wei, am at your disposal. Yi Hongyin fell silent. She could sense the young man's boldness and a certain inexplicable attraction. Know that he had nowhere to escape from this city. To die beneath a peony, even as a ghost, is still romantic? Ha! She sneered, your life isn't worth much, are you serious? It's more real than real money. Yang Wei said decisively. I'm betting my life on it, what do you think? I'm very curious. Yi Hongyin said with a puzzled look. This is a flaw in the martial arts cultivation system, a problem that even advanced technology has failed to solve for thousands of years. Can you? Didn't you say that words are meaningless? Yang Wei moved closer again. Why don't you try and see? As he spoke, his hand left the armrest of the chair and gently brushed against the other person's arm. The electric shock-like sensation left Yi Hongyin at a loss for words. This kid. How dare he? Seeing that the other party did not resist, Yang Wei took advantage of the situation and lowered his head directly. You. In the end, Yi Hongyin could only hear her own heartbeat and sobbing. Ugh. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but her body betrayed her inexplicably. Her wrist, gently held by Yang Wei, was completely powerless. Wait a minute. She wanted to say something more. But Yang Wei was no longer planning to wait. Opportunity knocks but once, or it will never come again. 1 minute later. Ding. Host has been detected to have their first offspring. Do you wish to consume 10 years of your lifespan to improve your offspring's physique? What the hell? Yang Wei paused, almost losing his composure. This thing, is it even life-threatening? Yes, my friend. Investing in marrow cleansing fluid is a surefire way to make money. Yang Wei was suddenly jolted awake from his humiliating despair. You can play it like this? He hesitated for a moment, considering that a child's talent would determine the parent's future standing in the world, and that he was only 18 years old, before gritting his teeth and deciding, I'll spend it. Ding. Consume 10 lifespans to purchase offspring aptitude cleansing fluid. Remaining lifespan, 82 years. Ding. The aptitude cleansing liquid has been successfully used, increasing the offspring's aptitude to 50%. What? Yang Wei was shocked. Wasn't it 100%? System? Are you trying to scam me? The system message read, Dear, the success rate of the offspring aptitude cleansing liquid is random. Even if it fails, it can greatly increase the success rate of the next cleansing. When the success rate is 100%, it will definitely succeed. Keep up the good work. Holy crap, Yang Wei felt like he'd been completely tricked. He was still lying in his warm bed, but his mind was a complete mess. Can I wash it later? The system message read, if you give up on refining now, all the previous refinements will have been for nothing, and the lifespan consumed will not be refunded. Holy crap. Yang Wei broke down on the spot, only able to grit his teeth and ask, how much can my aptitude be improved? The system message reads, as long as the success rate of marrow cleansing is increased to 100%, the physique can be chosen at will. However, below 100%, it is completely random and there is no guarantee. It's worth noting that the higher the offspring's aptitude in physique, the greater their future achievements will be, and the more percentage of cultivation the offspring will contribute back to the host. The system popped up a haughty emoticon, Dear. Honest and straightforward, you've come this far, haven't you? Yang Wei felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision. This isn't gambling anymore, this is all in. He could almost see the number 10 floating above his head, and the reason was so compelling that he couldn't refuse. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided to spend for another 10 years. Ding! Consume 10 lifespan to purchase offspring qualification cleansing liquid +1. Remaining lifespan, 72 years. Ding! Marrow cleansing fluid successfully used. Success rate for qualification increased to 100%. Optional qualifications: Great Sun Divine Body, Lunar Divine Body, Ancient Divine Body. Yang Wei felt a wave of exhaustion, but then hundreds of different constitutions popped up before his eyes. This system, do you know if it's a boy or a girl? System comment, unknown. Yang Wei gritted his teeth in anger. Which is stronger, the Great Sun Divine Body or the Great Sun Pure Yang Sacred Body? The system's comments section reads, the holy body is still just immortal, but the divine body is born with divinity and is 10,000 times stronger than the holy body. Yang Wei was stunned. That strong? He decisively chose the Great Sun Divine Body. Ding! Qualification upgrade successful, physique finalized. Ding! Program completed. Reward, 666 sign-in points. High-level spouse cultivation 1 feedback in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received one of Yi Hongyin's cultivation as a feedback bonus. Your current martial arts cultivation level is first rank, level 10, which is equivalent to 10 years of arduous cultivation. A gentle yet powerful force instantly filled his limbs and bones, far more refined and profound than what he had previously cultivated on his own. This power was so real that it made him temporarily forget the loss of his lifespan. What do you mean? Me, 10 years of arduous training? First level? Yang Wei asked, confused. The system reported, the cultivation level gained is directly proportional to the host's current cultivation speed, and has reached its limit. Yang Wei flew into a rage, yelling, extreme my ass, get out. The system replied, okay. Yang Wei was filled with unbearable bitterness, thinking, that's a full 20 years of my life. System comment. Yang Wei, get out, get out. The system replied, okay, okay. Yi Hongyin looked at Yang Wei, who was slumped to the side like a rag doll and had a pale face, with a complicated expression. Oh, a married man, yet still a virgin? I'm not? You are it. Yang Wei felt embarrassed and wanted to salvage the situation, saying, you look like you're over 400 years old, don't you? Yi Hongyin immediately broke down, so what if I'm over 400 years old? It just means I'm virtuous and upright, unlike some people. Gone in his teens, haha. A liar is a liar after all. She dropped the pretense. Really, really bad, really bad. Yang Wei was still immersed in the joy of his improved skills, but upon hearing this, his pride as a man was severely damaged. You just wait. Result. He discovered in despair that there were only oxen that had died from exhaustion, not land that had been overplowed. Yang Wei was inwardly wailing, 20 years of life. Is that all? This deal is a total rip-off. Humph, Yi Hongyin snorted coldly, I'll just consider you a good pastime. As for the outcome of the cooperation. She paused, then said, I'll come see you again in a week. If not. She didn't finish her sentence, but the coldness in her eyes said it all. Don't worry, Yang Wei said expressionlessly, but his heart was bleeding inside, 100%. Just then, a faint sound of a key being inserted into the lock came from outside the door. Lin Kor is back. Yang Wei was startled, glancing at Yi Hongyin beside him, disheveled yet alluring, then at the doorway. Chapter 12. If I can't get pregnant, I'll kill someone. Ding! The permanent passive skill Offspring Feeding Gauge has been activated, with a current total bonus of 3. Note, after the offspring is born, the host will gradually gain one of the offspring's current cultivation level, which can be accumulated and has no upper limit. System comment, the stronger the offspring, the more powerful the host. Even if you lie down, you can become a god. Panel update lifespan already paid, 20 years. Remaining lifespan, 81 years. Lifespan has been accumulated after cultivation level increases. Friendly reminder, complete the second column of objectives within the one-shot, one-kill time limit to double the reward. Failure will increase the cooldown time by 50%, 72 hours. I misunderstood you. Although it wasn't great in the early stages, its endurance in the later stages was decent. This is what you deserve. Hearing the door open outside, Yi Hongyin stood up and threw a bag of money at Yang Wei's face. This is my personal black market anonymous crystal card. The urban management officers can't find it, so you won't be chased by the local enforcement team again. What do you mean? Yang Wei asked, holding the money, his face full of question marks. I worked myself to the bone trying to help you. What do you take me for? A prostitute? Yi Hongyin turned to look at him while buttoning her clothes, and sneered, isn't that right? Considering your diligence and the fact that you're a novice, I'll spare your life. That's more than enough. Ha, you can get pregnant? I don't believe you for a second. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a gust of wind and disappeared outside the window. Yang Wei's lips twitched violently as he quickly straightened his clothes. Ding! A remnant of a 9th-tier mist concealment domain has been detected. Low-level detection equipment cannot capture it, but higher-level colleagues can detect the lingering scent of rules. Yang Wei snapped at the system, are you bored? System, fine, I'll shut up. At this moment, the view outside the window is empty. Upon seeing this, a group of female martial arts cultivators whispered among themselves, the one surnamed Yi has come out. Should we ask him? Why ask? The deposit has already been paid, so it's only natural to come directly to our door. I'm worried, his young wife is back. So what? Taking money to do things is a matter of course, what's wrong with that? Yi Hongyin looked at these people, paused for a moment, and instead of being angry, she was in a great mood. Everyone, I got the first kill. It's in the group chat. Goodbye. Her words were concise enough, mainly using an ambiguous tone. It was too shameful for a dignified 9th-level martial emperor to be cheated out of money and sex. If anyone was going to be cheated, they should all be cheated together, so let's just consider it a bargain for that kid. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Really, someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Hongyin burst forth from the air, whether it's real or not, experience it for yourself. Crowd. What does this leaf mean? Her aura is definitely different from before. Judging from her appearance, it's pretty much true. But the problem is that after the 7th level, a self-contained domain forms within the body, rejecting all foreign things. This is a well-established fact in medicine. Besides the two people, there were many others watching from afar in the void. As Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi said, after the 7th level, regardless of gender, in addition to the solidification of the physical body, the elements in the body form their own domain and begin to reject all external things. The path of martial arts gradually progresses from the physical body to the spiritual level, let alone for them at the 8th or 9th level. Both male and female martial arts practitioners must guard their original nature and maintain a flawless body. Sexual intercourse also shifts to the level of spiritual resonance, making it almost impossible to conceive. When Lin Kor opened the door, she saw Yang Wei standing by the window. Are you all right? Yang Wei turned around and looked at her. Did you buy the gene evolution fluid? Bought it? Lin Kor shook the blood vial in her hand. It cost a total of 6,700 star coins. Has Yi Hongyin come by? And you? What are you thinking about? Yang Wei tried to hide his thoughts. Lin Kor looked at the messy sheets and blankets, and the minty scent in the air, and immediately realized what was going on. She sat silently in the chair Yi Hongyin had sat in, pouting, fine, don't talk about it if you don't want to. Looking at this easily angered girl, Yang Wei felt a growing sense of guilt. He handed Lin Kor the 100,000 star coins, crystal cards, and some pills that Yi Hongyin had left behind before she left. Wife, when you were trying to dismantle me, I said that I am more valuable alive than I am dismantled, right? Lin Kor immediately beamed with joy, that's true. We can't stay here anymore, the urban management officers will find us sooner or later. Yang Wei shook his head. No, yesterday's events have left the city in a state of disarray, and they simply don't have time to deal with us, unless someone reports us. He continued his analysis, however, since Yi Hongyin came, it means that the urban management officers didn't investigate further, or they were fobbed off. Otherwise, the urban management officers should have been the first to confront them. That's true, Lin Kor agreed, but she was still worried. Perhaps it's best to stop while you're ahead. Yang Wei shook his head. Our original intention was to establish relationships with these high-level experts. One Yi Hongyin is not enough. Yu Lin Kor stood up and said casually, that makes sense. How about I go find a few high-level male martial artists to build relationships with? Don't worry, I will never abandon you. It's all for our future. Yang Wei broke down on the spot. What exactly do you want? I've already told you. Very well, Lin Kor interrupted him directly, I think you're addicted to it. Fine then, since you've already lost your first time anyway, and since it's all for our future, let us each do our own thing. Yang Wei, I've finally seen through you. Don't say everything is for our future, for our own good. You're actually a lustful, cowardly, scheming, selfish, and petty person. If things continue like this, what's the point of our marriage? Yang Wei hadn't really thought of that, but we already agreed on that. Yang Wei? Tears welled up in Lin Kor's eyes, and she interrupted him. Don't try to use the government's excuse of freely matching wives to talk to me anymore. I've had enough. Yes, we are ordinary people, but ordinary people also have their own way of living. At the very least, I won't live like you. I have my own way of living. Let's stop here. After Lin Kor finished speaking, she was about to slam the door and leave. Yang Wei felt conflicted. Although they had only been together for a few days, she was the first woman in the world he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. He pulled Lin Kor into his arms. Kor, don't be impulsive. Yes, I know you're right. But that's just how the world is. If you can't pay the poll tax, your supplies will be confiscated, your electricity, water, and food will be cut off, and you might even be thrown out of the city. If you can't become stronger, you'll end up like those ordinary people yesterday, your lives hanging by a thread. The kind of life you yearn for may exist in some worlds, but here, perhaps only those who have mastered absolute power deserve it. He cupped Lin Kor's face in his hands. Kor, if there were any other way, why would I have schemed so much? Yes, I'm a villain, but I want to live? I want to become stronger? I want to protect you. Is that wrong? You said I brought up government policies. Yes, I admit that, but I promised you that day, I said. I told you I would work hard and give you all my salary. I said that sooner or later, I would be able to do what those martial arts masters do, turning clouds into rain with a flick of my wrist, and make you proud. I told you that one day you'll understand that choosing me was definitely worth it. I also said that we would definitely be happy? Yang Wei looked at the people in front of him and said, but the premise is that we have to stay alive first. As he spoke, he kissed her deeply. System, ding, host's heart rate has surged. One shot, one kill, is about to begin. Yang Wei, Tonzi, are you kidding me? Her period hasn't ended yet, how is this possible? The system message reads, as long as the females of the same species have that function, it will work. When Yang Wei saw her crying and hiccuping, his heart ached. He slowed down and tried to wipe her tears, but she slapped his hand away. You're dirty, don't touch me. No? Yang Wei looked at the system interface and immediately exchanged for the unbreakable pill. Why, are you bullying me? 2 hours later, it was already dark. Lin Kor sat on the bed with her knees drawn up to her chest, crying her eyes out. All you can do is use sweet talk to fool me? She wasn't crying because Yang Wei had lied to her with sweet words, but because she regretted being jealous of Yi Hongyin over something like that. At the same time, she also recalled the question she asked Yang Wei when they first met. When Yang Wei said that he was not afraid of blood, she thought he was a beast who would not even let go of his period. Unexpectedly, his words came true. I didn't lie to you. Yang Wei comforted him while wondering why the system wasn't responding. The system notification read, Lin Kor is currently menstruating. She needs time to settle down and fuse with the body after a single successful attack. Yang Wei complained, you're not so great either. System, should I leave? Yang Wei felt aggrieved. We're all from the same hometown. Is it really necessary to run away from home over a joke? System. Yang Wei then comforted Lin Kor, are you alright? Are you hungry? I'll order you some takeout. I won't eat. Lin Kor sobbed, my face is all swollen, boo-hoo. I'd rather starve to death. Yang Wei was speechless and could only order takeout, when his phone rang. Seeing this, Lin Kor cried even louder, I can't live like this anymore. Yang Wei's lips twitched. He glanced at the other person and answered the phone, hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yang? My name is Zhao Wushang. I paid your deposit today. Do you have time to chat? Zhao Wushang's voice on the other end of the phone had a metallic resonance. Mr. Yang, my left leg remains on the northern border defense line, but my right leg can still carry me upstairs on my own. I'll be there in half an hour. Please prepare for a blood test to verify my identity. The doorbell rang at the same time. Why, it's all your fault. Lin Kor, wrapped in a bedsheet, looked venomous. My peaceful days are over. Hold on. Yang Wei exchanged a glance with him, left the bedroom, and went to open the door. Two people were standing outside the door. The leader was a female martial artist with a black and gold prosthetic limb and short hair stained with war burns. She was standing on one leg at the door, holding a blood-red battle sword that was taller than herself. Who will inspect the goods for me? Besides, I'm in a hurry. If I can't get pregnant, I'll kill someone. Chapter 13, The Calm Shattered, Life-Saving Installments. Ding! The permanent support from Yi Hongyin has been confirmed to be in effect. Host's lifespan has increased by 27 years. Current remaining lifespan, 108 years. The system's notification was like a shot in the arm, instantly soothing Yang Wei's bleeding heart caused by spending his life and even leaving him with a slight surplus. But before he could savor the joy of losing and regaining his lost treasure, the crisis before him had already escalated. Inside the room was Lin Kur, the wife who had just gone through an emotional storm, crying her eyes out and wrapped in a bedsheet. Outside the door were two high-level martial arts practitioners who had come to inspect the goods while holding number plates. What's worse is that these two customers clearly know each other, and it seems they even came together as a team. Ah Shang, you're here too? The uninvited guest at the door, who hadn't called but rang the doorbell directly, spoke up in a clear, slightly curious voice. She was dressed in a neat combat uniform, with short hair that reached her ears. She looked younger and more lively than Yi Hongyin and Zhao Wushang. The insignia of the 8th level peak on her shoulder was equally eye-catching. However, she wore a black tactical visor over her left eye, which added a touch of menacing aura. Zhao Wushang leaned on her signature black and gold prosthetic leg with one hand, and patted the miniature terminal hanging on the prosthetic leg with the other. I saw Sister Yi share the location in the group. She said it has an excellent after-sales service experience and is recommended to check it out. Yang Wei. He finally understood what Yi Hongyin meant by "you deserve it." That woman turned around and sold him out. And it's a group buying price. Hearing the noise from inside the room, Lin Kur's crying stopped abruptly, turning into a wary sob. Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine, but his face instantly switched to professional customer service mode. Oh, Sister Zhao and Sister Wang, right? Please come in, please come in. As he spoke, he frantically winked at Lin Kur inside the room, signaling her to quickly clean up the mess. Ahem, the one-eyed female martial artist, known as Sister Wang, peeked inside, her sharp gaze sweeping over the messy bed and Lin Kur's red-rimmed eyes. Shallow to deep, eternal joy? She chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow knowingly and meaningfully. Then she looked at Yang Wei, slightly raising her chin. Mr. Yang, you seem quite busy? We didn't interrupt your good time, did we? By the way, my name is Wang Xuanqi. You didn't forget that I paid the deposit, did you? Her gaze shifted between Yang Wei and Lin Kur, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Looks like we've come at the wrong time? How could I forget such a beautiful and graceful woman? Yang Wei stepped aside to make way, his mind racing. Perfect timing, please come in. You have such a sweet tongue. Wang Xuanqi's single glance sent chills down Yang Wei's spine. 8th tier, level 89, half-step martial emperor? That look is terrifying. In fact, the two were even more surprised when they saw Yang Wei again. What kind of power gave an ordinary person the courage to face them directly? His current speech and behavior show none of the obsequiousness that ordinary people would show when meeting a high-level martial artist. How strange. This is the most extraordinary ordinary person they've ever met. And if this kind of person isn't absolutely confident, then they must have some powerful connections. Clearly, they already knew everything about Yang Wei, including what he had learned and done in the 18 years of county breeding, and what his special skills were. However, the result was just like him, ordinary and unremarkable. Yang Wei looked at the two of them, composed himself, and said, "It's great that you two could come together. We can work on an efficiency optimization plan." His words were like casual conversation between acquaintances, and his enthusiasm was just right, so much so that the two uninvited guests exchanged a glance, finding it unbelievable. Lust can cloud judgment? They were injured and their fighting ability was greatly reduced, but that doesn't mean they are at the mercy of others. Moreover, he's just an ordinary person. Zhao Wushang walked in, leaning on her prosthetic leg, each step carrying a metallic feel. She slammed the blood-red battle sword against the wall with a clang, making the entire rented room tremble. To make a long story short, Zhao Wushang said succinctly, pointing to her abdomen, the process is the same as Sister Ye's? Inspection, payment, and then. She paused meaningfully. Yang Wei was sweating profusely. Martial artists don't seem to have many taboos, they're straightforward about things. However, the aura that these two deliberately released was far more suppressive than that of the Kong Yi Hongyin alone. He was almost suffocating. Zhao Wushang, in particular, was utterly devoid of tenderness. Her eyes were like knives, always ready to strike. But it's good that we're being straightforward. This isn't a residential area, and everyone's in a hurry, just like doctors and patients. Zhao Wushang skillfully took out the familiar, crumpled yellow talisman from a small bag she carried and slapped it on the table. Inspect the goods first, or discuss the terms first. Just then, the door to the inner room creaked open. Lin Kor had already dressed. Although her eyes were still red and swollen, she had forced herself to regain her composure and even managed a smile befitting a mistress of the house, though the smile looked a little stiff. "And who is this?" Wang Xuanqi asked knowingly, looking at Lin Kor with curiosity. "Is this the useless little princess of Zone C?" They had all held her when she was little, but unfortunately, her mother suffered a serious injury when she was pregnant with her, which resulted in the fetus being born with deficiencies and having a weak constitution. "Interesting. This is my wife, Lin Kor," Yang Wei quickly introduced, while casting a pleading look at Lin Kor. "For the greater good, honey." Lin Kor took a deep breath, stepped forward, stood next to Yang Wei, took his arm, secretly pinched him hard, but smiled gently on the surface. "Hello, both of you sisters. Wei, his professional skills are not yet proficient, please bear with him." "Business? Not familiar with it?" Zhao Wushang looked at the couple, who had clearly just finished a fight, with interest, and nodded. "Understood. Shall we hurry up? No wonder Yi Hongyin said she got the first kill? This couple has obviously just had their first taste of sex? Damn it!" In an instant, three women with distinct styles but all possessing exceptionally strong auras gathered in the small rented room, their eyes subtly vying for dominance. Yang Wei felt like a small boat in a raging storm, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. With a firm resolve, he unleashed his full acting prowess. "Then let's talk about the issue of the child's custody?" Yang Wei said. "Isn't it too early to talk about the child's problems now?" Zhao Wushang said. Yang Wei took a deep breath. "I said it was 100%. Since you two are here, you're only betting on that 1 in 10,000 chance. If you still have any concerns, take your deposit, the door is over there." As he spoke, he threw the two people's deposits on the table. The two exchanged a glance. What ordinary people call star coins are useless to them. The question is, why is this person so certain? Is there really some secret formula? Wang Xuanqi pointed to the talisman on the table. "Just like Sister Yi, test the talisman with blood. If it's red, then we can discuss the next step." "Okay." Yang Wei nodded. He was thinking to himself, don't these women who practice martial arts speak and act without any beating around the bush? Although he was a little uncomfortable with their directness, it was fine. "I'll go first," Zhao Wushang said decisively, scratching her finger with her nail and letting blood drip onto it. 10 minutes later, amidst the ashes of the talisman, another striking crimson appeared. A slight change finally appeared on her cold face. Wang Xuanqi, who was standing next to him, also saw it clearly, and his eyes flickered. "Okay," Yang Wei slapped his thigh, "since we're all straightforward people, I'll just say it directly. My service guarantees a successful bid. But there's a prerequisite." He deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Wang Xuanqi interrupted him. "Mr. Yang, it's not that I'm overthinking it, but I just have to get this off my chest. Your talisman won't work on everyone, will it?" She thought for a moment, worried that Yang Wei might not understand, so she gave another analogy. "It's like a fake monk drawing lots. In order to make people believe, the bucket is actually full of the best lots. He makes professional statements, but it's all the same." Yang Wei's lips twitched involuntarily. "It's only natural for you to say that, I understand." He looked at the one-eyed woman who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and said, "I'll say it again, believe me, and you'll have a child if you don't, just take the deposit and turn around. I will never force you." Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushang exchanged glances again, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. The latter grabbed the former's arm. "Sister Xuanqi is straightforward, please don't take offense, sir. Tell me, what are the prerequisites?" Yang Wei squinted, picked up the empty teacup on the table, took a small sip, and said, "I ask that you two swear by the martial arts that this matter will never be leaked." "You?" Wang Xuanqi was speechless, increasingly finding the whole thing too bizarre and outrageous. Since this kid is courting death, what reason does she have to refuse? Very well, I, Wang Xuanqi, swear on my martial arts heart that this matter will never be revealed. Otherwise, may my martial arts path be completely destroyed and may I die a horrible death. Zhao Wushang also felt that this person's words were becoming more and more outrageous, but in order to find out this 1 in 10,000 possibility, she decided to give it a try. It was just a matter of keeping it a secret for them, it wasn't that serious. So, without hesitation, they followed Wang Xuanqi in swearing an oath. Besides, this matter was more important for them to keep secret than for Yang Wei. Lin Kuo remained silent, but her mind was racing. What good were oaths? If they didn't come true, they'd still die. These were all meritorious officials with outstanding achievements. Even if the Lin family was willing to step in, they couldn't protect them. How could she have married such a daring guy? She remembered what Yang Wei had said. Turning one's hand can create clouds, turning it back can create rain. Although the consequences might be unbearable, he actually did it. With a mortal body. Throughout history, who has been able to do this? Whether it's Yi Hanyin or the two people in front of her, weren't they all once the pride of an era? Countless young men were once infatuated with them, but they never even glanced at them. But now he is falling step by step into the trap carefully designed by Yang Wei, an ordinary man. Lin Kuo knew without a doubt that even though these people were injured and retired, there were still countless men who wanted to marry them, because they all represented a powerful royal family in the special zone. It was just that the choice was always in their hands. Yang Wei's so-called seizing the initiative is actually also focused on this point? As for the consequences? Even if I die, I am still different from others, so it was worth it. Lin Kuo had always considered herself superior since childhood, but compared to Yang Wei at this moment, she was nothing. Yang Wei, although I don't agree with what you've done, it has certainly made me look at you in a new light. Although I, Lin Kuo, hate marrying you, I have no regrets. Tears of resentment welled up in Lin Kuo's eyes. She knew this man could no longer belong solely to her. But if she had to choose, she would rather share him with these arrogant martial arts prodigies than with those useless people in the lower tier area. Can you tell me now? Zhao Wushang asked impatiently. Very good. Yang Wei stood up. Please forgive me, both of you. Actually, this technology will consume my lifespan. Yang Wei's face was filled with heartache. Alas! The last time I served Miss Yi, I paid the price of 20 years of my life. Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi exchanged a glance and both saw the cold smile in each other's eyes. Even Lin Kuo, who had already eaten and drunk her fill, was inwardly scoffing. Keep making things up. Others may not know you, but don't I? Lower body animals. Yang Wei pointed to his slightly pale face, though it was an act, so, on top of the existing conditions, I need an additional subsidy. Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi were both stunned, clearly not expecting the other party to push their luck again. To put it simply, Yang Wei added quietly from the side, it's about spending more time and money. As for how much more, you can decide. The better the children you want, the more years of my life I will have to sacrifice. He packaged the system as a mysterious law of equivalent exchange. Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi looked at each other again, their voices audible to each other. Sister, this guy is getting more and more outrageous. No, this is not just outrageous, it's completely beyond anything known to humankind. That's right. It's already outrageous enough that it can make a high-level martial artist pregnant and give birth, but now even the aptitude for procreation can be reserved in advance. Even a fantasy wouldn't dare to be this ridiculous, huh? This damned liar is hateful, but also quite amusing. How could someone like Yi Hanyi not see through him? Want to play? Ha! Alright, since Yi Hanyin dares to do this, why shouldn't we? The two exchanged telepathic messages, sneering repeatedly. What kind of subsidy will it be? Wang Xuanqi asked, squinting. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback. The system interface popped up in his mind at just the right moment. Hi, we've detected 2 high-quality new customers. We recommend the life insurance installment payment plan. Option A, a one-time payment over 20 years ensures offspring receive top-tier attributes such as the Great Sun Divine Body. Option B, initial payment for 10 years. After successful pregnancy, 1 year's lifespan will be deducted from the mother's annually and transferred to you for 20 years. Annualized interest rate 100%. Option C, the client provides an equivalent life-extending treasure or cultivation technique as a trade-off. Yang Wei was increasingly unable to understand this system. It was simply a shady business. He read the words from the system's prompter, and all 3 of them, including Lin Kuo, frowned. That's some really professional sales pitch. Lifespan? Are you kidding me? Wang Xuanqi frowned. Whether it's a joke or not, we'll find out soon enough about Sister Yi Hanin's outcome. Yang Wei said frankly, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get another one. Gentlemen, I can only guarantee with the decades of my remaining lifespan that it is absolutely true and effective. Zhao Wushang remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her options. For these high-level martial artists, ordinary money and resources are certainly important, but compared to a long lifespan and top-notch bloodline aptitude, it is obvious which is more important. So the two of them exchanged telepathic messages again. Sister, this guy's lies are ridiculously false. Of course. I want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Qualifications? Lifespan? They're not something you can just acquire or deduct at will. You don't even have this basic common sense, yet you want to learn how to deceive people? It's ridiculous. That's right. If that were possible, how could humanity be in such a miserable state today? We would have driven the alien beasts out of the starry sky long ago. Forget it, the main thing is that she's good looking and so young. I'll just treat it as entertainment. That's true. A beautiful appearance is a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. No, this is 1 in a billion. No, Sister Zhao, this guy has been laying the groundwork for so long, isn't it just to swindle money and seduce us, and he's got ulterior motives towards us? Shah, I've lived for hundreds of years, and he's only 18. Who's lying to whom is still up in the air. That's true, but with his average-sized frame, he probably doesn't have much to offer. He. Don't forget, we've already solidified from the inside out. With his cultivation level of this level, Ha, I can't wait to see him bewildered. Just thinking about it is hilarious. Stop dawdling. Let's get him. After pondering for a long time, Zhao Wushang finally spoke, I choose A. I want the best of the 20-year quota. Her words, like her smile, carried an undeniable determination. Wang Xuanqi smiled and said, I prefer option B, try it first, pay later. It's fair and just, haha. Yan Wei. He knew nothing about the two being able to communicate telepathically, but he was now fairly certain that these female martial artists were all ancient monsters, none of whom were easy to fool. Okay, he gritted his teeth. Sister Wang is indeed a wise woman. Let's sign the contract then. Yang Wei took out 2 seemingly antique parchment scrolls, produced by the system, with stunning visual effects. These two are completely different from Yi Hanin, they're far too cunning. Only with constraints can there be a future. Otherwise, they could be discarded at any time after being used. Once the results are available, they're mine. You have to play your part completely, Zhao Wushang added, her tone calm but carrying the oppressive air of someone accustomed to a position of power. You only need to provide the seed and the technology, the rest is none of your business. Deal. Yang Wei readily agreed. He was just wondering how to achieve the childbearing but not raising principle mentioned in the Earth Scumbag Handbook, and this is perfect. The premise is, Yang Wei added, you'll need to proactively apply to the government to marry me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not clingy, I just don't want the government to match me with a wife from a low-ranking area again. He reached out and put his arm around Lin Kuo. My wife will always be only her, so, after the wedding, you can immediately dissolve the marriage. All I want is a legal father for my child. That's it? Wang Xuanqi frowned. After hearing Yang Wei's words, the two were puzzled as to why he had gone to such lengths. Result. It's nothing more than a special economic zone residence permit and a 100,000 yuan bonus. The perspective of ordinary people is indeed devoid of any unique insights. Although they still couldn't understand it, if it were true, then this person undoubtedly wanted to use the child to climb the social ladder in the future. However, even if what they said was true, and the child was indeed exceptionally gifted, it would still take decades or even centuries for him to truly mature. And how long can he just an ordinary person live? I can't figure it out. Yes, that's it. Yang Wei thought for a moment, then added a reminder, however, once the engagement is dissolved, if you want a second, third, or even more children in the future, I refuse to accept that. He was telling the truth. The reason he married these disabled goddesses was out of necessity. He planned to wait until the children were born and the system provided feedback on his cultivation level, allowing him to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, what kind of woman can't he have? With missing arms and legs, ugh. Who the hell would want that? As for offering well-intentioned advice, it was entirely out of consideration for the child. Have you two made up your minds? Yang Wei extended his hand. Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushan both fell silent. They were exchanging messages again. Good heavens, he's really gotten hooked on acting. He's dreaming. Getting married? And getting divorced? I find that very interesting, exciting, extremely exciting. That's true. I've even found myself back in the days when I was 18 and boys were chasing after me and confessing their love to me. It was so much fun. Xuanqi has fallen for someone. So what if we do something? He's just a con man. But even knowing we've been scammed, we're still happy, aren't we, But Sister Zhao, if you really get pregnant, are you willing to get a divorce? Divorce? Unless he's out of his mind? Putting aside the idea of regaining the joy of being an ordinary person, if this thing were real, he could build an invincible army of future offspring? That's utter nonsense. That's exactly what I wanted to say, sis. No, you're not really serious, are you? Really? I only have one thought: after fighting all my life, I'll spend some money to find an ordinary person to remove the evil aura from me. Anyway, we'll never see each other again, and nobody will recognize anyone. Sister Zhao is open-minded, that's what I think too. Are you also someone who can't bring yourself to do it to someone you know well, but can't bring yourself to talk to someone you don't know? That's right. For the rest of our lives, our cultivation will stop, and we can't get married and have children like ordinary women. Thinking about all these hundreds of years of our lives, it's all been meaningless. Zhao Wushan looked at Yang Wei's hand, then at his handsome but somewhat pale face, and finally extended her good hand to gently shake his. It's a deal. Her hands were cold, but contained a terrifying power. If I get pregnant, we'll get married. As for divorce, we'll talk about that later. Her words were very artistic, just like his martial arts techniques, capable of both offense and defense, leaving enough room for interpretation. Me too. Wang Xuanqi said. Then, Sister Wang, let us. Yang Wei turned to the one-eyed Wang Xuanqi. Wang Xuanqi waved his hand and smiled, no rush. My needs are a little special. She took a step forward, getting closer to Yang Wei, and lowered her voice, carrying a faint fragrance. My cultivation method is special, and it requires a specific environment to better receive your gift. What kind of specific environment? Yang Wei had a bad feeling. Wang Xuanqi blinked her beautiful single eye, a sly glint in her eyes. I heard that after you get married, the government gives you a couple's handbook? Yang Wei and Lin Kuo were both shocked at the same time. What does that mean? These two aren't like Yi Hongyin, completely clueless, are they? Are they planning to learn on the spot and then try it out? Wait, they're hundreds of years old, really? But thinking about it, it makes sense. These people were single-mindedly pursuing martial arts and went to the battlefield early on. Some even didn't return until they retired. Yang Wei thought to himself, even if I get to the battlefield early, it shouldn't be hard to find a like-minded boyfriend, right? Aren't all those martial arts masters who can fly and escape from the sky in novels and TV shows from my previous life like that? But that makes sense. Chang'e is a fairy in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the Jade Emperor, she is just a dancer. What seemed unattainable to them was, in the eyes of those truly powerful martial arts masters, nothing more than soldiers. For them, those below their own level are beneath them, and those they like are likely to be disliked by others, leaving them with only a few. Yang Wei recalled the earth in his previous life, overflowing with single men and women, and couldn't help but sigh. How damn fitting. It seems that fate sent him through time to save these anti-Japanese heroes. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Seeing his surprised expression, Wang Xuanqi smiled even more. Although Sister Yi shared the location in the group, she also mentioned that your endurance needs improvement. What? Yang Wei felt that his personality and professional skills had been insulted twice. Last time I wasn't in good shape. This time. He wanted to explain, but after glancing at Lin Kuo, who was watching him intently, he swallowed the rest of his words. It's too small here, Wang Xuanqi said. There's not enough room to move around. Before I came, I rented a luxury suite upstairs. The environment is better, and it's also safer. What? Yang Wei's lips twitched. This woman was prepared all along? Lin Kuo tugged at his sleeve, feeling as if the two of them were the prey. Yang Wei immediately understood the other party's implication. This batch of clients is so difficult to manage, with so many strange and demanding requests. But he just couldn't refuse. After all this hard work, is it all going to be for nothing? No. Moreover, Wang Xuanqi glanced into the inner room and then at Lin Kuer, hinting, it won't affect the emotions of other people. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, I'm fine. Sister Zhao? Want to come along? Wang Xuanqi nodded, raising an eyebrow at Zhao Wushang, whom she had already been secretly flirting with via telepathy. How could I refuse Sister Xuanqi's invitation? Zhao Wushang's long eyebrows twitched. However, first come, first served, I'm in a hurry. Watching the two deferring to each other, Yang Wei and Lin Kuer momentarily felt like prey. Fortunately, although the outcome deviated slightly from their plan, it was still acceptable. Since Sister Zhao has spoken, Wang Xuanqi said straightforwardly, then let us do as you say. Lin Kuer's face darkened completely. She grabbed Yang Wei's hand and said, be careful, you might hurt your kidneys. I know what I'm doing. Yang Wei felt like he had a splitting headache. If you two want to discuss this, don't do it in front of my wife. There's such a worry. Then go ahead. Lin Kuer shouted as she turned around, her vision blurring. Get out, get out. Yang Wei frowned but said nothing. There would be many more things like this in the future, and she would have to get used to it sooner or later. Lin Kuer was ultimately forced to stay in the rented room. 5 hours later. Yang Wei, supporting himself against the wall, walked downstairs, the system's notification sounds constantly ringing in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully signed 2 advanced technical service contracts. Double rewards have been stacked, check-in points plus 666x8. Current check-in points, 6691. Ding, cultivation level is being doubled in progress. System comment, even breeding pigs aren't as busy as you. Get lost. Yang Wei felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. He staggered back to his rented room. Lin Kuer was sitting in a chair, slowly wiping her brand new, blue-glowing primary gene evolution fluid syringe with a velvet cloth. Next to her was a note. It was left behind by Zhao Wushang. Mr. Yang, this is my contact information. I will come for a follow-up appointment at the same time next week. She seemed to pause for a moment, then added. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wushang, I am 396 years old, and I am a peak 9th level mentalist. Take your time, Yuan Xuanqi, I'm leaving now. A smiley face was drawn on the paper. Next time, I hope we can use a bigger venue. Yang Wei looked at the note, then at another black business card in his hand, which belonged to Wang Xuanqi and was made of a special material. He felt like he had become the busiest tool in the world. Just then, his phone rang again, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. The number's suffix prominently displayed special A-level permissions, which startled him so much that he almost threw the phone away. Hello, he answered, his voice trembling. A deep, resonant, and magnetic middle-aged male voice came from the other end, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Yang Wei, is this you? I am Li, the head of the Urban Management and Abnormal Phenomena Investigation Section. Regarding your unlicensed business activities at the Gaopei District Square this afternoon, please come to my office at 9 a.m. tomorrow to explain the situation. Yang Wei. Okay. He looked down at his still slightly trembling legs, then thought about his remaining lifespan of 136 years, and the mountain of contact information for female martial arts practitioners piled up in his mind. We have the high-quality resources for future planting. Now we just need to wait for the experiment to succeed, then do some advertising. The secrecy needs to be strengthened, but once this is made public, I reckon I'll be sent to a cutting-edge lab for biopsy. Oh dear. I'm about to have a flare-up of my workplace injury. The system silently pops up the settlement interface. Today's revenue, cultivation level surged, huge sums from daily check-ins, several potential allies. Expenditure, physical exhaustion, mental fatigue, and endless expectations and confusion about the future. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. The system has tricked me 1,000 times, yet I still love it like my first love. Ding! The permanent feedback from Zhao Wushang has taken effect, increasing the host's lifespan by 25 times 2 is equal to 50 years. Ding! The permanent support from Wang Xuanqi has taken effect. Host's lifespan plus 20 times 4 is equal to 80 years. Current lifespan remaining, 238 years. Ding, cultivation reward doubled successfully settled. Reward 1, Zhao Wushang's 9th rank, level 91 cultivation level empowerment 1x2, host's realm is raised to 3rd rank, level 31. Wang Xuanqi's cultivation level of 8th rank and 8-9 was boosted by 1x4, raising the host's realm to 3rd rank and 39th level. Reward 2, the total bonus of the offspring feeding tank is increased to 0.9%. System comment, Gods on Guns and Cannons, Souls in the Production Workshop. The system's notification sound, like celestial music, resonated in Yang Wei's nearly exhausted consciousness. The newly acquired surging power within his body and the extreme mental exhaustion created a strange sense of rift. His current state was like that of someone who had just finished 10 ranked matches all night, his body completely drained, but his mind still in a state of high excitement. He dragged himself half dead, his voice breaking with anguish as he questioned, "System, this isn't right. Wasn't the reward supposed to be doubled? How come there's so little? Not even 4th tier? I thought I could just take off from the spot, but they just gave me some little wings instead." The system popped up a disdainful emoji with a colorful panda head shrug. "I suggest the host retake elementary school math. Doubling doesn't equal doubling. It's like buying milk tea with extra pearls. Double the pearls doesn't mean you get 2 cups. You wish." Yang Wei, half dead, said, "Explain yourself clearly, are you trying to trick me again?" System. Again? What about trust? Well, as everyone knows, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to advance. Let me put it this way, level 1 of tier 1 only requires 1 point of energy. To put it more vividly, it's like playing a game. You only need 1 point of experience to level up from level 1 to level 2, understand? But if you want to level up from level 30 to level 31, the experience points required might be several hundred or even 1,000 more than the previous level, understand? It's like how it's easy to go from bronze to silver, but incredibly difficult to go from diamond to master. Yang Wei understood, and his lips twitched violently. This is too difficult. So he didn't spend enough money in the game and only bought a trial card? So, this doubling order should go to those with lower cultivation levels first, which is a huge loss for me. It's like a supermarket sale where I buy the expensive items first, only to find out that the cheaper ones have bigger discounts later on. The system replied, "No problem. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask, did you? It's like when you order takeout and don't specify no cilantro, but it arrives with cilantro. Can you blame the restaurant?" Yang Wei. He was speechless. What a ripoff. Shouldn't my wife get double, Zhao Wushang get quadruple, and Wang Xuanqi get 8 times? Even if it's arranged in order of seniority, it should be like this. System, the reward mechanism is based on first impressions. Since the host's spouse, Lin Kuo, has not yet been found, the reward can be stacked within the effective time limit. It's like grabbing a red envelope, first come, first served, understand? Yang Wei. He felt like he wanted to die. Periods are a killer. With Lin Kuo's cultivation at the peak of the first level, even if she succeeds within 24 hours and her cultivation is returned 8 times, it's probably practically nothing. At most, it's like even a mosquito's leg is still meat. This was all for nothing, boo-hoo. Inside, Lin Kuo had tidied everything up, even wiping the floor until it shone, cleaner than her face. She sat there, clutching the dark blue gene evolution fluid syringe in her hand, looking at him as he staggered in with a complicated expression, as if she were looking at a scumbag who doesn't come home late at night. "So you finally decided to come back?" Her voice was muffled, hoarse with anxiety. "I thought you were so busy sowing seeds out there that you forgot about home." Yang Wei threw Zhao Wushang's note into the trash can and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling every cell in his body wail. "Don't even mention it, I'm exhausted like a dog that's been completely drained. Let us go home." He closed his eyes, his voice weak. "It's getting dark. Let us go back to Building 13, the residential area. It's safe there. At least there's an energy shield. Unlike here, there are surprises everywhere." Lin Kuo was stunned for a moment. Looking at his frail appearance, she ultimately didn't say anything sarcastic and silently packed her luggage. She looked at Yang Wei's pale face, reached out and touched his cold forehead. "Are you all right? Your face is as white as paper, like a dried-up person." "I won't die." Yang Wei forced a grimace. "It's just, it feels like my body has been trampled by 100 elephants, and they were doing tap dancing." He paused, looked at her, and said, "Kuo, thank you. Thank you for not leaving me when I was at my lowest point." He didn't say it aloud, but they both understood. Lin Kuo sighed, "Let's go home. At least there's an energy shield protecting us, so we can get a good night's sleep without worrying about someone knocking on the door in the middle of the night to collect debts." Yang Wei nodded. Neither of them intended to stay in the rented room filled with the presence of Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushang. Instead, they chose to return to their home at number 488, Building 13, which, although cramped, was protected by an official array. The two remained silent the entire way, the atmosphere so quiet that they could hear each other breathing, much like the silent treatment between lovers after an argument. When I got home, it was pitch black. The moment I closed the door, an indescribable sense of security slowly enveloped me. "I'll go boil some water," Lin Kaur said, walking into the kitchen. Yang Wei curled up on the newlywed sofa in the living room, feeling the slowly merging of the expanding power within his body, while simultaneously fighting against the stinging pain emanating from the depths of his soul. Although he was young, he thought to himself that he couldn't keep playing around like this. If he continued to cause trouble like this, he might die young before he even had children to support him. "Wei." Lin Kaur's voice came from the kitchen, tinged with a cautious probing. "What will we do in the future? Do you still plan to continue?" Yang Wei stared at the ceiling. "Cold scrambled eggs. Delicious and beautiful." "I'm serious." Lin Kaur's voice was filled with anger. "I'm being very serious." Yang Wei smirked. "We're not short of money for now, and we've secured your gene evolution fluid. At least we won't have to bow down for a pittance anymore. I'm asking you." Lin Kaur raised her voice, her tone a mix of grievance and lingering fear. "Do you still want to go to work? Do you still want to continue doing this? I'm afraid you'll ruin yourself one day." He turned his head and looked at her somewhat slender figure under the warm kitchen light. This person, who should never have to lift a finger, was now busy like a dutiful young wife, and his heart warmed instantly. "I don't know," he said honestly, "but I do know that if we stop now, all the adventures and efforts we've made will be for nothing. It's like watching a TV series you've watched dozens of episodes, and you can't just drop it because there's a bit of heartbreak in the middle, right?" Lin Kaur brought out a bowl of hot water and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "I'm just afraid that if you continue like this, you'll really lose your life. What's the use of having money if you're dead?" Yang Wei smirked. "Don't worry, I still want to make you happy. I'm tough as nails. Luckily, the plan is going smoothly. Let me think about it." He tried to lighten the mood. Lin Kaur did not smile. She sat down next to him, her head down. "I know you did it for us," she said softly, "but I never want to see you come back looking like you've just escaped death. My heart can't take it." "I know," Yang Wei replied softly, "but this is the only opportunity that ordinary people like us can grasp that might change our destiny. It's like buying a lottery ticket. Although the odds of winning are low, you'll never win if you don't buy one." He assured her, "I'll be careful. And, look, haven't I gotten stronger? I could easily take on 10 of my former self now." After he said that, Lin Kaur realized that it was indeed true. Although he still looked very tired, his aura was much stronger. Based on her understanding of martial artists, Yang Wei's current cultivation level should be at least higher than hers. What's wrong?" Lin Kaur suddenly grabbed his hand, carefully taking his pulse, her face full of worry. "This morning you were a complete weakling. How come your energy is now as vigorous as a walking furnace? This rate of improvement is faster than a rocket. This isn't cultivation, it's like someone gave you a 648 renminbi gift pack and you instantly reached max level. And it's the kind of whale level exclusive." Her face was pale. "Yang Wei, tell me honestly. What exactly happened during this time? Don't tell me you had an epiphany, I don't believe it. The path of martial arts is a gradual one. First, one trains the skin, then the flesh, and finally the bones and muscles, until one enters the ranks of martial artists. Such a sudden surge in power can, at best, injure bones and flesh, and at worst, cost one's life. Blindly pursuing power while neglecting the refinement of the physical body will eventually lead to an explosion in power but a breakdown of the physical body. Yang Wei, please, what happened to you?" She grabbed Yang Wei's arm, then suddenly remembered something. Could it be they? Lin Kaur muttered to herself, "That's right, deep communication with high-level martial artists leads to a connection of power. If the other party cultivates techniques like the joyful union technique, no, that doesn't make sense. Theoretically, those who practice this kind of technique harm others for their own benefit. Could it be a dual cultivation technique? Yes, I've heard of it. Dual cultivation techniques are bidirectional. The cultivation level flows from the higher level to the lower level, and it has no effect on the higher level at all, but rather enhances it." Yang Wei's lips twitched. This guy really has a vivid imagination he didn't even need to explain. But ultimately, she's just worried and confused, so let her think what she wants. Over time, feelings may develop? Yang Wei knew in his heart that a girl of Lin Kor's caliber would have been destined to be out of his reach if she hadn't been born into this world, like two parallel lines that would never intersect. He gently put his arm around her slender shoulders, unsure how to explain. He couldn't very well say that he had a system, could he? Even if he did, she might not believe him, and might even think he had gone mad. Your analysis makes sense. Yang Wei nodded, going along with her words, although I don't know if it's a dual cultivation technique, it's definitely after that thing that my cultivation level skyrocketed, very likely. I didn't. Lin Kor was startled and quickly waved her hand. Besides, with my meager cultivation, I can't possibly give you the empowerment, can I? Even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability. So it can only be those three. Lin Kor was still worried. Tell me quickly, is there anything that's bothering you? Like dizziness, nausea, or weakness all over your body? No, not at all. Yang Wei shook his head. I quite like this feeling. I feel full of energy, like I've been injected with adrenaline. Don't worry, I probably just used up too much of my energy and need time to recover. It's like when a phone runs out of battery after playing for a long time, you just need to charge it. Isn't it all your fault? Lin Kor blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, just now with that guy surnamed Ji, after, and. As she finished speaking, her head was almost buried in her chest. She turned around shyly, her hands clasped tightly together. Yang Wei seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Tongzi? Fellow villager? I know you're here, aren't you going to explain yourself? Does Lin Kor's matter even count? The system popped up an awkward emoji. Upon investigation, the patient has not yet been placed in bed. Don't worry, it's like ordering takeout, the order is placed, but it hasn't been delivered yet, so the transaction isn't complete. Perhaps fearing Yang Wei would pry, it popped up a stop emoji, saying, don't worry, we're all from the same hometown, I won't cheat you. This time, I'll be absolutely honest with everyone. Damn it. Yang Wei blurted out, haven't you ripped me off enough? You gave me a few consolation prizes last time, don't pull the same trick again this time. As a result, Lin Kor suddenly turned around, glaring at him, what did you say? You think I'm trying to trick you? Who are you talking to? Yang Wei was at a loss, his brain racing. Oh, I mean, how much did we earn today? Right, let's count it and see how much we earned today, so we don't get ripped off. Lin Kor? Did I hear wrong? She thought about it and realized it was very likely, so she took out the bag of money, dumped it on the sofa with a swish, and the two began to count it. Besides the 7,000 deposit, it's a total of 136,327. Looking at all that money, Lin Kor's worries vanished, and she was overjoyed, her eyes shining. So much. Enough for us to live on for a while. And this black crystal card. He took out the card Yi Hongyin had given him and handed it to Yang Wei. It's a deal, you're in charge of our family's money. Yang Wei pushed the card back inside, it's just that this container for managing the money is a bit outdated. It's too much trouble to carry cash every time. A storage ring? We have one. Lin Kor's eyes lit up, and she ran into the bedroom like a little hamster. A moment later, she brought out a box, but then hugged it warily. Let me make this clear first, this is my dowry, you can't have any funny ideas about it. Especially that jar of daughter's red wine that they said could only be opened and drunk after I gave birth, don't even think about it. That's for my baby's full moon celebration. Yang Wei's lips twitched. Yes, what's yours is yours, and what's mine is still yours, alright, how could I dare touch your treasure? That's more like it. Lin Kor nodded in satisfaction, then swept the ring in her hand across the sofa, and all the money turned into a beam of light and flew into the storage ring. How do you use this thing? Yang Wei asked curiously, as it was the first time he had ever seen one. Lin Kor handed the storage ring to him, leaned on his shoulder, and pointed to the buttons on it, teaching him, look, this is the collect button. Press it once to put things in. This is the retrieve button. Press it once to bring up a list. Just select what you want. For the first time, Yang Wei discovered that the so-called storage ring was different from what was described in the TV novels of his previous life. This thing is actually a high-tech product. It doesn't require any blood oath or mind control. You just press the receive button to turn it on or off. It's like a smart USB drive, just with a larger capacity. The only downside is that there's a list of items to take out, which is really convenient. Since it's a dowry, Yang Wei had just started to speak, wanting to see what good things were inside, when Lin Kuo turned her hand away, saying, "We agreed, you can't mess with it. We can't use these things unless absolutely necessary." Lin Kuo, like a miser, quickly put away the storage ring. "These things are for raising the child." As she spoke, her face flushed red, and her voice was barely audible. I don't want to send our future children to the foster home. I want to raise them myself and give them the best." Yang Wei was stunned for a long time. He hadn't realized she was thinking so far ahead. She was even thinking about the child's future, while he hadn't even had a chance to think about that yet. The atmosphere was so quiet you could feel the silence. His smile was more like a grimace, and he said in a low voice, "Looks like there's quite a lot inside? Enough for our kids to use until they're adults, right?" "That's..." Lin Kuo's eyes reddened, and she pinched his arm hard. "Oomph, don't try to trick me. I won't fall for it. Honey, don't worry." Yang Wei said earnestly, "I promised you I would make you happy, so, no matter what, I must become stronger. I will definitely make a lot of money, and our child won't be sent away. We will raise him ourselves and give him a warm home." He. Who wants to have your baby?" Lin Kuo blushed, stubbornly denying it. I was just saying it casually." Yang Wei had never thought that far ahead. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. System message, high energy warning ahead, non-combat personnel please evacuate. Chapter 15 The system tricked me, Shaw, what the hell? An hour later. Yang Wei looked at the ceiling, and the system interface came into view. Name, Yang Wei. Age, 18. Offspring, 4. Age, 79. System, what the hell? Yang Wei roared at the air, his face full of disbelief. "You've tricked me with probabilistic logic." The system replied, "Is it my fault? I never said it would definitely work on the first try. It's like a lottery, some people win on their first try, while others take 10 or more. It's purely a matter of luck. Yang Wei, you never said this thing would fail. This is false advertising. I'm going to file a complaint against you." The system popped up a cheeky emoji. "I never said it would be 100% successful, did I?" Yang Wei's anger surged to the top of his head, and he pointed at the air, speechless for a long time. "Give me back my lifespan? That's my retirement savings." The system popped up an emoji that said, "I can't be bothered with you," followed by a message, "Get lost." Perhaps feeling that the word "get lost" was too hurtful to the host's young mind, it added, "Don't worry, our greatest function is to have many children and many blessings. As long as you are willing to work hard and have more children, won't your lifespan be endless? It's like having an ATM, the more you use it, the more you have. Besides, I've already given you a discount. This is a family price." Yang Wei broke down on the spot, almost jumping off the sofa. "This isn't a discount, it's a bone fracture." The system popped up another customer service style smiling emoji. "Hi, we suggest you turn on academic master mode. The difficulty of advancing your cultivation is comparable to going from bronze to king. Free-to-play players beware." Yang Wei was trembling with rage. "Get out. Get the hell out of here. If you mention lifespan to me again, I'll lock you up in solitary confinement. Oh no, I'll uninstall you completely. I'm done playing." The system instantly became obedient. "Okay." Yang Wei. His heart was bleeding. He had thought that as long as he didn't die unexpectedly, he could live comfortably for over 200 years and enjoy his retirement life ahead of schedule. Result: this thing can fail. It took him a full 150 years of his life. Moreover, the system thoughtfully gave an extra failure, calling it a trial version. Damn it, that's a total ripoff. This system is simply a heartless business, only interested in ripping off its own people. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Kuo's first child, he would have wanted to give up after his third failure. He knew Lin Kuo's thoughts. She hoped to regain the family's attention one day, and this child might be her only source of confidence for the future. Moreover, the higher a child's talent, the more cultivation he will receive in return in the future, so it can be considered a high-risk, high-return investment. But alas, man proposes, God disposes. Yang Wei suddenly realized that helping children cleanse their marrow was like gambling. The more he tried to turn things around, the more he lost. This is just like when he played games and drew cards in his previous life. The more he spent, the more addicted he became, and in the end, he lost everything. The reason why it took so many attempts to succeed is most likely related to Lin Kuo's aptitude and current cultivation level. Of course, it could also be related to the system. Regardless, it was a success in the end. For divine bodies. If this grows up, it's equivalent to having 4 mobile experience packs? The biggest problem now is how to keep these children from being discovered. Thinking of this, Yang Wei's face was full of worry. Once their qualifications are discovered by the government, they will definitely be taken away as key training targets, and then it will be difficult for him to even see his child. In the process, he was surprised to find that the system was not just a simple program, but more like a thinking, mischievous friend who was setting traps for him to fall into. As for the systemic feedback after Lin Kor's successful pregnancy, just as he had expected, it was pitifully low, like a mosquito's leg. It was almost negligible. Yang Wei then realized that cultivation is like farming: the more fertile the soil, the more it yields. Lin Kor's land at this peak level is still too barren, it needs further fertilization. However, this also made him realize that if he wanted his cultivation level to increase rapidly, he needed to find fertile ground with high cultivation levels. System, can we hide the child's aptitude? I mean, just give them fake data, like cheating on an exam and changing their score. The system remained silent for a long time. Yang Wei urged impatiently, stop dawdling, I know you can do it. You can even pull off pay to win games, this little thing is no problem for you. The system said, falsifying accounts is possible, but there's an extra fee? Yang Wei instantly bristled, what do you mean? You vampire, what else can you do besides betraying your own people? The system replied, the problem is, besides screwing you over, I can't screw over anyone else, can I? That's what you call matching your expertise. You're ruthless. Tell me. How much? Oh no, how many years? Yang Wei compromised again, since he needed Yang Wei's help. The system announced, for children, 1 year of protection, a flat price for 40 years of lifespan. Renewal upon expiration is your choice. This is a fire sale price, you won't find this again. Yang Wei. The system said, is it expensive? You think it's easy to pull off such a deception? This isn't just high-tech disguise, it's like giving your child an invisibility cloak. Yang Wei looked at his pitiful remaining lifespan and was instantly bewildered. He knew raising a child was difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. 40 years may not seem like much, but 10 years is 400 years. You should know that an 8th level person's lifespan is only 600 years, and even a 9th level person only has a lifespan of 1,000 years. He's currently below level 4, and his actual lifespan is only a little over 100 points at most. Even with the system rewards, he can't withstand this kind of torment. I want to become stronger. After much deliberation, Yang Wei decided that given the current strength and background of Yi Hongyin, Zhao Wushan, and Wang Xuanqi, the child's talent should not only not be concealed, but should also be widely publicized to obtain resource support from the government, essentially providing the child with a free babysitter. But Lin Kor's child. Give one to Lin Kor's child first, effective from birth? System, okay, what about the other children? Are we just going to leave them be? Yang Wei, are you teaching me how to do things? System, excuse my bluntness, host, but you're being a bit biased. You're favoring those inside the family over those outside. Yang Wei. Lin Kor suddenly spoke up, are you alright? What are you spacing out for? Why do you look so pale? She looked at Yang Wei, who was half dead and just staring blankly, and touched his forehead with some concern. As a result, Yang Wei muttered to himself, finally, it's done. Wife, you're pregnant. He couldn't wait to tell Lin Kor the good news, his face full of excitement. Lin Kor handed him a blood-stained tissue and said irritably, take a look for yourself. Don't you have any common sense? She shoved the tissue into his hand. Pregnancy during your period? You're dreaming. You can just stand there daydreaming, I'm going to get something to eat, I'm starving. As she spoke, she got up and went into the kitchen, leaving Yang Wei alone on the sofa, petrified. When she returned with 2 bowls of noodles, Yang Wei still looked utterly dejected and heartbroken, like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Ugh, do you have to be like this? Lin Kor pushed the bowl in front of him. You were the one who said you wanted it, and now you're the one acting like you're dying? You're sick. Stop fooling around. Yang Wei's gaze fell on the system shop, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, wife, do you think if I can cure Yi Hongyin and the others' disabilities and regenerate their limbs, won't they really become our own people in the future? Wouldn't they be completely obedient to me then? Dream on. Lin Kor slurped up a mouthful of noodles, her words muffled. Please, I'm the doctor. What do you know? If I'm not mistaken, they suffered injuries to the Great Tao. I know better than you that unless an 11th tier martial god breaks through the limits of humanity and condenses their own Tao, it's absolutely impossible. It's like trying to glue a broken mirror back together. No matter how you glue it, the cracks will remain. You know a lot? Yang Wei looked at her with some surprise. Of course. Having become a woman for the first time, she was more confident than ever, patting her chest. After all, I'm a professional. So, they were injured by an 11th tier expert? Yes, that's right. Yang Wei didn't know how they escaped from the hands of an 11th level expert, but repairing them would be extremely difficult, unless another 11th level expert helped them refine and erase them. However, it is clear that the number of human 11th level powerhouses is limited, or they are too busy to take care of themselves. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to retire. Even if they were to cultivate an 8th or 9th level powerhouse, it would be too difficult in terms of both time and resources, almost like ascending to heaven. He began to ponder his own plans. The plan to create offspring was a long-term project. Even with the blessing of the many children, many blessings system, reaching the 8th or 9th level would likely take much longer than a day or two. According to Lin Kuo and the system, in the path of martial arts cultivation, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to break through. Basically, after level 40 of the 4th rank, it's like grinding for experience points by fighting monsters, with the data increasing exponentially or even several times over. This leveling up experience bar is frighteningly long. It seems that if I want my cultivation level to increase rapidly in a short period of time, I still need to expand to the high-end zone. Currently, only 4 people are at the peak of the 3rd rank. Without the help of hundreds or thousands of high-ranking martial artists, he will not be able to break through to the 7th rank or above and become a high-ranking martial artist. As for his offspring feeding him back, that's completely a case of too little, too late. By the time they grow up and he can give back even one of his cultivation, who knows when that will be. By then, he might be too old to walk. We're on the right track. Yang Wei clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. You have to take the initiative in this kind of situation. He stopped arguing with Lin Kuo and stared at an item in the system shop, lost in thought for a long time. Repairing fluid for wounds of the Great Tao, price, 10 years of lifespan, 500,000 daily login points. Damn it, this isn't robbery, this is a death sentence. Yang Wei muttered to himself, almost spitting out his noodles. 10 years of lifespan? That's like taking away half my life. Stop daydreaming, eat quickly. Take advantage of these few days to rest properly. Lin Kuo shook her head helplessly when she heard him talking to himself again. You just overthink things, pushing yourself to the point of being terminally ill, beyond saving. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered something, raised her eyes and looked at Yang Wei. That section chiefly, are you really going tomorrow? Will there be any danger? Yang Wei nodded. There's no way to avoid it. Rather than letting them come knocking on our door, we might as well deal with it as it comes. We'll meet force with force and water with water. That's right. Lin Kuo nodded in agreement. It's just setting up a stall. At most, it'll just be a fine and a warning for admitting wrongdoing. Consider it learning a lesson. After dinner, the two went to bed early. Yang Wei, exhausted from the day, didn't even dream he slept like a log, like a little pig. The next morning, dragging his still heavy, leaden body, he found the office of the Urban Management and Abnormal Phenomena Investigation Section at the address on the notice. Surprisingly, Section Chiefly was not the fierce and menacing man he had imagined. Instead, he was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked quite refined, like a university professor. You must be Yang Wei. Sit down. Section Chiefly pointed to the chair opposite him, his gaze lingering on Yang Wei's pale face for a moment before he adopted a very serious expression, as if he were judging a criminal. What you did yesterday wasn't a big deal, but it had a very bad impact. Do you even know where that is? What are you thinking, bro? That's the high-end zone. Every single person there was once a pillar of the nation, a hero of humanity. You put up a sign there and use a loudspeaker to openly solicit prostitution, openly, swindling and deceiving? What would the higher-ups think if they found out? Did they think no one was in charge of Area C? That's right, you're just a nobody, you'll die if you die, but have you thought about it? Are you the only one affected? He leaned back in his chair, glaring angrily at Yang Wei. Let me put it this way. From the district head losing his job to people like me losing their livelihood, and as for you, oh well, at worst they'll just be thrown over the city walls and left to fend for themselves. There won't even be anyone to collect the bodies. Yang Wei knew things weren't that serious, so he swallowed hard and pretended to be terrified. Boss, I know I was wrong. I repent. I accept the punishment. I promise I'll never do it again. He racked his brains and mustered his courage, but my intentions were good. I really wanted to help. Section chiefly frowned and said, "Oh, then tell me, how would you like it? You think you can fly to the sky?" Ahem. Yang Wei cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "I just thought that they are all pillars of the country, who have sacrificed so much, and now that they are injured, they still have to show their faces in public to continue their bloodline. I couldn't bear to see them like this, so I wanted to help them. This is a timely help." Section Chief Li's face was wrinkled like a walnut, almost like the expression of a pregnant woman giving birth. "How can we help? Get them pregnant? Are you out of your mind? Damn!" He slammed his hand on the table in front of him, almost breaking it apart. "How dare you think of that? Didn't I teach you anything back in the communal breeding shed? We must respect our elders and those who have made contributions. Even if they're injured or disabled, they're still celestial beings. What are you? Tell me. You're just an ant on the ground, a filthy crawling insect, understand?" Seeing Yang Wei remain silent, he slammed his hand on the table again. "You don't learn the good things, but instead learn those swindling and cheating tricks, and you even guarantee a baby? Do you think anyone will believe you? With your weakest fighting ability? Pah! What a load of rubbish! With this level of intelligence, I'm worried for you. Okay, even if someone is willing to take the risk and trust you for now, can you actually do it? Do you know the consequences when things get out? Big brother? Don't tell me, based on your passable face? Brother, people will die. Do you understand?" Chapter 16 Official Attitude, a Real Little Liar. Yang Wei was scolded mercilessly and could only lower his head, like a primary school student who had done something wrong. There's no way around it. Officials have two mouths, and the more you talk about these things, the more mistakes you make. It's best to keep quiet. Speak up. Are you mute? Section Chiefly slammed his fist on the table again, raising his voice by 8 octaves. What should I say? Yang Wei lowered his voice, looking aggrieved. Anyway, even if I said I could, nobody would believe me. It's pointless to say anything. You know that? But... Section Chiefly suddenly gave a smile that was hard to describe, a smile that resembled a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. Really? You can really get them pregnant? Comrade Yang, don't be nervous. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and signaled the 2 guards beside him to step back. We'll talk privately, no one will know. So, Section Chief Li's expression instantly changed, and he said in a friendly tone, don't mind what I said just now. It's just a formality. It's something I have to explain to my superiors. I have no choice but to do it. He adjusted his leather jacket. As for what he was thinking, you wouldn't understand anyway. Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. I was terrified. You're telling me this is just a formality? This face-changing speed is faster than Sichuan opera face-changing. It's a waste of your talent that you're not an actor. And, we're not familiar with each other, are we? The main reason I invited you here today is to find out the truth about the civilian mutual aid reproductive counseling activity you're conducting in the high-end area square. The change was too fast. Even though Yang Wei was usually oblivious, he couldn't adapt immediately, and alarm bells were ringing in his mind. Sure enough, here it comes. This is the real deal. Official language, a strategy of first downplaying then elevating? After giving him a hard time, they offer him a treat, then try to extract the real information. Well, luckily he watched a lot of palace dramas in his past life, so he knows these tricks. He was preparing to deliver his prepared explanation, such as an unhappy marriage, poverty, and being forced to sell his family's traditional remedy, claiming he had no intention of defrauding anyone. Although he himself did not know who his parents were or where he came from, there were really no special remedies. Ahem, unexpectedly, Section Chiefly cleared his throat, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice, like a spy making a rendezvous. I have a question for you privately. Is it true that you got pregnant? Yang Wei was stunned. Had he picked up the wrong script? The style was off. How did he suddenly go from being a judge to a questioner? Section Chiefly rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment and urgency appearing on his face, like an ant on a hot pan. To tell you the truth, he lowered his voice, almost whispering in Yang Wei's ear, my good-for-nothing older sister is exactly 301 years old this year. Her name is Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan? Yang Wei was slightly surprised. Wasn't this one of the people who had paid the deposit? He was deeply impressed by the name. When he first saw the name, his first thought was Li Qingzhao. He assumed she was a talented woman, but it turned out she was a disabled woman. She is quite beautiful and looks to be only 24 or 25 years old. However, her right leg was severed at the thigh, and it appears that she was forcibly amputated after the injury, which is a pity. She's your sister? Yang Wei looked at Section chiefly in disbelief. You look only in your 30s or 40s, and your sister is over 300 years old? There's quite a big age gap in your family. Really? My mom had me late in life, is that a problem? Section chiefly rolled his eyes at him. I'm still young, only 211 years old. Yang Wei's lips twitched. 211 years old is still young? If this were his past life, he could be considered an ancestor in his coffin. So, you came to me because you wanted to settle a personal score for your sister? Because she paid a deposit and I couldn't get things done? Yang Wei asked tentatively. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Section chiefly looked at him, frowning. I checked, and my sister's name seems to be on your, prospective client list, right? Yang Wei? He almost thought he had misheard. That list has always been in my possession, and I have never made it public. Could it be that Li Qingwan told him? Such a private matter? Absolutely not. That old bastard, is he really cunning? You dare to scam me? Section chiefly looked around to make sure there were no eavesdroppers, then said in an almost entrusted tone, let me tell you the truth. My sister is stubborn. She damaged her foundation back in the north. These years sigh, seeing her contemporaries all have children and grandchildren, she must be heartbroken. I saw the deposit record she paid you. Section chiefly licked his dry lips, thinking to himself, why is this kid so stubborn? He's like a rock in a latrine, both smelly and hard. Do she still have hope? Section chiefly asked again, his eyes filled with expectation. Looking at this high-ranking section chief, Yang Wei realized he truly resembled a younger brother deeply concerned for his older sister, and his guard lowered slightly. Yang Wei was still skeptical, carefully choosing his words. Theoretically, it exists, just like buying a lottery ticket, everyone has the possibility of winning. His ambiguous statements reveal the dark side of officialdom. What you hear, see, and think may all be carefully crafted traps. So, there is? Section Chief Li's eyes lit up, then dimmed again, his face showing difficulty. But she's already stationed at the Shattered Star Abyss stronghold on the front lines, and may not be able to return for some time. So? Yang Wei felt that this statement was full of loopholes. Hadn't they all retired? So he tentatively asked, you mean? What I mean is. Section Chief Li slammed his hand on the table, startling Yang Wei. But what he said next immediately sent chills down Yang Wei's spine. Comrade Yang Wei, if your technology is real, it might have unexpected strategic value for our human race, especially for stabilizing the emotions and inheritance of high-level martial arts practitioners. Yang Wei's heart began to pound wildly. After all that build-up, this is finally the main point. His biggest fear came true, and things unfolded exactly as he had predicted. However, he was fortunate to have a backup plan, as both Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushang had made martial arts vows. But Yi Hongyin, she's a landmine. He seemed to hear the even more violent roar of the gears of fate. One right step can lead to the heavens, one wrong step can plunge you into the abyss. So he said, Section Chief, I'm just an ordinary person. Since you've said that, I believe you've already looked at my file, right? I grew up in the communal breeding shed after I was a month old. I was weak and sickly from a young age and had no talent for martial arts training. I can't even support myself, so how could I have any skills? Just getting by, making things up. So? Section Chief Li's face darkened, you're admitting to the crime of fraud and deception? Yang Wei. Indeed, manipulating people is a skill the officials are adept at. Their ability to change faces so quickly is even faster than the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. They're truly wasting their talent by not being actors. I understand. According to the C District Public Security Management Law, those who cheat and swindle will have their ill-gotten gains confiscated, be fined 500, and be placed under observation and re-education. If they commit the offense again, they will be thrown out of the city walls. Yang Wei recited the words as if reading a eulogy. Section Chief Li. Hey kid, you know about the law? He looked at Yang Wei with some surprise. Yang Wei didn't dare look at the other person's face, and directly took out the deposit he had received yesterday from his pocket and handed it over. Section chiefly, I know I was wrong, and I'll never do it again. It's all right here. Just ignore me and let it go. Section chief, I truly know I was wrong. You're so busy with your affairs, and you even had to personally question me about such a small matter. I don't care if word gets out, but people who don't know the truth will just say you made a mountain out of a molehill and bullied us vulnerable groups. Oh, so you're threatening me now? Section Chief Li's lips twitched and he rubbed his eyes. Hey, I'm serious. All right, you can go back now. He thought for a moment, and in the end could only wave his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, showing great impatience. Thank you, Section Chief. Yang Wei felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran out of the office in a flash. But when he returned to his home in Building 13, something else happened. Lin Kor actually broke through from the peak of the first rank to the early stage of the second rank. Husband, are you sure you haven't been practicing dual cultivation techniques? She looked at her hands in surprise, feeling a surge of power throughout her body. Yang Wei was exhausted. I'd love to, but the problem is I don't have that kind of technique. If I did, would I be in this state? Then, how did I break through? My wife is so outstanding, isn't it normal for her to break through to the second tier? This is called accumulating strength for a breakthrough. Yang Wei said in a serious tone, spouting nonsense. That's true. Lin Kor beamed with joy at the compliment and didn't pursue the matter any further. However, Lin Kor wasn't the only one to break through on this day. Yi Hongyin also woke up to find herself having broken through to level 100 in the 10th rank. Wang Xuanqi broke through to the 9th rank, level 91 Martial Emperor. Zhao Wushang broke through from the early stage of the 9th rank to the mid-level 97th rank Mentalist. For directions, for women with surprised expressions, all looking completely bewildered. As we all know, breaking through levels is easy, but breaking through ranks requires not only all attributes to be at their maximum, but also a unique understanding of the main attribute you are cultivating. Lower ranks are manageable, but higher ranks are as difficult as climbing to the sky. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th rank is relatively easy, but advancing from the 9th to the 10th rank is an insurmountable chasm. 10% of martial arts prodigies will never be able to cross it in their entire lives. They were completely unaware that their breakthrough was entirely due to Yang Wei's great son Pure Yan Holy Body. At this moment, Yi Hongyin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at Building 13 of the residential area in the far distance, and muttered to herself, could the secret to breaking through from the 9th to the 10th rank be breaking through the physical body? This is more effective than any rare and precious treasure. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanqi, in high spirits, dialed Zhao Wushang's number. Hey Sister Zhao, I have some news for you, I've broken through to the 9th rank. I'm now a true martial emperor. From now on, please call me Emperor Wang. As a result, Zhao Wushang's disdainful voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister, what are you showing off to me for? I woke up one morning and jumped 7 levels, and I've already entered the late stage of the 9th rank. Your progress is nothing compared to my little sister. What? Wang Xuanqi exclaimed in disbelief, you broke through too, and you broke through so rapidly? Sister, wait a minute, didn't the higher-ups say that those of us who survived the Shattered Abyss would never make any progress in our cultivation? Is this a system bug? Don't ask me, I want to know too. Zhao Wushang's voice came from the other end. I'm wondering if this has anything to do with that swindler? What a coincidence. You mean? Wang Xuanqi paused for a moment. Indeed, it's too unscientific. Apart from him, we haven't come into contact with any special people or things recently. Yes. Zhao Wushang's voice came from behind. Should we ask Sister Yi? If she's also broken through, then it's almost certainly true. I think it's a good idea. Wang Xuanqi said. However, don't forget that we made a martial arts oath. It can't be revealed. I understand. Wang Xuanqi hung up the phone and began to feel bewildered. How is this possible? How could this be? If the Wang family finds out that I had a relationship with a conman from a low-level district, what will they say? Then they'll all gang up on me and beat me up. No, the policy is in place. Even if I get pregnant, so what? I'm a 9th-tier sword emperor now, the Wang family should be behaving like this. She became more and more smug as she thought about it. The next 5 days were the most health-preserving period Yang Wei had spent since coming into this world. He spent most of his time holed up in his home in Building 13, digesting the complex and massive energy within his body while enduring the mental lethargy caused by the continuous damage to the soul mentioned by the system. He did not go back to that temporary rental house, nor did he contact anyone. On the one hand, it's about recuperating and rebuilding. On the other hand, it's about waiting for a certain result to be verified. Perhaps it's because of the pregnancy. Lin Kor's period ended the next day, and the two of them spent the next few days eating and sleeping, seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. Yang Wei's cultivation level remained unchanged. Lin Kor's improvement was clearly visible. She had already advanced from Tier 2 level 11 to Tier 2 level 17, almost leveling up once a day, which made her extremely happy. Unbeknownst to them, in just a few short days, the ripples of fate had begun to spread outwards from him. Central Theater Command Office Building. Wang Xuanqi had just finished instructing a group of young martial arts practitioners in practical training, and his armor was still stained with the dark green blood of a strange beast. She habitually circulated her internal energy and checked her entire body to prevent any hidden injuries. However, this time, when she used her divine sense to scan the depths of her dantian, a faint yet incredibly resilient life force emanating pure yang energy, like a spark igniting in the darkness, firmly embedded itself there. She froze on the spot, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This is impossible. Her first thought was that it was some kind of energy accumulation or a change in the cultivation technique. But that pure life force, and the faint Taoist aura that was completely different from her own sword energy yet perfectly matched it, made her feel cold all over. As a 9th-tier sword emperor, her control over her own body was always meticulous. She was certain that this life force fluctuation was real. That little swindler in the low-end section. He actually really can. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyin, who had returned to the capital for recuperation, was undergoing a routine physical examination. When the advanced detection array clearly reflected the embryonic form absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and growing vigorously on her abdomen. This mentalist, who had never flinched amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, lost his composure for the first time in front of all the medical staff and knocked over the testing equipment. Impossible. She hissed softly, her one arm trembling uncontrollably. Did she win the lottery? A hidden training base. Zhao Wuxiang is undergoing intensive mental training. She needed absolute focus to suppress the phantom pain in her legs and the increasingly pronounced nausea and vomiting she had been experiencing lately. At first, she thought it was a recurrence of an old injury or an upset stomach. Until a close friend of hers, who was an expert in the field of life, inadvertently sensed the abnormality in her body during a visit. Ah Shang, you. Mu Qianxue looked like she'd seen a ghost. When did you get something in your stomach? You wouldn't be pregnant, whose child? How could that be? You're not. Zhao Wuxian's expression froze on her face. That little liar. What he said was actually all true. At this very moment, Yang Wei was comfortably lying on his sofa, enjoying the fruit that Lin Kor had peeled. Ding. 4 key offspring detected. Vital signs are stabilizing, the Great Sun Divine Body embryos are developing well and are about to enter a period of rapid growth. System pre-notification: when the first offspring enters a period of rapid growth, the cultivation levels of 0.1 by 4 offspring will be reflected successively, which may trigger unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth. Please prepare accordingly. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. It was finally about to begin. According to the system, the divine body is tens of millions of times stronger than the holy body, and its cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. Even while still in the mother's womb, it can grow rapidly and reach the 5th rank or above at birth. That's a 5th-tier item. Although he possesses a pure Yan holy body, it would still take him many years to reach the 5th level. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. But at one point, he inexplicably sneezed a few times. Who the hell is cursing at me? He rubbed his nose, not paying any attention. Unbeknownst to him, a storm he had personally instigated, sweeping across the entire upper echelons of District C, was only just beginning to gather its first dark cloud. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 Special Zone Valkyrie, Arrogance and Pragmatism. Ding. The offspring of the Great Sun Divine Body has increased its development speed by 400%, and the mother, Yi Hongyin, has passively increased her cultivation level by 200%, now breaking through to level 101 of the 10th rank. System urgent alert: high energy life response has caused a slight disturbance to the protective barrier monitoring network. It was still dark. The system alarm sounded in his mind. On the surface, Yang Wei was enjoying the rare peace, but in his heart, he was already calculating rapidly. He knew that the calm before the storm was over. Within the inner city. Everywhere you look, it's an endless, bustling paradise, like a modern city. This is the special zone capital city within Zone C. Everyone living here holds a high position of power and influence, and their families and their influence are numerous and powerful. However, these forces are divided into different ranks from high to low: god, venerable, saint, emperor, sovereign, king, and marquis, which correspond to the 11th to the 5th level of martial arts cultivation, respectively. In other words, only those at the 5th rank or above who have made significant contributions to humanity are qualified to be ennobled, appointed as kings, establish their own power, and live like human beings here. Within the 99 districts of the Eastern Theater Command, there are as many as 99 such special zones. Its interior is orderly, like a paradise. However, families also have internal disagreements and conflicts. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are disputes, such as the Yi family, a royal-level power in the East City at this moment. 10th tier martial emperor? How is that possible? Inside the council hall, an elder with white hair and beard exclaimed in shock, but was immediately stunned by an invisible yet vast sword intent, which choked him back to his own words. Yi Hongyan's breakthrough caused a sensation, her sword energy soaring into the sky, clearly a symbol of stepping into the realm of martial emperor. The person who was once secretly lamented by his family and regarded as a discarded pawn not only broke through the shackles in one fell swoop, but the vitality he exuded far exceeded that of an ordinary martial emperor. Not only the Yi family, but the entire special economic zone was shocked. 10th rank? Wasn't it said that Yi Hongyan suffered a Dao injury and her cultivation was limited to the peak of martial emperor? Is this for real? How could a useless person who was forcibly retired be allowed to do this? Do you all want to die? My Yi family has only produced a martial emperor in 1,000 years, becoming an 8th grade emperor-level family, and you dare to be so disrespectful? Gentlemen, when the martial emperor is angry, blood flows for thousands of miles. Even though Yi Hongyan is injured, that is not something we can talk about recklessly. From now on, be careful with your words and actions. The patriarch's words silenced the entire council hall. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, no amount of cunning can withstand a single crushing punch. Strength is everything. Just a few days ago, Yi Hongyan was the laughingstock of the entire clan because she was forced to find a man to have a child after her retirement. But today, she defied all opposition with her 10th rank status and became the most respected person in the Yi family. Patriarch Yi Tsangxiang sat upright in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the clansmen below with their varied expressions. He spoke slowly again, his voice not loud, but suppressing all the whispers. Now that Hongyan has become an emperor, from this day forward, she shall take over the position of head of the Yi family. The decision was final. No one dared to object anymore. Faced with absolute power, all calculations seemed pale and laughable. As the crowd dispersed, I was filled with horror. Although Yi Hongyan's breakthrough meant that the family's rank had risen to another level, it also crushed the schemes of various branches within the family to control the family. That's Emperor Wu. They didn't even bother to meet them. A mere wisp of their aura was enough to silence several veteran peak martial emperors who had been fighting each other for hundreds of years. That's real strength. At this moment, she stood alone in the center of the training room, her sword energy surging around her, but it was no longer as smooth and unobstructed as before, but rather carried an unprecedented sense of stagnation full of vitality. That pure and domineering pure yang energy took root and grew in her origin, greedily absorbing her power, yet it also nourished her in an inconceivable way, causing the bottleneck that had stagnated for nearly 100 years to shatter. 10th tier martial emperor? This should have been a joyous occasion for the whole clan, but Yi Hongyan's face showed no joy whatsoever, only a frozen anger and a trace of panic that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Damn it! Am I really going to marry him? Anger stems from a loss of control. She cursed under her breath, and with a single swing of her arm, a sharp sword aura cleaved a distant alloy doll into dust. She was once a powerful sword emperor, and now she has stepped into the realm of swordmaster. How could she be willing to be bound to a mere ant-like ordinary person in this way for the rest of her life? The family's expectations, past glories, and future plans have all been completely disrupted by this little one in her womb. That kid, what makes him so special? Just based on his barely presentable face, and his thinking of certain scenes, a rare, almost imperceptible blush crossed Yi Hongyan's usually cold and stern face. That wasn't attraction, it was shame. The shame of a strong person losing control of their instincts. But her fingertips unconsciously brushed across her still flat stomach, where the vibrant Taoist energy emanating was undeniable. This was not just a child, but an heir with limitless potential who might even surpass her. An heir with her bloodline flowing through his veins. The temptation is too great. It was enough for her to suppress the urge to crush everyone who knew, including Yang Wei himself. But no matter how strong she is still just a woman. For women, loving children seems to be innate, and they are willing to give up everything for it. As for the child's father, he was dispensable and unimportant to her. She was overwhelmed with mixed feelings and murmured to herself, I'm pregnant. Yi Hongyin tapped the communication terminal on her wrist. The group chat called Starry Sky Relics already showed 999 plus unread messages. Most people were tagging her, asking about her after-sale service experience. She snorted and closed the terminal. Sharing? Absolutely not. Such an opportunity should not be casually shared with others. If those women found out, it probably wouldn't just be simple curiosity, they would swarm over and devour the boy until there were no bones left. Her pride wouldn't allow her to share a man with someone else, especially such a weak man. But if you don't share it, the truth will eventually come out. A man who can impregnate a high-level female martial artist? But if left unchecked, she had no doubt that her sisters, with their keen sense of smell, would swarm in like sharks drawn by the scent of blood and tear him to shreds. I'm so frustrated, incredibly frustrated. What if the child grows up and finds out that she never cared about her father, whether he was dead or alive? Ultimately, she made a decision not for love, but for profit and legacy. Ultimately, they are all the children's fathers. Stand idly by? Absolutely not. She used her newly acquired 10th tier privilege to submit a special marital relationship registration application to the government's core system. In the relationship notes section, she only left 4 words. For filing purposes only. At the same time, the Zhao family's training base. Buzz. The powerful mental field suddenly went out of control, shattering several measuring instruments in the vicinity into pieces. Zhao Wushang was breathing heavily, not from exhaustion, but from shock. As a spiritualist, she has the most acute perception of energy. This is definitely not a normal pregnancy reaction. It's more like symbiosis, a kind of evolution. Her incomplete spiritual domain was being slowly repaired and expanded because of the existence of this embryo. This goes beyond the scope of a transaction. She originally intended to treat this somewhat interesting young man as a one-time diversion from her retirement life. But now, this disposable product has become a permanent mark. Sister Zhao, you too. Wang Xuanqi's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, came through the communicator. I feel like my Dao is being reshaped. Zhao Wushang fell silent. She recalled Yang Wei's eyes during the negotiations, which seemed ingratiating but actually harbored a beastly aggression. Did he really know from the very beginning that this would be the outcome? The thought sent a chill down her spine. If all of this was within his calculations, then this seemingly weak person is probably far more dangerous than they anticipated. Zhao Wushang's response was as cold as water. She recalled Yang Wei's eyes during the negotiations. Beneath that fawning smile lay an undisguised, absolute self-confidence. Zhao Wushang responded calmly, it seems we all underestimated him. More than that. Wang Xuanqi's voice was filled with excitement, this is simply a miracle tailor-made for us. Do you remember what he said? Refusal? Zhao Wushang was completely baffled. No next time? Wang Xuanqi's tone was somewhat somber, yes, Sister Zhao. I can sense that this child is extraordinary. So, Zhao Wushang's gaze was sharp as a knife, what is your decision? I will marry you. Wang Xuanqi answered decisively, but not now, and not in such a condescending manner. She paused, her voice carrying a hint of the coldness and calculation that comes with being in a superior position. Keep him calm first, Zhao Wushang ordered. Until we figure out the root of all this, and find a better way to control it. Understood. Wang Xuanqi chuckled. We can't let others snatch such a great exclusive resource, especially that woman Yi Hongyin. Too late. Zhao Wushang said, according to reliable sources, she has broken through to the 10th level. That's a martial emperor. What? Only Wang Xuanqi's surprised voice could be heard from the encrypted channel of the terminal's mental power. Whether breaking through to martial emperor or martial sovereign, the scale and momentum are extremely large, and it cannot be concealed. Moreover, whether they want children or a breakthrough, their goal is the same, to regain the government's attention and resources. Working for nothing? Absolutely not. The chat group Starry Sky Treasures completely exploded because of the breakthroughs of the 3 people. Have you heard? Sister Yi broke through to the 10th level martial emperor, which has received high attention from the government. A public announcement has even been issued. That's right, I don't know how Sister Yi did it, that was a serious injury. Exactly. If the damage to one's Dao isn't healed, one's cultivation will only regress and never advance. At Yi Hongyin, Sister Yi, please say something. What are you talking about? Sister Yi is a martial emperor now. Sigh, she's not on our side anymore. What's wrong with the martial emperor? No matter how strong the martial emperor is, he's still my Sister Yi. Do you think it might be because of the rented apartment? Breaking news. Huge news. Quick, check the special zone announcement. Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushang have also broken through. Oh my god, ladies, those three are trying to eat it all by themselves. At this moment, Yi Hongyin, the group owner who hadn't replied to messages, finally sent a message. Internal matters, do not disclose them to outsiders. Just 7 words, yet they dropped a bombshell in the group. This means 3 things. The rumors are true. They succeeded. They don't intend to share. Envy, jealousy, suspicion, scheming. Various emotions arise and spread behind countless screens. Yi Hongyin knew very well that this threshold could not stop those who were truly capable and determined. But that's enough. That's exactly the time difference she wanted. Although they are all retired female warriors from Zone C, they have been rivals since childhood. Some of them are sisters on the surface, but stab each other in the back behind the scenes. Especially those who are also at the peak of the 9th tier martial emperor level, they would love nothing more than for the other party to be disgraced and ruined. It is the norm for them to say one thing to your face and another behind your back. Yi Hongyin's breakthrough has clearly disrupted this balance. On one hand, there is the resentment of being stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm for life, unable to have children, having no successor, until the end of one's lifespan. On one side is the martial emperor, who has broken through to the 10th rank and has a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, breaking through to the 11th rank, or waiting for the frontline battle to pause and for a powerful figure of the 11th rank to return and remove the Dao injury, is within reach. And what about them? It takes at least 600 years, and at most 1,000 years. Many people have already exhausted half their lives and simply cannot afford to wait any longer. Moreover, as 11th tier powerhouses were stationed on the front lines, battling against the higher-ups of the alien beasts, they had no time to attend to these matters, otherwise, they wouldn't have been forcibly retired. Yi Hongyin's message was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a carefully considered and meticulously planned move. Rather than fighting openly and covertly, it's better to return home from all corners of the world. At that time, everyone's children will be half-siblings, and all the major and medium-sized families will form a united front. Not to mention emperor-level families, even venerable-level or higher special zone ruling families are not impossible. The Yi family naturally benefited from this rise in status. As for the child's father? How long can an 18-year-old good-for-nothing with 0 cultivation level live? Ultimately, it's her decision. Yang Wei, however, was completely unaware of this. Section C, Building 13. So, they came looking for you. Lin Kuo sat opposite him, her clothes disheveled, her expression complicated. Not to force you to take responsibility, but to negotiate with you? 100 times, 100 times. Yang Wei leaned back on the sofa, his face showing the fatigue from the fusion of power and the depletion of his soul, but his brain was working at a rapid pace. He expected them to contact him, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. Of course, that's a story for another time. 3 days later, in the evening, Yang Wei's personal communicator received an encrypted message from Special A-Level Permission Li. The message was brief: Mr. Yang, regarding the cooperation with my sister, Ms. Li Qingwan, would you like to discuss it in person? You can choose the time and place. I will come alone. This message, respectful yet cautious, was a far cry from the domineering, businesslike tone that Section Chief Li had used that day. Yang Wei knew that the winds of change had completely shifted. Just as I had expected, the news spread. Faced with the practical dilemma of being unable to continue their bloodline and the immense temptation of having an unparalleled offspring, these proud Valkyries all chose pragmatism. But this pragmatism is by no means submission, rather, it is a new and more complex game. All he could do was try to stand firm in the eye of the storm and see the deepest desires in everyone's heart. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world, desire is his most fatal weakness, and also his strongest weapon. One step to life, one step to death. Section Chief Li? Yang Wei muttered to himself, Li Qingwan? Ha! Compared to those highly skilled and composed individuals, he still seems a bit impulsive. Li Qingwan? Lin Kuo, who was lying on his lap, frowned upon hearing this. She remembered that woman vividly. You're not thinking of going again. Yang Wei lowered his head, interrupting her, I didn't. Humph, you do? Really not? You have it? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 Mortals on the chessboard, feigning weakness to enemy. The night was deep. Yang Wei stood by the window of Building 13, looking down at the scattered lights in Zone C in the distance, as if gazing at the stars. The encrypted message kept echoing in his mind. You decide the time and place, I'll come alone. This is no longer a condescending summons, but rather an invitation for negotiation that is almost equal. He knew that this was both a gesture and a test. He is scared. Lin Kuo's voice came from behind him, with a hint of understanding. Or rather, some people he represents have begun to take your values seriously. Yang Wei did not speak. He knew better than anyone that behind this emphasis lay a danger far more deadly than any underestimation. Reply to him. Yang Wei turned around, his eyes now clear. Tomorrow at noon, in the 7th public canteen in the low-cost area, in a corner seat. Lin Kuo paused slightly. Where should we choose? Wouldn't that be too down to earth? Yang Wei interjected, a complex smile curving his lips. The more crowded and seemingly unsafe a places, the safest it is sometimes. Besides, that's my home turf. He needs every possible psychological advantage. The following day at noon, at the 7th public canteen in the low-cost area. The air was thick with the smell of cheap nutritional pastes and synthetic foods, and filled with the noise of people. Yang Wei was dressed in the most ordinary clothes, sitting in the corner, with 2 simple set meals in front of him. Section chiefly arrived on time. He was also dressed casually, suppressing all his aura, just like an ordinary middle-aged man struggling to make a living. He sat down opposite Yang Wei, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings without revealing the slightest displeasure. Instead, he exclaimed in admiration, Mr. Yang, you have a very wise choice of location. Get straight to the point. Yang Wei knew that the other party had already lowered their profile considerably. Normally, it would be difficult to even meet such a person. He pushed a plate in front of Section Chiefly. Section Chiefly is busy with official duties. I suppose you haven't eaten yet? The synthetic meat patties here taste pretty good. This is both a gesture and a reminder you and I live in 2 different worlds. Section Chiefly picked up the cutlery and skillfully cut open the meat chop, his movements so natural that they didn't resemble those of someone from a privileged class. Let me be frank, Section Chiefly lowered his voice. My sister, Li Wanzhao, had her left arm and part of her essence corrupted by the law of annihilation of a beast lord during the Netherworld Corridor ambush in the Northern Territory 300 years ago. The conclusion given by the Academy of Life Sciences is unless an 11th-tier martial god intervenes, there is no solution. He raised his head and stared intently into Yang Wei's eyes. But you, Mr. Yang, you have provided the solution. Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, the other party had investigated thoroughly, even uncovering the true nature of Yi Hongyin and the others' breakthroughs and pregnancies. Yang Wei ate in silence, without saying a word. This information might not be accessible to people of his status, but it's within his circle, so it's not surprising. Section Chiefly took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Within the C government office, there is a disagreement about your case. One faction believes that you are an extremely dangerous and uncontrollable anomalous factor, and suggests containment research. The air seemed to freeze. Yang Wei's fingers tightened slightly as he held the cutlery. See government office? He clearly didn't believe it. Even if Yi Hongyin, Wang Xuanqi, and Zhao Wushang have applied to the government to marry him, their pregnancies may still be a secret. And even if they weren't, the news wouldn't have spread so quickly. So, this old guy first praised him and then belittled him. He was bluffing him again. Seeing that he didn't speak, Section Chiefly continued, his tone becoming more urgent. But another faction, represented by the commander-in-chief of the war zone, believes that you may be the key for humanity to break the current stalemate in reproduction and high-end combat power. So, Yang Wei finally spoke, his voice calm. Which faction does Section Chiefly represent today? On behalf of myself and my sister, Section Chiefly leaned forward, his voice barely audible. We hope to be ranked after Zhao Wushang, Wang Xuanqi, and Yi Hongyin. Yang Wei understood immediately and suddenly looked up. However, what the other party said was only half true and half false, so it's not credible. But there was no joking expression on Section Chiefly's face, only a desperate sincerity. Boss, I already said last time that I'm just trying to make a living. You guessed wrong. Bullshit. Section Chiefly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, then forcibly suppressed his displeasure. I know what you're worried about. But you probably don't know the significance of the Wang, Zhao, and Yi families in District C. Yang Wei frowned. Oh, what's the quantity? Section Chiefly glanced at him, realizing that the kid wouldn't believe him unless he showed some sincerity. A royal level family. Do you know what a royal level family means? Let me put it this way, according to the power division of the special zone, that's an 8th or 7th level family. After Yi Hongyin breaks through, the Yi family is very likely to become an 8th level imperial family. As far as I know, all three of them put down deposits with you that day, and it's no secret that you rented a place in the upscale area. Although it can't be directly proven that they went to your place, it's not hard for anyone with a sound mind to guess. Yang Wei remained silent. Sure enough, for these people, someone of their status had no secrets whatsoever. What are the conditions? Yang Wei asked. Although the other party had made it clear, he still didn't believe in selfless help. If he continued to pretend now, the consequences would only be worse. It's very simple. Section Chiefly finally smiled and said, first, ensure success, and with the best qualifications. Second, you need an official, legitimate identity to circumvent the other faction's cleanup operation. And I can help you get this identity. He revealed his true intentions. In exchange, my sister must be on the next priority list. Yang Wei looked at him and suddenly smiled. He knew that the two factions the other party claimed did not exist, at least not yet. The other party was only saying this to curry favor with him, and he did indeed need that favor. Section Chiefly, you should know that I have an agreement with them, Yang Wei said. I know, Section Chiefly nodded. But agreements are rigid, but people are flexible. For example, a compliant appointment letter for a special talent technical advisor, signed by me, allows you to conduct research openly and legitimately without worrying about being thrown out of the city as a fraudster. He took out a thin document, yet it gleamed with the luster of formal runes, and pushed it in front of Yang Wei. With it, you will no longer be an unlicensed illegal operator. Your clients' visits will also be regarded as normal academic exchanges. Yang Wei's heart was pounding. As expected of someone involved in politics, they were well prepared. This is the real deal, and it's what he desperately needs. Official endorsement, legitimate status. This not only solves the immediate survival crisis, but also lays the first solid foundation for his future grand ambitions. I need to think about it. Yang Wei didn't look at the document. As the soul of the earth, being impatient with such matters will only make the other party look down on him. He needs sufficient composure. Section Chiefly seemed to have expected this, but he was still shocked. This composure was completely out of character for his age, unless someone was plotting behind the scenes, yet his identity was spotless. This child is destined for greatness. He put away the documents and stood up, of course. Mr. Yang can take his time to consider it. However, he paused, then left with a profound statement. A key is only a key when it is useful. After saying this meaningful sentence, he nodded slightly, turned around, and disappeared into the noisy crowd in the cafeteria, as if he had never been there. Yang Wei sat alone in the corner, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. He knew what those words meant, so at that moment he wasn't weighing the pros and cons, but rather calculating the risks. Regardless of whether another faction truly exists, Section Chief Li's actions undoubtedly constituted a unilateral act of providing him with protection in exchange for his sister's priority. This is a high-stakes gamble. Win and you'll be set for life, lose and you'll be doomed. At almost the same time, in the Special Economic Zone, the capital, the three members of the Starry Skies Lost Treasures group created a new small group and quietly set up a private chat window. Wang Xuanqi spoke first, his tone tinged with sarcasm. You too, it seems we both won the lottery. So, what's next? Resource sharing, or fighting our own battles? Zhao Wushang succinctly stated, the premise of resource sharing is unified standards. Yi Hongyin's message arrived late, but it carried the decisive power. The standards are as follows. First, the child will take the mother's surname and be raised by the woman's family. Second, the father has the legally recognized right to visitation, as well as the right to make suggestions on the child's whereabouts in extreme circumstances. Third, without the unanimous consent of all three parties, the specific information and location of the resources shall not be disclosed. They quickly formed a temporary and fragile alliance. Their aim was to extract as much value from Yang Wei as possible before more people sensed the danger. So, how should we define our mutual partner? Zhao Wushang posed the most crucial question. Is it to be seen as an equal collaborator, or as a resource that can be taken at will? Yi Hongying looked out the window at the figure she once regarded as an ant, which now seemed like a thorn, deeply embedded in their well-planned future. Yi Hongying's message popped up again. Defined as strategic scarce resource. Protected and sustainably developed. I second that, Wang Xuanqi replied. Okay, Zhao Wushang confirmed. This cold yet precise definition perfectly reflects Yang Wei's initial self-positioning of Guanyin, who grants children a tool, a commodity. But what they didn't know was that the product contained a soul from another world, familiar with countless tricks and countermeasures. When Yang Wei returned home, he told Lin Cora about Section Chief Li's proposal in detail. After listening, Lin Cora pondered for a long time. He is using you to pave the way for his sister, she said incisively. But this using is the best card we can play right now. I know, Yang Wei nodded. We need this amulet. He looked at Lin Cora. Help me draft a cooperation agreement. The terms should be harsh, with many restrictions, and it should fully reflect that he is a passive and being taken advantage of resource provider, rather than an active planner. Show weakness? Lin Cora raised an eyebrow. No, Yang Wei shook his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. It's to make them feel that everything is under control. Late at night, in the study of the 13th residential building, only a soft light was on the desk. Yang Wei and Lin Cora sat facing each other, with the letter of appointment for Special Talent Technical Advisor left by Section Chief Li spread out between them. This document has very high authority, Lin Cora pointed to the rune seal on it. Theoretically, it can exempt you from the constraints of conventional regulations to a certain extent, which is equivalent to a layer of official armor. But this is also a shackle. Yang Wei pointed to the responsibilities and obligations clause with his finger. Accepting it means that I have been brought under the official sight, or even under supervision. But we have to accept it. Lin Cora said firmly, it's the only way for us to survive and live better right now. It protects you in the open, defending you against those who want to take advantage of you, but at the same time, it also puts you in the spotlight. Her fingers tapped lightly on the living room table, but her mind was filled with the foul language she had used before leaving her family. Mortals should have the awareness of mortals. With your cultivation level, you'll easily live 100 years in the underworld, enjoying happiness and fulfillment without any problem. If you stay in the clan, you will not only be looked down upon at any time, but you will also be unable to live like a human being. For our lineage, your existence shakes the foundation. Your parents love you, but you're not a good fit here. We've already found the most suitable person for you to ensure your safety in the lower tier area. These words were spoken by the visitor, but Lin Cora knew that her parents dared to say them only after their tacit approval, simply because she had limited talent and had to leave the tribe. She doesn't deserve it. I know. Yang Wei closed his eyes, reviewing every scene in the cafeteria in his mind, every expression of Section Chief Li, and every pause. He is gambling, betting that we're the bigger potential stock, he said slowly. He wants to bet on his sister, but he is afraid that we'll be taken away too early, or that other players will seize us. So, he has added a protective shell for us in advance. Then how should we respond? Lin Cora asked. Should we state our price? No, Yang Wei shook his head, a sly glint in his eyes. We need to perform exceeding his expectations, yet staying within his bottom line. What's the meaning? He gives us legitimacy, so we use that legitimacy to make our business bigger and more standardized. Yang Wei's thinking became clearer and clearer. He needs us to prove our value, so we will prove it to him, and we will prove it to him even more. He looked at Lin Cora. Help me draft a detailed rules for the implementation of technical services. Detailed rules? Yes. Yang Wei nodded. We have clearly listed everything we can and cannot do, the client admission standards, service procedures, and even the breach of contract clauses. We are more professional than regular organizations. Lin Cora understood. We should take the initiative to put on the reins he offers, and even hand the other end of the reins to him. That's it, Yang Wei said with a smile. We need to make him feel that he has complete control over the situation and over us. Showing weakness is to make the other party lower their guard. Then, in the details, Lin Cora continued, her eyes sharpening, we'll plant our spies in inconspicuous corners. For example, the customer rights section can clearly state that children belong to the mother, but in the supplementary clauses, it can be written that after the child reaches the age of 16 and has the capacity for independent civil conduct, he/she has the right to know his/her biological father and enjoy the right to visit him regularly. For example, in a confidentiality agreement, an extremely high penalty for breach of contract can be set, high enough to make any force think twice before taking action. Meanwhile, deep within the Yi family mansion in the eastern part of the city, a mirror made of condensed light floated in front of Yi Hongyin, reflecting the chat interface of the Starry Sky Pearl. Wang Xuanqi's profile picture popped up, sending a private message. Sister Yi, did that kid accept Li Ke's arrangement? Yi Hongyin glanced at them but did not reply. She pulled up another encrypted document, long-term observation and management plan for Yang Wei, a carrier of a special genetic trait. The person who initiated this plan was none other than Section Chief Li. In his report, he wrote, the target individual has initially accepted guidance and shown a willingness to cooperate. However, their core values have not yet been fully explored. It is recommended to adopt a 3-step strategy of observation support guidance to gradually incorporate this individual into a controllable management system in order to maximize the benefits of strategic resources. Yi Hongyin's eyes grew increasingly cold. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone thinks they are the oriole. But there is only one true victor, absolute overwhelming power. A 10th-tier martial emperor? Perhaps that's not dazzling on the front lines, but here, given her retired status, she's more than capable of crushing 90% of the people. The following morning. City Hall, Section Chief Li's office. He looked at the implementation rules that Yang Wei and Lin Kuo had carefully drafted and transmitted via the communicator, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. This set of rules perfectly met all his expectations, and in some aspects was even more comprehensive and compliant than he had thought. He even saw protection for himself in it. The rules stipulated that all external communications and schedules must be coordinated and approved by the project leader, i.e., Section Chief Li himself. Very good. He muttered to himself, casually clicking approved on an internal approval document marked low risk, high potential, recommended for level 2 observation. He felt that everything was under control. Just then, his private line rang, and a deep, steady male voice came through. Li Mingyuan, the Commander-in-Chief has reviewed your report on Yang Wei, a special talent. Section Chief Li, namely Li Mingyuan, immediately became solemn. What are the commander's instructions? The instruction was only one sentence: make sure we have the keys. Understood. Li Mingyuan replied, a burning glint in his eyes. He picked up his communicator and sent a message to Yang Wei. Consultant Yang, please prepare. Our first officially booked client will arrive tomorrow, identification code WZ037. Please strictly adhere to all security and reception procedures. He put down his communicator, walked to the window, and looked at the gray buildings in the low-cost area. He could almost see the seed he had carefully hidden under the soil, quietly sprouting. And he will be the first person to cultivate it. Section C, Building 13. Yang Wei received a confirmation message from Li Mingyuan. He knew that the goal of the first phase had been achieved. By voluntarily accepting supervision, he obtained a pass that allowed him to briefly walk in the sunlight. Although the price was a Damocles sword hanging over his head, he gained valuable time to develop. Ding! Detection indicates the host has acquired regional legal identity, raising the survival environment rating from extremely precarious to controllable risk. Limited time unlock of the system store. Group Camouflage Force Field Generator Basic can blur energy fluctuations within a radius of 100 meters, making external detection results appear as normal physiological activity. Price, 30 years of lifespan, 8,000 sign-in points. Yang Wei looked at the device icon emitting a faint glow on the system interface, and then glanced at the remaining 191 years of lifespan in his account. Buy it, he said calmly to the system. Exchange successful. Lifespan reduced by 30 years. Current remaining lifespan, 161 years. An invisible force field quietly unfolded around him, completely smoothing out the slight spatial ripples that had just been created by the system exchange. In the jungle where the line between hunter and prey is blurred, the best hunters often know how to play the role of a qualified decoy. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19, Uninvited Guest, Unbalanced Scales. Group Camouflage Force Field Generator has been deployed. Current coverage area, 13 residential buildings. Energy level, weak. Effect, can distort and reduce all energy fluctuations within its range, making them indistinguishable from ambient noise. As the system notification ended, Yang Wei felt a sense of relief. With this device in place, at least premature exposure due to energy leakage could be avoided. It was late at night. Lin Kuo was already asleep in her bedroom. Yang Wei sat alone on the new sofa in the living room, feeling the flow and fusion of power within his body, as well as the persistent, dull pain originating from the depths of his soul. Just then. Click. A very faint, almost imperceptible sound rang out eerily. It wasn't a key, nor did it sound like a metal component being skillfully pried open with extreme force. It sounded more like the shattering of glass after being squeezed. Yang Wei's hair stood on end instantly. Is anyone there? He almost instinctively wanted to stand up and shout, but a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended, pressing him firmly onto the sofa, making it hard for him to even breathe. A dark figure, as if blending into the night itself, appeared silently in the center of the living room. She was dressed in a black combat suit that allowed for easy movement, with an amazing figure, a cold and beautiful face, and eyes that shone brightly in the darkness. The limited space of the hall was distorted, and a crack slowly closed behind the woman. Then the air was instantly frozen, and the entire living room seemed to solidify into a vacuum. Yang Wei Gang uttered a single word. The woman suddenly turned around and looked towards the bedroom door. Cour. Yang Wei was shocked. The dark figure snapped her fingers, and the bedroom door opened automatically. Her gaze swept over Lin Cour, who had been startled awake on the bed. Ugh! Lin Cour didn't even have time to utter a complete cry of surprise before her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot under the terrifying pressure and mental impact. You dare touch her? A surge of inexplicable anger mixed with fear welled up in Yang Wei's heart. However, the woman only glanced at him, and he was completely disoriented. She then looked away and walked to the sofa in the living room. I only want to verify one thing. Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. How did Ji Honin and the others break through? Before she finished speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her gaze fixed intently on Yang Wei. To be precise, it was the pure yang energy emanating from him that, despite his best efforts to conceal it, still possessed a fatal attraction to the source. Her eyes changed. The initial exploration transformed into a sharp gleam that blended shock, fervor, and an unwavering determination. So, the legend was true. The next moment, Yang Wei felt himself being lifted up by an irresistible force. Let me go. He struggled desperately, but the power within him, which was at the third level, was as insignificant as an infant in front of a true peak martial emperor. Noisy. With a wave of her hand, the woman in black made Yang Wei feel dizzy. I don't know how much time passed. The woman in black stood in the middle of the messy living room, tidying her clothes. She glanced at the dazed Yang Wei, tossed him a bag of money, and left with a cold remark, I heard you really like money. After saying that, she vanished without a trace, just as she had come, truly appearing and disappearing without a trace. She came to verify the truth, and now she has received the answer in the most direct way. When Yang Wei broke free from the haze of consciousness, the first thing he saw was Lin Cour, who had woken up and was rushing towards him with tears streaming down her face. Yang Wei. How are you? She asked anxiously, checking his body. Yang Wei propped himself up and sat up, waving his hand to indicate that he was all right. But his eyes had completely changed. If he had previously harbored a sliver of hope that he could play within the rules, that hope has now been utterly shattered. In this world, the so-called rules and order are utterly vulnerable in the face of true power. If it weren't for his system and his special physique, Yang Wei would no longer exist after tonight. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Power. He needs faster, stronger, and more unquestionable power. It's not just about cultivation level, but also includes power, connections, and everything that can protect you and prevent you from becoming just a resource. Ding. New high-quality offspring detected. Rewards calculated, lifespan plus 35 years. Cultivation boost plus 4%. Current realm, rank 4, level 3. Check-in points plus 1888. The system's notification sound seemed so ironic at that moment. Yang Wei, however, felt no joy whatsoever. If you can't even feel safe in your own home, what's the point of being happy? The people in this world are far more terrifying than I imagined. The question is, who is she? The image flashed through his mind again, but even the other person's face was blurry. The only thing he remembered was that the right hand and left foot were not physical objects, but were temporarily filled with energy. 3 hours. Just then, Yang Wei's personal communicator received 2 messages shortly after each other. The first message, from Li Mingyuan, reads, Advisor Yang, the first batch of resource allocations has been issued to your safe house warehouse. Please check and make good use of them. The second message, immediately following, came from an unfamiliar number, but with an equally high level of access. Thank you for what happened earlier. I have confirmed it. The resources are ready, and I await good news. Yang Wei looked at the second message and instantly understood everything. Morong Yenran. She's not just here to verify, she's here to seize the initiative. Like Yi Hongyin and Zhao Wushang, she is at the top of the pyramid and faces the same predicament. They didn't disbelieve before, they just didn't want to believe, or rather, they didn't want to rush into action without sufficient evidence. And now, the evidence is conclusive. A fiercer and more naked battle for Yang Wei was launched with the arrival of this uninvited guest. The woman's arrival made Yang Wei realize for the first time that things were beyond his control. If he's just looking to borrow sperm, that would suit his needs perfectly, but what if not? People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. He understands this principle. And now, perhaps only Section Chief Li's methods can protect him. It was in the early hours of the morning. Lin Kuo helped Yang Wei sit on the sofa. She couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry. Yang Wei, it's all my fault for being so useless. Her voice choked with sobs, filled with self-blame and lingering fear. It's not your fault. Yang Wei's voice was hoarse, but unusually firm. It's because we were too weak. He closed his eyes, feeling the new power within his body, the feedback from Morong Yenran. But this power, obtained through humiliation, only made him feel incredibly frustrated and angry. He opened the list of supplies provided by Li Mingyuan, which was full of various items, from basic body tempering fluids to rare spirit stones, and even a few ancient-style defensive magic treasures that were clearly made by a master. They are investing. Lin Kuo held his hand, which was icy cold. But they don't know that they are too late. No, they came at the right time. A cold flame burned in Yang Wei's eyes. They made me see the true nature of this world. He brought up the system interface. Current number of offspring, 5. Cumulative lifespan, 226 years. Exclusive check-in value, 9,452 points. Current realm, Tier 4, Level 3. The improvement in strength is real, but the emotional wounds are equally profound. That Miss Morong. Lin Kuo hesitated before speaking. She is very strong, and she gives me the feeling that she is more dangerous than Miss Yi and the others. But she left, Yang Wei said. She didn't kill me, nor did she take me with her. This shows that in her eyes, my lasting value far outweighed my one-time plunder. She should know what she would face if she took me away. So she didn't. She was just borrowing me. Why do I get the feeling you're enjoying this? I'm the victim? Who would believe that? Maybe you did it willingly after I fell unconscious? Yang Wei. He looked at Lin Kuo. Help me connect to an encrypted communication channel. The frequency code is the one that Section Chief Li left us last time. You're looking for him? Yes. Yang Wei nodded. I need to tell him that his investment project has just been the subject of a hostile takeover. He wants to use this incident to force the authorities to make stronger promises and provide greater protection. Early morning, Government Hall. Li Mingyuan's office. He looked at the carefully worded yet subtly sharp message Yang Wei had sent on his communicator, his face turning terribly grim. The message did not directly accuse anyone, but only described that an unidentified high-level martial artist broke in at night, causing people to fall unconscious. It is suspected to be a sabotage operation by hostile forces. We request that higher authorities thoroughly investigate and strengthen security measures. Li Mingyuan was so angry he almost smashed the cup in his hand. Morong Yenran. This woman completely disregarded the rules and bypassed all procedures to take action. This is not only a slap in the face for Li Mingyuan, but also a disruption of his meticulously planned scheme. He forced himself to calm down and quickly replied. The situation has been reported. This is a serious violation and will be dealt with severely. Your security level has been raised to the highest level, and backup has been dispatched. He put down the communicator, his chest heaving violently. He realized that the situation was getting out of control. Morong Yenran's actions proved the most important point. Li Mingyuan's personal authority and promises alone were no longer enough to deter all those who coveted him. A more powerful force must intervene. He immediately picked up the red dedicated line communicator and connected to a number with the highest authority. Sir, he said gravely, we've run into trouble. At almost the same time, the encrypted group chat for Starry Sky's Lost Pearl was launched. Wang Xuanqi was the first to lose control and sent a message. Last night, there seemed to be a very strong energy fluctuation in the direction of Dongcheng, and then it disappeared? Does anyone know what happened? No one answered. But a silent sense of panic and urgency began to spread in the hearts of every member who had failed to make a breakthrough. Yi Hongyin's private communicator rang. It was Zhao Wushang. Morong Yenran is gone. Zhao Wushang's voice came through the encrypted channel, still calm, but with a hint of coldness. She knew, Yi Hongyin replied, her tone equally cold, so she beat her to it. We've fallen behind, Wang Xuanqi's message chimed in, tinged with frustration. If only we hadn't worried about the agreement. Yi Hongyin's eyes flickered as she watched the constantly changing messages on the screen. Finally, she posted a group announcement. In light of the recent spate of unauthorized contact incidents, a special working group has been established to ensure the safety of the resources and the smooth progress of the research. All subsequent contact must be coordinated and arranged through this working group. Anyone attempting unauthorized contact will bear the consequences themselves. This is a clear warning, and also an ultimatum. Either follow the rules they set and proceed in an orderly manner, or you'll be excluded. Section C, Building 13. Yang Wei looked at the newly appeared notification on the system interface. The offspring of the Great Sun Divine Body Mother, Yi Hongyin, has met all the prerequisites and has officially entered the rapid growth period. Offspring support mechanism activated. Current support efficiency, 1. Almost the instant the prompt appeared. Buzz. A deep, resounding echo, as if from the depths of the earth, shook the entire house. In the center of the living room, the dust in the air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, beginning to slowly rotate around an invisible center, forming a miniature vortex. On the windowsill, the green plant that Lin Kuo had carefully tended but which had always been half dead was now sprouting new buds and unfurling its leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. There, here, Yang Wei murmured to himself. At the same time, piercing alarms sounded almost simultaneously at the world's 17 highest energy monitoring stations. The staff stared in panic at the faint but continuous energy spikes that suddenly appeared on the screen. Report. Multiple signs of unknown high-dimensional life forms detected. Their intensity is slowly increasing. Where did it originate? Preliminary assessment, all concentrated in Zone C, a low-income residential area. That's impossible. The Yi family mansion in Dongcheng. Yi Hongyin suddenly clutched her lower abdomen. There, a warm and powerful force, like a dormant volcano awakening, was released continuously, merging and colliding with her own sword energy. She could feel that the little life's will was becoming clearer and stronger. She could no longer deceive herself, it was all true. That seemingly ordinary young man truly possessed the power to reverse their fate. But what followed was a deeper level of apprehension. An entity capable of mass-producing top geniuses. Is he a beacon of hope, or Pandora's box? End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20, Prelude to Thunder, Fishing in Troubled Waters. The deep hum lasted for only a dozen seconds before disappearing. The dust has settled. The plant's growth has returned to normal. But the vitality and energy that remained in the room were real. Ignoring the tears on her face, Lin Kuo rushed to the window to check on the potted plant, her fingers trembling as she stroked the vibrant green leaves. What's going on? She turned to look at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Wei did not answer immediately. He walked quickly to the door, locked it tightly, and then carefully checked the windows. Kerr, he said in a low voice, there will probably be a lot of people coming to our door next. He took Lin Kuo's hand and led her to the innermost part of the bedroom, activating the simple soundproof barrier provided by Li Mingyuan. That Morong Yenran, she is not the first, and she will certainly not be the last. His sharp eyes swept across every corner of the room. The officials will be here soon, before they arrive. He took a deep breath. We must stick to the same story. Caliber? Nothing happened last night, Yang Wei said, emphasizing each word. We just felt a strange energy fluctuation and then lost consciousness. The reason? I don't know. Perhaps it's an old injury flaring up, or perhaps something else. He couldn't let anyone know that Morong Yenran had come, and he couldn't let anyone know what he had endured. Once leaked, everyone will see him as an object that can be seized by force at will, rather than a partner who needs to be treated as an equal. Let them investigate if they want. Yang Wei's mind raced. The force field generator can disguise the main energy fluctuations, but some physical signs. He pointed to the potted plant. We need a reasonable explanation. Lin Kuo immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. She nodded vigorously. I understand. We didn't see anything, we don't know anything. Just then, a short, forceful knock came from outside the door. Mr. Yang Wei. We are from the city's emergency response team, and we have been ordered to investigate the abnormal energy incident. They're here. Yang Wei and Lin Kuo exchanged a glance, both seeing a resolute look in each other's eyes. From now on, every word they say must be carefully considered. Half an hour later, downstairs at Building 13. Li Mingyuan arrived at the scene in person. His face was ashen as he watched several technicians scanning the entire building with precision instruments. Reporting to the section chief, traces of spatial coordinate disorder and residual energy have been detected in a small area. The type cannot be identified, but the intensity is very low, below the warning threshold. Resident information? The male head of household, Yang Wei, is showing signs of physical exhaustion and mild psychological trauma. The female head of household, Lin Kuo, suffered a brief coma due to severe psychological trauma. Both have received initial treatment and are in stable condition. Li Mingyuan listened to the report with a furrowed brow. Someone is interfering with the detection. To be able to do this, the opponent's strength and technological level are definitely not simple. Could it be that forces from other regions have intervened? This thought sent a chill down his spine. Block the news, he ordered sternly. This incident is classified as an unknown energy disturbance, classified as level C, and is of little importance. He must protect Yang Wei. At least until all his value is squeezed out. He turned to his adjutant and whispered, "Activate the covert sentry procedure and strengthen covert protection for Yang Wei. Record any suspicious persons who approach this area." Yes. The adjutant accepted the order and left. Li Mingyuan stood alone, looking up at the lit window of Yang Wei's house. He suddenly had a strong premonition. The situation he thought he had firmly in control was rapidly sliding into an unknown abyss in a way he couldn't comprehend. And the one who started it all. He was lying quietly on the bed, letting Lin Kuo wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. His body was exhausted, but his mind was incredibly clear. Moron Yenran's gift was like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it brought humiliation and risk, but on the other hand, it also tore off the hypocritical mask of this world for him in the most brutal way. His concern wasn't about being forced to get vaccinated, but about the danger to his life. As long as there is no danger to life, such a thing is naturally welcome. Meanwhile, deep within the distant starry sky, a grotesque biological warship covered in bone spurs floats in the asteroid belt. Inside the bridge, a tall figure, as large as a small mountain, was staring at the interstellar projection that appeared before him. On the projection map, in Area C, which represents the territory of mankind, an extremely faint yet continuous abnormal ripple is flickering on a tiny planetary spot. "Your Majesty," a deep, hoarse voice rang out, "the probe has detected a resonance signal from the source matter. Though faint, it strongly resembles the legendary Son of the Sun." The figure addressed as "Your Majesty" slowly turned its head, a glint of greed and cruelty flashing in its crimson eyes. "Find it. Take it." The next few days, the 13 residential buildings seemed to have become an isolated island, cut off by an invisible force field. Yang Wei could clearly sense that at least 4 different groups of people were taking turns monitoring the area. Some were government officials, while others exuded a chilling murderous aura. Fortunately, he had already purchased a cultivation concealment talisman, otherwise he would have been discovered long ago. Li Mingyuan fulfilled part of his promise. Yang Wei obtained the title of Special Talent Technical Advisor and a set of cultivation resources that, while not abundant, were comprehensive in variety. But Yang Wei and Lin Kuo both understood that this was nothing more than an exquisitely crafted cage. The real test comes from those who don't follow the rules. For example, Moron Yenran. Yang Wei stood by the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and glanced at the figures pretending to chat on the street corner. "They're waiting," Lin Kuo said softly as she walked to his side. "Waiting for the first person who can't resist. They might be waiting for us to slip up." Yang Wei lowered the curtains and turned to walk towards the study. He desperately needs 2 things, immediate combat power and bargaining chips. He opened the system store again. His gaze swept over the expensive offensive magical artifacts and techniques, finally settling on 2 options. 1. Great Sun Burning Heaven Technique Fragment, an offensive technique that perfectly suits the Great Sun Pure Yang holy body, allowing it to maximize the strengths of his physique, but it is very expensive. 2. Causal Obscuring Amulet One-time use, can temporarily obscure divination, tracking, and investigation related to oneself. Relatively inexpensive. Price, 15-year lifespan, 1500 sign-in points. Yang Wei did not hesitate at all. Exchange for the causal concealment amulet. Exchange successful. Lifespan reduced by 15 years. Current remaining lifespan, 146 years. An ancient-looking jade talisman, warm to the touch, appeared in his hand, then transformed into specks of light and merged into his brow. A strange sense of security enveloped him. 3 days later, late at night. The eastern city, the forbidden area of the Morong family. Morong Yenran sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, surrounded by a chilling aura. Since that night, she discovered that the bottleneck she had been stuck in for so long had actually shown signs of loosening. Although it wasn't nearly as dramatic as Yi Honin's and the others' breakthroughs, it was enough to prove everything. That man is a true treasure. However, she also keenly sensed that at least 3 other auras, no weaker than hers, had quietly approached Building 13, but left after lingering on the periphery for a while. They're watching and waiting. Let's wait and see what happens to Morong Yenran, this pioneer. If Morong Yenran is unharmed, or even benefits from it, then the dam will completely collapse. Just then, her private communicator vibrated. It is an anonymous encrypted message. The message contains only one line of text. Resources are limited, first come, first served. Buzz. The pure yang essence within her body, belonging to Yang Wei, suddenly became unusually active, violently clashing with her own extremely cold true energy. Puff. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. She was too hasty. That guy's essence was too domineering, and it clashed with the attributes of the cultivation technique she practiced. If these two forces cannot be reconciled as soon as possible, let alone a breakthrough, it would be a miracle if we didn't go astray. She had to go find him again. This time, it won't be by force, but a deal. Section C, Building 13. Yang Wei looked at the system notification about Morong Yenran's status update and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The fish has taken the bait. He turned to Lin Kor, get ready. We have guests coming. Upon hearing this, Lin Kor frowned. However, she didn't ask any more questions, nor was she afraid at all. Instead, she stepped forward and took his arm. This time, let's see her together. They need a witness, and more importantly, they need to show everyone that Yang Wei is not alone and helpless. That evening, Morong Yenran reappeared in the living room of Building 13. This time, she neither concealed her presence nor released any pressure. She simply stood there, her face still cold, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of barely perceptible impatience. I need your help. She got straight to the point. After that night, my skills went wrong. Yang Wei sat on the sofa and looked at her calmly. Miss Morong, I don't understand what you mean. You understand. Morong Yenran gritted her teeth. Your power clashes with my cultivation method. So what? Yang Wei retorted, is this my fault? Morong Yenran. She was speechless. I can help you, Yang Wei said, changing the subject, but there are conditions. What are the conditions? First, the matter of that night ends here, it will never be investigated or mentioned again. Second, he said, extending his hand, a drop of crystal clear liquid floating in his palm, radiating astonishing heat and vitality. Secondary pure yang harmonizing liquid can be used to alleviate conflicts between yin and yang attributes and promote the fusion of powers. Price, 5 years of lifespan. I need you to use the influence of the Morong family to obtain a cross-regional research permit for me. This was the next step he had planned long ago. The stage is too small, limited to Area C. He needs a bigger pond. Morong Yenran's pupils contracted slightly. This man, he actually turned around and made demands of me. She felt an absurd anger, but more than that, she felt a sense of powerlessness. She needs his help. Okay, she said through gritted teeth. I promise you. Well then, Yang Wei smiled slightly, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Everything is for the children. As for women, it would be best if we could bind ourselves now. If not, at the very least, we shouldn't be hostile towards each other. He must pay attention to this balance. After the child is born, things will be much easier. Morong Yenran looked at the drop of crystal clear liquid floating in Yang Wei's palm. The gentle, pure yang energy contained within it calmed the restlessness within her body considerably. She reached out to touch it. Yang Wei clasped his hands together and withdrew them. Miss Morong, he said calmly, yet with an undeniable authority, before that, we need a new, more binding agreement. He gestured to Lin Kor to bring out a pre-prepared spirit contract document. This is a contract formed using the essence and soul imprints of both parties, protected by the rules of the world, and violators will pay a heavy price. I want you to swear an oath in the name of the Morong family and with your martial spirit. Yang Wei stared at the other party. The contents of this agreement shall be permanently valid and shall not harm my core interests in any way. Morong Yanran's eyes twitched slightly. She never imagined that one day she would be coerced in this way by a low-level cultivator. But circumstances are beyond our control. The conflict between the two forces within her body is becoming increasingly intense, which could lead to a regression in her cultivation at any time, or even damage to her very essence. In comparison, a mere cross-regional research permit, though difficult to obtain, is not impossible to obtain. Okay. She squeezed out the word through gritted teeth, pricked her fingertip, and a drop of blood containing icy energy fell onto the spiritual contract. Yang Wei followed suit. The spiritual contract transformed into two streams of light, which entered the space between the two people's eyebrows respectively. An invisible shackle was thus formed. Now, Yang Wei took out the drop of secondary pure yang harmonizing liquid again. Morong Yanran took it and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a warm current spread out, gently neutralizing the stinging and stagnation in her meridians. It really works. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, which quickly returned to their icy expression. The license will be delivered within 3 days. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait a minute, Yang Wei called out to her. Is there anything else? Morong Yanran turned around impatiently. Yang Wei stepped forward, very close enough that she could feel the warmth emanating from him. Miss Morong, he said in a voice only the two of them could hear, if you want to truly resolve this issue, instead of coming to me every time. He paused for a moment, then offered a suggestion that the other party couldn't refuse. You can consider becoming my long-term partner. His eyes were clear, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Next time, it won't be this inferior stuff. Morong Yanran gave him a deep look, as if she wanted to imprint this seemingly weak but actually audacious man in her heart. I'll consider it. This time, she tore open a spatial rift, stepped into it, and disappeared. After she left, Lin Cora let out a long sigh of relief. Her back was already soaked with cold sweat. She doesn't seem so angry anymore, she asked uncertainly. It's not that she is not angry, Yang Wei shook his head. She has just found a more important life goal than venting her anger. That afternoon, at the city hall, Li Mingyuan frowned as he looked at the latest report presented by his subordinates. The Morong family have left? Yes, section chief. The sentry station near the Morong family reported that Morong Yanran went into seclusion after returning home, and all investigators targeting Yang Wei were recalled. He keenly realized that some deal had taken place that he was unaware of. Moreover, Morong Yanran had clearly received enough benefits before she stopped her attack. He went to talk to her. Li Mingyuan muttered to himself, without my knowledge. He felt a surge of annoyance, but more than that, a sense of exhilaration at meeting a worthy opponent. This kid is much harder to control than he imagined. He immediately ordered, send more manpower. Keep a close watch on Building 13. Report any suspicious activity immediately. He knew his own limitations, but he needed to figure out first how many cards Yang Wei still had up his sleeve. Late at night, on the edge of the low-end zone, a dark figure lurked in the shadows, its eyes fixed menacingly on the 13 residential buildings in the distance. He was a secret agent sent by a powerful family hidden in the shadows, tasked with bringing Yang Wei back at all costs, dead or alive. He had been observing for a long time and confirmed the distribution of the surrounding guard forces. Just as he was about to act, buzz! An invisible aura, carrying the majestic power of heaven, spread out from inside Building 13 without warning. Although it was very faint, the quality of it was frighteningly high. This is definitely not an ordinary energy fluctuation. It really is a treasure. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He moved. With a figure as elusive as a ghost, it evaded the patrol team and rushed straight for Building 13. However, just as he was about to touch the wall, laugh! A blinding white light appeared out of nowhere and shot precisely at him. He was terrified and hurriedly dodged. But the white light seemed to have a life of its own, relentlessly pursuing it. There's an ambush. He realized he had been tricked. This was not a lack of vigilance at all, it was a trap to lure the enemy into a snare. The next second, several powerful auras rose from all directions, surrounding him completely. Li Mingyuan stepped out from the shadows and looked at him coldly. Speak, he asked, who sent you? Seeing that there was no hope of escape, a ruthless glint flashed in the man's eyes, and he was about to self-destruct his chi. Just then. Certainly. A calm voice rang out. In an instant, the assassin felt the space around him completely freeze. He couldn't even blink. Yang Wei appeared at the doorway, with Lin Kuo standing beside him, holding a peculiar beam weapon. That weapon was modified by Lin Kuo herself, using resources allocated by Li Mingyuan and under the guidance of Yang Wei. Yang Wei walked up to him, ignoring his resentful gaze. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess a thing or two. He crouched down and looked directly into the other person's eyes. Go back and tell your master. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. If you wish to come, please use the main entrance. Chapter 21, Sugar-Coated Risks, and you still have to pay with your life. 3 days later, at 9 a.m. A convoy of 3 black luxury cars, led by an armored vehicle painted with the City Hall emblem, slowly pulled up in front of the 13 residential buildings. The car door opened, revealing Li Mingyuan in a crisp, dark uniform, the insignia on his epaulets gleaming, a testament to his powerful position. He was followed by 4 bodyguards with a composed demeanor and unwavering gaze. This spectacle immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents, who began to whisper among themselves. It's a City Hall vehicle. They came looking for Yang Wei? Did he do something wrong? I don't think so. Look at Section Chief Li's demeanor, he seems more like he's here to visit a distinguished guest. Under the watchful eyes of countless curious and awe-inspiring gazes, Li Mingyuan straightened his collar and strode up the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was steady and rhythmic. The door opened, and Yang Wei stood in the doorway, dressed much more formally than usual. Section Chief Li. Yang Wei turned slightly to the side. Advisor Yang, Li Mingyuan said with a formulaic smile, the formalities have all been completed. I've come here today specifically to hold a formal appointment ceremony for you. His voice was loud enough to make sure everyone around him could hear him. Thank you for the organization's trust, Yang Wei replied, neither humble nor arrogant. The two shook hands, and a flash went off. The accompanying publicity officer captured the moment. This scene will soon be conveyed to all those who care through official channels. This is a declaration, but more importantly, it is a deterrent. The ceremony was held in Yang Wei's living room. There were not many guests, only the 2 parties involved and necessary witnesses. Li Mingyuan solemnly handed Yang Wei a certificate inlaid with gold patterns and a beautifully bound letter of appointment. From today onwards, Li Mingyuan said, facing Yang Wei, but actually addressing all the eavesdroppers. You will enjoy all the corresponding benefits and waivers as the Chief Technical Advisor of the Federal Office of Special Genetic Research. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp. At the same time, the office is located on the 1st floor of Building 14 next door, and relevant security and service personnel have been fully equipped. They will do their best to ensure the safety of you and your family, as well as the smooth progress of the research work. Yang Wei understood his subtext. This means that his men will take over Yang Wei's outer defenses, which will also serve as close surveillance. That's a real dog. Yang Wei accepted it with both hands, his expression calm. I will certainly do my duty and contribute to the future of the Federation. It's done. Does picking up girls involve someone protecting and supporting you? In this world, these kinds of things. Hey, not fulfilling your duties is letting down the party. As for exploitation, who among people doesn't do that? Both sides delivered their speeches flawlessly. However, as the ceremony ended and everyone prepared to move to the new office for a visit, Li Mingyuan, taking advantage of being standing next to Yang Wei, said in a very low voice. My sister will be back next month to report on her work. After he finished speaking, he patted Yang Wei on the shoulder and left with the other officials. Yang Wei's lips curled up. This was the first time he had ever seen someone so eager to arrange things for their own sister. So, we're relatives from now on. He really wanted to say, brother-in-law, don't worry, I will do my best. But these are things you should keep to yourself, you can't say them out loud. He knew in his heart that these people didn't treat him like a human being at all. At best, he was just a stud. His sister is currently at the peak of the 9th level martial emperor. Once she breaks through, the Li family's status will naturally rise even higher, even though this section chiefly is actually a good-for-nothing. A level 6 expert who is over 200 years old. What else could it be but trash? But none of that matters anymore. What matters is his sister. Wow. A stud? Okay. Once my descendants are everywhere and my cultivation reaches the heavens, all my schemes and tricks will naturally crumble on their own. Lin Cora closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh. Have they officially accepted you? She asked. No, Yang Wei shook his head, looking at the letter of appointment in his hand with a deep gaze. They gave me a legal cage, but at the same time put me on the fire. So what should we do? It's very simple, Yang Wei said, looking out the window at the brand new office. They set up the stage, and we can't let them down. They want to see research, so we show them research. You mean? Since I am the chief technical advisor, I must produce some technical achievements to convince everyone. He opened the information terminal linked to his new identity, where his first official task had already been entered. Research topic: directed induction and expression of high-quality genetic material in advanced martial artists. Duration: 6 months. Requirements: submit a statistically significant feasibility report and relevant empirical data. A slight smile appeared on Yang Wei's lips. We must make this a great undertaking that takes place in the sunlight. That evening, inside the newly established research office, the lights were on full display. Yang Wei sat in the main seat, with Lin Cora assisting him. Before them sat 3 individuals who had undergone rigorous screening, had relatively clean backgrounds, were in dire need of a breakthrough, and did not currently harbor any obvious ill will towards Yang Wei. 1 is at the 8th rank, and 2 are at the peak of the 7th rank. They were the first volunteers. 5 minutes later, Yang Wei came out of the laboratory and said to the man with a missing arm with great concern, "When you get back, get plenty of rest. As for food, eat whatever you want." Next was the second one, 10 minutes. The third one lasted half an hour. In less than an hour, the efficiency is beyond high. Actually, if he hadn't been doing it on purpose, he could have been even faster. The expressions on the faces of the 3 as they left were naturally different. The first one simply nodded to indicate that he understood, his face expressionless. Less than 5 minutes, what is that? The second one is slightly better. The third one was clearly quite satisfied. Before leaving, he handed Yang Wei a tip, saying that this was legitimate research while stuffing the money into his storage ring. Very nice. We can have an extra meal tonight. The office is equipped with the latest medical monitoring equipment and energy sensors, and several technicians in white coats are busy at work. Everything seemed so formal, rigorous, and impeccable. Li Mingyuan sat in the monitoring vehicle next door, watching the images and data transmitted back in real time on the screen. He observed how Yang Wei professionally communicated with the volunteers, explained the procedures, and helped them sign agreements. He observed how Lin Cora methodically arranged her schedule and managed supplies. What he saw was a dedicated research team. The only thing you can't see inside the room is what's inside. So, he always felt a little uneasy. All of this seems to be going a little too smoothly. He switched to an encrypted communication channel. "Sister," he said, "things are starting to get on track here, you can start preparing." 1 week later. In the Starry Skies Lost Treasures group, an anonymous, paid intelligence report has quietly begun circulating. Title: Interim Research Report on Yang Wei, Special Talent Technical Consultant, Internal Summary. Conclusion: Preliminary findings confirm that the directed induction of high-quality genetic material technique is feasible under specific conditions, and the success rate is highly correlated with the mother's original genetic makeup and the type of injury. This intelligence was like a boulder, stirring up a storm in the hearts of all those who were still observing. The authorities are actually endorsing his abilities. This means that his value has been recognized at the highest level. This also means that his path to becoming stronger in martial arts has become incredibly smooth. Those with ulterior motives have all their shortcuts blocked. In no time, eligible individuals began submitting applications through various channels. Order was being established in an iron-fisted manner. At this moment, Yang Wei, sitting upright in his office, watched as the exclusive sign-in value in the system continued to grow and the lifespan rewards were gradually arriving in his account. He knew that the first phase of the plan had not only been successfully completed, but was also transforming the greatest crisis into the strongest protective shield in a near-perfect way. The newly established Federal Office of Special Genetic Research was also operating efficiently. The monitoring equipment in the office faithfully recorded the energy flow and changes in vital signs throughout the process, and the generated data reports were rigorous, standardized, and impeccable. Li Mingyuan sat in his office at the City Hall, reviewing the daily briefing. Everything was developing in the direction he had envisioned. Yang Wei was brought into the system, and the research was conducted openly and transparently, with controllable risks. He seemed to already hear the footsteps of his own promotion. However, beneath the surface calm, undercurrents never cease to surge. The atmosphere in the encrypted group chat for Starry Sky's Lost Treasures has changed. Have you heard? The City Hall has really approved the project. So, Yang Wei really was the chosen one? Should we apply too? I heard the queue is stretching all the way to other districts. But I heard. A hesitant message popped up. After Moron Yenran returned, her condition was very strange. It seems that there was something wrong with her cultivation technique? Really? Didn't she just break through not long ago? The specifics are unclear, but the Moron family has been on high alert recently, as if they are guarding against something. These discussions did not escape Li Ningyuan's notice. He was very satisfied with this. They deserved to die. This shows that the rules he set are working, and everyone is starting to follow his rules. Those who don't follow the rules deserve this. Inside the research office. After seeing off the last volunteer, Lin Kor closed the heavy soundproof door, her professional smile instantly fading and replaced by deep worry. She strode into the data analysis room inside, where Yang Wei was standing in front of a huge light screen, on which various physiological data and energy spectrum diagrams were scrolling densely. "How's the data?" she asked. "Everything is within expectations." Yang Wei pointed to several key indicators on the screen. Energy conduction is stable, and life activity is significantly enhanced, which is consistent with the prediction of the high-quality genetic material implantation model. His tone was calm. But Lin Kor could see the lingering weariness between his brows. "Their bodies are like barren land, forcibly injected with excessive vitality," Yang Wei continued. "In the short term, it's a good thing, but in the long run." He turned around and looked at Lin Kor. "We may be accelerating the depletion of some kind of essence of them." Lin Kor's heart skipped a beat. "Will there be any danger?" "It shouldn't happen in the short term," Yang Wei pondered. "But if it's carried out on a long term, large scale, it's hard to say that it won't lead to unpredictable consequences." "Should we slow down?" No, Yang Wei shook his head decisively. "The arrow is already on the bowstring, and we have no choice but to release it. We can't slow down now." Just then, a prominent warning popped up on Yang Wei's system interface. "Warning! Child number 003 mother, Chen Lin, peak 7th rank has been detected to have a development rate exceeding the critical threshold. The mother's vital signs are fluctuating drastically. Heart rate is irregular. Energy load is excessive. Not good." Yang Wei's expression changed. "It's volunteer number 3. Her foundation is the weakest, she can't withstand this level of catalysis." Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps and shouts came from the corridor outside the office. "Consultant Yang. Something terrible has happened. Miss Chen, she has fainted." Yang Wei and Lin Kor rushed out of the data analysis room and saw Chen Lin lying unconscious on a stretcher. Her face was deathly pale, her body was soaked in sweat, and her body was convulsing intermittently. "Activate the emergency response plan immediately," Yang Wei shouted, and the entire office instantly entered a state of high tension. The prearranged life-sustaining array emitted a soft glow, stabilizing her vital signs. Medical staff were working diligently to perform examinations and administer injections. Yang Wei stood to the side, expressionless, but his knuckles were white from his tightly clenched fists. He knew that this was the price that had to be paid for mass production. There would always be individuals who could not adapt to this drastic evolution. Half an hour later, Chen Lin's condition finally stabilized, and she was sent to the Special Administrative Region Central Hospital for in-depth observation and treatment. The crisis has been temporarily averted, but a shadow has already fallen. Li Mingyuan quickly learned the news and rushed to the hospital, his face extremely pale. "How could this happen?" he questioned the head of the medical team following up on the project. "Our initial assessment is that the mother's body is unable to bear the burden of the offspring's rapid growth." The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's like a small car forcibly pulling a heavy trailer, and the engine is about to explode." He looked at Yang Wei standing outside the ward, barely suppressing his anger. "Consultant Yang, considering the 10 months of pregnancy, she should be able to give birth in 3 to 5 months. I need an explanation." Yang Wei raised his eyes and met his gaze. "Section chiefly, this is the unpredictable risk I was worried about before." He pointed to the rapidly changing energy spectrum of Chen Lin on the screen. "Any extraordinary gift has already come with a hidden price tag. Childbirth is a woman's advantage, you'll get used to it." Section Chief Li's lips twitched. "I don't think he's human." "It's not that he's worrying unnecessarily, it's just that his growth rate is too fast. It's like blowing up a balloon. If you blow it up slowly, it's a balloon. But if you blow it up so fast, it's a firecracker. Outside the special care ward on the top floor of the Central Hospital of the Special Administrative Region, the atmosphere was as heavy as frozen ice. Li Mingyuan looked through the glass wall at Chen Lin, whose body was covered in sensors and who relied on a life support system to stay alive. His face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. He whirled around, his voice low but filled with suppressed rage. Conducting human trials without adequate safety verification is a serious dereliction of duty. The officials behind him remained silent, not daring to breathe. Advisor Yang, Li Mingyuan turned his gaze to Yang Wei, who had remained silent. I hope you understand that the Federation's support for you is based on the contributions you can make to the entire human race, not on an uncontrollable disaster. These people are all national heroes. Yang Wei remained unusually calm in the face of criticism. Section chiefly, he began, setbacks and risks are unavoidable on the path of exploring the unknown. But the cost is far too high. Li Mingyuan interrupted him. If every volunteer could face such a risk, what is the ethical basis of this research? So, Yang Wei met his gaze, his tone unusually calm for someone his age. This accident has precisely pointed us in the direction of optimization. He pointed to the rapidly fluctuating energy graph of Chen Lin on the screen next to him. The data shows that the problem lies in the violent conflict between the Mother's original hidden Dao injury and the newly injected life essence. We don't need a perfect excuse, Consultant Yang. Li Mingyuan pressed on. What we need is a solution. A guarantee to prevent this kind of incident from happening again. What he needs is not a troublesome treasure, but a magic weapon that produces stable output. Yang Wei was silent for a moment, then raised his head, a resolute glint in his eyes. I have a solution, he said, that can significantly reduce similar risks. Oh? Li Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. What plan? We established a compatibility pre-screening model, Yang Wei explained. By conducting deeper, more fundamental investigations into volunteers, we can predict compatibility and potential risk factors in advance. He paused, then revealed his true purpose. But I need higher privileges to access some non-classified data in the Federal Cosmic Star Map database and a deep spiritual pivot scanner. Li Mingyuan's pupils contracted slightly. These two items, especially the latter, are controlled strategic resources, typically only used for dissection and research on prisoners of war or high-risk alien beasts. That's impossible, he instinctively retorted. Those are strategic resources. They can't be used for this kind of. Section chiefly, Yang Wei stepped forward, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. This is not just for my research, but also for the safety of all volunteers. It's also for the future of your sister, Ms. Li Qingwan, Yang Wei added softly. These words, like a precise key, instantly struck Li Mingyuan's deepest desire. He stared intently at Yang Wei, as if trying to see through his soul. A full minute of deathly silence. How long do you need? Li Mingyuan finally relented. At most 2 weeks, Yang Wei gave a precise figure. Fine. Li Mingyuan gritted his teeth. I'll try my best for you. But this is the last time. He leaned close to Yang Wei's ear and threatened him in a voice only the two of them could hear. If anything goes wrong again, no one can protect you. After saying that, he glared at Yang Wei and left with his subordinates without looking back. Only Yang Wei and Lin Kor remained in the corridor. Lin Kor looked at him with concern. Do you really have a way? Yang Wei did not answer directly, but looked at Chen Lin, who was unconscious in the ward, with a complicated expression. There's always a way, he said softly. Shortening the production cycle is possible, but mass production is impossible. He's even planning to have 2 kids in a year. These side effects. That night, in the research office, Yang Wei stood alone in front of the huge light screen, on which an extremely complex energy simulation program was running. System, activate the Tree of Life lineage deduction module, connect to the Universal Star Map database, and perform cross-comparison analysis. Command received. Analyzing the interaction model between hidden injury and Greater Japan source. Estimated time, 6 hours. Instead of waiting for the result, he walked to the safe next to him, entered a long password, and took out a vial of medicine sealed in a special crystal container. The potion had an amber luster, as if nebulae were slowly rotating within it. Great Dao Wound Repair Liquid Diluted Version can specifically neutralize some low-intensity law conflicts. Price, 10 years of lifespan per use. This is a low-end version of the trump card he planned to use on Li Qingwan. He hadn't originally planned to take it out so soon. However, Chen Lin's unexpected turn of events forced him to play this card ahead of schedule in order to regain the trust of the authorities. Exchange successful. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. Current remaining lifespan, 136 years. He held the precious medicine in his palm. He needs this to break down the barriers to the next stage. He also needed to use this to reassure the potential clients who had become hesitant again because of this matter. He needs to prove to them. He not only has the ability to create miracles, but also the means to control and correct mistakes. This is where the true value lies. A week later, the new adaptability pre-screening model was initially established. The evaluation results for the first batch of 12 volunteers are in. 3 of them were marked as high risk, and it was recommended that the process be suspended or terminated. The rigor and foresight of the assessment report have temporarily silenced all previous doubts. The research was able to continue. But Yang Wei knew that the real crisis had not been resolved, but had only been temporarily postponed. He must speed things up. We must have enough resources to protect ourselves before a bigger storm comes. He opened the system store again. His gaze fell upon the project he had long coveted, but had always felt was premature. Flame of Life Resonance Amplifier Prototype slightly improves the energy harmony efficiency between offspring and mother, reducing ineffective dissipation and conflict. Price, 50-year lifespan. 50 years of lifespan. This is a heavy price to pay. But he had no other choice. Tonzi, I have a feeling this is another trap. Yang Wei doesn't want to deal with this system anymore, it's full of pitfalls. He only feels at ease when it's muted. Oh dear, I'm so suffocating. Take it or leave it. Damn, redeem it. Exchange successful. Lifespan reduced by 50 years. Current remaining lifespan, 86 years. A strong sense of weakness suddenly overwhelmed him, almost causing him to lose his balance. He leaned on the table, panting heavily, and muted the system so that even the emojis couldn't be displayed. Lin Kor quickly helped him up. What's wrong? It's nothing. He shook his head and steadied himself. I'm just a little tired. He looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky. He knew that the darkness before dawn was always the coldest. But he had to keep going. Chapter 22 Chips, Battle Lines. The components of the Flame of Life resonant amplifier are scattered on the workbench, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Yang Wei's face was pale, and his fingertips trembled slightly due to weakness, but his assembly movements were precise and steady. Lin Kor, standing to the side, held her breath, not daring to disturb them. He had to complete the device, which would enhance the energy coordination between him and his offspring, as quickly as possible. This was not only for efficiency, but also for safety, and to prove the system's reliability to the authorities. The last rune was embedded in the base. Buzz. A gentle, warm ripple, like the spring sun, emanated from the device. In an instant, Yang Wei felt his connection with the scattered bloodlines become clearer and smoother. It was a success. He took a deep breath, suppressing the emptiness in his body, and shifted his attention to the diluted repair solution. He said, his voice a little hoarse, we're going to the hospital. See District Central Hospital. Outside Chen Lin's ward, in addition to the personnel sent by Li Mingyuan to keep watch, there were several unfamiliar faces with scrutinizing expressions. They were observers representing the Hawks or certain powerful families after hearing about the accident. When they saw Yang Wei and Lin Kor approaching, their eyes were filled with varying degrees of suspicion and wariness. Yang Wei ignored them and walked straight to the attending physician. Doctor, he handed a data storage chip to the other person. This is an auxiliary treatment plan generated based on the latest model, which we hope will help Ms. Chen's recovery. The doctor took the chip with some skepticism and inserted it into the reader. A complex three-dimensional human meridian diagram and energy flow simulation animation instantly popped up on the screen, accurately marking the conflict nodes and the pathways for clearing them. This. The doctor's eyes widened, an expression of disbelief on his face. This kind of energy-guided approach is simply unheard of. Theory needs to be tested in practice, Yang Wei said calmly. We can begin. Under the close supervision of medical staff, Yang Wei personally performed a special ritual to slowly transfer the precious amber-colored liquid into Chen Lin's forehead. In an instant, a soft, vibrant golden light emanated from her body. The various pointers on the monitoring instruments began to fall back from the dangerous red zone, and the turbulent energy fluctuations gradually stabilized. The whole process lasted nearly an hour. When Yang Wei finally stopped, a trace of color returned to Chen Lin's pale face, and her breathing became even and long. She survived the most dangerous phase. The ward was completely silent. Those skeptical gazes began to waver. An observer belonging to a neutral powerful family quietly pressed the record button on his communicator. That evening, in Li Mingyuan's office, he repeatedly watched the video footage sent back from the hospital, especially Yang Wei's focused and composed expression, and the seemingly simple yet subtly rhythmic techniques he employed. He had to admit that this young man possessed a composure beyond his years and a sense of mystery. He connected to an encrypted channel. "Is there any sign that your sister's condition is improving?" he asked. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the channel before a slightly excited female voice came through. "Mingyuan, I feel that the chilling desolation that has haunted me for 300 years seems to have loosened a little." Even the slightest change was a glimmer of hope for Li Wanzhao, who had been sentenced to death. "He did it," Li Mingyuan murmured to himself. His previous anger and doubts were now replaced by a stronger emotion certainty. He was convinced that Yang Wei's value far exceeded his expectations. He immediately sent a message to Yang Wei. "Consultant Yang, thank you for your hard work. Miss Chen Lin's condition is stable, proving that your plan is effective. Headquarters is very interested in the pre-screening model you proposed and hopes to see a detailed report as soon as possible." Li Mingyuan put down the communicator, his eyes gleaming. He knew he had made the right bet. But now, the brilliance of this treasure can no longer be concealed, and he must speed up his pace to consolidate his dominance. The following day, the research office released a preliminary investigation report and statement on technical improvements regarding the incident involving volunteer Ms. Chen Lin. The statement objectively analyzed the cause of the accident, elaborated on the principle and effectiveness of the newly established pre-screening model, and released an outline of auxiliary treatment plans for similar hidden road injuries. This report is like a boulder thrown into a lake that is already turbulent. After a moment of silence, messages erupted like a volcano within the Starry Sky Relics group. "Did you see that? The official report is out. Chen Lin is awake. And it said the fetus is doing well. That Yang Wei, he really has the ability to control risks. Then what are we waiting for?" Suddenly, the number of applications submitted to the Federal Office of Special Genetic Research through various channels increased more than threefold. Even some of the top-ranking families who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude have begun to lower their stance and attempt to make formal contact. Order seems to be developing in the direction that Li Mingyuan and Yang Wei expected. However, beneath this seemingly thriving facade, a new visitor has already secretly targeted Building 13. She wore an elegant ancient-style long dress, exuding an ethereal aura, completely different from Yi Hongyin's sharpness, Zhao Wushang's coldness, Wang Xuanqi's brightness, and Moro Yanran's dashing spirit. She was playing with a crystal that kept changing shape in her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I've found you," she murmured to herself. "My key." On the other hand, Chen Lin's condition stabilized, marking the successful resolution of the first crisis of trust. Taking advantage of the momentum, Li Mingyuan secured more resources and authority for Yang Wei's research office, seemingly aiming to transform it into a core strategic project for the Federation's future. On the surface, everything is progressing according to plan. However, Yang Wei knew in his heart that peace built on scarce resources would always be fragile. Late at night, the Flame of Life resonant amplifier is running at its lowest power, maintaining the faint connection between Yang Wei and his distant bloodline. Sudden buzz. The air in the room let out a mournful cry, as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Yang Wei was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He saw a woman dressed in an elegant, traditional Chinese dress standing quietly in the center of the living room, as if she had always been there. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, yet she possessed an inhuman emptiness. Her eyes were like two ancient wells, reflecting no light whatsoever. How could it penetrate the layers of security set up by Li Mingyuan so easily? How powerful is that? 9th rank? No, half a step into the 10th rank? How did you get in? Yang Weiqian tried to remain calm, but his body was already tense, ready to deal with any attack at any moment. However, Su Wanqing did not look at him. Her gaze fell on the potted plant in the corner that was still lush and green because of the rapid growth period phenomenon. She stretched out her slender, jade-like fingers and gently touched a plump leaf. The next second. Wow! The potted plant began to wither and die at a visible rate, eventually turning into a small pile of ashes. After doing all this, she slowly turned her head, and for the first time, her empty eyes focused on Yang Wei. At that moment, Yang Wei felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the freezing snow, with all his secrets exposed. I saw it, her voice wavered, the tangled threads of fate began with you. She tilted her head, her movements stiff as a puppet. Relinquish the origin. Otherwise. She raised her hand. Yang Wei felt the space around him begin to distort and compress. His bones groaned under the unbearable pressure. This feeling is even more suffocating than Moron Yenron's pure physical oppression. This is suppression from the level of spatial laws. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Wei struggled to resist the force. You'll find out, Su Wanqing said, her voice devoid of any warmth. She took a step forward, instantly covering several meters to stand in front of Yang Wei. Cold fingertips touched his forehead. A massive, chaotic stream of images and information surged violently into his mind. He saw an endless starry sky, shattered warships, a burning world. There is another, residing in nothingness, radiating endless light and warmth. Just as Yang Wei's consciousness was about to be overwhelmed by this torrent of information. Warning! Interference from higher dimensional space laws detected. Host's consciousness defenses are nearing their limit. Automatic activation of emergency response protocol consumes 5,000 sign-in points to activate Spirit Fortress. A pure and resilient mental barrier opened up in his sea of consciousness. Su Wanqing let out a soft and for the first time, a flicker of emotion curiosity flashed in her empty eyes. She increased the amount of power she used. She was going to forcefully access the deepest secrets in his memory. At this critical moment. Presumptuous. A cold, sharp rebuke, brimming with boundless sword intent, resounded like a thunderclap from the heavens in the small living room. A sharp and unparalleled sword aura tore through the night sky, piercing straight towards Su Wanqing's back. Yi Hongyin. She actually appeared at this moment. Su Wanqing had no choice but to abandon her suppression of Yang Wei and turn around to block. Sizzle. The sword energy collided with the spatial barrier, producing a piercing, tearing sound. The confrontation between the two powerful figures caused all 13 buildings to tremble slightly. Su Wanqing looked at Yi Hongyin, who had suddenly appeared, a hint of understanding flashing in her empty eyes. So that's how it is, she murmured, you've already been with him. Before he could finish speaking, another figure appeared silently at the window. Zhao Wushang. Her face remained expressionless, but her powerful mental energy spread out like a tide, locking onto Su Wanqing. The Su family, Zhao Wushang's voice was as cold as her telepathic power, has crossed the line. Su Wanqing glanced at Zhao Wushang, then at Yang Wei, who had just recovered from the mental shock. She suddenly smiled. The smile remained hollow, but now held a strange, intriguing quality. Interesting. She gave Yang Wei a deep look, as if she wanted to record him completely from the depths of his soul. Then, her figure swayed a few times like a reflection in the water before completely disappearing from the spot. She left. They came suddenly and left just as abruptly. All that remained was a mess and a still shaken Yang Wei. Yi Hongyin walked to his side, glanced at the ashes on the ground, and frowned slightly. Are you all right? She asked, her tone cold, but her concern was evident. Yang Wei covered his forehead, panting heavily. He raised his head and looked at Yi Hongyin. Thanks. Yi Hongyin shook her head. Our agreement includes provisions to ensure your basic personal safety until your value is exhausted. She spoke casually, as if she were merely stating a fact. But Yang Wei knew that things weren't that simple. These two were definitely not just passing by. They've been secretly watching this place. Or rather, what they care about is him as a person, and everything he's involved with. Yi Hongyin's gaze lingered on Yang Wei's pale face for 2 seconds. You'd better watch yourself. After she finished speaking, her figure faded away and disappeared into the air. It was as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the ashes of the potted plant on the ground and the lingering dull pain caused by the residual spatial laws within his body, Yang Wei might have thought that everything just now was an illusion. Who is she? He asked. Su Wanqing. Yi Hongyin's voice seemed to come from a distant place. A madman. After Su Wanqing left, the room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Kuo rushed out of the bedroom, her face pale, and hugged Yang Wei tightly. It's happening again. What do we do? Yang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing his churning blood and the chaotic images lingering in his mind. He realized how vulnerable he was to rely solely on the protection of official legitimacy when facing truly top-tier, rule-breaking powerhouses. This can't go on any longer. His voice was low and resolute, carrying an unprecedented determination. We must have our own strength. He looked at the Flame of Life resonance amplifier on the workbench, which was not yet fully debugged, his eyes sharp as knives. What Section chiefly wants is a beautiful report card, a project that he can use to curry favor with his superiors. What we need is a home where no one can break in. He brought up the system interface, his gaze quickly sweeping over the expensive defensive items and techniques. Simplified version of the Great Sun Barrier generator, relying on pure yang energy, it can form a basic barrier against physical and energy intrusion. Price, 40 years of lifespan. Another heavy number. But he had no other choice. Exchange. Exchange successful. Lifespan reduced by 40 years. Current remaining lifespan, 46 years. The intense weakness made his vision go black, and he clung tightly to the edge of the table to keep from collapsing. Yang Wei. Lin Kor cried out in alarm as she helped him up. It's all right. He gritted his teeth and stood firm. Time waits for no one. He must establish the most basic defense system before more people follow Morong Yenran and Su Wenqing's example. Early morning, at the City Hall press conference. Li Mingyuan stood in front of the podium, facing countless cameras and reporters below. Regarding the so-called genetic optimization project that has been circulating recently, he said calmly with a smile, I can tell you with certainty that the Federation is indeed conducting cutting-edge life science research, but all research strictly adheres to ethical standards and safety guidelines. His words were impeccable, acknowledging the existence of the research direction while completely enveloping Yang Wei in a veneer of legality and compliance. He announced. Based on the fruitful cooperation in the early stages, the Federal Office of Special Genetics Research will be officially upgraded to the Institute of Special Genetics, Academy of Life Sciences. Mr. Yang Wei will continue to serve as the Chief Technical Advisor, responsible for the specific advancement of related projects. A commotion immediately erupted in the audience. Upgrade? This means the project's importance has been recognized at the highest level. It also means Yang Wei's position will be even more secure. However, at the very moment he was speaking, several hidden corners surrounding the 13 residential buildings. Those responsible for surveillance noticed a new change. A thin, almost imperceptible golden light membrane, like an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire building. The Great Sun Barrier has been deployed. Energy level, constant low power operation. Function, can block most low-level detection methods and provides a warning and slight deterrent effect to unauthorized intruders. This is just the beginning. That afternoon, in the research office, Yang Wei welcomed his first official visitor after the upgrade, Li Qingwan. She sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Li Mingyuan himself. Although her face was haggard and her left side was covered by a special fabric, leaving only a faint outline, her eyes remained bright and sharp, carrying the weight of years of experience. Advisor Yang, she said with a smile, her voice gentle yet carrying an air of authority. I've heard Mingyuan talk about you before. She looked at Yang Wei. You're remarkable. You flatter me. Yang Wei bowed slightly. No need to be modest. Li Qingwan's gaze seemed to pierce through people's hearts. I want a definite answer. Within my capabilities, Yang Wei replied, I am confident I can solve your problem. He presented a completely new agreement. The terms are clear and the rights and responsibilities are well defined. It not only included the content previously agreed upon with Morong Yenran, but also added several additional details that were favorable to Yang Wei. Li Qingwan took the agreement and carefully read through it. Her finger lightly traced the entry on children's right to know and visit after reaching adulthood. I believe you, she said. Then, she picked up a pen and signed her name at the end of the agreement. Li Qingwan. This name itself represents a legend. Now, the future of this legend will be closely linked to Yang Wei. Chapter 23 You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Li Qingwan's signature, like a brand, was engraved at the end of the agreement and on the door of a new era. So, next she turned to look at Li Mingyuan. Brother, why don't you go outside and wait for me? Li Mingyuan suddenly felt that this was absurd. He had been plotting for a long time, just to let his sister walk into the lion's den. What's worse, he was supposed to be the one guarding the door. It was simply outrageous. Okay. He glanced at Yang Wei, his eyes conveying a meaningful look, as if to say, Kid, be gentle with my sister. After Li Mingyuan left, the room fell into an eerie silence. Although Yang Wei was now officially certified and looked like a top expert, everyone knew in their hearts that he was just a slut. Well then, Sister Wan, shall we begin? Yang Wei broke the silence first. Although Li Qingwan was a peak martial emperor and lived longer than his 2 lifetimes combined, he was the expert when it came to this kind of thing. Okay, her icy face finally flushed. I'll do as you say. Yang Wei then led her into the research room. It was called a research lab, but there were no experimental instruments at all, only a hospital bed. Qingwan, is this your first time? Yang Wei pushed her to the bedside, picked her up, and placed her on the hospital bed. Don't mind, this involves many details. Given my relationship with Brother Li, I won't work for the sake of work like I do with other people. Li Qingwan nodded. I'll listen to you. The surgery went very smoothly. Even the aptitude cleansing fluid arrived surprisingly quickly, leaving Yang Wei stunned. Sis, are you alright? That's great, she said, tossing Yang Wei a storage ring. This is a personal token of my gratitude. I hope you won't mind, Consultant Yang. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. Yang Wei wasn't pretentious. Because these are all things Lin Kuo likes. A week from now, you'll enter a period of rapid growth. With your cultivation level, there shouldn't be any problems. However, there were a few people before who almost got into trouble because they grew too fast. Also, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your cultivation will break through. The second step is to heal your great Dao injury. The thought of that exorbitant price for lifespan made his lips twitch uncontrollably. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, but it was their first meeting, and doing so would seem beneath him. He couldn't let her know what he was doing. That was what made him seem mysterious. Then, the next step is the second one. Yang Wei said. That night, the two activated the strongest soundproof barrier in the laboratory. On the table were almost all the resources he could currently access. Several high-quality spirit stones, a bottle of Origin Nourishing Liquid, specially approved by Li Mingyuan, and most importantly, the complete Great Dao Wound Repair Liquid. Its clear, golden color contains unimaginable power of creation. He did not begin treatment immediately. Instead, he first activated the newly deployed Great Sun Barrier and adjusted the power of the Life Flame Resonance Amplifier to a carefully calculated range. System, assist in constructing the Eternal Cycle Array, with me at the core, linking to the target Li Wanzhao. Command received. Construction in progress. 1,000 sign-in points consumed. Array stable. An invisible, gentle energy field formed in the study, enveloping him and Li Qingwan. Generally, Yang Wei addressed her respectfully. Please relax your mind, guide your inner energy, and concentrate it on the damaged area. Li Qingwan did as she was told. When she focused her mind on her left arm and part of her torso that were being eroded by the law of annihilation, that icy, deathly feeling that penetrated to her very bones and soul resurfaced. Now! Yang Wei's eyes narrowed as he carefully poured the Great Dao Wound Repair Liquid into a specially made atomizing artifact. The next moment, a dense golden mist, accompanied by an extremely vigorous life force, spread out and completely enveloped Li Qingwan. Sizzle! It sounded as if ice and snow were melting. She groaned, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, clearly indicating that she was enduring great pain. But her eyes grew even brighter. Because she could clearly sense that the power of the law of annihilation, which had troubled her for 300 years and even the Academy of Life Sciences was helpless against, was beginning to retreat step by step in the face of this abundant vitality of creation. At the severed left arm, which had long since lost all sensation and was as rotten as wood, flesh began to writhe, and bones regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Golden light flowed, dispelling the lingering deathly aura and repairing the damaged origin. This process lasted all night. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the window into the study, the golden mist gradually dissipated. Li Qingwan was still sitting in her wheelchair, but she slowly raised her left hand with a trembling incredulity. Long, slender fingers, radiant skin, exuding a sense of strength. She succeeded. The Dao injury that had plagued her for 300 years was completely healed in one day. She stood up excitedly, tried to move her newborn limbs, and felt the long-lost, unhindered power flowing through her body. She looked at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with gratitude and amazement. The kindness that gave me a second chance. Her voice choked with emotion. Li Qingwan will never forget it. Yang Wei's face was even paler than before, but his eyes were filled with relief. It's what I should do. He knew that from this moment on, he and the Li family had become true allies who would share weal and woe. For the next 20 days or so, the laboratory operated normally without any accidents, and Yang Wei received more and more people each day, ranging from 10 to 30. 9 to 5, a constant stream of people. He received more and more money, but he gave it all to Lin Kuo. He also gave her many gifts, which filled his house. However, he finally shut down the increasingly problematic and clumsy system. Lock screen, mute. Without the system, Yang Wei felt for the first time that everything in his life had returned to normal. Until today. Yang Wei had just seen off the last guest. Inside a top-secret monitoring center deep beneath the city hall, the piercing alarm sounded once again. But unlike the last large-scale purge, this time the alarms were accompanied by confusion and bewilderment. Report. An extremely high-intensity burst of life energy has been detected near Building 13 in Zone C, but its form is very stable. What about the property analysis results? It cannot be fully analyzed, but it is certain that its level far exceeds current understanding. It's him again. Li Mingyuan also received the report in his office at the same time. He stared at the phenomena described in the report, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he picked up the communicator and connected to a number. "Commander," he said, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement, "we succeeded." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before a slightly wistful voice came through. "It seems, this key can create more miracles than we imagined." He put down the communicator, walked to the window, and gazed in the direction of Area C. He knew that the old order was crumbling. An era belonging to Yang Wei may truly be about to begin. However, while everyone was stunned by this healing miracle, on the distant edge of a galaxy, inside that biological warship, the towering beast lord suddenly opened his eyes. "Found it." Its voice was filled with ecstasy and greed. "All fleet. Target. Human territory, Zone C." Li Qingwan stood in the center of the study, her newly grown left arm slowly clenching, feeling the surging power within. She looked at Yang Wei, her gratitude and amazement turning into a tangible promise. "Advisor Yang," she said in a steady and powerful voice, "from now on, the Li family will stand with you through thick and thin." "Me too." Li Mingyuan stepped forward, looking at Yang Wei with a complicated expression. "I will do my best to secure more resources and support for you." Yang Wei nodded. "Thank you." He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer fighting alone. With the Li family as a solid ally, and the intermittent support of Yi Hongyin and others, he now has the confidence to deal with various forces. This is not only the mother of the children, but also a 10th-level martial emperor. Why isn't the god of war appearing? A level 10 fighter is definitely among the world's top combat power. 1 week later, in the conference room of the Special Genetics Research Institute, a crucial meeting that will determine the future landscape is underway. In addition to Yang Wei, Lin Ke, and Li Mingyuan, the attendees also included Yi Hongyin, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi. Yang Wei stood in front of the main seat, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. "Gentlemen," he said in a loud voice, "I have invited you all here today to discuss a matter of great importance that concerns the future of all of us." He brought up the screen and displayed a detailed draft of management regulations. Contribution Point Management System Draft of the Institute of Special Genetics, Academy of Life Sciences. Starting today, Yang Wei explained, all our partners, whether they provide resources, intelligence, or take risks, will have their contributions quantified into corresponding contribution points according to the detailed rules. The higher the points, the greater the rights and benefits you will enjoy in our business in the future. Vice versa. Specific evaluation criteria and committee composition. He began to read each point aloud. Yi Hongyin listened very attentively, occasionally raising sharp questions. Zhao Wushang silently took notes, her eyes occasionally flashing with a thoughtful look. Wang Xuanqi looked at this and then at that, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Wait a minute," she couldn't help but raise her hand and speak. "Why do I feel like this is a bit like the formation of a new force?" The meeting room fell silent immediately after these words were spoken. Everyone realized this. Yang Wei is not simply conducting research. He is creating a completely new organizational structure. A miniature underground kingdom with himself at its absolute core. Yi Hongyin suddenly smiled. "Interesting." She looked at Yang Wei. "I have no objection." Zhao Wushang nodded as well. "I second that." Li Mingyuan naturally supported it. Thus, the prototype of an organization called Life Alliance was officially established. Meanwhile, in outer space at the front lines, dozens of gigantic warships with grotesque shapes and covered in biological cuticles leaped out of the void like ghosts. Their massive hulls blotted out the sky, casting a deathly shadow over the land. Inside the command center of the flagship, the alien commander grinned maliciously as he issued the order. "All troops, attack." Crush them. Seize the primordial flame. War. It happened so suddenly and unexpectedly. The piercing global air raid sirens ripped apart the tranquil sky without warning. Ugh! The alarm blared in every corner. Inside the government building, Li Mingyuan's communicator vibrated wildly, with the entire screen covered in red, highest priority messages. Urgent military situation. Repeat. Urgent military situation. The S-07 space defense line at the front line has been tied down by a large-scale feint. Multiple high-intensity spatial warping signals have been detected bypassing the main battlefield and are directly jumping into our territory, including Sector C. Judgment, this was a premeditated and precise decapitation strike. The enemy has acquired knowledge of our unknown shipping lanes or technologies. Enemy attack. It's the main assault fleet of the alien beasts. They've bypassed the front line. An officer rushed into the conference room, his voice hoarse. The entire conference room fell silent instantly, followed by a heated discussion. How is that possible? Is the front line made of paper? How did they locate this place? Is there a mole among them? The shadow of war does not rise slowly from the horizon, but rather bursts open directly from the sky overhead. Almost simultaneously, the Synchronous Orbit Defense Command in Area C was in complete chaos. Report. The orbital defense platform is under intense electronic suppression in sections 7 through 9. A gap has appeared in the fire network. 3 high-energy reactions detected breaking through the near-Earth orbit defense zone. Expected to arrive over Area C in 3 minutes. That's too fast. It was faster than anyone expected. This is not a full-scale offensive with a massive army pressing in, but a surgical precision strike. The target is Clear Building 13 in Zone C. The commander slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes bloodshot. They used a suicidal hyperspace folding advance. Regardless of the losses. All for speed. This is a vanguard fleet composed entirely of suicide squads. Their sole mission is to lock onto and capture that one and only coordinate before the human defenses can react. 3 minutes. The reaction time left for Zone C is only 3 minutes. The entire city instantly entered a state of maximum combat readiness. Energy shields rose on the outskirts of the city, and ground-to-air phase turrets emerged from the ground, locking onto the uninvited guests in the sky. However, the 3 alien assault ships didn't engage in any close combat. Like 3 burning meteors, they ignored most of the intercepting fire and, relying on their tough bioarmor and energy deflection shields, resolutely swooped down towards a certain coordinate. 13 residential buildings. Their target is you. Yi Hongyin made a judgment instantly, and her sharp sword intent soared into the sky, firmly locking onto one of the ships. They made a mistake. This is a human-restricted area. Even without retired people like us, beasts of this level couldn't break in. Li Qingwan didn't speak, she simply stepped forward silently and stood side by side with Yi Hongyin. Her newly grown left arm rose slightly, and an aura far more refined and powerful than before emanated from it, complementing Yi Hongyin's sharpness and forming the first invisible barrier. Activate all defense facilities. Maximum power. Li Mingyuan roared in the command channel. The Institute's own defensive weapons fired first, forming a dense network of energy beams. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions followed, and the 2 assault ships were blown apart in mid-air, turning into 2 dazzling yet deadly bursts of fireworks. But the last ship, which was also the largest and heaviest armored, stubbornly charged toward its target despite the gunfire and billowing smoke. It's going to make a final emergency landing. Stop it! Lin Kor exclaimed. At this critical moment, a glint of light flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. The great sun barrier that he had been hiding was unleashed to its fullest potential at this moment. Buzz! A dazzling golden light, like a miniature sun, suddenly expanded and solidified around Building 13. This is... Li Mingyuan was shocked when he saw this scene through the surveillance camera. He had this trick up his sleeve? The next second, the alien flagship crashed hard into the seemingly thin light shield in Area C. The protective shield was shattered, like glass. The warship maintained its speed and headed straight for the 500-story residential area in Zone C, with its target just as Yi Hongyin had said before Building 13. The imagined massive explosion did not occur. The original residential area already had a large array, which now lit up together. The golden light shield displayed astonishing resilience, acting like a giant cushion, absorbing and dispersing the deadly impact force of the steel behemoth layer by layer. Rumble. The sounds of intense friction and the shrill screams of energy annihilation were incessant. Finally, the alien flagship exhausted all its kinetic energy and collapsed heavily on the open ground in front of Building 13, like a dead whale. The ship was damaged in many places and emitted crackling electric arcs and green corrosive smoke. But it still managed to break in. Attention all units. Li Mingyuan's voice echoed throughout the region via the public channel. Target has breached outer defenses. Repeat. Target has breached outer defenses. Ground troops. Immediately surround the target area. Snipers in position. Prioritize eliminating the enemy commander. We absolutely cannot let it take Yang Wei away. The war began in such an extremely violent and direct way right at Yang Wei's doorstep. Chapter 24. Without the god of war, who can compete? Ah! Screams of agony rose and fell. Even well-trained soldiers are as fragile as paper in the face of such ferocious firepower. Court death. Yi Hongyin snorted coldly, her figure instantly disappearing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in midair, her long sword transforming into a white rainbow that stretched across the sky, fiercely slashing towards the opening hatch. Clang! The deafening clang of metal against metal was so loud it hurt people's eardrums. She actually intended to block the entire ship's exit by herself. Hongyin! Be careful! Li Qingwan shouted a warning, while simultaneously raising her hand in a gesture of pressing down. A powerful, invisible gravitational field suddenly descended upon that area, pinning several alien warriors who were about to rush out of the ship's cabin to the ground, rendering them unable to move. The two top experts worked together so seamlessly that it was as if they had rehearsed countless times. Zhao Wushang's mental power, like an invisible spider web, meticulously scanned the ship's structure, searching for weaknesses. Wang Xuanqi stood in front of Lin Kur, creating a shield of flowing starlight to block the stray bullets and acid. Yang Wei, on the other hand, stood at the rear, calmly observing the entire battle situation. He wasn't just watching the spectacle. Instead, they are learning. Learn how to fight, learn how to use your strength, learn how to find a way to win in desperate situations. He learned about the condensation and explosion of energy from Yi Hongyin's swordsmanship. Experienced the changes and applications of force field through Li Qingwan's manipulation of gravity. He even spared a sliver of his attention to immerse himself in the connection with the Lifeflame resonance amplifier, feeling the emotional fluctuations, a mixture of unease and confusion, emanating from those bloodlines in the distance. He discovered that when he maintained absolute calm and focus, the emotions stemming from his offspring would gradually subside. Attention all units! Yang Wei's voice clearly reached Yi and Li's ears through the internal channel. There is an energy leak below the third armor plate on the starboard side, and the structure is vulnerable. Yi Hongyin's eyes lit up, and her sword stance suddenly changed. She abandoned the fierce and sweeping attacks and instead focused on a single point of cold light, aiming straight at the direction Yang Wei pointed. Sizzle! The long sword pierced through with a resounding crash. Immediately following was the beast's shrill howl. It works! Among the port side. The bioreactor there is unstable. Li Qingwan also noticed the problem and immediately called out for help. The two, one close and one far, one forceful and one gentle, along with the assistance of Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi, actually managed to suppress the continuous stream of alien beasts near the landing point. The battle reached a stalemate for a time. But Yang Wei knew that this was far from enough. They were only facing a damaged vanguard ship. The real threat might be yet to come. He must enhance the strength of the entire Life Alliance as soon as possible. System, he murmured to himself, list all items that can quickly improve the combat or defensive capabilities of a group. What he wants is not individual strength, but the strength of the whole. After shouting for a long time without any response, he realized that the guy had been locked up by him and had not been released yet. The battle on our doorstep has reached a fever pitch. Yi Hongyin's sword energy intertwined with Li Qingwan's gravity field, forming a death zone, but the beast's attacks were like a tide, wave after wave, seemingly endless. While coordinating the defense, Yang Wei instinctively called upon the system interface in his mind to check the latest summary of his offspring's status. However, as soon as the system booted up, a series of crackling sounds popped up on the screen. Ding ding dong chang chang. Congratulations, host, your total number of offspring has exceeded 500. Reward, 500 years of cultivation infusion. Ding. It has been detected that the host has neglected this system for an extended period, triggering the loneliness and isolation passive ability. An additional compensation gift pack has been awarded, a 10-year cultivation experience voucher. A series of dazzling prompts, accompanied by festive drumbeats, dominated the entire field of vision. Yang Wei was startled and almost got hit by a stray bit of acid. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot about this chatterbox. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an incredibly familiar electronic voice, tinged with a hint of grievance and a dash of obsequiousness, exploded in his head. Oh my god. Host, you finally remembered me. I've been so suffocating. This familiar recipe, this familiar taste. So despicable it's beyond belief. If you don't come out soon, Yang Wei thought to himself irritably, I'm starting to think you've run off with the money. I'm innocent, my fellow villager. The system's voice instantly switched to a mournful and indignant mode. I'm a legitimate system, honest and trustworthy. If you close the chat box, I have nowhere to express all my congratulations and rewards. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Wei roared mentally while dodging, get to the point if you have something to say, otherwise get lost, I'm having a war here. Fighting is great, the system immediately perked up. Fighting costs you life, no, it's fighting and leveling up at the same time. Hurry up and take back these 500 years of cultivation. Those three beauties outside can barely hold on. Yang Wei glanced at the battle situation. Although Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan were still strong, they were holding back, perhaps because they were pregnant. Even in a battle of this magnitude, a child could be lost in an instant. But it was already this late, and there was still no sign of support from the higher-ups, which made Yang Wei anxious. What's the point of letting a group of pregnant retired soldiers guard the city? Is there no one else? My child. Considering how hard you've worked, fellow villager. Friendly reminder from this system, your current overall combat strength, combined with the newly added 500 years of pure cultivation, is almost enough to fill the gaps between those worthless fish and shrimp in the sky. Yang Wei was so angry he almost laughed. Then why don't you bring it here? I thought having something was better than having nothing. But, you didn't even ask. The system continued its rambling, arguing vehemently, besides, the best things should be saved for crucial moments that's called dramatic tension. Zhongli my ass. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Get it over with. Understood. Cultivation infusion begin. Hold on. The system's cheeky voice rang out. A more powerful force than before surged into Yang Wei's body, but it was far from the world-destroying power he had just imagined. He immediately checked the system log. Total offspring, 503. Cumulative feedback cultivation time, 503 years based on a feedback rate of 0.1%. System compensation, 100-year cultivation experience voucher valid for 3 days. Total cultivation time received, 603 years. Estimated cultivation level, mid-stage 6th rank. Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. This scene. What the hell can a 6th order rank do? If he remembered correctly, Yi Hongyin's reward for successfully giving birth was 10 years of cultivation. Shouldn't we give more money to the more children we have? 1/10? Who are you kidding? The system is messing with me again. It's too dark. It needs to be fixed. You fucking took kickbacks from me, absolutely. Yang Wei gritted his teeth in anger. The system replied, given our relationship, all this is irrelevant. Timing was not on his side, and Yang Wei didn't want to break ties with the system at this moment, so he could only stare blankly at the interface. As expected. Even if all 500 offspring survive and provide feedback, they can only provide roughly the power of an ordinary martial artist who has cultivated diligently for 500 years. With the compensation of 10 years, it is just enough for him to break through from the peak of the 4th rank to the mid-6th rank. This constitution? Playing dirty tricks is fine, but cultivation is definitely out of the question. No way. The main feature is the leakage of essence. I knew what Yang Wei said, both amused and exasperated. This stingy system could never change its ways. Hey! Host, this is slander. The system's electronic voice immediately protested, our system's principle is fairness and impartiality, you get what you pay for, it's that you reap what you sow. Work hard my ass. Yang Wei retorted irritably. Hurry up, is there anything practical and cost-effective that we can use in actual combat? I need to stabilize the battle lines immediately. If we wait any longer, the baby will be gone. In fact, what he was thinking was that if he lost his child, he could have another one. The main problem was that the bone marrow cleansing fluid was expensive. As Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan faced increasing pressure, their defenses continued to retreat. Just then, a special notification box flashing with golden light suddenly popped up on the system interface. Ding! Host's cultivation level has reached level 6, and the number of offspring exceeds 500, meeting the hidden conditions. Unlock special limited edition item, Realm Experience Card Random. Effect, temporarily raises the host's cultivation level by 15 levels, lasting for 15 minutes. Side effect, after the effect ends, the host will be in a state of weakness for 1 day. VIP special introductory price, 15-year lifetime permit ticket. Holy crap! Yang Wei cursed. He didn't understand what the purpose of this system was to spend his life. However, this price seems much more approachable compared to the previous 50 or 60 years. It really screwed me over. I feel guilty now. I bought it. Sold. Lifespan 15 years. Current remaining lifespan, 81 years already stacked with realm advancements. Randomly drawing realm enhancements. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10th tier peak experience card. Peak of the 10th rank? Yi Hongyin is only at the 10th level, right? This is a sure thing. Without the god of war, who can contend with us? Yang Wei muttered to himself, his heart leaping in his throat. The system is truly not deceiving me. But the trial card and side effects in the prompt box calmed him down. This isn't a real promotion, it's just a temporary fake. However, on the battlefield where life and death are at stake, even a counterfeit is a good thing as long as it can kill the enemy. Use. Boom. A power far stronger than that of a mid-stage 8th rank, yet feeling somewhat floating and uncontrollable, suddenly erupted within his body. He felt as if his body was about to be burst by this external force. But at the same time, an unprecedented sense of power also filled his consciousness. Although it's just a trial card, the power that truly exists at your fingertips is so wonderful that it makes you envious. Is this the power of a peak 10th tier opponent? Within 15 minutes? That's enough. Yang Wei looked up to the sky and roared. The immense power contained in the roar made the air buzz. He took a step forward. This time, it's not a fantasy. Instead, it actually took off. He threw a punch, and the force of the punch solidified into a scorching white pillar of air that instantly pierced through dozens of strange beasts, evaporating them completely. Follow me. He shouted and charged into the enemy ranks. Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, and the others were all stunned. What's going on with this guy? Is it just an illusion? They didn't care about anything else and, like 3 red-hot daggers, fiercely cut into the army of alien beasts. Unstoppable. The power of the peak 10th rank surged through his veins. Yang Wei's demeanor at this moment was completely different from when he fought and pulled hair with Lin Kor on their wedding day. He exuded the air of a master. However, having never learned any martial arts, he still used the Sanda boxing he learned in his previous life's Wulin Foam, simply unleashing his immense energy in the simplest and most violent way. A fist, a foot, an elbow, a knee, even a glance all carry immense power. Like a war god, he led Yi Hongyin and Li Wanzhao, tearing a gap in the surging army of alien beasts. But this force was ultimately ruthless, and as time went by, Yang Wei could clearly feel it slowly but steadily slipping away. How much time is left? He asked anxiously in his mind as he smashed the head of an elite beast with a single punch. Remaining time for the trial card, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. The system immediately announced the time, friendly reminder, half the time has passed. The side effect of lethargy is about to begin. Please prepare yourself mentally and replenish your energy in time. Retreat. Understood. Yang Wei replied, but his offensive became even more ferocious. He knew that he had to eliminate as many enemy personnel as possible before his strength ran out, in order to reduce the pressure on subsequent defenses. His gaze was fixed on a distant, heavily guarded beast leader holding a bone scepter. Holy crap, a woman? Yang Wei stared in astonishment at the woman with the strange appearance. From what I remember, women can understand this, but it's really hard for women to accept. Even though he knew this was just a so-called transformation? I still feel a little reluctant. I just don't know if I'll be able to have children? Or how many children to have in one pregnancy? Holy crap, what are you thinking? That's a possibility. But for now, let's focus on defending the city. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said, capture her alive and study her slowly. Cover me, he shouted to Yi and Li. Yi Hongyin's sword shone brightly, impervious to water, blocking the attack coming from the side for him. Li Qingwan's gravity field contracted in size and increased in intensity, specifically to suppress the high-level alien beasts that were trying to intercept him. It's getting closer. Closer. The 10th tier beast leader seemed to sense the danger as well, slamming his scepter on the ground and letting out a sharp screech. A ring of dark purple ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out from its center. Any beast swept by the ripples instantly turned blood red in the eyes, and its speed and strength increased significantly. Some even began to launch suicidal charges regardless of casualties. The other party clearly hadn't expected that their target would be a hidden big shot. Peak of the 10th rank? You despicable humans, you shameless. The situation has deteriorated again. Damn it. It's strengthening the troops. Li Qingwan struggled to maintain her balance against the gravity field, her face pale. The prolonged exertion had pushed her to her limit. We must act swiftly. Yang Wei concentrated all the power he had temporarily acquired into the tip of his right index finger. A golden light shone from the fingertip, as if it contained the full power of a star. Die. He pointed out from a distance. A golden ray, condensed to its extreme, ignored the barriers of space and arrived in an instant. The 10th tier beast leader raised his scepter to block. Click. The bone scepter, which was clearly no ordinary object, snapped in two. The golden ray split into four, its momentum undiminished, and precisely pierced through its four limbs. The eerie woman froze, then collapsed to the ground. The power difference between the 10th rank and the peak of the 10th rank is vividly demonstrated here. With their leader incapacitated, the remaining beast's offensive noticeably faltered, plunging into a brief period of chaos. Now! Yi Hongyin shouted, clear the area. Yang Wei shouted, leave no males alive, capture the females live, they're very useful. The three of them worked together, and a powerful energy storm swept across the battlefield, wiping out the remaining 7th, 8th, and 9th tier alien beasts, leaving only some 8th tier transformed ones. The crisis at our doorstep has been temporarily averted. The immense power that had sustained Yang Wei receded instantly, like a receding tide. What followed was a deep-seated exhaustion and weakness that penetrated to the bone and soul. My vision blurred, I almost collapsed, and my once black hair turned completely white in an instant. Yang Wei! Lin Kuo exclaimed and rushed forward to support him. I'm fine. Yang Wei waved his hand, his voice hoarse. He leaned against Lin Kuo, his gaze fixed on the dark sky in the distance. What's borrowed must eventually be returned. Still too weak. Chapter 25 Feasibility Study of Interspecies Communication. The battlefield has temporarily returned to calm, leaving only smoke, scorched earth, and corpses. Yi Hongyin twirled her sword, then sheathed it. Her breathing was slightly unsteady, but her eyes remained sharp. Li Qingwan removed the gravity field, her face pale as she gasped for breath, her newly formed arm trembling slightly from the immense strain. Zhao Wushang maintained her mental alertness, carefully examining the now dormant alien flagship, guarding against any potential self-destruct programs or other traps. Wang Xuanqi then helped Yang Wei, who was almost exhausted, to sit down. At this moment, Yang Wei was in extremely poor condition due to the side effects of the trial card and the potential system rebates that could lead to insufficient real lifespan, especially his striking white hair. What kind of technique is this? Li Qingwan frowned as she looked at his miserable state. The price you paid was quite high. Are you all right? Yang Wei grinned, but his expression turned somewhat grim due to the weakness he felt. Mind your own business, Wang Xuanqi said dismissively. If I'm not mistaken, that brief moment of cultivation you just displayed must have come at the cost of sacrificing your lifespan, right? Impossible. Zhao Wushang questioned. How much lifespan can he have? If consuming lifespan is possible, then we could all instantly reach the 12th level? Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. Is there a 12th tier? Zhao Wushang was speechless. It seems there isn't one at the moment. The highest level is the peak of the 11th tier martial god, level 119. But this... Yi Hongyin squatted down and tapped Yang Wei's wrist joint to check his pulse. You have quite a few secrets. Exactly, how many secrets do you still have? Wang Xuanqi asked. Yang Wei's lips curled up. Once I'm better, the three of you come to my house, and I'll tell you. The three of them froze on the spot. What are you thinking? We're both pregnant. Exactly, I've never seen a father like you. Yang Wei, did I say what I was doing? Can't we just have a casual meal and get together? Your thinking is truly despicable. Yang Wei is right. Lin Kuo, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, finally chimed in. After surviving such a disaster, it's time to get together. Regardless of why Yang Wei was able to unleash the power of a peak 10th tier cultivator just now, to us and the residents of Zone C, he is a hero. My dear sisters, then I'll treat you all to a meal. I eagerly await your arrival at my humble abode. Several women with extraordinary cultivation levels twitched their lips in disbelief. You're only 18, right? How dare she call herself older sister? Even your mother wouldn't dare act like this in front of us. Gathering isn't necessarily a bad thing, but some people are too biased. Wang Xuanqi looked at Li Wanzhao in the distance, his face full of dissatisfaction. Exactly, why do you heal her injuries but not ours? Zhao Wushang complained. Lin Xian's lips twitched violently. I fucking wanted to, but I'm too dead to trade. Besides, how can you even compare them? You are at best retired and disgraced soldiers, while the Li family truly holds real power, as evidenced by the fact that Li Wanzhao still holds a high position after his retirement. This is a really difficult situation to resolve. Shut up, all of you. Yi Hongyin said coldly. A bunch of complaining women. Wang Xuanqi. Zhou Wushang. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the female beast leader, whose limbs were pinned to the ground by 4 golden energies. She had features similar to those of a human woman, but her skin was a pale purple, her eyes were completely silver white with no pupils, and she had 2 small, delicate, curved horns on her forehead. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Wei with a gaze that was a mixture of hatred, humiliation, and intense curiosity. Yang Wei was also looking at her, but his gaze was more complex. It's like examining a rare, potentially valuable, experimental subject? Or rather, business partners? How many babies can this guy have in one pregnancy? System, he called in his mind, scan her, assess her on reproductive potential, and her compatibility with my origin. Beep. Scanning in progress? Target individual, female, beast race, rank 10 equivalent to a rank 10 human martial artist. Warning, strong barriers to racial segregation and lawful rejection detected. Preliminary assessment, the success rate of forced reproduction is less than 0.001%, and there is a very high probability that it will trigger unpredictable genetic collapse or a storm of laws. Conclusion, extremely high risk, not recommended. Unless what? Yang Wei knew this guy was about to start throwing money away again, but he still couldn't wait to ask. Really? The system's cheeky voice rang out. Unless the host is willing to pay a huge amount of lifespan, the system will intervene to temporarily neutralize some of the rejection reaction and conduct targeted gene induction. A rough estimate, attempting to conceive once would consume approximately 300 years of one's lifespan. 300 years? Yang Wei almost jumped up. Why the hell don't you just rob us? Ahem. The system cleared its throat. High risk, high reward. If successful, the cultivation level and special talents of its offspring will be dozens of times greater than those of human offspring. This is a blue ocean market, my friend. Yang Wei looked at the woman on the ground, who was both an enemy and a potential treasure, and his mind started racing. What the authorities want is a controllable and stable strategic asset. But if he can break through the isolation with the alien beasts, then he will no longer be just an asset, but a pivotal figure who can influence the fate of both races. He walked up to the female beast leader, squatted down, and tried to make his expression look as kind as possible. Can you speak human language? He asked. The woman stared at him coldly with her silvery white eyes, saying nothing, but the arrogance in her eyes remained undiminished. Not going to speak? Yang Wei nodded. That's fine, it saves a lot of communication costs. He stood up and said to Li Mingyuan. Section Chiefly, I hope my research institute will take over the custody of this prisoner. Li Mingyuan was taken aback. Advisor Yang, this is against the rules. She is an important enemy commander and needs to be handed over to the military for interrogation. Rules? Yang Wei pointed to the surrounding ruins. The rule now is to survive, and to survive better. His gaze swept over Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, and others. Gentlemen, he raised his voice, have you ever considered why these monstrous beasts would go to such lengths, resorting to such a suicidal assault to capture me? Just because I can heal powerful humans? It's probably not that simple. He pointed to the female leader on the ground. Her value far exceeds your imagination. It's not just about how much military intelligence she has in her head. More importantly, it represents biological possibilities. He smiled slightly, revealing a business plan that seemed almost insane to outsiders. Imagine if we could achieve some degree of cooperation with some intelligent alien beasts, we could not only greatly weaken the enemy's high-end combat power, but also create unprecedentedly powerful hybrid offspring for ourselves. At that time, humans and animals will coexist peacefully, and the war will end. This will be the ultimate weapon to break the current stalemate in the war. Everyone was stunned by these words. Having children with a strange beast. The idea was so unorthodox that no one responded for a time. The female leader on the ground seemed to understand his words, and for the first time, an emotion of absurdity and disbelief appeared in her silvery white eyes. Its purpose in coming here is actually to capture him, then refine him, break through to a higher realm, and gain greater power. And now this human actually wants to sleep with her. Absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd. Humans and animals coexisting, to end the war? Humans and beasts have been fighting for thousands of years, their hatred runs deep, they are irreconcilable. Is that even possible? That's pure fantasy. Li Mingyuan frowned, this is too risky. And ethically speaking. Ethics? Yang Wei interrupted him. When they treated us as food and slaves, did they ever talk about ethics? We are paving a new path for the continuation of humanity. He kicked a beautiful female beast at the 9th level of transformation next to him. Look, what excellent vessels these are. What a waste. Li Mingyuan. Chapter 26. What exactly do you want to do? Crowd. What kind of logic is this? Is he the devil? Although the mythical beasts can transform and resemble humans, can they truly be the same? No one has ever seen this before. Even if they are the same, can their genes match? What the hell? Are you crazy? No. This group of people is only now realizing a problem. Him, Yang Wei? Why are you so fixated on this? And now they've all set their sights on the beast horde? Isn't it because of a man's nature? No one had thought about this question, they simply assumed that Yang Wei was just like any other man any woman would do with him. But now, the crowd became increasingly suspicious. It's already incredible that an ordinary mortal could help someone break through to a higher level. Originally, it was just thought that he might have some kind of special physique. But he just unleashed a peak 10th level cultivation? How do you explain this? The most outrageous thing is, he was actually thinking about interracial issues? Is this normal? This is abnormal, not just abnormal, but utterly absurd. People began to have doubts. He definitely has another purpose. Yang Wei's words about Blue Ocean Market and gene carrier left all the powerful humans present momentarily stunned and lost in thought. Even the eerie female beast leader on the ground had an incredulous look in her silvery white eyes, as if to say, is this human out of their mind? Li Mingyuan opened his mouth, but after a long while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Advisor Yang, your proposal. I need to report it to the Supreme Council. There was no other way. Firstly, Yang Wei had made a great contribution, and secondly, Yang Wei was now involved with too many forces. Li Mingyuan gradually realized that this chess piece, which was originally in his hands, had somehow become the one wielding the pieces. And he, incredibly, became the other party's lackey on his path to the pinnacle of power. Did he plan everything from the very beginning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a good-for-nothing from a communal breeding shed have such a strategy? Could it be that this young lady from the Lin family is helping him come up with ideas? Li Mingyuan's gaze fell on Lin Kuo, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Lin Kuo was nothing special in the Lin family, otherwise, she wouldn't have married into a lower class area. But what if all of this is true? So, what is Yang Wei? What a terrifying scheme. Moreover, judging from the combat power he just unleashed, even if it's just some kind of secret technique, once they turn against each other, who can suppress him if the god of war doesn't appear? Capable, cunning, and adept at concealing their abilities, such a person is more dangerous than a mythical beast. Go ahead, Yang Wei said nonchalantly. But before you give your report, why don't you listen to my market research report first? He gestured to Lin Kuo for help to bring the female leader, known as Purple Moon, back to the Research Institute's underground reinforced detention cell. Rather than a prison, this place is more like a simply furnished forbidden room, except that powerful ceiling runes are engraved on the walls. Let me introduce myself. Yang Wei pulled up a chair and sat opposite her, maintaining a safe distance. My name is Yang Wei, a pacifist who has goodwill toward both humans and, potentially powerful alien beasts. Ziyu's lips seemed to twitch slightly, but she remained silent, though the sarcasm in her eyes was almost overflowing. You? He can kill more than a dozen of my men with one punch, and he's a pacifist? Don't believe me? Yang Wei smiled. That's all right. Business cooperation is all about mutual consent. We can start by getting to know each other better. He snapped his fingers. Soon, 2 researchers came in, carrying some non-invasive testing equipment. Relax, Yang Wei said calmly, it's just a simple medical checkup. His vocabulary was very strange, a mix of business terms and scientific terminology, which made those who couldn't understand it feel that it was unfathomable, while those who could understand a little, such as Yi Honin and Li Qingwan, felt a chill run down their spines. This guy is actually researching race? In the following days, Yang Wei's behavior left everyone in the know baffled. He did not interrogate or coerce. He would come by at set times each day, sometimes bringing some novel but harmless gadgets. Look, he said, pointing to the processed energy flow diagram displayed on the screen, your energy cores are biased towards yin and cold, with a devouring attribute, while my origin is pure yang, with a creative attribute. Theoretically speaking, as long as the right algorithm is found, it is possible to create a perfect species that transcends the existing level of life. Imagine a completely new race that inherits the powerful physique and unique abilities of alien beasts, while also possessing human intelligence and adaptability. Madman. The military representative who was listening nearby couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But Yang Wei remained unmoved. No one can truly live without being obsessed. There are no normal people among scientists. He knew that to win over a client from a completely different cultural background, he had to first make her understand the core value he could offer. For Ziyu, this human named Yang Wei was the strangest existence she had ever encountered in her long life. He didn't kill her or torture her. Instead, he talked to her every day about things like market pain points, core competitiveness, and differentiated advantages. She couldn't understand a word. But this continuous, harmless contact is itself eroding her deep-seated hostility. The man's gaze held no greed, possessiveness, or fear. It was more like the excitement and caution of a researcher facing a rare sample. This attitude, on the contrary, gave her a strange feeling. He seemed to really see her as an equal and valuable partner, rather than a trophy or a slave. This was an experience she had never had before in her own community, which was purely based on the law of the jungle. Day 5. When Yang Wei entered the detention cell again, Ziyu finally spoke up for the first time. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, with a peculiar magnetic quality, yet she spoke in perfect, clear human language. What exactly do you want? Chapter 27. Yulan tests the medicine. Ziyue lowers her head. Ziyue's voice echoed in the quiet detention room, carrying a barely perceptible sense of confusion. Yang Wei's smile deepened. He knew the fish had begun to tentatively bite the hook. What am I supposed to do? He repeated the question, leaning slightly forward, relaxed but with focused eyes, as if he were conducting an important business meeting. I want to build a platform that allows for the safe, efficient, and mutually beneficial exchange of the best genes from different races and life forms. He waved his hand to bring up another energy simulation diagram, which showed the blazing golden light representing himself and the deep purple light representing the purple moon, with a large, blurry, and uncertain gray area between them. You can think of it as a super membership club focused on the breeding and optimization of high-end life forms. And you, Miss Ziyue, are the first potential VIP client I have chosen. These words were spoken in a grand and dignified manner, even carrying a hint of idealism. Purple Moon's silvery white eyes stared at him, seemingly trying to discern the truth or falsehood of his words, but in reality, they were filled with unbelievable disbelief that would overturn a beast's life. Is he serious? And so professional? Are you sick in the head? However, it is clear that whether Yang Wei is sick or not is no longer important. What is important is that this may be her only chance to escape. You think I'd believe that, she sneered, with her usual arrogance. The lies of an inferior race. Inferior? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, not angry. An individual of an inferior race could overwhelm you in battle, and after the battle, instead of taking your life, seek cooperation? He paused deliberately, letting the word cooperation linger in the air. In our human culture, there is a term called win-win. It means that the value we create by cooperating is much greater than that of fighting alone. For example, he flicked his finger, and a drop of golden liquid containing the purest life essence floated in mid-air, emitting an aura that made Ziyu instinctively yearn for it. This thing can repair the hidden injuries left by your forced activation of the secret technique, and even allow your strength to advance further. And this is merely the basic benefit of cooperation. Ziyu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to that drop of golden liquid. She could feel that the thing had a fatal attraction for her, even more alluring than any energy core she had ever devoured. However, she forcibly suppressed her inner ambition and said in an almost feigned incomprehension tone, weakling. Although I don't know what means you used to temporarily gain power, given another chance, you will surely die. Yang Wei's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, you're not convinced? I can only say that if I can beat you once, I can beat you countless times. Of course, I have my principles. Ziyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. As Yang Wei said, so what if you're better than her? Humans and animals are different. This has been the case since ancient times. To expect her to submit to others is a fool's dream. However, submitting seems to be more important than living a life worse than death. She witnessed firsthand humans cooking the beast in hot pot. Its entire body was shaved off, yet the beast was still alive. Of course, in retaliation, they also retaliate against humans, which is the true root of the irreconcilable conflict between humans and beasts. The more powerful a human or beast is, the more nourishing it becomes. Now she has fallen into human hands. It seemed that, apart from this, death was inevitable. Survival is a human instinct, but so are animals. Prove it to me. She remained stubborn, but her tone had subtly changed. Yang Wei shook his head. Disclosing core technical details before a formal contract is signed is a major taboo in business. You need to express a certain degree of sincerity first. He stood up and walked to the door. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we can talk about more specific topics, such as the social structure of your ethnic group, or rather, how power is passed down. His question was quite meaningful. Ziyu's pupils contracted slightly. This man seems to know something. Yang Wei walked to the door, but then stopped, turning back as if to casually mention. By the way, for easier management and for some necessary health checks, someone else may come to assist you later. He was referring to several other female beast generals who were captured in battle and whose appearance conformed to human aesthetics. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone, he grinned like a fox. Perhaps we could host a small social salon? Leaving behind these words, enough to paralyze any sane being, Yang Wei departed. Inside the detention cell, Ziyu looked at the tightly closed door, then looked down at her wrists, which were still bound by energy. Most importantly, all 4 of her limbs were injured, with damage to her tendons and bones. This human. It was unlike any she had ever met before. What exactly is he? Is it a person, or something even more terrifying in human skin? For the first time, her self-perception began to waver. Yang Wei was in a good mood as he walked through the passageway back to the ground. It's good that we can talk. Tongzi, he called out, record, target Purple Moon, initially establish non-hostile communication channels. Next step, attempt to obtain intelligence on its ethnic social ecology and gradually instill the concept of eugenics in them. The system said, fellow villager, you're not normal, you're extremely abnormal. Yang Wei, hurry up, or I'll put you in solitary confinement. The system responded, here we go again. Ding. Recorded. System message, the host's current business expansion activities do not have a matching template in this system's database. Do you wish to activate the Chaotic Business Path Auxiliary Calculation module? Let's get started. Yang Wei declared without hesitation, his voice righteous and resolute. What we're going to do is create a completely new industry. The next day. What exactly do you want? As soon as Yang Wei arrived, Ziyu spoke first. She seemed impatient, but in reality, she was worried, because males, whether human or beast, are extremely fickle. The version of what they didn't have a second ago is completely different from the version they have now. Ziyu's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Yang Wei saw through her pretense at a glance, and he took advantage of the situation to formally upgrade the captive and guard relationship to a Party A and Party B negotiation. It's very simple, Yang Wei said, holding up 2 fingers. My needs have 2 levels. First, on a strategic level, I hope to establish an unofficial communication channel with individuals within the aristocracy who are inclined towards peace, or at least rational transactions, through you. Secondly, on a technical level, I need to have a deep understanding of your life structure, especially your energy circuits and law imprints. This is the foundation of our cooperation, ensuring the safety and efficiency of the process. In return, he held up another finger, you and your trusted subordinates will receive the following core benefits. He pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on. He then conjured a laser pointer in his hand and pointed it at the light screen that appeared out of thin air. Medical security package. This includes physical injury repair, fundamental nourishment, and targeted gene optimization services designed to enhance individual potential and survival adaptability. His tone of voice was exactly like that of someone giving a product launch. We can sign a formal business cooperation agreement. ZU. She was somewhat stunned by this series of punches. This man's way of thinking has completely deviated from their cognitive scope. You freaking, all you're doing is sleeping together and having a baby, right? I was all prepared, and then you come here with this roundabout way of doing things. Humans, truly the most troublesome species. In the days that followed, Yang Wei developed experimental collaboration plans codenamed Nirvana, tracing the origin and symbiosis for Ziyu and several other qualified female beast generals. He did not force them to participate in the core project immediately, but allowed them to move freely within a certain range, and even to use the low-level spirit gathering array in the cultivation room to a limited extent. This is a gesture I value your long-term worth, not one-time exploitation. This kind of respect is rare in the strict hierarchical system of mythical beasts. However, it's completely like casting pearls before swine. At first, the beasts, including Ziyue, scoffed at this and remained highly vigilant. But as time went on, especially after they witnessed firsthand how a low-level alien beast, which had been brought in injured, recovered rapidly after receiving treatment, the ice began to melt. The first breakthrough came from an 8th-tier demon emperor known as Azure Eyes. In a private conversation, she told Lin Kur, at least, he won't be like other humans, only wanting to skin us alive, pull out our tendons, and extract our crystal cores. He seems to be seriously doing a deal. Her words undoubtedly conveyed a message to Yang Wei. They had agreed. That day, Yang Wei brought a preliminary draft of the Memorandum of Understanding on Cross-Species Genetic Cooperation to Ziyu's room. Take a look, he said, handing over the memo. This is our preliminary framework for cooperation. Any objections can be discussed now. Ziyu hesitated before taking it, her gaze sweeping over the terms and conditions. Party A Yang Wei's obligations, to provide a safe environment, necessary cultivation resources, and technical support based on the principle of voluntariness. He explained the principle of voluntariness very clearly. Ziyue remained silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her head, her silvery white eyes gleaming with a complex light. I need to discuss this with my subordinates. Of course, Yang Wei nodded elegantly. That's you're right. The meeting room is next door, you can use it freely, for a time limit of 2 hours. He gave his trust, but also drew a line. Ziyue gave him a deep look. You win. I agree to conduct a preliminary feasibility study. She knew their chance had come. Yang Wei smiled too. He knew that the second step had been taken. The atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as ice. Ziyu sat in the main seat, flanked by the 4 remaining female Demon Queen subordinates. They all maintained human form, but retained some racial characteristics such as scales, horns, or heterochromatic eyes. The memorandum provided by Yang Wei was spread out on the table. Your Highness, a demon king with snake scales on his face said in a deep voice, this is absurd. This inferior race will only tarnish our noble bloodline. Another demon king, whose foxtail swayed, disagreed, but they do possess life technology that we cannot understand. That one named Xing Tong, it is said, does show signs of improvement in the hidden injuries within her body. That could be a disguise. A tactic to lull us into a false sense of security. The debate switched between the language of the beasts and the broken human language. On the other side of the one-way glass, Yang Wei, Li Mingyuan, Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, and others were watching. They're arguing, Lin Kur whispered. It looks intense. As expected. Yang Wei calmly sipped his tea. Any major business transformation will be accompanied by growing pains, let alone one that concerns the survival of the race. In the end, Ziyue made her decision. She looked at Yang Wei. We can accept the first phase of research. A wise choice. Yang Wei put down his teacup. So, who shall we begin? His gaze swept over the 4 demon emperors, as if he were assessing which item had more investment value. However, it definitely won't be Ziyu. For him, it would only be a disaster if the demon emperor gained benefits too early, so he could only let her watch for the time being, and only when her subordinates had all benefited would he completely lower his guard. Finally, Yang Wei's gaze fell on the serpent-scaled demon emperor who had previously expressed opposition. You're the one? Yang Wei said. Ziyu's expression changed slightly. Why? Yang Wei's actions completely disrupted her plans. For mythical beasts, regardless of gender, when choosing a mate, they always choose the best one first, because this will ensure that their offspring will also be superior. After spending time with him, she realized that Yang Wei had absolute control here. In other words, as long as she could make contact with and control Yang Wei, she could get away unscathed. But now it has misjudged human criteria for choosing a mate. Yulan, Ziyue's voice carried an undeniable authority. Since he has chosen you, then you go. The demon emperor named Yulan's expression changed, but he still lowered his head. Yes, sir. 3 days later. The Institute's core laboratory. Yang Wei tossed a syringe through the iron bars. This is a cultivation sealing liquid. Don't worry, it will automatically unlock 2 hours after injection. A group of female beasts looked at each other in bewilderment. That's too cunning. If we destroy this thing, how can the plan proceed? It's over. Refusing now is tantamount to premeditated disclosure, and what awaits them may be death. Go! Ziyue gritted her teeth. For the first time, it felt that escaping from here might be harder than climbing to heaven. Yolan's face was expressionless, but her eyes were clearly full of resentment. Do you need to transform into your original form? Yulan asked after finishing the injection. Is there any difference? Yang Wei asked. Yulan, my true form is 7 meters tall and 20 meters long, and even more captivating. Yang Wei. Maintain human form. Throughout the process, Yang Wei behaved like a pure scientist professional, calm, and devoid of any personal emotions. This made Yulan feel a little more relaxed, even though he was still uncomfortable. At least he wasn't looking at her with that disgusting gaze. Technology, civilization? Is this the fundamental reason why the orcs have never been able to truly defeat their strongest competitor, the humans? Their physical bodies were so weak, yet they were able to gain the power to fight against the beastmen. This is the secret. She looked at Yang Wei with a puzzled expression. Yang Wei simply nodded. Preliminary results show that there is a theoretically compatible window. However, further data optimization is needed. He looked at Ziyue, who was standing in the corner outside the laboratory. What do you think? Ziyu also looked completely bewildered. Seeing this, she walked over and looked at the complex graphs and data streams on the screen. There was a long silence. Finally, Ziyue raised her head and looked at Yang Wei, her silvery white eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. Continue, she said. Chapter 28: Technology Validation and Risk Hedging. Continue? Yang Wei's lips twitched. This guy seems more anxious than I am. Although the initial compatibility analysis brought cautiously optimistic signals, he was well aware that there was a gap between theory and practice. What he wanted was not a sexual release, but a grand vision for sustainable development. Bestiality? That only lowers his standards. He wanted both power and control. In this world, strength equals power. Without sufficient strength, even the highest leader of a war zone will eventually meet their end. Benefits? Then its impact is enormous. To paraphrase what we'd heard on Earth in my past life, money is the only thing in the world that's almost omnipotent. So, he didn't want to be limited to the fact that after each time he emptied his body, those women would just throw down their money bags like they would with male models. Having endured so much humiliation for so long, the success stories of 500 people have allowed him to unlock the secrets of human traffic. As for danger? Yang Wei isn't really afraid right now. Unless these women are satisfied with the status quo, who would dare to touch him? 500? Although King Wu and Emperor Wu accounted for 90% of them, there were more than 60 Emperor Guangwu. There was an agreement that moving against him would be equivalent to making enemies of more than 60 Emperor Guangwu. Once the children are born, once I can heal all their wounds, once they regain power, the future of this human world is almost foreseeable, hee. And now? His goal is to infiltrate the alien beasts. Humans are too slow, being single-celled organisms. If the genes match, there could be 10 or even more children in one pregnancy. Then, we can reason with them, appeal to their emotions, and offer them benefits. But Ziyue, the anti-Japanese hero? Yang Wei glanced at Ziyu's curvaceous figure, an hourglass shape that was perfect in every way? Perfect to the point of being flawless. Could she really think she can escape alive? Yang Wei wondered. System, simulate the success rate of the yin-yang energy circuit parallel connections scheme, he commanded in his mind. Simulation in progress. Based on the existing parameters, the success rate of the solution is 12.7%. Predicted consequences of failure: gene chain collapse 73% probability, severe injury from energy backlash 25% probability, instant death 2% probability. Note, the success rate can be increased to 68% by injecting an additional 200 years of lifespan as a stabilizing anchor. A premium of 200 years. Yang Wei's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. This system is indeed hard to change. It always waits to reap the benefits at the most crucial moments. Backlash? Not a chance. At worst, it's just a matter of one test tube, and besides, the packaging is perfect. To be honest, this is the only option for now. Who knows what those beast women are thinking? But he remained outwardly calm and turned to Lin Kuo and the research team who were waiting for instructions, saying, "The results of the first phase are out, and there is a theoretical window for action. But we are facing a rejection at the level of laws, not just a simple blood type incompatibility." He paused, then looked at Ziyue. "We need to conduct small-scale in vitro embryo culture experiments to verify the stability of the protocol. Until then, I can provide a technical preview." He turned to Yulan, who had remained silent but whose eyes were stubborn. "Relax, I'll show you something." He stretched out his hand, palm up, and a soft golden light appeared. At the center of the light, a tiny yet intricately structured energy circuit could be vaguely seen operating on its own. "This is..." Yulan was moved as she sensed the exquisite life laws within that circuit. "This is a far more advanced technology than the brutal energy manipulation methods of alien beasts." Ziyu keenly grasped the key point in Yang Wei's words: external body. This means that the initial contact does not need to involve the most sensitive aspects, greatly reducing the resistance and psychological barriers between the two parties. We can first try to isolate and culture your egg cells, and then combine them in vitro with processed genetic material. If this step is successful, it proves that it can exist and develop stably in a specific environment, and then we can move on to the next step. These words were spoken with great professionalism and restraint, breaking down a shocking event into a scientific process that could be verified step by step. Compared to Earth's civilization. You guys? Too young. Ziyu pondered for a moment, then stared sharply at Yang Wei with her silvery white eyes. "I will supervise the entire process." In fact, learning was her true purpose. In vitro fertilization? This is the most outrageous and absurd thing imaginable. Their understanding of humans is just as great as humans' understanding of them. If this method were feasible, then humans wouldn't practice polygamy. However, ZUS still felt it was too risky. The message was too important, and it had to be sent back. Now, they are trapped, and apart from the spies that have long been planted among humans, they probably have no other way out. However, the pig in this war zone was exposed 1,000 years ago. Even if it has the bloodline to be reborn from a drop of blood, it is probably no longer itself. Of course, Yang Wei smiled. "Transparency and openness are the foundation of our cooperation." The work that followed became more specific and peculiar. Guided by Yang Wei's unheard of theories, the biologists at the institute began to attempt to construct a special cultivation environment that could simultaneously accommodate positive life energy and the law of annihilation. This process is extremely tedious and mentally taxing, requiring extremely precise control of energy. The slightest mistake can lead to the failure of all previous efforts. Yang Wei had no choice but to seek help from the system again. "Tonzi, how much does it cost to rent a universal energy adapter for one day?" Rental service, 1,000 check-in points stay, or equivalent lifespan in payment. Special note, given the host's current financial situation, the latter option is recommended, as it offers hourly billing and flexibility. Billed by the hour? Yang Wei felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He felt that the system's automatic check-in function might be problematic. At the very least, given this guy's nature, he wouldn't work for nothing. In just 27 days, including occasional bonuses, the amount was less than 20,000, which is questionable. He looked at the list carefully. Almost all of them were 5 items, with 10 items being the most common. Items between 20 and 50 were few and far between, and there was no trace of anything over 100. Although it's random. But this randomness is more like randomness. A little bit was given. The purpose is too obvious. This is forcing him to risk his life. He had no choice but to endure it. Without this system, he wouldn't have reached his current level. The system popped up a cheeky emoji, saying, "That's right. Economical and practical, avoiding waste." Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the tightly monitored laboratory. Several highly respected professors were cautiously approaching a small petri dish containing a trace of purple energy and a wisp of golden energy, under the influence of an unseen force. First attempt failed. Energy annihilates each other. The second attempt failed. Structural instability led to collapse. The third time. All the strange beasts present held their breath. Even the most stubborn Yulan could not hide her inner tension at this moment. This was not about personal honor or disgrace, but about a potentially disruptive possibility. The fourth time. Sizzle. A soft sound. In the petri dish, the two energies, one purple and one gold, did not immediately repel each other, but instead formed an extremely weak, yet stable, energy vortex. It's a success, an old professor couldn't help but exclaim. Although this is only the most basic cellular level of integration, it is still a long way from forming a complete living organism. But it was this insignificant energy vortex that silenced Ziyue and her subordinates. They could sense that the vortex contained a new life force they had never experienced before, a force that possessed both the profundity of a mythical beast and the grandeur of a human. This proves that the reproductive isolation that was once considered an insurmountable barrier can be overcome by technological means. A new species? Among the people and beasts present, Ziyu's lifespan can be described as spanning the entire river of time. What does it mean to be over 50,000 years old? In her inherited memories, neither humans nor beasts are truly pure species, but rather a mixture of the aftermath of that great cataclysm. They were born of the same root, but after their parents left, they diverged due to differences in appearance and physique, which led to the existence of the human and beast races. Orcs are born with strong physiques, but their talents are low. Humans are naturally intelligent, but physically weak. Their only commonality is that they all possess extraordinary power. The orcs obtain power in a simple and direct way, by killing and devouring. Because they have a long enough lifespan, although their growth is slow, they can grow as long as they live. Only by taking human form can they gradually cultivate human methods of internal energy cultivation. However, even so, their speed of gaining power is far slower than that of humans. Humans, on the other hand, although their lifespan is limited, are able to gradually gain strength and lifespan through special blood circulation due to their innate talents. This is the truth behind why neither side has been able to completely eliminate the other throughout history. Therefore, for the orcs, the best way to kill humans is before they fully mature, once they surpass the 11th rank and go to the star battlefield. Defeating them is possible, but killing them is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The reason she was imprisoned was because the man in front of her exuded the aura of one of the legendary progenitors of the beast race. Refining it will restore one's ancestral bloodline? Who could resist such temptation? However, it's not like no one has tried this before. They don't know how many of the human martial artists their beastmen captured died because of this. They all failed. Although the methods are different, the results should be the same. For the beastmen, primal mating is sacred, but now, this person is treating this sacred matter as a subject of research. This completely overturned her worldview. Even when she first learned about it, she found it ridiculous, naively thinking that this was a chance to escape. Even if the legend is true, after countless years of evolution, humans and beastmen have long since become two separate species. This is an indisputable fact. He didn't know if what these people said about success was true or false, but judging from their expressions, it was clearly an extraordinary thing. Ziyu took a deep breath, and the way she looked at Yang Wei completely changed. If there were doubts and disdain before, now there is only solemnity, a hint of questioning and awe. At this moment, Yang Wei was looking at yet another 5 years notification on the system interface, feeling extremely distressed. This business is too costly. Chapter 29 Reverse Dissection, the first martial goddess wife. The polarity of the energy conduit is reversed. Ziyue pointed to a distorted energy trajectory on the screen, her tone carrying the impatience of a professional. Forcing it together like this will only accelerate the collapse. She pointed out several key energy node conflicts, and her insights were so precise that several human biologists standing next to her nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Yang Wei had an idea. He didn't disturb them instead, he listened quietly for a while. Then he went inside. Well said, he nodded approvingly, then, under Ziyue's slightly surprised gaze, he posed a more specific question. Since you have such a good understanding of energy circuits, are there any theoretical mechanisms to prevent or mitigate the rejection storm that occurs when two completely different life sources combine in the early stages? He asked very sincerely, as if he were really consulting a senior advisor. Ziyu paused for a moment, then raised her chin, regaining her proud demeanor as a commander. She suddenly felt that regardless of whether this matter was true or false, she should do something, at the very least to prevent these humans from thinking that they were of no use other than providing genes. Our source of annihilation is not simply about destruction. It's more like an ultimate purification and return to zero. She began to explain that the beast's energy core automatically activates a protective decomposition mechanism when dealing with foreign objects. The key is to find a resonance frequency so that the two energies can achieve a dynamic balance before annihilation. She spoke eloquently, using different terminology than human scientific terminology, but the underlying logic she described was surprisingly consistent, and some of her insights at the microscopic level were even more profound than human cognition. Everyone knew this was a difference in culture, so they listened very carefully. As for whether it was true or false, they were left to their own judgment. A professional lecture led by prisoners of war on how to conduct safe and efficient cross-species breeding was thus launched in the laboratory. Lecturer, Ziyue. Students, Yang Wei and a group of researchers. They listened very carefully because it might involve the other party's core secrets. Therefore, it is foolish to forcibly suppress our nature. The correct approach is to guide it, like dredging a river. As Ziyue explained, Yang Wei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly realized that his previous thinking might have gone astray. He was always trying to use his own system and the technological concepts brought by Earth to overcome the characteristics of the other party. But now it seems that a better approach might be to understand and utilize the other party's inherent patterns. Brilliant! Yang Wei exclaimed sincerely, truly, a single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. His gaze as he looked at Ziyue was filled with the joy of discovering a treasure. This is not only a potential gene donor, but also a walking database of life sciences about alien beasts. System, he asked anxiously in his mind, can we record and analyze her theory and integrate it into our technical solution? The Advanced Knowledge Payment Collection module has been activated. Currently recording and analyzing the life energy regulation theory of the target purple moon. Analysis complete. Optimized solution generated, Yin-Yang Extinction Symbiotic Circuit version 1.1. The estimated success rate of the proposed solution has increased to 19.8%. Although the improvement is not significant, it points to a completely new research direction: collaborative research and development with alien beasts, rather than one-sided application of technology. The value of this discovery even surpasses the technological breakthrough itself. Your Excellency Ziyue, Yang Wei's attitude became even more serious. I believe we should establish a joint technical research team. Led jointly by you and my principal investigator, this team will be dedicated to solving the technical challenges we encountered during our collaboration. For example, how to construct a sufficiently robust initial energy structure to support this dynamic equilibrium. He began by referencing several core concepts that Ziyue had just proposed, and combined them with the optimization schemes provided by the system to put forward a collaborative research framework that sounded extremely professional. As for the risks, this is human territory. Unless he is an 11th order individual, he shouldn't even think about escaping alive. After listening, Ziyue remained silent for a moment. This is an opportunity to gain human trust, and also an opportunity for them to live. Then, she nodded slightly, which was taken as acquiescence to the suggestion. She knew that from the moment this united group was formed, their relationship with these humans could never return to a simple state of hostility. Once the exchange of ideas begins, its power is far more profound than that of military conquest. She even began to doubt whether it was right for humans and orcs to have been fighting for so long. Is it really just about gaining power and resources? If it's just for survival, they could actually live very well. It is precisely because of this it's either you or me mentality that the two races have been locked in a life or death struggle, and the final result is that those in power applaud while those below live in constant fear. The establishment of the Joint Technology Breakthrough Team. This marks a new stage in the work of the Research Institute. The days that followed. Yang Wei spends most of his time in the laboratory, but his role has changed. He was no longer a breeding pig, accepting all comers for the first time. He had the right to select. Finally, a 10th level martial emperor stunned him for the first time. Su Juani? 14,130 years old? This number. A peak martial emperor of the 10th order, former clan war god of District C, commanding an army of 100 million? Lin Kor pouted, what's with that expression? Yang Wei did realize that he had lost his composure. People from the Su family? Is it Su Wanqing's Su family? He remembered the woman who came from the void that night. But this is the peak of the 10th rank. Even if his cultivation level has dropped now, he's still at the peak of the 10th rank. This is something Yi Hanin and the others can't compare to. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have his first female martial god, his wife. Never mind. However, despite Lin Kor's eye roll, Yang Wei remained calm and said, what do you mean? Who are you kidding? Your eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. Yang Wei said, I was shocked by her cultivation level, okay? Even with such a level of power, and despite suffering Dao injuries, the higher-ups of humanity couldn't possibly ignore it, right? It's very suspicious. That S. Lin Kuo puffed out her chest. I asked around, you know the chairman of Zone C, right? That Lin, yes, also surnamed Lin, named Lin Songhai from the class of 110. Yang Wei nodded, and Lin Kuo continued, he made a move, but he couldn't settle it. You've definitely never heard of their ancestor, Lin Xian. He was a level 119 max level expert, one of the top 3 in the 5 major war zones of humanity. Even he couldn't handle him even with his own efforts. What does this mean? Stop beating around the bush, get to the point. Yang Wei's lips twitched as he muttered, you talk like you're some kind of ancestor. Me? Lin Kuo's raised fist stopped in mid-air. Well, I don't know, maybe, it really is. This means that the guy who injured Su Zhuani is definitely level 119, understand? Holy crap. Yang Wei hesitated, this is a hot potato. If the other party finds out I can do this kind of thing, I need to think about it carefully. Lin Kuo stood on tiptoe and raised her fist, what are you afraid of? This is Zone C. That is true, Yang Wei said after thinking for a moment, then where is she? Immortal Board, why don't you hurry up and invite her in? Lin Kuo. Chapter 30, the realization of being a lifelong single dog, trouble comes from careless words, and the torch of knowledge is passed on. In a Class A encrypted monitoring room, Lin Kuo replied, personally arranged by section chiefly, with a defense level second only to ZUS side. Let's go take a look, Yang Wei decided immediately. He needed an opportunity, a chance to break the deadlock and free himself from his current status as a high-class stud. And Su Zhuani, this hot potato feared by everyone, might just be the lever he'd been waiting for. Outside the Class A encrypted monitoring room, the atmosphere was heavy. Through a special observation window, one could see a woman dressed in a plain white robe lying there quietly. Her beauty was unparalleled, but even in her sleep, a lingering aura of malevolence and pain remained between her brows, a sign of the continued erosion of her Taoist wounds. Li Mingyuan was already waiting at the door, his expression stern. Advisor Yang, you are aware of the situation. He lowered his voice. This person's situation is very special and very sensitive. If we cure her, we may gain an incredibly powerful ally. If we fail to cure her, or if the process goes wrong, we will face annihilation. I know, Yang Wei nodded. Open the door. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. The indoor lighting is soft and the temperature is comfortable. Su Zhuani lay on the bed, her breathing steady, as if she were simply asleep. But Yang Wei could clearly sense that an extremely subtle yet incredibly powerful destructive energy, like a maggot clinging to a bone, was coiling around her core essence, constantly eroding her life force. Yang Wei approached and observed carefully. Her skin was an unhealthy pale, and her lips were bloodless. Even so, her sleeping posture still carried a sense of grace and majesty that once looked down upon all living beings. She was no ordinary woman. Yang Wei took a deep breath and gave the system the following instructions. Master, our chance to turn things around has arrived. Deep scan target Su Zhuani to assess the nature and root cause of its injuries, as well as the approximate cost and risks of treatment. Deep scan initiated. Warning, detected ultra-high energy level causality backlash damage, entanglement degree 97.8%. Preliminary treatment plan is being developed. Conventional treatments are ineffective. Root level life code repair permission must be activated. Estimated cost, 800-year lifespan base plus risk hedging maximum 400 years. The total could reach as high as 1,200 years. 1,200 years. Even though Yang Wei was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by this astronomical figure. But he remained outwardly calm, only saying to Li Mingyuan and Lin Kuo, you may all leave. What? Li Mingyuan was stunned. Advisor Yang, this doesn't comply with safety regulations. Section chiefly, Yang Wei turned his head, his gaze calm yet carrying an undeniable power. Believe me. Looking into his determined eyes, and then at Su Zhuani sleeping soundly on the bed, Li Mingyuan finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. We'll wait for you outside. If anything seems amiss, stop immediately. The door closed again. Only Yang Wei and the sleeping Su Zhuani remained in the room. Instead of immediately starting treatment, he pulled up a chair and sat down by the bed. He sat there quietly, watching this once powerful Valkyrie. Time passed little by little. Yang Wei did nothing but observe and analyze every detail of the wound using the system. Nearly an hour had passed. Yang Wei remained motionless. Li Mingyuan and Lin Kor outside were getting anxious. Just then, Yang Wei suddenly moved. He didn't touch Su Juani, but instead stretched out his right hand and hovered it over her forehead. A wisp of pale golden light, finer than a strand of hair, flowed from his fingertips, as if it possessed a life of its own, gently seeping into her skin. This is not treatment, but an extremely gentle probe. He wanted to know what the origin of this wound, which even the god of war couldn't cure, was. He carefully guided that wisp of life energy, containing his own origin, to the edge of the wound. In fact, he had avoided the core area and just wanted to test the wound's reaction to external stimuli. Just as his life energy was about to touch the edge of the wound, a sudden change has occurred. Su Juani's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. Immediately, an indescribable, terrifying will, like a ferocious beast that had slumbered for millennia, suddenly awakened. An invisible force suddenly pushed Yang Wei away. Bang! Yang Wei was thrown out, chair and all, his back slamming heavily against the wall. Puff! He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Almost at the same time, Su Juani, who was sleeping soundly in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. What eyes they were! Deep within his eyes, it seemed as if galaxies flowed and the universe was born and destroyed. But beneath that brilliance lay an unyielding pain and despair. Two icy gazes instantly locked onto Yang Wei. Who are you? A cold, hoarse voice, yet carrying supreme authority, rang out in the silent room. Those eyes held no trace of the confusion of someone just awakening, only the coldness and scrutiny that had settled from countless trials. A terrifying pressure, like a tangible mountain, crashed down on Yang Wei, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. This is the oppressive feeling of a peak 10th tier player. Even though she was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the dignity and vigilance of a strong person did not diminish in the slightest. An 18-year-old Ling Luan with mid-stage 6th order qi and blood cultivation? No martial soul. Physique, solidified masculine qi. Interesting? Yang Wei almost shuddered and fell over. The way the other man saw through him in an instant was some kind of devilish ability. His cultivation level was hidden by the system. Oh no, could the system have been identified at a glance too? Calm down, don't panic, stay calm. Yang Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly straightened up, and met the gaze that could freeze one's soul. My name is Yang Wei, he said calmly, without a trace of panic, and I am the chief consultant of this research institute. Research Institute? Su Juani frowned slightly, as if trying to recall something. The destructive energy surrounding her became more active and unstable because of her awakening. Did you bring me here? Her voice was slightly hoarse from not speaking for a long time, but its authority was unquestionable. To be precise, it was my partner who found you and brought you back, Yang Wei corrected, deliberately emphasizing the partnership. When we found you, you were in a very bad situation. Su Juani fell silent. A research institute? What are these people trying to do? This person's words and actions are suspicious. A mere 6th rank official? Chief advisor? She suffered physical injuries, not mental ones. What do you want? Her gaze was sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to cut through all of Yang Wei's pretense. As I just said, Yang Wei pointed to the Dao injuries on her body. I'm here to help you deal with this trouble. Of course, he said, changing the subject, provided you can afford the consultation fee. Do you know what kind of injury this is? Dao injury? So? She scrutinized him. This injury is incurable. Even if I break through to the 11th level, it would take me 1,000 years to refine it, and you? She spread her divine sense, instantly covering the entire war zone. Ha, you're back. Your rescue of me will be rewarded according to your merits. She didn't give Yang Wei a chance to speak. Go, call your supervisor here? That's me. Yang Wei said. Then go and summon the highest ranking commander here? Su Juani narrowed her eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? A terrifying pressure emanated from him, and Yang Wei felt like he was about to suffocate. He knew that if he went to call for help now, he would lose this only chance. Marshal Su, Yang Wei said, cold sweat beating on his forehead, you are the one who was personally ordered by Lin Sanghai, the highest leader of District C, and the progenitor Lin Xin to be sent here. And I may be the only one who can save you. The agitated Su Juani instantly became quiet. Yes, that great battle affected the entire star system, and only a powerful being like Ancestor Lin Xian could rescue them and safely return them. What were you talking about earlier? Consultation fees. Su Zhuani's lips curled into a smile that was neither mocking nor not mocking. Or rather, what do you need? Yang Wei looked directly into her eyes. Your knowledge, your experience, the battles you've fought, the laws you've understood, these are all priceless treasures. His words were exactly the same strategy he had used to deal with Ziyue and the others, but the weight and significance were completely different when the target was Su Zhuani. Result. The air suddenly froze, and Yang Wei was bound by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air. Are you courting death? Su Zhuani's voice was as cold as a knife. Unless someone like me stops the beast army on the other side of the starry sky, how would you have the chance to bargain with me here? Kid, why don't we call Chief Lin over to hear what you just said? Or do you think that I, being just a woman and severely injured, am easy to manipulate? When I was your age, I had already commanded 100,000 troops and shed blood for my human race across the starry sky. What are you compared to me? Yang Wei was immediately shocked. We made a mistake. His smooth sailing during this period made him so arrogant that he forgot about something very important. Everyone in the entire war zone is nothing more than ants, living a life of subservience under the wings of others. Now that the other party is injured, he has spoken those words without restraint. This is not negotiating, but courting death. The system displayed a scared emoji, followed by a string of ellipses, and then nothing more. Clearly, it was powerless to help a powerhouse of this caliber. Marshal Su, let me finish what I have to say. Yang Wei struggled to reorganize his words. I am very interested in your troublesome Dao wounds. They represent the pinnacle of power, a realm I have not yet been able to reach. We can make a deal. I will attempt to heal your spiritual wounds, and regardless of success or failure, I will not accept any material resources from you. But I need you, to help me 3 times when I need you. A promise to act 3 times. The fact that this was said by a former peak 10th tier martial emperor makes its value immeasurable. Su Zhuani then released her grip. Is that all? Cough cough. Yang Wei gasped for breath, otherwise what? I'm sorry. She slowly reduced her mental pressure. You're a strange person, full of secrets in every aspect. You are indeed different from others, you either fear or fawn over others. And you, clearly knowing who I am, still dared to negotiate with me. You've got guts. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Wei stretched his neck, which had almost broken, and muttered under his breath, I know I'm tough, over 500. People call me the invincible pile driver. What do you mean? Su Zhuani squinted. Yang Wei didn't dare look at her, she clearly didn't know his name. That's true, we're from completely different worlds. But now it is. You just got back, so you probably don't know yet. Yang Wei took out a list. The people on this list have all suffered Dao injuries, but I made them all break through a major realm, gaining enough lifespan to greatly delay their healing. What? Su Zhuani took the list, her face showing surprise. Are you sure? These people were all my soldiers? Yang Wei swallowed hard. So, Marshal, I'm practically your soldier now. To be honest, they are all my women, or more precisely, the mothers of my children, yes. Su Zhuani's eyes, as vast as the stars in the sea, finally revealed an expression of disbelief. What do you mean? Then she narrowed her eyes, and a terrifying chill emanated from her body. You dare to defile a meritorious official? Defile? No, no. No. Yang Wei shrank back. It's all legal and compliant, a matter of mutual consent. They would be interested in you? Su Zhuani sneered. She knew very well what kind of people her own soldiers were. How could those proud and arrogant girls possibly be interested in such an unreliable little brat? Indeed. Yang Wei said confidently. I don't blame you for not knowing me. What I've done is officially certified and based on evidence. They have indeed broken through to a higher realm. Real? More real than chastity, Tui. Yang Wei covered his mouth, I mean, the cash in banknotes. What is money? Yan Wei. He forgot that there is no such thing as banknotes in this world, only star coins. He tried to explain, star coins, you know what I mean? Su Zhuani understood this time, but based on Yang Wei's previous statement, she thought he was very unreliable. Yang Wei had no choice but to explain the latest policies of the war zone. Su Zhuani then realized that the fighting on the front lines had already affected this much. How did you do that? Su Juani squinted. I'm talking about getting pregnant? Yang Wei feigned curiosity. Marshal Su, you are so beautiful and hold such a high position, you wouldn't, possibly not have any children of your own, would you? These words were like a knife, piercing deeply into Su Juani's chest. 14,000 years? It's either a war, or on the way to a war. Having children is something I never thought about when I was young. It was only after I reached a higher level of cultivation that I realized I couldn't have children anymore. For soldiers, it's purely a fantasy. Taoist partners do exist, but they died in battle during the Great Migration of mankind 10,000 years ago. As the only commander-in-chief in the war zone for Area C, she was second only to the Emperor. Me? She clearly didn't want to continue the topic, so she said, so, I've been in a coma for a full 6 months. Who is the commander of District C now? Yang Wei shook his head. He really had no access to this kind of information. Su Juani rolled up her sleeves and found the terminal was still there. She immediately turned it on and exclaimed in surprise, "It's her? Who is it?" Yang Wei asked. Su Juani frowned. District Chief Lin Sunhai's legal wife. Yang Qianwen. Surname Yang? Yang Wei was quite surprised. It turns out that the Yang family wasn't entirely without status in this wasteland. Is she very strong? He asked tentatively. Yes, Su Juani said, one of the most likely people to obtain a divine position. You just said that you helped them all break through a major realm? Su Juani asked. Yes. Yang Wei saw that the other party was unwilling to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Let alone the fact that he couldn't possibly be a descendant of the Yang family. Even if he were, given his current situation, they wouldn't agree to him acknowledging his ancestry. This is self-evident from his status as someone sent to provide shelter. Even if he were, he would be the kind of person who would be abandoned. Unexpectedly, Su Juani seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "What did you just say your surname was?" Yang Wei was slightly taken aback. My surname is Yang, and my given name is Wei. Yang Wei, 18 years old? Yes. Oh. Su Juani sized him up, inwardly grumbling, what a coincidence. Wait a minute, I remember they said the child has no chance of martial arts in this life. But this kid. 18 years old, mid-stage 6th rank, even the geniuses in the war zone are only 5th rank, right? A top 6th ranked genius? And this almost solidified Yang energy, no wonder he could impregnate a high-level martial artist. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There has never been a pure Yang bloodline in the history of the Yang family. Su Juani paced back and forth for a long time before finally saying, I'm quite certain you weren't lying. But what's the story behind that breakthrough in cultivation? This. Yang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably related to my constitution. Su Juani pondered, pure Yang bloodline did appear 10,000 years ago, but it didn't have this function. It's just that its bloodline is more advanced than pure Yang body? So, you made deals with all of them, and more than 500 of them? Su Juani asked. You can understand it that way, Yang Wei frankly admitted. In my view, many issues can be reduced to transactions. The key is to find the right bargaining chips, and a payment method that both parties can accept. His words were half true and half false. Indeed, he really wanted that power and those connections. The truth is, he concealed his true motive. He could profit from the cultivation feedback during the treatment process. Su Juani fell silent again. She could sense that the man in front of her had an exceptionally strong life force, and even carried a kind of vibrant warmth that she had never felt before. This contrasted sharply with the Dao wound within her body that constantly brought coldness and decay. However, healing the Dao wound was still impossible. The reason why it is called a Dao injury is because it is a rule, not a bloodline. The only way to forcibly heal injuries caused by the rules is to use stronger rules. Equal rules won't work, and the injuries can only be gradually refined. Instinct told her that this person might actually have a solution. But reason reminded her that there must be hidden risks that she had not yet seen. What you need is more than just 3 promises, isn't it? Su Juani turned to the window, leaving Yang Wei with a stunningly beautiful but extremely dangerous back view. Having learned from his previous experience, Yang Wei no longer dared to speak recklessly. He recalled the scene of his first meeting with Lin Kuo, where his careless remarks led to him almost being dismantled. His careless remarks just now almost backfired. Truly, loose lips sink ships. It seems that he not only needs to be careful with his words and actions in the future, but also needs to control his mouth before he has absolute power. At the very least, one can only treat someone of Su Juani's caliber with utmost respect, because the slightest offense could cost you your life. Oh. Yang Wei looked belatedly, realizing they have children because of policy, but you are obviously different. Oh? Su Juani narrowed her eyes. Isn't the policy of the war zone always to treat everyone equally? Yang Wei quickly organized his thoughts. With your strength and status in the war zone, you don't need these at all. His words had two meanings. First, you can choose not to have children at all. Second, if you want children, you can contact me. A brief silence fell over the room. Su Juani naturally understood Yang Wei's words, but could she still get pregnant? If not, and she had already given herself to such a person, wouldn't that be a stain on her life? But what if it were possible? Then, Su Juani's life might return to normal. This war has exhausted everyone, whether they are at the top, the middle level, or the lowest level. It was only after she was injured and during the Great Escape that she realized that if she had died then, no matter how great her achievements were, it would have been meaningless. It won't take 1,000 years, just 2 or 3 generations, to completely forget someone like him. He'll at most become just a topic of conversation over tea. She was destined to take nothing with her and leave nothing behind. The so-called righteousness of the nation and the country was nothing more than the upper class gaining power, the middle class gaining benefits, and the lower class still suffering in misery. As for her, to the nation and its people, she was nothing more than a patch of soil in the martyrs' cemetery, a monument, and everything else vanished like smoke. It was at that moment that she realized that, apart from empty fame, the only thing a person can truly leave behind in this world is their offspring who belong to their own bloodline. Although the bloodline may gradually thin over time, it will not disappear as long as the spark is passed down, just like the pure yang body that disappeared 10,000 years ago. Now, it can be reproduced. If she hadn't been saved, she would never have been able to reproduce the true Phoenix bloodline, no matter how long she lived. I need to think about it, Su Juani said. No problem, Yang Wei nodded. You have plenty of time. By the way, he said, turning to walk out, pausing at the doorway. Welcome to the Life Alliance, Senior Su Juani. He deliberately used the respectful term senior. This expresses respect while also implying that it is an organization rather than Yang Wei's personal behavior. Have a good rest. After saying that, he left the intensive care unit. Outside the door, Li Mingyuan and Lin Kor immediately surrounded them. How is it? Li Mingyuan asked anxiously. He's awake, Yang Wei replied briefly, then looked at Li Mingyuan. Section chiefly, please inform your superiors. Let's say that Sharp Blade has awakened, but whether she will be turned against the enemy depends on the price we offer. He looked up at the end of the corridor, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of barriers to see the wind and rain further away. He's determined to marry this woman. Chapter 31, The Empress bestows sweetness, and Emperor Wu bows his head. Leaving the oppressive intensive care unit, Yang Wei saw 12 more patients, 9 of whom were in the 8th tier and 3 in the 9th tier. 2 hours later, it was already afternoon outside. The workday is coming to an end. Are you all right? Lin Kor, who had been waiting outside, handed him a coat. You look so weak, why don't you ask to rest for a couple of days? Yang Wei put on his trench coat and shook his head. No need. There are thousands of patients waiting. We're earning money, saving lives, and building our future. Lin Kor rolled her eyes. Just keep arguing. Oldly, I'm going to go home with my wife first. Yang Wei called out to Li Mingyuan, who was organizing documents outside the window. Okay. Li Mingyuan turned around. Advisor Yang, leave the rest to me. You can rest now. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a tragic yet gentle golden hue over the war-torn sea area. Yang Wei and Lin Kor walked side by side on their way home, neither of them speaking, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of war. The damaged area in front of the 13 residential buildings has been restored to its original state, but the crowds continued to hurry along as if nothing had happened. Finally, Lin Kor broke the silence. Hey, she nudged Yang Wei lightly with her shoulder, you're a celebrity now, shouldn't we move to somewhere else? Her tone was casual, as if she were just chatting. But Yang Wei was incredibly perceptive. He immediately detected a subtle hint of bitterness and probing in those words. What the other party said is right. They have indeed made a lot of money during this period. Moving to a more comfortable environment is not a problem. The question is why they want to move. Most importantly, this question was raised by Lin Kor, and the more I listened, the more something seemed off. Moving houses is just a pretense, the real purpose is to test the waters. He stopped, turned around, cupped her face in his hands, and gently stroked her cheeks with his thumbs. Where to move to? He feigned ignorance, a smile playing on his lips. I think number 488 in Building 13 is perfect. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, with excellent feng shui. Most importantly, it holds so many memories of us. You remember, right? Yang Wei pointed to the end of the street across the street. You remember that place, right? I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't figure out why you took my parts apart that day. Tell me honestly, did I offend you with something I said when we first met? Lin Kor lowered her eyes and said, Oh, Consultant Yang, you're quite enlightened? That's right, the impression you gave me that day was like a thug from a low-level area. The first time we met, and he likes going to class, and he's so far away, he really seems like a bad guy. Just as I thought. Yang Wei's lips twitched. The women of this world really have no sense of humor. Didn't you realize I was flirting with you that day? Lin Kor frowned. What is flirting? Yang Wei was speechless. Teasing you? Teasing you, actually, it just means I want you to be happy. Lin Kor pinched his arm. I understand. But, didn't you think your words were too abrupt when we first met? Yang Wei turned to the side and placed his hands on the other person's shoulders. Lin Kor, I have deeply regretted this and will never do it again. I promise. No. Lin Kor looked up at him. You've suddenly become serious, it's quite unusual. But, some people are so busy right now. They don't have time to make me happy. Not again. Yang Wei's face stiffened. If we don't work, we'll starve. Tisk, Lin Kor curled her lip, shook off his hand, and walked quickly forward, muttering under her breath, I think you quite enjoy this kind of work. The sound wasn't loud, but it precisely reached Yang Wei's ears. Yang Wei understood. He caught up with her and naturally put his arm around her waist. What's wrong? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Are you jealous? Who's jealous? Lin Kor's ears turned red like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she denied it outright. You're a big celebrity now. In all 360 districts of the Eastern Theater Command, women who like you are lining up in other theater commands. Still denying it? Yang Wei didn't give her a chance to continue her stubbornness, and said in a low voice. Work is for survival, but going home is life. He spoke from the heart. No matter how many pretense or conflicts of interest he might have outside, the small house numbered 488 and Lin Kor are the origins from which he is rooted in this world. Lin Kor snorted but didn't struggle anymore, letting him put his arm around her and walk home. As they opened the door, a familiar, slightly chilly atmosphere greeted them. Since the two of them had rarely been home lately, the house inevitably felt somewhat empty and lacked warmth. Fortunately, all the efforts have paid off. Putting aside everything else, I have already earned more than 18 million star coins, not counting other things. She is now considered a wealthy woman. But, all of this was earned by Yang Wei through selling, Pui, risking his life. Just like what I said when I kept trying to coax her after we fought. He actually did it. But am I happy now? Lin Kor didn't know whether she was happy or not, but she felt happy and at ease whenever she saw Yang Wei. He originally thought he would be like an ordinary person, a wage earner for life, using hard work to earn a meager income to make a living. Entering the upper echelons of a hospital in one's 40s or 50s is the greatest achievement of one's life, but instead, I ended up following Yang Wei, a guy who dares to take risks at the forefront of the storm. 18 million a month? Even if she wanted to open her own private hospital and be her own boss, that would be enough. Most importantly, everything went exactly as Yang Wei had planned. They were now truly connected with all the retired people in Zone C. He truly accomplished something that no one else could do. According to the original plan, next month, some women would automatically apply to marry into the family. Although it was only said in name, Lin Kor understood that since these women had received benefits, they couldn't wait to move in and stay there every day. Take the incident of the alien beast attack as an example. The timely appearance of Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Wang Xuanqi, Zhao Wushang and others has already explained a lot. They had been silently observing Yang Wei's in their every move. No way. As Yang Wei's legitimate wife, she has to hold on to the title of Big Sister. No matter how high their cultivation levels are, it's useless. Even if they really want to marry into the family, they'll still have to call her Big Sister, hee hee. I'm tired, I'm going to take a shower first. After lost in thought for a long time, Lin Kor left his sentence and walked straight into the bathroom. Yang Wei had no idea that this woman would think so much. He watched her retreating figure, then looked around at the little house that could be said to be the starting point of everything, and his heart was filled with emotion. He remembered many things from his past life. Many men, after getting off work, go home and lie on the sofa, cross their legs, play on their phones, or play games. Even if their wives have cooked dinner and brought it to them, they still complain about this and that. No, Yang Wei, he will never be that kind of man in this lifetime. So he rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up quickly. He wiped the furniture, cleaned up the little dust that had accumulated in the kitchen, and put the laundry into the washing machine. When he cleaned the bedroom, he paused. Holy crap! On the bedside table, there were still a few crumpled tissues left over from last week's card game. He smiled helplessly and was about to deal with it when Lin Kor's voice came from the bathroom. Honey! Could you get me a towel? I forgot to bring one. Not again. Yang Wei shook his head, recalling his wedding day, picked up a clean towel and walked over. He knocked on the door as usual. The door opened a crack, and a wet arm reached out and groped around. Instead of handing her the towel directly, Yang Wei opened the bathroom door and squeezed in himself. Ah! What are you doing in here? Lin Kor exclaimed, instinctively covering her body with her hands. I'm tired too, let's shower together and save water. He had a perfectly valid reason and joined the rinsing team without further ado. The warm water washed away the fatigue in their bodies and seemed to dispel the slight misunderstanding between them. After taking a shower, Lin Kor lay on the bath bed in loose pajamas, her brows slightly furrowed. Honey, my back is a little itchy, and I can't quite reach it by myself. Yang Wei took the towel and carefully wiped her smooth back. The warmth and suppleness of her skin reached my fingertips, and the fresh scent of her body after her bath lingered around my nose. Looking at the vibrant scene before him, Yang Wei felt a dryness in his throat. Wife, how about we call it quits? His voice was a little hoarse. What's the matter? I'm afraid of making a mistake. Oh, Yang Wei. Upon hearing this, Lin Kor turned around, hooked her arms around his neck, and smiled mischievously in her moist eyes, but I am not afraid. Yang Wei smiled wryly, his gaze falling on her still flat stomach. I'm afraid of hurting the child. As if she had been prepared, Lin Kor pulled out the beautifully made life guidebook from under the bath bed. She turned to a page, pointed to the illustrations and text, and read it aloud in a serious tone. Look, this says, there are just some things to note. Yang Wei's lips twitched. Is that so? Lin Kor pulled him over. Aren't you going to take a look? Yang Wei. Wife. He sighed. I have a feeling you've gone astray? Lin Kor retorted confidently. How can this be called going astray? The government issued this to us because they hope we can use the knowledge it contains to maintain family harmony, right? She tilted her head, her eyes pure and innocent, yet she uttered the most provocative words. How about we give it a try? Don't be ridiculous. Yang Wei immediately refused. The child is here. How old is he? Lin Kor said dismissively. He's not even a month old yet, what does he know? Besides, she whispered in his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Yang Wei scratched his head. Besides, they grow very fast, they can give birth in 3 or 4 months. I don't care, Lin Kor said, tightening her arms around him playfully. Even if he is not born yet, he can't stop mom and dad from loving each other. This absurd and self-righteous argument left Yang Wei speechless, both amused and exasperated. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen in his past life and tried to change the subject. Lin Kor's eyes lit up immediately, and she pulled him into the bathtub, sitting on one end of the tub. You can tell jokes too. Hurry up, I want to hear them. Yang Wei cleared his throat. Ahem. I'll tell you one then. Tell me, there are twins chatting inside their mother's tummy. The older brother asked, Little brother, do you think dad is more handsome or mom is prettier? Without even thinking, the younger brother said, Of course dad is more handsome. My brother was puzzled. Why? Mom went through so much hardship carrying us. The younger brother shook his head. I think dad is more handsome. The older brother was puzzled, so he asked, Why? After thinking for a moment, the younger brother said, Although mom really had a hard time carrying us, we never actually met her, right? But dad is different. The older brother suddenly realized, so if that's the case, dad might actually be more handsome. Lin Kor covered her mouth and burst into laughter. There's such a thing. She clutched her stomach and laughed. After laughing for a while, she suddenly stopped and looked Yang Wei up and down with a suspicious gaze. No, honey, Tell me honestly, are you implying something to me? Where did I go? Yang Wei asked innocently. You have? However, just as the water temperature seemed to be rising again. Sizzle! Without warning, a pitch-black rift was torn open in the air in the center of the living room. Immediately afterward, Yi Hongyin, dressed in red and with a cold expression, stepped out from among them. Her gaze habitually swept towards the bedroom. The next second, time seemed to stand still. Yi Hongyin's usually indifferent eyes widened unusually. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. The concentration of that awkward substance in the air was so high it was practically dripping wet. Finally, Yi Hongyin couldn't contain her curiosity and broke the suffocating silence. She pointed to Lin Kor's lower abdomen, her tone full of thirst for knowledge. You, just now. She looked at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with nothing but a lack of curiosity. Yang Wei remained expressionless, but his mind was racing. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Kor, enraged and embarrassed, grabbed the life guidebook from the sofa and shoved it into Yi Hongyin's arms. Ugh, why did you have to come at the perfect time? Here you go, she said angrily. Go see for yourself. Yi Hongyin subconsciously took the manual and opened it. She glanced at it, and her icy face instantly flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from it. She slammed the book shut as if it were something burning hot. Lin Kor said impatiently, Hey, second brother, don't you have any sense at all? She got up and walked towards the bedroom, saying, Either you come with me, or if you don't, get out of here. Yi Hongyin had forgotten why she had come, and suddenly felt her heart pounding and her face burning. Who are you calling second brother? You? What? You don't want to? Fine, there are plenty of people who want to be the second oldest. Lin Kor turned around and emphasized again, also, even if you marry into the family, I'll still be the eldest sister. Please be more polite when you talk to me in the future, right? Husband. Yang Wei? What does this have to do with anything? He looked left and right, as if lightning was flashing between the two women, and he was at a loss for what to do. Is there no foreshadowing for women's wars? Baffling. It seems this guy had been harboring a lot of resentment, and when his good deed was interrupted, he finally snapped. No, this isn't an outburst, she's always been like this. She's just been too busy lately, keeping her sharp edges hidden, to the point that he thought she'd become a well-behaved girl. Yang Wei recalled the scene of the two of them fighting on their wedding day, and that phrase, it depends on their performance, his neck suddenly shrank back. I'm asking you a question. Lin Kor suddenly raised her voice at Yang Wei. Yang Wei instinctively responded with an O. On one side was a martial emperor at the early stage of the 10th rank, and on the other was his legal and compliant wife who held the power of life and death over the family. The next second, he immediately realized that this guy wanted Yi Hongyin to understand who was in charge of this family. No wonder he's someone who's worked with me before. His methods of manipulating people are exactly the same. Impressive. Kor, what she said, makes sense, right? Although it's only a few words, each word is quieter than the next. Yang Wei's expression looked like he had eaten a cockroach. It was as ugly as it could possibly be. Yi Hongyin then remembered the purpose of her visit. Yang Wei, actually, the reason I came here is to discuss this matter with you. Lin Kor's movement toward the bedroom abruptly stopped. Since this is the matter, then I should be there, right? She stormed back, then looked at Yi Hongyin sitting on the sofa. This matter, well, first call me big sister and let me hear it. You. What? You don't agree? Lin Kor glared. Then forget it, you can be third in line. If you really don't want to be called that, fourth, fifth, or sixth is fine too. Me? Yi Hongyin was not good with words to begin with. Despite having the cultivation of a 10th-level martial emperor, she was now being rebuffed by Lin Kor, who was only a 3rd-level 36th-grade martial emperor. She couldn't even retort. His frustrated expression was like someone who had swallowed an egg whole. Yang Wei scratched his head and changed the subject. Hongyin, this is my fault. I hadn't considered this before, but since we're all going to be family, we definitely need to follow a first-come, first-served order, right? Yi Hongyin felt that she was heading in some strange direction in her life, and she felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. But when she thought of the Yi family and the wives and concubines of those powerful clans, she felt that what Yang Wei said made sense. I didn't disagree. She eventually gave in. Circumstances are beyond one's control. She received news today that many others have also applied to get their marriage certificates next month. She understands the principle of first come, first served. Then why don't you offer tea to your eldest sister? Lin Kor crossed her legs, striking a pose like the eldest sister. Seeing this, Yang Wei immediately said, "Hey, Kor, don't go too far." Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyin replied, "Of course." She took out a bag of star coins and handed it to Lin Kor, saying, "Big sister, here are 1,000,000 star coins. I'll brew some good tea for you after you buy it." Yang Wei's lips twitched involuntarily. In this wasteland, is being the boss lady really that popular? Empress Yi, where is your usual majesty? What happened to your aloof and icy persona? However, that makes sense, this is home, and it seems there's really no need for all that so-called formality. Lin Kor immediately beamed, "Oh dear, lately I've been helping my husband with everything, my shoulders are so sore." Yi Hongyin flashed and appeared behind Lin Kor. "No problem, I'll give you a massage." Yang Wei was completely petrified, he was numb. "What's going on here? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Kor noticed Yang Wei's strange expression and immediately shifted her anger. "Oh, you haven't taken a second wife yet, so the government hasn't issued any rules for you. It's like this, as far as I know, in a family, besides the husband, the other sisters are, in order, the eldest sister, the second sister, and so on. The eldest sister has the right to lead the women in the family, and at the same time bears the responsibility of developing and expanding the family. Even things like childbirth and raising children are of paramount importance." After saying that, she looked up at Yi Hongyin, who was diligently massaging her shoulders, and said, "You agree, right, second brother?" Yi Hongyin nodded obediently. Yes, eldest sister is right, this is the policy. Even the number and quality of children are related to a family's future social status, and are also a prerequisite for government material supplies. That's more like it. Lin Kor slapped her thigh and grabbed Yi Hongyin's right hand, which was massaging her shoulder. "Your skin is so white. So, second brother, shall we not go back today?" "Huh?" Yi Hongyin exclaimed, I still need to cultivate." Yang Wei was completely stunned. What on earth has possessed this guy today? If she doesn't go back, where will she sleep? Lin Kor retorted sternly, "I'm asking you this, is cultivation more important, or is it more important to be with your husband and have a baby? If cultivation is more important, then why are you even getting married?" Yi Hongyin. "Me? Okay." Lin Kor immediately beamed with joy. She felt incredibly satisfied after personally taming a martial emperor. He then patted Yi Hongyin's smooth, jade-like hand. "That's right. Look, I'm only at the 3rd level, but I'm not in a hurry. Because I spend all my time with my husband and managing my family. Look at you, you're already a 10th level martial emperor, what are you still practicing all day? What? Do you want to fly to the heavens?" "I want to break through to the martial god realm." Yi Hongyin whispered, "That way I can refine the wounds of the great Tao." Lin Kor rolled her eyes. "Stop dreaming. It's common knowledge that the number of godhoods is limited. You probably know better than anyone how many peak martial emperors there are in the war zone. You know that Sujuani, right?" "What's wrong, eldest sister?" Yi Hongyin asked, slightly surprised. "Wasn't the commander missing? Could it be?" Lin Kor said, "How long have they lived?" "More than 10,000 years, and they still haven't broken through to martial god." "Who do you think you are? This kind of thing, you know? It's all about connections and resources, you understand? Since we have no connections or resources, we can only rely on our abilities." "Don't worry," she said in one breath, then soothed Yi Hongyin's wounded pride, "if you take good care of your husband, maybe he'll be in a good mood and he'll help you heal your Dao injury. Li Qingwan, you know her, right? She was cured by us men." At this point, Lin Kor, dressed in loose pajamas, looked quite smug. "Okay, alright." Yi Hongyin looked at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with complete trust. "There's no way around it." As Lin Kor said, in a war zone, thousands or even tens of thousands of peak martial emperors compete for a limited number of god positions. Even someone as meritorious as Sujuani still has a vacancy. What makes her so special? Lin Kor made the final decision, then, it's settled. "Ah!" Yang Wei and Yi Hongyin exclaimed almost simultaneously. Chapter 32. The two emperors bowed their heads and made a pact. The three shadows bathed together and wrote a new chapter. The air in the living room seemed to solidify into amber, sealing three people in different poses within it. Lin Kor held her head high, like a victorious peacock, declaring with her imposing presence her unshakable status as the eldest sister in the family. Yi Hongyin lowered her head, her usual icy imperial majesty completely gone, leaving only a section of her beautiful, flushed neck, revealing the turmoil in her heart. She was truly indignant. But Lin Ke was in the right. The main reason is that we don't dare to touch her. She is the little princess of the Lin family. Even if she has fallen to this state, we still have to consider the owner before beating a dog. Fine. If she wants to be the eldest sister, then let her be. Yang Wei felt like a sapper who had strayed into a minefield. Every step he took could trigger disaster. He tried to smooth things over and ease the eerie atmosphere. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Hongyin, you came here today for more than just this, didn't you? Yi Hongyin took a deep breath, barely suppressing the flush on her face, and tried her best to restore her usual cool tone, although the effect was greatly diminished. There really are two things. First, according to my intelligence, at least 7 major families, with more than 50 women of the 7th rank or above, have officially submitted their marriage applications to you. However, due to the fact that men in the lower ranking areas can only marry a maximum of 10 wives per month, the waiting list is already stretching into next year. If you need to marry 50 at once, that's not necessarily an option, but the main thing is to conduct an asset liquidation and assessment, even if it involves the issue of raising children. Isn't there government assistance? Yang Wei asked. That is true, but as first-time mothers, and all of them being veterans, they all have some money to spare. Who wouldn't want to raise their child themselves? Yi Hongyin continued, they've even chosen their wedding homes. A second marriage with a house? Yang Wei's eyes lit up. Damn, if that's the case, one wife means one house, so 500 wives would mean 500 houses. Wouldn't I be rich? From your perspective, there is no policy provision for it, but we're all soldiers, and if we want to get married and have children, the higher-ups will naturally make arrangements. It's just. Yi Hongyin continued, it might be in the high-security residential area. However, Yi Hongyin glanced at Yang Wei and Lin Ke's cramped 2-bedroom apartment. We can apply to have each family set up a miniature teleportation array, so that it will be convenient for everyone to get together. Of course, we can also apply to the government for a site and build the building ourselves. Everyone can move in then. That's great. Lin Ke listened even more attentively than Yang Wei. If the government were to allocate housing, what would be the point of her being the eldest sister? Self-built houses are a different story. From then on, she could live a life where everything was done for her. After some consideration, Yang Wei realized that building a house might indeed be more convenient. In the past, he might have worried about safety, even though the house was definitely not in a residential area and would not be protected by a large array. But now it's not needed at all. Who dares to mess with this group of fierce women? Once they get married, have children, and have more lifespan, they can heal their Dao injuries one by one. At that time, wouldn't they be a group of female generals from the Young family? Well, if you were to jointly petition for self-built housing, in your opinion, would the government randomly assign these houses, or would you be able to choose whichever location you want? Yang Wei asked tentatively. Yi Hongyin hummed in agreement, it's definitely a matter of personal choice. Although we've retired, we still have a distinguished record. To put it bluntly, we might not be given important positions, but we're still government employees. Don't worry about that. Building houses is a huge project. Yang Wei thought carefully about his current financial situation. More than 500 wives meant more than 500 houses, which was a big problem. Besides, there might be a lot more to come. Looks like we need to work harder to make money. We can't expect these women to dig the foundation, carry the bricks, and build the walls themselves. But then Yi Hongyin said, I took a walk around during the day. There's an abandoned city called Yang City, about 600 miles to the north. The buildings in the city are in good condition and only need a little renovation before you can move in. It won't cost much. Furthermore, the location is between the inner and outer cities of Zone C, making transportation convenient. If the application is based on the premise of developing the abandoned Yang City, it will definitely be successful. A city? Yang Wei's eyes lit up immediately. That's great. Let's go there. In an instant, an even bolder idea took root in his mind. Before long, he could transform that city into a kingdom with only him and countless women. Most importantly, the emperor was far away there, and the government system was beyond his reach. Moreover, once these women's injuries are healed there, unless they want to return to their posts, no one will know. After the child is born, it can grow up quietly again. Are you sure? Yi Hongyin frowned. Why not just assign rooms? That would be so convenient, just bring your suitcase and move in. Should I listen to you? Lin Kor immediately objected, thinking that while it would be convenient to move in with just your bags, her status as the eldest sister would become meaningless. How would she manage everyone if they were all living in their own rooms? Yang Wei's thoughts were similar to Lin Kor's. He shook his head and said, "You don't understand. I don't want 50 or 500. I want them all." All? Lin Kor and Yi Honin were both dumbfounded. "Hey, what do you mean? Look at you, so capable. If it weren't for the second brother, you still haven't passed my test? 500 more." Lin Kor stood up and grabbed Yang Wei's ear. "Second brother, what are you daydreaming about? Haven't you noticed? Some people think we can't satisfy them and want more." Yi Honin stared in disbelief. "This. Yang Wei suddenly wailed, "Wife, please listen to me. What are you saying? What's there to say? You, come in with me." Lin Kor ignored him and pulled Yang Wei by the ear, trying to lead him into the bedroom. Seeing this, Yi Hongyin could only try to smooth things over. Eldest sister, I think, Consultant Yang. "Why are you asking? There's no Consultant Yang at home, only my husband." "What, can't you call him?" "I'll call you, call me." "You won't call me, huh? If you won't, then get out." Lin Kor was like a mad cat, biting anyone she could get her hands on. Yi Hongyin had never met such an unreasonable person, and could only stammer for a long time. "I mean, honey, he might have his own ideas, so please don't just start hitting me." "So what if I hit you? Haven't you heard the saying, if you don't discipline someone for 3 days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles?" Lin Kor finished scolding, released her grip, crossed her arms over her chest, revealing a deep, unfathomable hourglass-like cleavage, and said, "So, what do you say?" Yang Wei covered his ears and said, "First, they are officially retired, but in reality, they have lost power, meaning they have been abandoned by the government. Think about it, otherwise, why would the Lin family patriarch personally intervene to heal Su Juani's Dao injury? But they couldn't. Because they felt that even if they were healed, their help would be minimal, dispensable. If I'm not mistaken, the martial emperor is the main fighting force on the front lines, while the martial sovereign is at most a common soldier, not to mention the martial sovereign." "You're right," Yi Hongyin said, "healing injuries to the great Dao will indeed deplete the casteress' own cultivation, not to mention that there were tens of millions of wounded in that battle. Even if the higher-ups intervened, they couldn't cover everything, so those below the 10th rank were forced to retire." "So cruel?" Lin Kor muttered to herself after hearing this. "This discrimination is too obvious." "There's no other way," Yi Hongyin said. "We defend our country from abroad, and the strong are respected at home. The weak have no voice. That's always been the way it is." Lin Kor looked at Yang Wei, "But what does this have to do with you wanting to take more?" Yang Wei poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and said, "Think about it, those are all high-level martial artists. After they give birth, we'll heal their injuries, regenerate their limbs, hee." Yang Wei said with an air of composure. "Remember the contract? I had this in mind when we drafted it. You knew all along they would marry you?" Lin Kor looked belatedly, realizing, feeling like she had become someone's accomplice. "No, that's not what you said back then." Yang Wei raised his hand. "This is not important now," he said. "Red sound? How many martial emperors are there in District C now?" Lin Kor and Yi Hongyin exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled. "Less than 1,000. Yi Hongyin said. "The entire war zone, with all 360 districts combined, has a little over 10,000. Yes, anyone who can reach the 7th rank or higher before the age of 100 is a genius." Yang Wei stroked his chin. "As long as they all marry into this family. Within 3 years, I am confident I can heal all their Dao injuries. Within 5 years, those currently at the 8th or 7th level can break through to the 10th level, and someone like Honin, reaching the peak of martial emperor, is not a problem. At that time, just think about it. In Yanchang, regardless of the children, just considering the strength of these women who have recovered after retirement, even the big families in the inner city will have to give way. What's more, most of them come from big families that are not valued after retirement, for example." Yang Wei looked at Yi Hongyin. Yi Hongyin nodded. "That's right. When I returned injured, I did face exclusion from the family. If it weren't for Consultant Yang, if it weren't for my husband, I would never have been able to take over the Yi family again. However, I am currently 6 months pregnant and will eventually have to get married. Once the Yi family finds out, they will definitely not allow someone who is pregnant and about to get married to hold power. As Lin Kuo listened to these words, she suddenly remembered her past. I don't know when it started, but my parents began to value my older brothers more, and even my talented older sisters paled in comparison. It turned out that the family knew they would get married sooner or later. And as for someone like me who has no talent, there's even less to say. The talented older sister, at least, could contribute to the family before getting married, but she, to the family, was definitely a zero contribution. Lin family, you just wait. Even without you, I, Lin Kuo, can still support a great clan. But this great clan is destined to be surnamed Yang. And the second thing? Lin Kuo asked. Didn't you say you had two things to say? Yi Hongyin looked up at Yang Wei, her expression complex. Second, she paused, as if choosing her words carefully, is about Purple Moon. We detected several unexplained, high-intensity mental fluctuations attempting to contact her in the past few days, but they were all blocked by the interference field set up by Section Chief Li. The other party is very persistent, and very strong. The fact that a being could be described as very strong by Yi Hongyin, a 10th-level martial emperor, speaks volumes. Yang Wei was about to respond when Lin Kuo beat him to it. She walked up to Yi Hongyin, crossed her arms, and despite being shorter than Yi Hongyin, she exuded an aura of imposing presence. Oh? This, she drawled, as if to say, I already knew. So? Are you here to issue an ultimatum, or to discuss countermeasures? Yi Hongyin pursed her lips, avoiding Lin Kuo's aggressive gaze, and looked at Yang Wei. My personal thoughts coincide with what you just said. Rather than letting those unknown forces make contact in secret, we should take the initiative. Her words caught Yang Wei's attention. You mean? A marriage alliance, Yi Hongyin uttered, her tone regaining some of its composure. But we need to raise the bar and formulate the franchise terms that are most advantageous to us. Her words undoubtedly acknowledged the family order established by Lin Kuo's earlier antics. Lin Kuo nodded in satisfaction and patted Yi Hongyin's shoulder, a gesture she was becoming more and more adept at. Go on. We can set up a contribution points system. Yi Hongyin had clearly thought it through. Contributing to the Life Alliance, whether it's providing resources, technology, intelligence, or making contributions on the battlefield, will accumulate points. Only those who reach the required points are eligible to enter the next round of cooperation negotiations. She placed marriage and cooperation on an equal footing. Yang Wei instantly understood her intention. This isn't just about finding a wife, it's about building a community of shared interests centered around him and his offspring. For example, Yi Hongyin explained, if you can provide effective clues about healing Senior Su Juani's Dao injury, you can directly obtain the right of priority to enter into a contract. Similarly, she looked at Yang Wei, the same rules can be applied to those strange beasts. Those willing to cooperate will be given preferential treatment and protection, those who stubbornly resist will be resolutely eliminated. She looked at Yang Wei, her eyes resolute. We need a set of rules that can bring everyone, whether human or beast, into our development trajectory. A glint of light flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. He realized that he had indeed overlooked this point before. He only cared about open source and increasing the number and variety of his offspring, but did not systematically think about how to integrate and manage these increasingly large forces and resources. Contribution points. He pondered the word, finding it increasingly ingenious. This not only helps to identify the most valuable and loyal partners, but also motivates everyone to fight for the overall interests of the Life Alliance. That's an excellent suggestion. Yang Wei clapped his hands. We need a special committee to handle this matter. How about we call it the Strategic Development and Human Resources Committee? The name, as always, is full of Jung style, using the most modern vocabulary to describe the most fantastical events. Wait a minute, Lin Kuo suddenly interrupted their conversation, which was gradually veering off to the topic of corporate governance. So, she poked Yang Wei's chest with her finger. The most important question right now is, what do you plan to do with Su Juani? She is a golden brand. If we use her well, we can attract top talent and resources from the entire C-Zone, and even the entire War Zone. But at the same time, she changed the subject, a sly smile appearing on her face as she looked at Yi Hongyin. Second brother, what do you think? Yi Hongyin was taken aback by the term second brother, and then sighed helplessly. I have no objection. She has officially accepted the position of second sister. Yang Wei was deeply moved as he watched the scene. Who would have thought that Lin Kuo, who used to pull his hair against him on the street, could now, with her 3rd-level cultivation, steadily suppress her, a 10th-level martial emperor? This feeling is truly wonderful. Then, Lin Kuo stood up, clapped her hands, and adopted a commanding stance. today's family and house strategy seminar is now concluded. She pulled Yang Wei up, then glanced at Yi Hongyin. Now, implement the first resolution. Strengthen the core cohesion of the family. She pulled Yang Wei along, not forgetting to turn back and greet Yi Hongyin. Second brother, what are you daydreaming about? We need to study in detail the specific implementation rules for multi-person cooperative operations in the manual. Yang Wei? Yi Hongyin. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 Strategic Positioning, Family Discussion. What? Are you shy? Where did you go to have the courage to have a baby in the first place? Stop dawdling, it's not like we haven't seen this before. Lin Kor's unexpected invitation caused the air in the living room to boil over, before falling into an eerie silence. Yang Wei stared wide-eyed at his wife, who was known for her outrageous and unpredictable remarks, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Hongyin was completely stiff. The usually composed and strategic mind of the martial emperor was now turned upside down. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Hongyin's cheeks flushed red, and it took her a while to find her voice, which was tinged with embarrassment and anger. Who wants to be with you? It's simply absurd. How is it absurd? Lin Kor persisted, turning around to face Yi Hongyin directly, hands on her hips. We are now discussing a major issue concerning the future development of our entire family. Since it is a major issue, of course, we, as core members, need to work together to overcome the difficulties. She pointed to the manual with an air of self-righteousness. It is clearly mentioned here that in order to improve family efficiency and promote harmony among family members, under certain specific circumstances, it is permissible to do, well, that's what you're thinking of. This is called combining theory with practice. Yang Wei. Yi Hongyin. As Lin Kor spoke, she nodded vigorously, quite satisfied with her own words. That slightly upturned expression clearly said, what 10th rank? No matter how powerful, she's still just a woman. And today, Lin Kor, as the big sister, will make this martial emperor take off his disguise and face his truest self. Yang Wei snapped out of his shock, rubbed his temples, and felt more tired than if he had fought a battle. Kor, he tried to salvage the situation. I think we should take a longer-term view of this matter, even if Hongyin. What do you mean, she? Lin Kor interrupted him, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Hongyin. Second son, tell me yourself, aren't you a core member of our family? Yi Hongyin recalled what she had just said, if you don't want to be number 2, there are plenty of others who will. She opened her mouth, but seeing Lin Kor's you dare say no expression, she swallowed the words back. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath them. The pride of being a 10th level martial emperor was intertwined with the embarrassment of being caught up in this bizarre family building situation. In the end, she nodded almost imperceptibly. That's it. Lin Kor clapped her hands. Since we're core members, it's only natural that we participate in the decision-making and execution of core family affairs, right? Yang Wei looked at Yi Hongyin, speechless. You're not Yi Wudi, are you? You've already given in. He found that any of his arguments were pale and powerless in the face of Lin Kor's self-contained family management science. As Lin Kor spoke, she grabbed Yang Wei with one hand and decisively pulled Yi Hongyin's sleeve with the other. There's no time like the present. Don't overthink it. What I mean is, only when we learn it first can we teach more people in the future. Kor. Yang Wei tried to put up a final resistance. This isn't quite right, is it? Shouldn't we? Should what? Should I? Lin Kor didn't give him a chance and dragged the two away. Wait. Yi Hongyin finally couldn't help but break free from her hand. Her face was still flushed, but her eyes had regained some clarity and sharpness. Big sister, she took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and her tone became calm. She looked at Yang Wei and said, word by word. My eldest sister is right. After all, our family may grow very large in the future, and this is indeed an important part of it. We do need to get used to the way small groups operate in advance. Yang Wei wanted to cry, feeling that such a good person as Yi Hongyin had been corrupted by Lin Kor. However, these words, spoken by a 10th level martial emperor, carried an undeniable persuasive power. He looked at Yi Hongyin and found that her eyes were exactly the same as when she was commanding on the battlefield. Is she just accepting things as they are, or could this be her true nature? Holy crap! He suddenly realized that he was the one who seemed to have no way out. These two, could this have been premeditated? He was half pushed and half forced into entering that misty area once again. This time, the atmosphere was completely different from the previous 2 times. There was less impulsiveness and passion, and more strategic consideration and deliberation. Lin Kor adopted the air of an elder sister. First, let's clarify the basic principles. No, second brother, it's only been a month, and you're already a bit obvious? Lin Kor suddenly looked Yi Hongyin up and down as if she had discovered a new continent. Something's not right. Come to think of it, you're only a little older than me. Yi Hongyin's voice was barely audible. The doctor said I have twins? Ah. Yang Wei and Lin Kor were both dumbfounded. No, honey, is this considered cheating? Lin Kor looked aggrieved as she compared her flat stomach to her own. Twins in one pregnancy, that's incredible how fast she can get pregnant. Second brother, tell me first, what is your initial understanding of the contents of the manual? Yang Wei. He hurriedly opened the system interface and found that there was indeed one more child in the offspring section. System? How do we assess this child's aptitude? The system popped up a ridiculously disappointed emoji. The marrow cleansing liquid only recognizes the number of uses, not the quantity, so, congratulations, host. Yang Wei, you've finally done something decent. He recalled how it took him 20 years of his lifespan to cleanse Yi Hongyin's child's aptitude, and his mood suddenly improved. This was a huge profit. Lin Kor was just too greedy. She spent a full 160 years of her lifespan. Yi Hongyin was speechless. She felt that her common sense about martial arts was being challenged like never before. They are facing greater pressure than when facing a massive army. Her experience in this area was still based on what happened a month ago in Yang Wei's temporary rented room behind the high-end area. Yi Hongyin took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. I'll listen to my older sister, but shouldn't my husband have the final say in this kind of thing? She tried to deceive them. The meaning is clear. Yang Wei is the core figure. Lin Kor nodded in agreement. That's right. My husband is the CPU of this family. All instructions need to be coordinated and processed through him. However, you're right. Continue. Yi Hongyin racked her brains and said, it's just, something feels off. What's so strange about it? Lin Kor chimed in. We're family, we should be honest with each other, isn't that great? Chapter 34, Reaching Level 101 Night, rising at dawn to see the desolate city. A short while later. Hongyin, from the perspective of energy operation and control alone, what do you think is the biggest challenge? Yang Wei's voice was filled with doubt. Yi Hongyin forced herself to concentrate, pondering her answer. It lies in trust and synchronization. She paused, her voice even lower. This requires even more absolute focus and control than facing a powerful enemy alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Kor immediately grasped the key point. Did you hear that? I think the second brother has a point. As soon as he finished speaking, a subtle silence fell over the room, broken only by the sound of water droplets falling. Yi Hongyin took a slight breath, as if trying to suppress the emotions that were disturbing her mind. Yang Wei had a headache. The scene before me was bizarre and surreal, yet inexplicably logical. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the messy bed. The moment Yi Hongyin opened her eyes, she clearly sensed a power level completely different from yesterday. She actually broke through. Level 101? How is that possible? She only broke through to level 100 Martial Emperor a short time ago. This is a breakthrough from level 100 to level 101, not a breakthrough from level 1 to level 2. With her talent, it would normally take her at least 3 to 5 years to accumulate experience, but now less than a month has passed. Could it be? Was his involvement really related to that breakthrough last time? Yi Hongyin turned around and looked at her side. Yang Wei and Lin Kor were sleeping soundly, sprawled out on their backs, completely unseemly. This made her even more confused. Who exactly is he? After a brief moment of stunned silence, a surge of immense joy welled up inside me. She subconsciously tried to circulate her energy to consolidate her hard-won cultivation, but in the instant she mobilized her energy, she felt a deeper and more solid connection, as well as a subtle energy resonance. So, relaxation is also a form of spiritual practice? Woke up? Yang Wei's sleepy, languid voice came from the side. Yi Hongyin's body stiffened as fragments of last night's memories flooded back, making her hesitant to turn and look at the two people beside her. That's insane. She replied softly, trying to make her voice sound calm. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Yang Wei turned to the side, propped his head up, and looked at her with clear, concerned eyes, as if last night was just an ordinary night's sleep. Yi Hongyin didn't answer him, and grabbed her clothes to put them on. Lin Kor woke up after hearing the noise. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. It's dawn. She yawned, then, as if suddenly realizing something, a mischievous smile slowly spread across her face. I think I've broken through. Yi Hongyin, already dressed, said softly, her voice filled with unbelievable joy. Really? Lin Kuo perked up immediately, leaning over to examine Yi Hongyin closely. TSK, amazing, second brother, you're one step closer to becoming a martial god, TSK. Honey, she nudged Yang Wei with her elbow with a grin, you're something else. Congratulations, Yang Wei scratched his head. Stop fooling around, get up. Don't forget we have an even more important schedule today. Half an hour later, the three of them, having finished washing up, sat at the dining table, the atmosphere still somewhat subtly tense. Lin Kuo prepared a simple breakfast, but no one spoke. There was only the faint clinking of cutlery. Finally, Lin Kuo couldn't hold back any longer and kicked Yang Wei. Hey! Say something. Yang Wei put down his cup. Oh, you too, are you alright? Yi Hongyin snorted coldly and turned her head away. I don't know if she's alright or not. Lin Kuo said, but. As she spoke, she added, second brother, we'll have to rely on you for the inspection trip to Yang City today. Yi Hongyin nodded, I understand, eldest sister. She's gotten used to calling him that much better now. After breakfast, Yi Hongyin used her supernatural powers, and a beam of red light swept up Yang Wei and Lin Kuo, instantly traversing hundreds of miles of space to arrive above the abandoned city called Yang City. From above, the city is surprisingly well preserved, with towering buildings and crisscrossing streets, but it appears somewhat desolate due to long-term vacancy and is covered with thick vegetation. They landed in a relatively open central square. Although the spiritual energy here is thin, it exudes a primal vitality. Moreover, the terrain is open and easy to defend, making it difficult to attack. If we could rebuild the surrounding defensive formations, Yi Hongyin said. Yang Wei listened as he walked. He observed his surroundings, his mind racing, and began to plan for the future. Most of the buildings here are in good condition, Yi Hongyin said, pointing to several iconic high-rise buildings in the distance. With just structural reinforcement and environmental modifications, they can fully meet the housing needs of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. Lin Kuo ran around excitedly, great! This place can be our administrative center. That area is suitable for conversion into a training area and research institute. And that place, with its open view, can be used as a learning space for our future children. At this moment, Yi Hongyin was acting like a responsible project development director, introducing the land's potential to Chairman Yang Wei. Most importantly, Yang Wei stopped and gazed at the faint outline of the inner city of District C in the distance. This place will become the true foundation of our life alliance, he said with certainty. However, it's still far from over. Hongyin, I'm leaving the application to you. Around noon, the three returned to the research institute. As soon as he entered, Li Mingyuan rushed over to greet him, his face unusually solemn. Advisor Yang. General Yi. You're finally back. Something happened? Yang Wei's heart sank. It's from ZUS side. Li Mingyuan reported quickly. Just 2 hours ago, the interference field detected an extremely strong mental signal with clear coordinates and a summoning intent. The source of the signal points to the pig farm where you used to work. Chapter 35 The Secret of the Pig Farm. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback, then his brows furrowed. Pig farm? He repeated the place name, his tone full of confusion and wariness. How could it be there? That place left a very deep impression on him. It was the battlefield where he had fought a fierce battle with a second-tier alien beast pig after only 2 days of work. That day, if Lin Kuo hadn't arrived in time, Wang Dehua would have made him, the hero who saved lives, a scapegoat. It's infuriating just thinking about it. However, the pig farm is now under government control, so how could this be? Didn't you work there before? Yi Hongyin asked, her face full of curiosity. She had investigated Ko Yang Wei and knew that he used to work at a pig farm, but she had no idea that so many other things had happened. What's the content of the signal? Yang Wei didn't have time to explain to Yi Hongyin and continued to ask, his voice low. Li Mingyuan shook his head, it cannot be completely deciphered. The encryption level is extremely high, and it has a strong self-destruction characteristic. We only had time to lock down its source coordinates. He pulled up the holographic map, where a glaring red cursor was fixed in that familiar spot. Could it be because of Yang Wei's previous job there? Lin Kuo guessed as she explained to Yi Hongyin what had happened to Yang Wei at the pig farm. She subconsciously took a step closer to Yang Wei, revealing a protective posture, but she had forgotten that Yang Wei, who used to need her protection, was now able to protect her. Uncertain, Li Mingyuan said gravely, but the nature of the signal carries an unquestionable sense of command and coercion, unlike any of the probing communications we've intercepted before. He emphasized, it's like a call between teammates who have lost contact. So, theoretically, it's more like an experiment. Our deduction is that there are hidden beasts in the inner city, and they're not low level. Their purpose is probably to try to rescue Ziyue and the others. This speculation sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes even more. Although this matter was not his responsibility, nor should he have, it involved Ziyue and others, and it concerned his future plans for the development of his offspring. If he let it go, it would be tantamount to wasting all his previous efforts, and he was unwilling to accept it. Furthermore, if the Purple Moon, or rather the Beastmen, have a higher level superior within the inner city, and this superior is located in the inner city of Zone C, and has the ability to accurately project signals to the heavily guarded research institute, the implications behind this are terrifying to contemplate. It wasn't that he was overly righteous, it was simply that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Both morally and logically, he shouldn't have stood idly by. Besides, his future children would still be living on this land. So what he should be considering now is not what he can do, but what he should do. Hongyin, I'll go take a look, Yang Wei decided immediately. I'll go with you, Yi Hongyin immediately declared, her confidence boosted by her level 101 cultivation. I'm going too. Lin Kuo immediately followed. No, Yang Wei pressed Lin Kuo's shoulder, you and Section chiefly stay here to strengthen the monitoring and protection of Ziyu. Hongyin and I will go to the source of the signal to investigate. He recalled what happened during his days working at the pig farm, with that giant boar that only he had seen, yet which could secretly make all the sows conceive. What other sows seemed to cry for help and shed tears? He remembered someone Wang Dehua, who could communicate with sows. At the time, I thought it was his profession, but now that I think about it, Wang Dehua himself is suspicious. How could a normal person say such things to a sow? Most importantly, the sows spoke to him as if he were speaking an imperial edict. Furthermore, although this is human territory, Lin Kuo's cultivation level is so low that she wouldn't be able to help even if she went there. Yang Wei was certain that if there were problems with the pig farm, then Wang Dehua must know something. He looked at Yi Hongyin, and their eyes met, revealing a tacit understanding. With his increased strength, he was confident in handling most unexpected situations. Moreover, with Yi Hongyin, a martial emperor, around, there weren't many people in the inner city who could pose a threat to him. Be careful, Lin Kuo cautioned, her eyes filled with worry. Yang Wei nodded and exchanged a glance with Yi Hongyin. The next moment, a red light flashed, and the two figures disappeared from their original spot. Almost instantly, Yang Wei and Yi Hongyin appeared in the sky above the familiar yet unfamiliar pig farm. The vast canyon remains, with sheer cliffs on both sides, smooth as a mirror. Rows of orderly pig sheds lined the valley floor, offering a completely different perspective from that on the ground. The former ruins have been largely cleared, but traces of the battle are still visible, indicating that the large-scale cleanup that day also affected this area. Yang Wei thought to himself, it's even possible that the Pig King has already been eliminated. During that massive purge, the government mobilized a large number of martial emperors and even half-step martial gods to conduct a thorough cleanup. Moreover, it was a surprise attack, so theoretically, no alien beast should have been able to escape unscathed. But now it seems, quite the opposite. The real crisis is not only still ongoing, but it's thriving. Yang Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This matter was terrifying. What kind of being could possibly escape that great purge? Based on his experience from 2 lifetimes, there are only 2 possibilities: either the beast is good at hiding, or it is very likely a high-ranking government official. The former is fine, but if it's the latter, then the entire inner city's upper echelons have probably already been infiltrated. He felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about it. If that's the case, once it erupts, I'm afraid only someone with Yi Hongyin's cultivation level would be able to protect themselves, while he and Lin Kuo are too weak. No. I must become stronger quickly. However, despite his thoughts, Yang Wei knew that worrying was useless. His current cultivation level came from the system's feedback and rewards after each planting, which was fine before, but now it was just a drop in the ocean. There was some feedback from the fetus, but it was only 503, which was better than nothing. He knew he was being too impatient, but at this rate, it would take at least a decade to break through to the martial emperor realm. Now we can only pin all our hopes on the children being outstanding enough after birth and growing up fast enough. 10 years, I must endure it alone for more than 10 or 20 years, Yang Wei thought to himself. He knew perfectly well that during this period, the only people he could rely on were Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan. Therefore he decided that the development of Yangcheng was imperative, and he had to firmly grasp these women in his hands. Ideally, Ziyue and the others should be included as well. Only in this way can he truly understand himself and his enemy. Otherwise, no matter how much effort and planning he puts in, it will all be in vain in the eyes of a true strongman. What needs to be done now is to continue to expand the quality and quantity of sowing, which must be increased from 10 a day to 1. So he sent Li Mingyuan a message: "Brotherly, arrange 30 people for me every day from now on, starting with the highest cultivation level and working your way down. Also, please keep an eye on Su Juani for me. Contact her anytime if you need anything." Yang Wei understood the principle of quality over quantity. Even 107th tier rewards combined wouldn't amount to as much as 1/9 tier reward, let alone someone like Su Juani. Only by accumulating enough lifespan can he afford the Great Dao Wound Repair Liquid. And he can no longer keep trying to improve the children's qualifications. Otherwise, income will not cover expenses. This is it. Yi Hongyin sensed the faint fluctuations remaining in the air and pointed to a factory building below that had mostly collapsed. That place is where we first discovered the abnormal energy fluctuations. Yang Wei squinted, recalling the scene where he and his colleagues first joked around there. Though humble, I am happy and content. Could it be? He and Yi Hongyin slowly landed in front of the factory ruins. System, consume 500 sign-in points to scan this area and search for abnormal energy sources or hidden information nodes. The system replied, "Okay." Ding, command confirmed. Depth spectral scan in progress. Warning, high-intensity spatial wrinkle remnants detected. Information anchor traces exist at coordinates x734, y109. Attempting to read residual anchor data. A cold, chaotic fragment of information, filled with a destructive will, forcibly flooded into Yang Wei's mind. That wasn't language, but a series of fragmented images. Against the backdrop of an endless starry sky, an unimaginably enormous and ferocious black shadow is gazing in a certain direction, and the end of that direction is a vast and boundless universe. The image flashed by, replaced by a clear coordinate system and a brief command. Coordinates: GC792 Galaxy, Alpha Arm. Command: Resurrection. Descend. Meanwhile, deep underground within the research institute, inside a confinement unit, Ziyu, who had been sitting still like a statue, suddenly raised her head. Her silvery white eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, but this was followed by intense pain and struggle, as if two wills were fighting each other within her. "What's going on?" Lin Kuo, who was watching the monitor, exclaimed in shock. On the screen, Ziyu's body trembled violently, and purplish-black energy patterns flickered under her skin. She stared intently at a direction in the void, her lips moving but no sound escaping her lips. However, a few words could be vaguely discerned from the lip movements. "The pig god has awakened." Yang Wei looked at the video message shared by Lin Kuo with disbelief. "The pig god has awakened." He repeated the words he had deciphered from Ziyue's lips, which overlapped with the image of the huge, ferocious black shadow that flashed through his mind, and a chill ran down his spine. System, perform correlation analysis between pig god and the received coordinates and command information. In progress with association analysis. The coordinates of the GC792 Galaxy's Alpha Arm, after comparison, show a 99.7% match with the location of the Milky Way galaxy, the Solar System, and Earth. Based on comprehensive assessment, the pig god mentioned in the signal source likely refers to an ancient being possessing advanced intelligence. The commands for revival and descent are initially interpreted as action orders targeting the Purple Moon or its people. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. This is not just a simple attempt to make contact, but an ancient entity hidden in the shadows of human society that has been awakened for some reason and is trying to recall or activate its fellowship. And Ziyu is very likely one of them. "Hongyin," Yang Wei said in a deep voice, "seal off this area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Use your privileges to check this pig farm, especially the files of that employee named Wang Dehua. It's already under investigation." Yi Hongyin held a jade talisman that emitted a red light in her hand, clearly communicating with her intelligence network. Wang Dehua, she received a quick reply, her brows furrowing even more. The records show that he was just an ordinary technician, but he disappeared after the monster attack. Missing? Lin Kuo overheard this through the communicator and couldn't help but interject, could it be that he's the pig god? Or rather, its representative on Earth? This conjecture is chilling. A pig farmer who could have in-depth communication with sows and then mysteriously disappeared after the incident. This is highly abnormal in itself. Let us go check out that coordinate point. Yang Wei pointed to the system marked X734, Y109. It was a chaotic space made up of collapsed walls and beams. Yi Hongyin waved her hand, and a gentle force cleared away the debris on the surface. Below was revealed the entrance to a hidden, narrow passage leading underground. An extremely dense aura, mixed with a stench, decay, and some indescribable chaotic energy, emanated from the passage. There's something down there. Yang Wei sensed a strong energy reaction. He signaled Yi Hongyin to be on guard, while he himself cautiously probed downwards. The passage was deep, sloping downwards, with rough walls that appeared to have been hastily dug. But the deeper you go, the purer and more ancient the energy becomes, carrying a chilling pressure. At the end of the passage, a spacious underground space is connected. When they saw what was inside, even Yi Hongyin, with her extensive experience, couldn't help but gasp in shock. This doesn't look like the basement of a farm at all. In the center of the space, a huge and complex ritual array was depicted. The array's patterns were outlined by dark red, dried material. The color and texture easily reminded people of congealed blood. Around the formation, there were scattered pieces of clothing, jewelry, and even some women's items that had not completely decomposed, as well as some items that were covered in filth but could still be vaguely identified as having been used by humans. Even more disturbingly, at some key nodes of the formation, there are still some tiny, pink energy crystals that emit a faint glow. System, analyze the structure and residual energy of this formation. Analysis in progress. An array of advanced sacrificial rituals has been identified, its function leaning towards life transformation and energy extraction. Energy residual attribute analysis. The similarity to the origin of annihilation belonging to the target purple moon is less than 15%, but it highly matches the energy spectrum of the beast rampaging wildboar. A trace amount of spatiotemporal beacon imprint was detected, which matches the coordinate information in the previously captured signal. Conclusion: this site was used for a large-scale lifeform transformation ritual. A transformation of life form? Yang Wei immediately thought of those sows that can cry for help and shed tears. Could it be that those sows weren't real pigs at all? Rather, it was transformed from a human female? This thought sent a chill down his spine. If this is true, then the scale and cruelty of this evil ritual hidden beneath the pig farm are far beyond imagination. It seems, Yang Wei's voice echoed in the underground space, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. We caught an unexpectedly big fish. Chapter 36 echoes from the abyss and the beginning of the new gods. The scene inside the underground space is suffocating. The massive array drawn with what appeared to be dried blood, the scattered female belongings, and the lingering energy in the air, a mixture of despair and chaos. All of this silently testifies to the countless crimes that occurred here. Yang Wei bent down and picked up a pink energy crystal embedded in a node of the array. The crystal felt cool to the touch, and it seemed as if a viscous liquid was slowly flowing inside. System, conduct an in-depth analysis of the composition and energy properties of this crystal. Analysis in progress. Ingredients: high-purity life essence crystals, fragments of alien souls, and residual chaotic energy. Energy attributes: extremely chaotic and greedy, possessing extremely strong polluting and transformative properties. Warning: this energy attribute differs significantly from the known origin of annihilation, and is more inclined towards devouring and distortion. Preliminary assessment: the purpose of this ritual is to forcibly distort and assimilate the life essence and form of a specific target into the form or energy required by the caster. Devouring and distortion. Yang Wei murmured these words, his eyes growing colder. Hongyin, can you feel it? He asked softly. This energy, it's yearning to proliferate, yearning to expand. This is a force that is almost the opposite of the annihilation that Ziyue and the others represented as aggressive and corrupting. It seems that what we've encountered isn't some pig god, but rather a predator lurking in the shadows of civilization. A predator that feeds on humans, especially women, and transforms them into something evil. The disappearance of Wang Dehua, the expert who could communicate with sows, was no accident. He was very likely a key henchman of this predator, or even its incarnation in human society. We must find Wang Dehua as soon as possible. Yi Hongyin said decisively. He is the key to solving all these mysteries. It's not that simple. Yang Wei shook his head, tapping the blurry, inhuman footprints on the ground with his toes. Look at these marks. He pointed to some deeper, more disordered imprints on the outer edge of the formation. These are not human footprints, nor are they entirely animal hooves, they are a transitional form of footprints. This shows that transformation is not something that can be achieved overnight, and victims may be in a pitiful state of being neither human nor animal for a considerable period of time. This matter involves too many people, it's beyond what a few of us can handle on our own. Yang Wei pondered for a moment and made a decision. Hongyin, immediately report all the findings here, including the array images, energy analysis, and my deductions, to Chairman Lin and Section Chief Li's trusted channels at the highest level of confidentiality. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hongyin, his gaze intense. We need to accelerate the construction of the Yangsher base. It is not only our future home, but also a potential frontline fortress to deal with this potential crisis. The vague plan in his mind quickly became clear. He wanted to build Yang City into an independent kingdom that integrates living, scientific research, and military functions, a safe haven that could protect him, his family, and his allies in the storms of the future. However, it seems that there is no safer residential area now. From the government's perspective, the enemy is in the shadows while we are in the open. For us, the enemy is in the shadows, and so are we. We must take a series of countermeasures, and Sujuani may become the key to breaking the deadlock. Yang Wei analyzed. How so? Yi Hongyin asked. Yang Wei nodded. Although Sujuani is injured, her cultivation is still at the peak of Martial Emperor. If she can become one of our own and break through to Martial God, then we will have enough confidence. Pig God? The word God alone is enough to explain it. Even if it's not a war god, it's at least close. After a moment of silence, Yi Hongyin nodded. That's right. To be able to remain hidden in the inner city for so long, even if they only have the cultivation of a martial emperor, they are probably not someone an ordinary martial emperor can contend with. Once war breaks out, the entire inner city will be turned upside down, and in the end, it will be the ordinary people who suffer. Since this pig god, or rather predator, has chosen to hide, it means that its current state may not be perfect, or that it is wary of something. If we can bring Sujuani to our side, along with me and Li Wanzhao, even if we are no match for them, we will be able to protect ourselves. You're right. This is our only chance to accumulate enough strength to fight it before it fully revives and descends. Let us go to the pigsty, we might find something unexpected there, Yang Wei said. Having identified their target, the two concealed their presence, like two shadows blending into the twilight, silently bypassing the official checkpoints and surveillance cameras. With Yang Wei's familiarity with the terrain and Yi Hongyin's powerful divine sense, the two avoided all eyes and ears and arrived at their destination, pig shed number 1. The shed was filled with a mixture of smells, but Yang Wei keenly detected a faint but unmistakable spiritual fluctuation that was different from that of ordinary livestock. There, Yang Wei whispered, pointing to a separate partition in the corner. Inside the pen, a sow, more proportionate than the others, even possessing a strange elegance, lay on her side, surrounded by a dozen or so squealing piglets. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that when Yang Wei and Yi Hongyin approached, the sow alertly raised her head, her eyes unusually clear, carrying an almost human weariness and sorrow. Inuit, you gave birth? Yang Wei was very surprised. If it weren't for that accident, he would have been in charge of taking care of Silvermoon. 19 piglets? When Silvermoon saw Yang Wei, its eyes clearly showed surprise. It actually got up in a very human-like way, as if it were greeting him or saying, "Why did you come back? Inuit, how have you been these past few days?" Yang Wei looked around and, seeing no one, walked up, squatted down, and asked with concern. Inuit didn't know if she understood what he said. She just glanced at him and went back to her nest, lying down. Perhaps, for her, Yang Wei had no say in this matter. At most, the more you know, the faster you die. Yi Hongyin's divine sense carefully swept over Inuit and the cub beside her. Its life magnetic field is very peculiar, she analyzed carefully. It has both the chaos of a wild beast and a kind of spiritual radiance that has been forcibly suppressed and distorted. Yang Wei crouched down, trying to release gentle and friendly thoughts as much as possible to communicate with it. Silvermoon, do you still recognize me? He reached out his hand, but did not touch me rashly. Silvermoon's body trembled slightly, and she shrank back a little, letting out a low whimper. The sound wasn't a pure pig squeal, the end of the sound carried an indescribable tremor. Just then, one of the smaller sows stumbled to the fence and began laboriously paddling its pink snout across the dusty ground. Yang Wei held his breath and stared intently at the marks on the ground. Gradually, a crooked character appeared. Hatred. Following closely behind, another word struggled to take shape. King. Hate the king? Is it hatred for the person who turned it into this? Wang? Pig King? No, Wang Dahua? That person is? Wang Dahua? Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine and was about to confirm further. Someone's coming. Yi Hongyan's low shout rang in his mind. Footsteps came from not far away, accompanied by the sound of administrators talking. Silver Moon, I know you understand. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, especially Wang Dehua and that pig king. We humans have already started investigating. Don't worry, it won't be long before you're able to return to human form. The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they moved with lightning speed, using the clutter inside the shed as cover, and quickly left pig shed number 1. Instead of leaving, they followed their plan and sneaked into the number 3 pig shed behind it. The situation here is even more shocking. Most of the sows were lying listlessly, but Yang Wei immediately recognized the sow that was pacing anxiously in the pen with a noticeably swollen belly. Willow? When Lulu saw Yang Wei, she suddenly stopped. Unlike Inu, she didn't back down. Instead, she took a few steps forward and stared at Yang Wei through the railing with eyes full of complex emotions. Yi Hongyan suddenly pulled Yang Wei aside and transmitted her voice. Look behind its ears. Yang Wei stared intently and saw that behind Lulu's ear, there was a small patch of skin that was slightly different from the rest of her body, and its shape resembled part of an old scar. More importantly, as they approached, Lulu emitted rapid, groaning sounds that were a mixture of pain and warning. Next, beneath the railing where Lulu had repeatedly banged her head, the soft soil was scraped away, revealing a small object buried underneath. A damaged hair clip, covered in mud but still vaguely recognizable as a style commonly used by women. This thing could never have appeared on a sow. Lulu used her nose to forcefully push the hair clip outwards, while constantly turning her head to look towards the direction of the administrator's dormitory outside the shed, her eyes revealing deep fear. Is it afraid of the administrator? Yang Wei was shocked. Could the current administrator also be involved in this matter? The situation is more complicated than expected, and has a wider impact. Are you trying to get me to find your family using this hair clip? Yang Wei asked. Unexpectedly, Lulu nodded firmly, and 2 streams of tears fell down her cheeks. Yang Wei felt a pang of sadness. But the inner city is so big, it's really difficult to manage with just this hairpin. Lulu huffed and puffed as she dug at the ground, and soon, a line of words clearly appeared. Sector C, I am Lu Ruyan of the Lu family. As soon as the writing appeared, Lulu immediately erased it. Clearly, she didn't trust anyone in this pigsty. The only reason she trusted Yang Wei was because Yang Wei had killed that second-tier boar. Lu Ruyan? Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely investigate. Yang Wei muttered to himself, suddenly feeling dizzy. The Lu family is a very powerful clan. Let's go. Yi Hongyan decided immediately. Under the cover of shadows, the 2 figures left the pig farm at a speed far exceeding the perception of ordinary people, leaving no trace. Behind them, in pigpen number 3, Lulu stopped her restlessness and silently retreated to a corner, but the hairpin she had carefully hidden under her body already said too much. That evening, at home in apartment 488, building 13. Yang Wei cleaned the hairpin he had brought back from the pig farm. Although it was badly damaged, its exquisite craftsmanship and materials confirmed his suspicions. There is indeed a horrific chain here that systematically and on a large scale transforms human women into reproductive sows. Wang Dehua is merely a prominent link in this chain. What is the true mastermind behind this, the being known as the pig god, and what is its purpose? Is it merely to create more pigs? Yang Wei looked at the small piece of evidence in his palm, stained with humiliation and blood and tears, and felt extremely heavy-hearted. These silent witnesses may have once been human. I have to speed things up. He muttered to himself. The enemy's network was far more profound and dark than he had imagined. Found it. Lu Ruyan, 19 years old, direct descendant of the Lu family, S-grade metal talent. She was injured and bedridden 3 years ago during a training trip, but recovered half a year ago. She is currently a second-year student at the Martial God Academy in the inner city of District C. Yi Hongyan looked at the file that had been retrieved and was quite surprised. Yang Wei also asked, so, if this Lu Ruyan is alive and well, then who is Lulu from the pig farm? Or, if Lulu is Lu Ruyan, then who is this Lu Ruyan from the Martial God Academy? A strange beast? Yang Wei and Yi Hongyan exclaimed almost in unison. How is that possible? Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. If that's really the case, wouldn't it mean that many people among humanity today are very likely not human at all, or perhaps their souls aren't human, but strange beasts? Have you found the missing person? Yi Hongyan shook her head. No, most of the missing persons have already been confirmed dead. She handed over the documents, saying, "Look, including Wang Dehua, she's dead." Holy crap! Yang Wei was stunned. If all the missing persons have a place to go, then this matter becomes even more complicated. Yang Wei said. Take Lu Lu and Lu Ruyan for example, how do we prove it? Yi Hongyi nodded. Yes, human martial souls inherently include beast martial souls, and a martial soul is essentially a manifestation of the soul. As long as her physical body remains human, she is within the protection of the rules. Yang Wei was speechless. In other words, those who possess beast martial souls might all be exotic beasts. To put it more bluntly, humans are essentially beasts. That is to say, the only truly human beings might be those who lack martial arts aptitude, like him, Yang Wei. So, where do warriors come from? This may be the root of the problem, and is the war between humans and beastmen really just a war? Could this simply be a conflict between two completely different factions of power? This speculation was like a seed that quickly took root and sprouted in Yang Wei's mind. Even if he didn't think about it, it would still grow infinitely larger, like a little-known historical truth that, even if no one believed it, could not be ignored. Because the truth can be forgotten, distorted, but it can never be changed. Two factions of individuals with extreme powers diverged due to their different appearances, eventually joining forces to eliminate each other and passing on the theory that the other was inherently evil to future generations, thus establishing a generational goal of eliminating the other. This speculation sent chills down Yang Wei's spine. So, who is he? Or rather, what does he belong to? Is something on your mind? Yi Hongyin asked when she saw him remain silent. Yang Wei hummed in agreement, yes, but perhaps it's just my subjective conjecture, there's no evidence. He thought for a moment, then added, so what if they're human? So what if they're beast? There's only one thing we need to do right now, become stronger. Strong enough that neither humans nor beasts can pose a threat to us. What do you think? Yi Hongyin suddenly realized, my God, the strong are respected. As long as we are strong enough, humans or beasts will have to give way. Humans are not necessarily good people, and beasts are not necessarily evil people. But now that you mention it, it's quite possible. I once saw a method for soul swapping in an ancient book. Yang Wei was dumbfounded. You mean, maybe the body hasn't changed, but only the soul has been switched? Yi Hongyin pondered for a moment and nodded. Both possibilities exist, but the possibility of swapping souls is the highest. Even the possibility of turning a living person into a pig is too low. I'm afraid it's impossible with current technology and the methods of a martial god. It's unheard of and has no record. Yang Wei suddenly felt a chill run through his body. What kind of devilish method is this? It's absolutely outrageous. However, his current goal is clear, to become stronger. He needs more women and offspring. That afternoon, a series of operations were launched in quick succession. 1. Encrypted intelligence reporting. Yi Hongyin submitted the shocking discovery under the pig farm through a secret channel. 2. Accelerated planning for Yang City. With Yi Hongyin's strong promotion and resource allocation, the survey and preliminary cleanup work on the ruins of Yang City has been fully launched. 3. Internal screening initiated. Li Mingyuan, relying on the Research Institute and Security Department, began to conduct a low-key but strict background check on people who may have had contact with the pig farm and Wang Dehua. 4. Yang Wei's work schedule was adjusted, and the number of patients he received was further increased, with a focus on acquiring orders from high-end women and the resources and connections that came with them. 5. Increased surveillance and research on Ziyue, hoping to obtain more information about this predator from her. However, for several days, clues about Wang Dehua remained elusive. His death was confirmed, but his body was never found. It remained merely a guess. It was as if he had truly vanished into thin air. But Yang Wei had a hunch that this Wang Dehua was definitely not far away. He must be hiding in the shadows, closely monitoring everything. 1 week later, one evening, Yang Wei finished treating the 25th patient of the day and was leaning back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. Lin Kor walked in carrying a glass of warm water and said softly, "Still no progress?" Yang Wei opened his eyes and took the water glass. He was waiting, or he was also afraid. He was afraid of being discovered, afraid that the secret of the so-called pig god behind him would be exposed to the world. I'm terrified that I'm being targeted beforehand. This matter. We can't investigate any further. Yang Wei is certain. Chapter 37, Undercurrents of Order, Gentle Guidance. Just when Yang Wei felt utterly powerless, the official notification arrived as scheduled. Attention all residents applying for spousal matching. In accordance with the amended Wartime Population Promotion and Eugenics Act, the 369th round of targeted matching will begin tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Eligible residents are requested to check their personal terminals and the announcement screens in each district. City C Civil Affairs Bureau. The notification was concise, cold, and devoid of any emotion, just like always. Yang Wei's fingers tightened slightly as he held the terminal. This time, although he was no longer as bewildered and passive as he had been the first time, a mixture of anticipation and wariness still stirred within him. What was bound to happen has finally happened. What should we do? Lin Kaur looked at the government's notice, her mind equally complicated. We are ultimately just ants, and we can never escape the torrent of the matching mechanism. Didn't Honin say they had already applied? Yang Wei gripped the notification so tightly his fingers turned white. How could this happen? Have they made contact? Lin Kaur nodded. The second brother said that the application is one thing, the system is another, the procedures still need to be followed, ultimately, it all comes down to the system. It's the system again. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. If he were given one randomly, would he accept it or not? The question is, would he dare to refuse? This feeling of being at the mercy of fate was truly unbearable for Yang Wei, which made him even more convinced that he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. The following morning, the matching hall in the center of the low-tier area was bustling with people, even more so than before. Anxiety, anticipation, jealousy, scheming, all sorts of emotions mingled in the air, almost solidifying into a tangible form. The only difference is that today they not only have to collect the people matched by the system, but also collect last month's supplies. Yang Wei? That Yang Wei. The girl he matched with last time was really beautiful. I heard she's pregnant. Holy crap, it's true what they say, the person is weak but the waist is strong. Accompanied by Lin Kaur, Yang Wei walked through the crowded streets, inevitably hearing the surrounding chatter. His face remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. However, unlike his anxiety last time, this time he was just going through the motions and didn't care about the matching result. The only concern is whether the lurking predator forces will take this opportunity to extend their tentacles to his side. Yang Wei thought to himself, I've really been meddling in other people's business lately. I need to be more restrained in the future. Just as his thoughts were churning, the massive loudspeaker on the dome of the matching hall emitted a familiar, synthesized announcement. Yang Wei, resident of Building 13, Unit 488, has demonstrated outstanding performance in the first round of matching based on comprehensive evaluation, making an excellent contribution to the population development and stability of the war zone. He is hereby commended and his resources are doubled. You have been matched with 4 spouses in this round. Please proceed to waiting area number 3 for newlyweds to complete the formalities immediately. Even as the large screen scrolls, the broadcast voice remains cold and impersonal. The moment the sound fell, the entire low-end area was first deathly silent, then erupted into a deafening clamor. 4 digits. 4 digits at once? This is unprecedented in the history of the low-end zone. However, what happened next left everyone speechless, even making them wonder if there was a malfunction in the broadcasting system. The list of matched spouses is as follows. Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, Wang Xuanxi. Congratulations! May you work together to build a wonderful family and contribute to the prosperity of the war zone. The list was read aloud clearly, word by word. Each name is like a boulder thrown into an already boiling pot of oil. Yi Hongyin, a 10th tier martial emperor. Li Qingwan, 10th tier martial emperor. Zhao Wushang, peak 9th order martial emperor. Wang Xuanxi, mid-stage 9th order martial emperor. Each of these 4 names carry significant weight and background in Zone C. Especially Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan, they are genuine martial emperors. He was actually matched to the low-tier zone, and even matched with Yang Wei? And this was done through such a public and legally compliant procedure? Luck? Who believes that? Of course, this is nothing to the other people in the low-end area who have limited experience at most. They are shocked by the fact that he married 4 wives at once. But it's a different story for the upper echelons of Zone C. The news that the established conclusion that high-level martial arts practitioners cannot reproduce, or that their fertility is almost zero, has been broken has spread like wildfire. Check it out, check if this is true. Yang Wei, completely unaware of the situation, stood there with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, I see. He couldn't help but look back at Lin Kaur. So, when he was matched with her, was it also done in the same way, that someone had already secretly chosen her, and that the scrolling matchmaking screen was just a formality? In the deliberately decorated wedding room, Yang Wei felt that the matter was almost certain. However, at that time, I had not yet obtained the system, nor did I possess this physique. So, what are they rushing for? Handsome? Shaw, absolutely not. He was a sickly guy in his past life. However, it now seems that Lin Kor herself was kept in the dark about this matter. But what was the other party's purpose? Could it be related to his own background? Yang Wei seemed oblivious to the gasps, whispers, and even vicious curses around him at that moment. Only one thought occupied his mind. They could actually do this? For high-level martial arts practitioners were legally and reasonably delivered to him through a seemingly fair and just system. Lin Kor was equally incredulous. She tugged at Yang Wei's sleeve and whispered, how could they? Yang Wei raised his hand to stop her. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping across the crowd and finally landing on the entrance to the passage leading to the waiting area for newlyweds number 3. Let's go, he said to Lin Kor, his voice eerily calm. There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. The process doesn't matter, the result is what matters. After more than a month of hard work, the 4 of them have finally come to his side, and there will be more to come, as long as his plans are not disrupted. Yang Wei and Lin Kor walked through the envious, jealous, or indifferent gazes and entered the relatively quiet waiting area number 3. In stark contrast to the noise outside, this place was eerily quiet, just like when the two first met. Under the bright lights, 4 slender figures stood quietly. Yi Hongyin was still dressed in the same red dress, her expression aloof, but the moment her eyes met Yang Wei's, a complex light flashed across the depths of her eyes that only they could understand. She suddenly remembered that night when the 3 of them were together, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yi Hongyin didn't even dare to think about the days after that when they would be completely honest with each other. Aside from Li Qingwan, whose severed limbs have already regenerated. Yi Hongyin, Zhao Wushan, and Wang Xuanqi, 3 women with incomplete limbs, different temperaments, peerless beauty, and remarkable cultivation, were waiting there, chatting and laughing with each other. Second sister, your belly is already quite noticeable. Third sister, although yours isn't as obvious, it's still very high. How did you train? Li Qingwan blushed. Oh, 5th sister, 4th sister, do you believe me or not? I'll turn on you. Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushan's lips twitched. Wang Xuanqi said, come on, if it weren't for 2nd sister insisting on determining status based on cultivation level, you wouldn't even be the 3rd son. Zhao Wushan chimed in, exactly. Li Qingwan rolled her eyes. Oh, it seems some people have doubts about my abilities. No, they both said in unison. Since they both married the same man, but were well aware of the implications, their strength naturally became an insurmountable barrier between them. Besides, even Yi Hongyin has made it clear that Lin Kor is the eldest sister, so what else can they say? Clearly, she was the one who started this family with Yang Wei, while they were merely newcomers who had made no contribution to the family whatsoever. At least, that's how it seems right now. Shou, stop fooling around, my husband and older sister are here. Yi Hongyin stopped them, her voice calling out to her husband and older sister was not at all garbled. The group composed themselves, each with a different expression. Li Qingwan's eyes held a mixture of inquiry and caution. Zhao Wushan's expression was indifferent, as if it were none of her business. Wang Xuanqi, with a hint of curiosity and liveliness, sized up Yang Wei. Everything seemed to be proceeding strictly according to the matching process. Congratulations, Consultant Yang. Li Qingwan spoke first, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. I never imagined that we would become family in this way. Her wording was polite and appropriate, yet it precisely defined the essence of the incident. This is a transfer of power and interests. It seems that you have all made a great decision and put in a lot of effort. Even if you are going to marry a man like me who has no power or influence and is from a low-income area, the pressure on your families must be considerable. Since you are willing to give up so much for this, then how could I, Yang Wei, possibly betray the kindness of such a beauty? Nice to meet you, please excuse my rudeness. With a flick of his sleeve, Yang Wei sent 3 crystal-clear bottles flying toward Yi Hongyin, Zhao Wushan, and Wang Xuanqi. What is this? Yi Hongyin looked at the warm, jade-like bottle in her hand with great curiosity. She sniffed it and exclaimed, it actually contains a trace of the power of the Great Tao. The Great Tao wound repair fluid. Yang Wei said calmly. He didn't give me a whole bottle, but rather divided it into 100. Although they have known each other for so long and have a certain understanding of each other, Yang Wei feels that giving such things should be done gradually. He only wants the other party to taste the sweetness, not to achieve it all at once and then discard them after they have served their purpose. His strength at the mid-stage of the 6th rank is still too low. Yang Wei then took out a bright green bottle and handed it to Li Wanzhao, saying, "This is for you." Me, Li Qingwan said, though her Dao injury had healed, she was still pleasantly surprised. "I have one too? What is this?" "This is a trace of the power of the metal element?" "That's right." Yang Wei nodded. After the fusion, even if you're only at the early stage of Martial Emperor, your combat power will be significantly enhanced. The power of law that Yang Wei gave to Li Qingwan was also only a trace, not the complete power, but even so, it made her ecstatic, which shows how precious it was. He looked at Yi Hongyin. "Hongyin, don't worry. After you heal your injuries and your limbs regenerate, I will tailor a treatment specifically for you." In fact, at this moment, his heart was bleeding. He had saved up so much lifespan, and it was all squandered in an instant. Raising a wife was really too much of a drain on his life. Fortunately, he knew what it meant to guide and persuade patiently. I had already divided the purchased Great Dao Wound Repair liquid in Law Power into 4 parts, then into 8 parts, and then into 64 more parts, which would allow me to win the heart of a beauty without incurring a huge loss. Perfect. Then, what about ours? Wang Xuanqi, who was only at the early stage of Martial Emperor level 93, asked with envy. "Yang, no, husband, then, what about ours?" Even Zhao Wushang, who wasn't usually very talkative, pouted and said, "Exactly, aren't some people being a little too obviously biased?" Yang Wei's lips twitched, while Lin Kuo, standing to the side, crossed her arms and said, "Everyone, that's enough. Do you know what this is? The Great Dao Wound Repair Fluid, and the power of laws. Do you think it's as common as cabbage?" Although she didn't know how Yang Wei got these things, it was clear that they were extremely important to high-level martial artists. Since Yang Wei had already given them the gifts, she couldn't say much more. Instead, she took the opportunity to set some rules for the newcomers. "Big sister, you're right." Yi Hongyin put away the bottle and immediately agreed. "Thank you, husband." As he spoke, he tugged at Li Qingwan beside him, who then tugged at Zhao Wushang, who in turn tugged at Wang Xuanqi. At last, the 3 of them said in unison, "Thank you, husband. You guys are quite sensible." Lin Kuo said, "Second brother, how's the task I asked you to do going?" Yi Hongyin was slightly taken aback, but immediately realized, the application has been approved. Also, we have marital homes allocated within the inner city, but... The inner city? Lin Kuo's eyes lit up immediately. The capital? Yes, in fact, as a family, my husband and eldest sister can move in. Yi Hongyin said. No need for that. Lin Kuo refused on the spot. If she were to return to the place that had once driven her away, she would return in style and honor, not by relying on others. "Honey, what do you think?" she asked Yang Wei. Yang Wei thought for a moment. "I think this residential area is pretty good, at least for now." "So, where to go next?" Lin Kuo asked. Before Yang Wei could speak, Li Qingwan spoke first. "My younger brother has already arranged everything outside. Today's wedding banquet will be entirely covered by my Li family." "Wedding banquet?" they asked almost in unison. They were all surprised. Although the Li family was only a royal-level power, it was the only one in the entire sea area, no, in all the war zones, that the family would personally take charge of the wedding banquet for their daughter's marriage. This is enough to illustrate that the Li family's traditional values are completely different from those of many powerful clans. It should be noted that in order to marry Yang Wei, they almost broke ties with their families for more than 10 days. Yi Hongyin even gave up her position as head of the Yi family, as did Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi. Not only did the Li family not do that, but they also openly held a wedding banquet for their daughter who was marrying out of the family, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know. Interesting? Is it because Li Qingwan was the first martial emperor in the history of the Li family? Obviously not entirely. This is a concept, or rather, a far-sighted plan. Yang Wei was quite surprised to hear this. This Li Mingyuan and the Li family. That's impressive. Chapter 38. The Li family scheme. The grand formation probes the bottom line. Yang Wei's lips twitched. He knew that the Li family had far-reaching plans and wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to embarrass Li Qingwan. This is an open conspiracy. Even if he knew it, he had no choice but to jump in. People who play politics are truly terrifying. Inner city? For Zone C, the 365-story residential buildings in the outer city are like 360 impregnable fortresses, enclosing the entire 100,000-mile territory of the inner city. Coupled with the 300 zhang approximately 150 meters city wall outside the outer city, it is virtually indestructible. In reality, the 360 residential buildings are actually 360 chess pieces. It is said that once activated, they will cover the entire sea area, making it difficult for even a level 119 martial god to break through. The inner city of District C appears peaceful, but in reality, it is a place where power is divided and people are few and far between. It is a paradise that is difficult for people from the outer city to reach. For ordinary people, they can never leave the city in their entire lives. Only martial arts practitioners who can fly and escape can travel back and forth. Of course, there are no ordinary people here, because any ordinary person with mediocre talent will be sent to the outer city to fend for themselves, like Lin Kur, unless they have a special residence permit. Residence permit? This is undoubtedly an impossible task for ordinary people. However, it's only a matter of time before Yang Wei receives his residence permit, and he'll also receive a bonus. In fact, those with martial arts talent in the inner city are no better off. From a young age, they have to undergo the most rigorous training. Regardless of gender, they must marry and have children before reaching the 6th rank, and then go to the front lines to serve and fight. The only similarity is that for the past 30 years, marriage and childbirth have also been subject to the government's matching mechanism. However, for the well-informed people in the inner city, those who know better understand that the matching mechanism is just a facade. Here, people who are able to be together, get married, and have children are all in a state of free love. The difference is that you can even refuse someone you don't like, but the condition is that after refusing, you must immediately go to the front line to kill the enemy and make meritorious contributions in exchange for freedom. Such people are often martial arts geniuses who think highly of themselves. They look down on ordinary people, while those they like don't like them back. As a result, just like Yi Hongyin and the others, they lived a carefree life for 100 years, achieving great feats, only to find out when they wanted to get married and have children that they could no longer have children. Yi Hongyin and the others only regained their senses after being abandoned by the government and their families following their retirement due to injuries sustained from the Great Tao. Of course, this doesn't apply to everyone. Because for most people, the injuries they sustained during the Great Tao were limited to the Great Battle 6 months ago. For others, as long as they did not die, they could recuperate after being seriously injured, have their limbs regenerate, and then go back to the battlefield. People like Li Qingwan are extremely rare. Clearly, if the injury wasn't sustained on the front lines, then the Li family must have a formidable enemy. Otherwise, why didn't any martial god heal her after she had been injured for so long? This is very strange. Yang Wei and Lin Kur followed the 4 of them, speeding along the way. The rooftops of the houses they saw were all exposed with black gold arrays, like unfinished chessboards. After the rainstorm, the spirit stone fragments remaining in the grooves shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Yang Wei had no idea that those were the squares of a chess game. The car sped forward. A transparent tunnel pierced through the 300-foot city wall, like breaking through a layer of gel. Amidst the buzzing in our eardrums, the neon light suddenly exploded. We had arrived at the inner city. But the scenery ahead was completely different. Looking out, skyscrapers stretch as far as the eye can see. Yang Wei was surprised. Compared to the outer city, the inner city was a completely modern metropolis. If it weren't for the difference in style, he would have thought he had returned to Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. The wedding banquet arranged by the Li family was held at Chengyu Pavilion, one of the most luxurious venues in the southern part of the inner city. With its flying eaves and brackets, shrouded in ethereal mist, the guests who come and go are all people of profound character and noble attire. When Yang Wei and his entourage arrived, the banquet hall was already bustling with activity. But the moment they stepped into the venue, the previous noise seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, suddenly dropping several decibels. Countless gazes, some bright and some dim, focused on him. Surprise, scrutiny, calculation, and even hostile gazes intertwined to form an invisible net. The focus was not on the groom, Yang Wei, but on the 4 stunning women beside him, especially Yi Hongyin and Li Wanzhao, both martial emperors. Many people who had originally attended the banquet only out of respect for the Li family now had changed their expressions. They had only heard rumors that the Li family's daughter was getting married, but they never expected that another martial emperor, Yi Hongyin, would also be marrying down with her, along with 2 powerful 9th-level martial emperors. This lineup, how is it a marriage down? This is clearly a long-planned and terrifyingly powerful alliance. Yang Wei could clearly sense the change in the meaning in those gazes from initial disdain and curiosity to solemnity and apprehension. Ha ha ha. Advisor Yang. I've long admired your name. Meeting you today, I can confirm you are indeed a young talent with extraordinary bearing. A hearty laugh rang out, and a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe, with a refined face and a glint of shrewdness in his eyes strode in. His aura was powerful and profound, clearly indicating that he was also a martial emperor-level expert. He is Li Qingwan's father, the current head of the Li family, Li Haoran. His entrance exuded an aura of authority, instantly making him the center of attention. But he walked towards Yang Wei instead. Senior Li, Yang Wei bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. "Hey! What are you calling me, senior?" Li Haoran warmly shook Yang Wei's hand, making sure everyone around could hear him clearly. "Now that you've married a daughter of the Li family, we're family." He raised his hand and patted Yang Wei on the back, making a crisp snap sound that caused ripples to appear on a nearby glass. "My dear son-in-law, there's no need for such formalities." His address of son-in-law was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake. This is not only an acknowledgement of Yang Wei's identity, but also a public endorsement of the entire Yang family as a newly emerging power group. "Father-in-law," Yang Wei readily agreed and changed his address. In an instant, most of the subtle hostility around them dissipated, replaced by a deeper exploration and weighing of options. Li Haoran's gaze swept over Lin Kuo, Yi Hanin, and others behind Yang Wei. Especially Yi Hanin's slightly protruding belly and Lin Kuo's undisguised dominant posture made everyone realize that this was not a simple marriage alliance. It was a brand new interest group with Yang Wei at its core officially stepping onto the stage of Zone C. Good. Good. Li Haoran nodded repeatedly, then looked around the room and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the auspicious day of my daughter Qingwan's wedding to her husband Yang Wei, as well as General Yi, Miss Xiao, and Miss Wang. We are honored to have you all grace us with your presence." He raised his glass. "On this auspicious occasion, I have another matter to announce. My Li family will do everything in its power to support my son-in-law Yang Wei and my daughters in building Yangcheng together." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Yangcheng? Isn't that an abandoned city? I heard someone recently applied to move into Yangcheng. Could it be the Li family's daughter? She's a veteran prodigy who, despite suffering a major injury, still managed to break through to the martial emperor realm. It's just a pity, it's crippled. The crowd scrutinized the four brides with various suspicions. Despite their disabilities, no one dared to underestimate them, as no one knew when they might suddenly recover completely. What people don't know is that beneath Li Qingwan's wedding dress, her missing left leg was not formed from condensed internal energy, but had already been fully restored. If the previous marriage alliance was surprising, then the Li family's statement at this moment is utterly shocking. Give it your all. This means that the Li family will mobilize its wealth, connections, and technological resources accumulated over hundreds of years and invest them in the reconstruction of this abandoned city regardless of cost. This is not just a dowry, it's a huge gamble. They are betting on the future of Yang Wei and the life alliance he represents. Yang Wei was shocked. He hadn't expected the Li family to be so determined and to offer such unwavering support. This is certainly a good thing, but it also puts him and his future Yangcheng in the spotlight. Furthermore, Li Haoran looked at Yang Wei, his tone becoming serious, then. "We've also made new progress regarding that senior Su matter. After repeated requests from the family elders and a detailed explanation of the future benefits, she has tentatively agreed to make contact with us." Another bombshell. Su Juani. That former commander of District C? If she could join, even if it's just nominal support, it would bring about earth-shattering changes. Yang Wei met Li Haoran's gaze and saw the sincerity and expectation in it, as well as the ulterior motives hidden behind it. The Li family is truly terrifying. He had no reason to refuse. He didn't dare refuse, to be precise, he didn't even have the right to refuse. Without relying on these powerful forces, he is nothing. Moreover, this was originally the most important part of his plan, and the other party had precisely recognized this. This is a timely help. Of course, besides this, the Li family had deeper considerations for doing this, as did the Lin family, the Yang family. Perhaps, for Yang Wei, his origins are already a mystery, but for these powerful forces, it would be too easy to find out someone's background, even if he was sent to a foster home right after birth. Moreover, Lin Kuo's identity is not a secret at all. As a royal-level power, the Lin family, a god-level power, has no chance of currying favor with them, but currying favor with a princess abandoned by a god-level power is a piece of cake. Although a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, it is still a phoenix. This is a direct descendant. If Yang Wei can ride this fallen phoenix into the sky, they wouldn't mind being the east wind that propels him soaring to the heavens. At that time, even if the Lin family doesn't give them a second glance, they won't harbor any hostility towards them. In this way, the Li family can also enjoy long-term peace and stability. Of course, if Yang Wei knew how deep the Li family's schemes were, he would probably be even more wary. Thank you, father-in-law. Yang Wei bowed deeply. Yang Wei will certainly live up to your expectations and build Yangcheng into a place that can protect us, and even. What he meant was, a solid fortress that even influences the entire theater of operations. But he ultimately swallowed those words. He knew his place. I also know that there are some things I can't say right now. Despite their polite manner, he knew perfectly well that in their eyes, he, Yang Wei, was nothing more than a stud pig that could be crushed at any moment. Even though the 4 women have now married him, this mindset will likely persist for a long time until he becomes truly powerful and intimidating. Even borrowing someone else's power needs to be done in moderation. Otherwise, that would be courting death. The atmosphere at the wedding banquet reached its climax. But beneath the enthusiastic surface, the undercurrents never ceased. Yang Wei knew very well that the Li family's support wouldn't be a free lunch. What they valued was his ability to heal the wounds of the Great Tao, and the long-term benefits he could bring to the Li family, including but not limited to offspring. This is an exchange, but it is undoubtedly the help he needs most right now. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Haoran led Yang Wei to a quiet side room. Several core elders of the Li family were already waiting here. Son-in-law, please sit down, Li Haoran gestured, his expression more serious than when he was outside. Let's skip the pleasantries. He got straight to the point. The Li family will handle all the construction of Yangcheng, from blueprints and materials to basic construction. What you need to do is come up with a concrete and feasible overall plan, especially the design of the core defense matrix. He stared intently at Yang Wei. We know you have some special knowledge or access. To defend against potential threats, conventional city defenses are insufficient. We need a permanent defensive array that at least meets the standards of an inner city, and even surpasses them in some aspects. This is the foundation of the city's development, and the key to attracting more people to join in the future. There are only 3 city protecting formations in the entire sea area, all of which were crafted by the former martial god. The Li family has no ability to replicate them and can do nothing to help. Yang Wei wore a smile, but in reality, he was already wary. He knew the Li family was testing him, but he had no better option. It was a trap that had been laid long ago, and he was clearly already deeply trapped in it. This was something he hadn't expected before. It was very sudden. Now, he either says he has it or he doesn't. The former is bound to confirm that he has a secret, and he will probably face even greater difficulties in the future. But if they say they don't, it confirms that their decision to settle in Yangcheng has ulterior motives. The Li family would then immediately raise the question, without a city protecting formation, how can Yangcheng's security be guaranteed? Although Li Qingwan and Yi Hongyin are both martial emperors, they are very strong, but not enough to suppress any region. Which family would be willing to send their daughter to a place without a protective formation? The Li family is also giving him a warning. City protecting formation? This is something that even a royal-level power like the Li family doesn't have, let alone him. Who is Yang Wei? He knows perfectly well that he is just a powerless and insignificant nobody. Just as Yang Wei suspected, the reason the Li family asked that question was a blatant test. To test whether his existence is related to the Yang family, a top-tier power. Yang Wei was completely unaware of this, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. But, can he trust the Li family? No, he, Yang Wei, is independent of the world and can't trust anyone. But since the Li family wants profit, it doesn't seem right that he can't offer anything. At the very least, he couldn't let the Li family see that he was full of enthusiasm but completely unprepared. So he pondered for a moment. System, retrieve the blueprints for the Eternal Bulwark City Core Defense Matrix simplified version and make localized adaptation modifications to estimate the required resources. Command received. Retrieve from database. The Eternal Bulwark Matrix simplified version applicable to planetary civilizations has been retrieved. Environment parameter adaptation in progress. Resource list generation in progress. An astonishingly detailed list in 3-dimensional structural diagrams began to form in his mind. He raised his head, looking at Li Haoran and the Li family elders present, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Regarding the defense matrix, I happen to have a preliminary plan here. Upon hearing this, the Li family's senior executives exchanged bewildered glances. They all seemed to be saying, as expected, it's the Yang family. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. Five beauties share the same bed, yet dreams are restless. Oh? My son-in-law already has a plan? Li Haoran's smile remained unchanged, but a subtle glint flashed deep in his eyes. His tone was calm, yet carried just the right amount of curiosity. The other elders of the Li family also turned their attention to the matter, their gazes filled with scrutiny, assessment, and a sense of knowing as expected. They don't need to see the complete blueprints. Doing so would seem too deliberate. So, confirming that Yang Wei possesses the device and has a certain understanding of its principles is sufficient. This suggests that there is indeed a force behind Yang Wei that they cannot reach for the time being, perhaps the mysterious Yang family, or something else entirely. In short, he is not a rootless duckweed, which is the fundamental reason why the Li family dared to take the gamble. Not bad, not bad. Li Haoran clapped his hands and laughed. In that case, let Wan Zhao and the elder in charge of the project handle the specific details with you. He stood up, signifying the end of this crucial meeting. It's getting late, so you should rest at your lodgings tonight. Everything is ready there. He gave Yang Wei a meaningful look, then glanced at the five women with distinct personalities outside the door, and chuckled. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so we old folks won't take up your time, young people. The wedding banquet ended in an atmosphere that was outwardly warm but inwardly filled with hidden agendas. Yang Wei was somewhat disappointed. He hadn't received any news about Su Juani by the end of the banquet, which meant that the Li family, with their influence, simply couldn't invite this powerful figure. It seems we'll have to find another way to get this prey to come to us. The aircraft swept past the military outpost, its searchlights casting a bright white light across its wings, as if performing an invisible surgery on everyone in the cabin, leaving no room for their secrets to hide. Li Qingwan's residence in the inner city was not a mansion in the traditional sense, but a secluded courtyard deep within the South City military region compound. Security is tight here, and privacy is excellent. By the time the aircraft landed smoothly in front of the courtyard gate, night had fallen. As everyone stepped into the brightly lit living room, it appeared spacious and elegant compared to the cozy and compact residences in the outer city, but it also lacked a bit of the warmth and liveliness of everyday life. In front of and behind the house, the orderly maple leaves are as red as fire. When the autumn wind sweeps by, the maple leaves fall in a flurry, just like a fairy scattering flowers. Wow, second brother, your place is really unique. Lin Kur, as the eldest sister, was ultimately too young, and for a moment she looked up and embraced the falling leaves. She remembered the courtyard where she used to live in her family home, which was 10,000 times larger than Li Qingwan's place, and was filled with falling flowers and leaves all year round, like a fairyland. Although her parents were not often seen, her older sister and brother often took her out to play and make her happy. It wasn't until the end that she realized that it wasn't that they loved her so much, but that they had known all along that she, their younger sister who had no talent for martial arts, was destined to leave home. Returning to the capital now, though it's no longer my own family's courtyard, I feel a pang of sorrow, as if I'm walking the path I once walked, a path I can't bear to look back on, a path I've traversed to the ends of the earth. What's wrong, big sister? Yi Hongyin looked at the girl with red eyes and was at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Yang Wei and the others followed. It's nothing, just that the sight of this place brought back some memories. Lin Kur said. That's what she said, but her hands, clenched in her pockets, were already white with tension. Deep down, her heart was filled with a burning desire to become stronger. Everyone fell silent. For these four women, what others saw was a fallen angel, but what they experienced was stepping on their former pride and then learning how to be an ordinary woman, bearing and raising children. All of this seems to confirm the saying, what you can't get and what you lose is always the best. In conclusion, no matter what social class you belong to, you will always experience endless hardships and bitterness. Ordinary people envy martial arts practitioners who can fly and escape, while ordinary martial arts practitioners envy the supreme martial emperors and martial gods. Only martial emperors and martial gods know that the stability of ordinary people is what they seek in their entire lives. Whether they are ordinary people or high-ranking officials. Ultimately, all you need is one person's heart and 3 meals a day. Third brother, the yard is nice. After a brief silence, Lin Kur broke the quiet first, letting out a long sigh. Today is your big day, so smile, ha. She laughed heartily as she entered the courtyard, instantly banishing all worries from the 4 brides who had lived for hundreds of years behind her. Yes. Today is their big day, they should be smiling. Ha, big sister, here we come. Wan Xuanqi took the lead and followed closely behind Zhao Wushang. Only Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan remained by Yang Wei's side. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. I feel like this family wouldn't be able to function properly without the eldest sister. Yi Hongyin commented. Li Qingwan's lips curled up. Yes, 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 my husband and I have become mere background figures. Yang Wei's lips twitched. It seems this family is settled. So be it, he'll be the backdrop. As a color adjuster, he knows how to help them forget the past and live happier lives again. Phew, it's finally over. Dealing with these people was more tiring than fighting. Yang Wei said. Yi Hongyin, unusually, shed some of her aloofness and rubbed her temples. This can be considered an escape from the pressure from my father and the objections within the family. She held Yang Wei's hand, looking at the 4 people in front of her. Now, living this ordinary life with the 4 of them, and you, is quite nice. The bright red double happiness character comes into view, and the newly decorated room is filled with joy. It must be said that the Li family was very thoughtful. Li Qingwan poured a glass of water and handed it to Yang Wei and Yi Hongyin, then said, on the surface, things have calmed down, but secretly, countless people are watching us, watching Yangchang, this fat piece of meat that is about to be developed. Zhao Wushang silently walked to the window and checked the outside environment, a habit she had developed during her many years of military service. Wang Xuanqi curiously touched and looked around, finally fixing her gaze on the long table in the restaurant, large enough to seat more than 10 people, and blinked. Third sister, you've really thought of everything. With such a big table, if a few more sisters come, we can definitely play cards with 3 people and mahjong with 4. With so many people, it's going to be quite lively from now on. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes suddenly drifted towards Yang Wei. Yang Wei suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. Everyone's tired, why don't we get some rest? Rest? Lin Kor sat up straight, looking at him with a half smile. Honey, tonight is your real wedding night, what are the plans? Her question was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? Yi Hongyin slapped her forehead. From now on, there really won't be any secrets left. Big sister, you're right. Li Qingwan crossed her arms and waited patiently for Yang Wei's reply. Zhao Wushang turned around, and although she did not speak, her eyes also carried the same question. As women of great influence, they had already received guidance from elders on this matter before they left. The details are enough to make your scalp crawl. However, knowledge gained from books alone is ultimately superficial. The situation was now very tense, and all 3 of them were sweating profusely. They felt that their 400 or 500 years of living a life detached from worldly affairs had been in vain. Yang Wei felt like he was on a hot plate. He glanced at the 5 women before him, Lin Kor's generosity and straightforwardness, Yi Hongyin's cold exterior but warm heart, Li Qingwan's heroic spirit, Zhao Wushang's reserved composure, and Wang Xuanqi's lively and agile nature. This is hardly the blessing of having multiple wives. This is like being struck by lightning. Oh well, isn't this what he's always wanted? Since he's here, he might as well make the best of it, Yang Wei comforted himself. While he was sweating slightly, and tentatively said, I see there are quite a few rooms here at Qingwan. Yes, there are quite a lot of rooms. Lin Kor nodded, then began counting on her fingers. I'm the eldest, Hongyin is the second, Qingwan is the third, Wushang is the fourth, and Xuanqi is the fifth. As you count them, the meaning changes. Lin Kor drawled, I checked carefully, there are enough rooms, there's a karaoke room, a bar, a hot spring, and a king-size bed that Lao San specially prepared. Li Qingwan was so embarrassed that she scratched her toes. What did I do? Oh, are you shy? The night is long. Lin Kor drawled, her eyes sweeping over Yang Wei and the other sisters before finally settling on Yang Wei's slightly embarrassed face. So, she concluded, tonight, are we going to level up or play cards? There has to be a plan, right? Her words directly transformed what should have been a romantic wedding night into a team-building activity. I can make tea. Wang Xuanqi didn't understand anything, or rather, he understood but pretended not to understand and immediately raised his hand, trying to find a safe job. Then, I'll go make some late-night snacks? Zhao Wushang hesitated for a moment before speaking, trying to ease the strange and tense atmosphere. Here we go again, I think. Yang Wei immediately understood. He took a deep breath, feeling that this was even more difficult to handle than facing 1,000 troops. Looking at Lin Kor and Yi Hongyin, who seemed to have ill intentions the whole time, he felt a chill run down his spine. These idiots were up to something. This happy trouble came a little too suddenly. It seems that tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 40, Blue and White Porcelain is Fragile, Earth's Melody. The night wind swept over the high walls of the military district, stirring up waves of red maple leaves. A cool, herbal scent wafts over, more invigorating and safer than a hot spring. Yang Wei stepped down the gangway and turned to signal. 5 figures emerged, one after another, one in fiery red, the other in snow-white robes, their embroidered brocade robes gleaming softly in the moonlight. There is no sulfur, no steam, only a rooftop terrace surrounded by maple trees, with white stone railings forming a natural meeting place. The stone table was already set up, and a small stove was bubbling away, brewing maple dew tea. The mist was clean and white, like a soft focus filter added to the night. "Welcome home," Li Qingwan said softly. "The rooftop offers a great view, perfect for a welcome tea party." She deliberately pronounced the words tea talk clearly, replacing some more dangerous words. Yang Wei gave him a grateful look. The hot spring suggestion was nipped in the bud, but the sense of ceremony could not be omitted. The firelight illuminated everyone's profiles. The wind was a bit chilly. Lin Kur was the first to pull over a fur shawl, wrapping herself up like a white fox, and then casually draped one over Wang Xuanqi next to her as well. "Grab the equipment first, then we can talk about feelings." She laughed heartily, but couldn't hide the slight trembling of her fingertips. The winds of the capital city stirred up some of her old memories. Yang Wei cleared his throat and set the tone. Home is a place where feelings matter more than logic, but it also needs boundaries. "I'll get straight to the point." He raised his hand, pointing to Lin Kur beside him. "Kur is the mistress of the house, with unwavering power both internally and externally. The 4 of you will each manage a specific area. Hongyin will oversee military affairs, Qingwan will manage resources, Wushang will be in charge of intelligence, and Xuanqi will assist in internal affairs. Clear division of labor, and a shared goal." After saying this, he raised his teacup. "Let's drink tea instead of wine, bottoms up as a sign of respect." The porcelain cups clinked lightly, making a tinkling sound, like an invisible official seal being stamped on the new group. The fire crackled in the stove, and the aroma of tea filled the air. Yang Wei put down his cup. The second activity: sharing feelings. "Who wants to go first?" Lin Kur tossed her shawl behind her neck and raised her hand. "Me. I have 4 pretty girls with me today. Shopping, tea, even fighting. I'll have company." "Awesome." She swallowed the words "free bodyguard" back down, replacing them with a polite smile. Yi Hongyin held the cup, her fingertips tracing the porcelain surface. I'm fine." She remained concise, but added, "The breeze is very pleasant." The moonlight made the tips of her ears turn slightly red, like a warm color being applied to ice jade. Li Qingwan looked up, the lamplight reflecting in her pupils. "Complex. I never imagined I'd share my husband with someone else, but..." She turned her head to look at the night sky. "I never imagined I'd be standing in the capital's winds again." He spoke softly, with a hint of self-deprecation from a former prodigy and a touch of relief at being reborn. Zhao Wushang leaned against the railing, her back straight. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it." These 8 characters, like a summary of a military career, are concise and powerful. Wang Xuanqi sniffed. "I thought it would be awkward, but it turned out to be quite interesting." She stole a glance at Yang Wei, then quickly lowered her head, like a child afraid of being caught stealing candy. After the round of speeches, everyone unconsciously looked at Yang Wei. He shrugged. "My feelings? Relief. I'm glad the wind is strong enough to blow away all the nonsense, and I'm also glad you're all strong enough that I don't need to explain further." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a wisp of night mist, drawn by spiritual power, drifted from the maple forest, swirling around the table, like tying a transparent ribbon around everyone. The boundaries were soft, yet it truly existed. As the fog dissipated, Lin Kur suddenly clapped her hands. The third item of the ceremony, drawing lots for room assignments, no, serving tea. She magically produced 5 jade tokens. The room number is on the back of each token. Whoever draws it gets it. It's fair and transparent. No one mentioned the double room, no one mentioned staying overnight, but the atmosphere still quietly heated up. Yang Wei's lips twitched. What's meant to happen will happen, just in a more civilized way. Deep in the maple forest, the winds suddenly carried the smell of rust. Yi Hongyin tucked the tea tray into her arms. "Let's postpone the room assignments. Let's go to karaoke first. Someone once said he likes to sing." Yang Wei's lips twitched. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 5 people. His tone remained calm, but now carried an undeniable firmness. "It seems someone doesn't want us to have a good night's sleep tonight." Under the moonlight, 6 long shadows stretched into the brightly lit room. There, the tea stove was still burning, the aroma of tea still warm, but the screen had already quietly changed. Yang Wei sat next to the piano, slightly raised his head, and pointed it at the microphone. His knuckles had unintentionally turned white. The first note of the piano fell like a raindrop landing on an old umbrella. Colorful light spots swept across his face, like old neon lights flowing outside the glass curtain wall. In that instant, he smelled a non-existent gasoline odor in the rainy night and heard the static from the car radio. This station is now issuing a yellow alert for heavy rain. Those going out are advised to take precautions. The sound was as distant as if it were from another universe. He recalled his last karaoke session before his time travel. The girl from the next department sang Twilight off key, and he laughed and egged her on. As the event ended, a short-haired intern who was sheltering from the rain at the entrance turned around and waved to him. The umbrella wasn't held properly, and raindrops streamed down my eyelashes. He had intended to give them a ride that day, but he received a call from a client and had no choice but to turn around and rush into the rain. And then, there was no more. The earth, the city, and unspoken affections are all left in an endless downpour. The rotating light sphere lit up again, and the cold light from the otherworldly crystal shone on my face. Yang Wei's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he swallowed the sudden surge of bitterness along with the prelude. There are 5 people waiting for him to speak. It has offspring to support its ancestors, a protective city formation, and the unbuilt Yan City. And that world. Perhaps there isn't even a tombstone. Fingers tap on the piano, only 4 beats remain in the prelude. He looked up, a slight smile curving his lips, as if he were weaving his longing into a melody. Then he spoke softly. March has passed, and willow catkins are scattered. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Regret is beyond words, and a sudden realization sent a shiver down my spine. When one song ended, he changed to another. Blue and white porcelain is fragile, yet it should still be held tenderly in one's arms. Your beauty, like a wisp of smoke, drifts to a place I cannot reach. After all of autumn, the sorrow hasn't lessened at all. In the world of emotions, hurt is inevitable. No matter how beautiful the sunset, night will eventually fall. I still remember the tears that streamed from your eyes, heartbroken. Amidst the chaos, there was a strange, burning sensation, as if those tears were searing me. Love enters eternal night. Memories flashed through her mind along with the lyrics, and her voice naturally dropped a beat from its usual low. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, and the 5 women held their breath simultaneously. They couldn't hear the parallel world mentioned in the lyrics. Yet one can hear a trace of regret, worn down by time, a regret that can never be relived. The lamplight continued to rotate. It's like drawing a transparent yet insurmountable curtain between 2 worlds. The melody is like an invisible thread, gently binding everyone's heart. Yi Hongyin was the first to be moved. She was a warrior on the battlefield, accustomed to blood and fire, but the phrase fragile, yet still held tenderly in one's arms, suddenly reminded her of how her shattered left arm had been trampled underfoot by the enemy, yet she had desperately protected the corpse of her comrade in her arms. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she lowered her head, hiding her slightly trembling left hand in her sleeve, as if hiding a past that could never be pieced back together. Li Qingwan gripped the railing tightly. She recalled that rainy night when her limb had just healed, and she was hiding alone in her tent, clutching the porcelain jar containing her prosthetic leg. The jar was cold, but it bore the 4 large, gold-embossed characters Federal Reconstruction. It turns out that some people sang fragile with more emphasis than Reconstruction. For the first time, she felt that she was not a piece of porcelain that had been shattered, but a piece of blue and white porcelain that had been carefully held in the palm of her hand. Zhao Wusheng took a deep breath silently. She recognized the phrase, the place she could never go. In the lyrics it referred to the graves of her comrades deep in the front lines, places she would never have the chance to return to. She put her hands behind her back, quietly clenched them, then released them, as if releasing a knife that could never be drawn. Wang Xuanqi stared blankly at the man in front of the piano, then suddenly lowered her head and touched the jade flute at her waist. It was a gift from her father when she came of age, and it had been cracked during the great battle. She suddenly wanted to tuck the broken flute into her bosom, as if to embrace her former innocence. When I looked up again, I realized. His songs are so melancholic? But he had never heard any of these songs. A flash of determination crossed her eyes. She would go back and find a craftsman to mend it with gold leaf. Even if it's broken, it should be broken beautifully. Lin Kuo sat on a high stool with her knees drawn up to her chest, burying her chin in her shawl. She remembered the only thing her mother gave her on the day she left home, a small blue and white porcelain earring. If you can't wear a battle helmet, then wear this. Now, that earring is long gone, lost somewhere along the escape route, but the song brought it back to her ears, making her eyes burn with emotion. She secretly blinked back her tears, but silently prayed in her heart. When I return to the Lin family, I will wear a battle robe with blue and white embroidery, so that everyone can see that even broken porcelain can be fired back to its original color. She recalled that afternoon when she wanted to dismantle Yang Wei's parts. Later, she cried her heart out, half out of resentment at falling to the bottom, and half out of helplessness at having to bravely live on despite knowing the resentment. So, he remembered everything. Gradually, her vision blurred, but she mumbled, "I still remember the tears that streamed from your eyes, heartbroken, and in the chaos, there was a burning sensation from those hot tears. You sang so well, sob sob." As the song ended, the private room fell silent, with only the mechanical sound of the disco ball slowly rotating. 5 people, 10 emotions, all gently pierced and quietly mended by the phrase "a place we can't go" at the same moment. Yang Wei put down the microphone, turned his back, and wiped the water from his cheeks. He didn't explain the lyrics, nor did he need to. Because in the melody, they heard his unspeakable hometown, and they also heard their own broken yet yearning to be whole soul. Outside the window, the red maple leaves fall silently, like a belated farewell falling simultaneously for 2 worlds. The private room was so quiet that you could hear the click of the disco ball spinning. Yang Wei put the microphone back on its stand, turned his back to the crowd, and took a deep breath. He was about to speak to ease the tension when he realized. Yi Hongyin walked straight to the piano, placed a small storage pouch on the lid, and said in a low, husky voice, "Inside are the shards of porcelain I picked up during my first performance. I've never been able to bear throwing them away. Now, I'm giving them to you." After speaking, she took a half step back, crossed her arms, and looked up at the ceiling where the rotating colored lights were reflected, like a rain that would never stop. "From now on, call me when you sing. I can harmonize with you." The iron-blooded female warrior takes the initiative to join someone else's rhythm for the first time. Li Qingwan picked up the teapot, but no water could be poured out. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and the spout of the teapot lightly touched the rim of the cup, making a tinkling sound, like adding an accompaniment to the lyrics. "Yang Wei," she called him by his name for the first time, instead of husband or consultant Yang, "the rooftop terrace is missing a corner of the railing. I'll have someone replace it tomorrow." She paused, then added, "I'll change to a blue and white porcelain balustrade. The crackled kind. It'll look nice, and it'll remind me, porcelain is meant to be held, not worshipped." She turned her face to the side, the light concealing her slightly reddened eyes. Zhao Wushang took the short dagger that she never parted from her waist, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of Yang Wei. "The scabbard is cracked, and we can't find a suitable craftsman." The voice was soft, but the meaning was profound. "If you can repair blue and white porcelain, please also help me refine this knife. From now on, my knife and my life are in your hands to tune." Wang Xuanqi burst into laughter through her tears. She raised the jade flute, and the crack in the flute's body looked like a lightning bolt under the lamplight. "I asked a craftsman to mend it with gold leaf, but I'm missing a pattern." She waved her flute at Yang Wei, "Write me a song in this tune." Sister Kur said she's never heard this song before, and neither have we. It should be an original song. Actually. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, yet a smile had already crept onto her lips. A woman's emotions have always shifted with remarkable composure. Lin Kur hid her tears behind her laughter and scolding. She slammed the tea tray down on the table and deliberately spoke loudly, "Stop being so pretentious." After saying that, she turned her back and quietly slipped a blue and white porcelain earring into Yang Wei's palm. It was the only item her mother had left her, which she had taken from the bottom of her storage bag when no one was looking. "Keep this safe for me. I want to wear it when I return to the Lin family." Her voice lowered, "I also want you to come with me, wearing these songs, to tell them that even broken porcelain can be fired with the color of fire." After saying that, she raised her hand to wipe her face, turned around and clapped her hands at everyone. The ceremony continues. Room allocation by lot. No, tea ceremony. This time, however, her fingertips did not tremble. A jade dagger, a porcelain shard, a cracked flute, a tea tray with a missing corner, and a broken chain earring. 5 damaged items are arranged one after another on the piano lid, like a small broken museum. Yang Wei looked at them, then suddenly smiled, a nasal tone in his voice, "All right, I'll keep them. Once the protective formation of Yangcheng is completed, I'll write 2 songs for you, one called A Single Thread Connecting Us, and the other complete." He raised his hand, and 5 strands of spiritual energy flew out, each binding one of the 5 damaged items. With a flash of light, they were stored in his storage ring. "The broken porcelain is mine, but the thread connecting us and the whole piece are yours." The red maple leaves drifted past the window at that very moment. A leaf falls between the black and white keys of a piano, like a natural rest. The light bulb stops rotating, and the lights in the private room automatically adjust to a soft, warm amber color system default, the song has ended, and heart-to-heart talk mode has begun. Outside the window, the rusty smell of the night wind gradually dissipated, and the fragrance of grass and trees filled the air again. No one is bringing up the past for now, but everyone knows the truth in their hearts. From this moment on, they truly shared the same secret, the same regret, and the same path they were about to walk. Yang Wei raised the now cold maple dew tea and gestured slightly to the 5 people. Let's go back and draw lots. No, assign rooms. The 5 people lightly clinked their teacups together, producing a crisp sound. Go back to the big bedroom. The 6 shadows overlapped, like an unglazed porcelain blank, waiting for the fire to carve out a new shape. Chapter 41, Husband valued at 20 billion, sisters crowdfund to marry him. Morning light filters through the gaps in the maple leaves. The long table in the restaurant was dappled with light and shadow. The air still carried the faint aroma of tea from last night, as well as a more intangible yet real warmth called understanding. When Yang Wei entered the restaurant, this was the scene he saw. Lin Kur was deftly dividing the fried eggs and bacon into 6 plates, humming an off-key melody that vaguely resembled the tune of Blue and White Porcelain. She was dressed in a neat loungewear outfit today, her long hair simply tied up, and her eyes and brows were unusually bright. Yi Hongyin sat quietly by the window, the morning light outlining the contours of her profile. The teacup in front of her was steaming, and the cuff of her left sleeve was rolled up slightly, revealing smooth skin on her wrist. There was once a hideous scar there, the result of her careful treatment with the newly acquired Great Dao wound-repairing liquid after last night. The changes are subtle, but her overall demeanor seemed to have softened a bit. Li Qingwan was rapidly processing information on her personal terminal, her brows slightly furrowed, but her gaze softened occasionally when she looked up at Lin Kur, who was busy in the kitchen, and Wang Xuanqi, who was helping to set the table. Her slender fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard, and inquiries and evaluations about building materials, construction teams, and energy cores flowed by. Zhao Wushang stood in front of a full-length mirror in the corner, carefully adjusting her well-tailored, dark casual clothes that allowed for easy movement. Her movements were meticulous, as if she were heading not to her own restaurant, but to a mission requiring high alert. Only her eyes, reflected in the mirror, lacked their usual coldness, instead displaying a focused calm. Wang Xuanqi, like a busy little butterfly, flitted between the kitchen and the dining room, setting out the dishes and chopsticks. She then leaned over to Li Qingwan and curiously glanced at the screen, only to be lightly patted on the back of her hand by Li Qingwan before sticking out her tongue and running away. As soon as Yang Wei entered, all of them turned their gazes toward him. There was none of the tension, probing, or hidden sorrow of last night. Instead, there was a more natural and tacit understanding after the hearts had been soothed. You're awake? Perfect timing, let's eat. Lin Kur placed the last plate of breakfast on the main seat, her tone as casual as if she had been living like this for a long time. Good morning, Yi Hongyin greeted softly. Good morning, husband. Li Qingwan put down the terminal and smiled. Zhao Wushang turned around and said succinctly, we have checked and found no unusual energy fluctuations or suspicious surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius of the courtyard. It's safe. Wang Xuanqi immediately raised her hand. I brewed some fresh maple dew tea. Yang Wei felt a warmth in his heart, nodded, and sat down in the main seat. Breakfast was served in a quiet but not dull atmosphere. They would occasionally exchange a few words about the taste of the food, or Li Qingwan would briefly mention a certain engineering parameter. The surging emotions in last night's song seemed to have transformed into the silent foundation of this moment, giving this makeshift home a real, grounded weight. After the meal, the cups and plates were removed, and the long table was transformed into a temporary meeting room. Ahem. The wedding is over, the tea is served, so let me say a few words. Yang Wei coughed a few times before speaking. First of all, thank you, my wives. He looked at the 5 stunning women, each with their own unique charm. Getting up so early to do housework, thank you for your hard work. Having laid the groundwork, he got down to business. However, the development of Yangchang is a major undertaking. With Core and I's current savings, large-scale development is definitely not realistic. Report Wang Xuanqi was the first to raise his hand. You say. Given that my husband last night, she said, her cheeks flushing slightly, I broke through 2 levels today, so, I'm voluntarily contributing 300 million star coins from my savings to fund the construction of Yangchang. After she finished speaking, she placed a storage bag on the table with a thud. Zhao Wushang raised her hand, blushing as she echoed, I also broke through 2 levels, reaching level 99 of the 9th rank, and I also contributed 500 million, that's all. Lin Kur gleaned fragmented information from her words. She slammed her hand on the table. You're hundreds of years old, and you're still stuttering. Tell me, how much do you actually have left? Zhao Wushang was startled and looked down. Me? Hey, Core. Yang Wei immediately raised his hand to control the situation. How much they take is their token of appreciation. Lin Core said oh, and didn't press the matter further, but she muttered to herself, just wait and see how I deal with you later. Zhao Wushang shuddered. This lady. This is outrageous robbery. Seeing this, Yi Hongyin sensed something was wrong and immediately reached into her bag. I also have 500 million here, but I can pawn it for other items if needed. Even though star coins were only used for food in the past, so we didn't save much. Second sister is right. Li Qingwan said. This is my savings, only a little over 400 million star coins. However, my other resources, such as pills, cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills can also be used as collateral. Lin Core's eyes lit up. She grabbed the 4 storage bags and hugged them to her chest. Wow, sisters, are you all so rich? He remembered the gift his mother had given him before he was assigned to the low-level area, and wondered if he should take out some of it and pawn it to pay off the debt. Yang Wei's lips twitched as well. They're all rich women. We've struck gold. Ahem. He coughed a few more times. Thank you all for your generosity, my dear wives, but please don't pawn it. Building Yangchang isn't something that can be done overnight. If it's not enough, we'll take it slowly. Lin Core fiddled with the 4 storage bags, tilting her head in thought, muttering to herself, giving away hundreds of millions at a time. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, I've got it. Aren't there still many women in the queue? Why don't we marry them all? Second brother, how many people did you say there were the other day? More than 50? Yi Hongyin looked completely bewildered. There should be more than that now. Lin Core put her hands on her hips, beaming. If one person has 200 million, then more than 50 would be over 10 billion, and 100 would be over 20 billion. Is 20 billion enough? The 5 people were dumbfounded. Sister, are we getting a wife for our husbands? Or are we getting money? Wang Xuanqi asked, her eyes twitching and her lips twitching. She discovered for the first time that her eldest sister was actually a money grubber. The other 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. Now I finally understand why Lin Core and Yang Wei were matched up in the first place. So, they're all obsessed with money. Ah, mortals. Over 20 billion, that's definitely more than enough. Yang Wei glanced back at Lin Core. But what do you take me for? A tool. Lin Core said without any hesitation. She patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. Honey, don't worry, with your physique, you've been through so much for over a month, and you're still fine. It's so valuable, if we don't sell it, Tui, if we don't make use of it, we'll be punished by heaven. 5 people, Omega? Big sister. Yi Hongyin had completely become a sycophant. Not only could she not stop it, she even gave it a thumbs up, saying, that makes perfect sense. Zhao Wushang, Li Qingwan, Wang Xuanqi. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. Yang Wei felt a headache coming on. You guys? Chapter 42 System 2.0 launched, Black-Winged Kitten Strategy List. That noon. The group then returned to the outer city of Zone C. Number 488, Building 13. Looking at the familiar room, Yang Wei felt as if he had been transported to another world. The prosperity of the inner city and the complexities of the Li family made him more clearly aware of the situation. Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Core, spread the word that the Life Alliance will adjust its appointment rules starting tomorrow. Yang Wei sat on the sofa, his tone calm but unquestionable. For those below the 9th level, all appointments will be made manually by the medical team. The price, double it. Those at level 9 and above will be treated by me personally after initial screening. Lin Core nodded and immediately sent a notification through the terminal. She knew this was an inevitable step. Yang Wei has limited time and energy, so he must use it wisely. Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi also settled down. They now have different identities. They are both Yang Wei's wives and core members of the Life Alliance. Li Qingwan was in charge of resource coordination, Yi Hongyin was in charge of security, Zhao Wushang was in charge of intelligence, and Wang Xuanqi was in charge of internal affairs. Each performed their respective duties. That night, Yang Wei was alone in his room and called the system. Tongzi, come out and let's talk. Oh, you remembered me? The system's voice was still irreverent, but Yang Wei detected a slight difference. I now have over 800 offspring, though they haven't been born yet. But you've already taken a lot of lifespan from me, haven't you? Isn't it time to settle this score? The system immediately popped up a horrified emoji. No way, fellow villager. With our relationship, we're practically family. Why are you saying this? Shut up. Yang Wei interrupted the system. Stop trying to curry favor and hurry up. System, okay. Ding, the system has detected that the host has accumulated over 5,000 years of lifespan from offspring feedback. Remaining lifespan, 589. System upgrade requirements met. Upgrade now? Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. A lifespan of over 5,000 years, reduced to only 589? This system, it really is a trap. Upgrade, he said without hesitation. System upgrade in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The Many Children, Many Blessings system has been upgraded to version 2.0. New feature. 1. Target scan automatically scans for high-quality women in the vicinity who meet the criteria, displaying their basic information and the difficulty level of pursuing them. 2. Strategy quests. Strategy quests are issued for high-quality objectives. Completing these quests will reward you with generous rewards, cultivation points, techniques, elixirs, daily check-in points, etc. 3. System Sprite. The system will transform into a sprite pet to assist the host in daily life and tasks. The host can choose the sprite form. Please select your spirit form, a 9-tailed spirit cat B. 5-clawed golden dragon C, 7-colored phoenix D, custom, like a human beauty, the kind you can use, huh? The system popped up a drooling emoji. Host, fellow villager, how about you customize one? Like Fan Bingbing, Zhao Wei. Guan Jilin. It's super cool. Get lost. Yang Wei rolled his eyes. I get annoyed just looking at you? He looked at the options and stroked his chin. 9-tailed spirit cat? Too girly. A 5-clawed golden dragon? Too flashy. A 7-colored phoenix? Or perhaps its mother. Customized? Let's go for something special then. The system saw his finger hovering over the custom emojis and immediately started drooling, as if saying, yes, 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 yes. Really? I choose D, custom. Result. Yang Wei said, as for the appearance, it should be a cat that is completely black except for a tuft of white fur on its forehead, with golden eyes and a pair of mini bat wings on its back. Its name will be Little Black Dot. The system's emoticon immediately went berserk. No. Ah. However, the page displays. Custom appearance confirmed. Type, elf. Size, miniature. Please confirm. The system popped up a frantic emoji, and the voice sounded like a pig being slaughtered. No. Wrong, please choose someone. Yang Wei decisively pressed the confirmation button. Choosing people? Absolutely not. This thing is so shady. If I were to choose people, I don't know how badly I would end up. Generating. A flash of black light appeared, and a small black cat, no bigger than a palm, appeared in front of Yang Wei. The white fur on its forehead formed a crescent moon, its big golden eyes blinked, and a pair of small wings fluttered on its back. It flew to his shoulder and rubbed its head against his face. Damn it, Yang Wei, you did this on purpose. You're getting revenge on me. I hate you. A childish voice echoed in Yang Wei's mind. Yang Wei held back his laughter. This system sprite is quite cute. He pinched her head. Little Black, male or female? Should I find you a boyfriend? The system went berserk and gave the middle finger. Let me demonstrate the new features, Yang Wei said. The other party is clearly restricted by some kind of rule and has no way to resist. Yes, master. Little Black's eyes flashed with golden light, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Yang Wei. Currently scannable area, within a radius of 100 li. Scanning in progress? Identifying high-quality goals. 1. Name, Su Wanqing Sujuani's niece. Age, 498. Cultivation level, half-step martial emperor. Talent, SS rank ice type. Difficulty level, SSS. Current status, curious about the host, no ill will at the moment. 2. Name, Lin Xiaoxiao, a collateral branch of the Lin family. Age, 19. Cultivation level, peak of the 6th rank. Talent, S rank wind type. Difficulty level, SS. Current status, hearing of the host's deeds, intending to make contact. 3. Name, Zhao Linger, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, niece of Zhao Wushang. Age, 19. Cultivation level, late stage of the 6th rank. Talent, S rank wood type. Difficulty level, S. Current status, the great aunt has become interested in the host because she married him. Omitted below. Yang Wei looked at the list and stroked his chin. Goodness, we've only just gotten back and we've already detected so many targets. However, the strategies are all quite difficult. Su Wanqing, in particular, is SSS in difficulty. That bitch. Yang Wei recalled the woman who broke into Building 13 that night. If Li Qingwan and Yi Hanin hadn't arrived in time, she would have been raped. So arrogant. So she's Su Zhuani's great niece. That's interesting. Triggering the quest, get to know Su Wanqing. Task requirement, increase the host's favorability to 60, currently 0. Task rewards, 8,000 sign-in points, and 1 copy of the heavenly rank cultivation technique Ice Heart Manual, but failure penalty, none. Accepted. Yang Wei decisively accepted the task. Since there's no penalty for failure and no time limit, why not take the job? Master, do you need me to devise a strategy? Little Black asked, flapping its wings. Get out of the way, Yang Wei waved his hand, I have my own plans. What he really meant was, I'd be grateful if you didn't screw me over. And you'd even help me pick up girls? His current focus is on the development of Yangcheng and improving his own strength. As for women, he'll just let things take their course. But since there's a task, I might as well do it. Chapter 43, Inflating one's own worth, only to be humiliated during negotiations. The next day. The new rules of the Life Alliance caused an uproar in the outer city. What? Those below the 9th rank can only undergo artificial insemination? The threshold for Yang Wei to personally treat patients has been raised to the 9th rank and above? This is outrageous. Who does he think he is? But I heard that both Emperor Yi Wu and Emperor Li Qingwan married him yesterday, and the wedding was even held in the inner city. I'm afraid this new regulation is targeted at him, isn't it? What about us low-level martial arts practitioners? Not only is the success rate of artificial insemination low, but we don't even know if Yang Wei's special physique can help us. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. There's nothing we can do, our cultivation levels are too low. There was a chorus of wailing in the outer city, especially among those who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Now they were in a panic. But undercurrents were stirring within the inner city. Many families in the inner city received the news, and their reactions varied. Some scoffed, a low-grade breeding pig dares to put on airs? Grade 9 or above. Heh, I'd like to see which rank 9 or higher would lower themselves to seek him out. Others had more ambitious ideas. Yang Wei can make a martial emperor pregnant and heal injuries to the great Tao. His value is immeasurable. Above the 9th level, there happens to be an elder in our family who is stuck at a bottleneck. Perhaps we could give it a try. The Li family. Li Haorun looked at the new regulations transmitted from the terminal and couldn't help but chuckle. This kid certainly knows how to put on airs. But that's fine too, it raises the bar and filters out truly valuable allies. Beside him, the third elder of the opposition sneered, Clan leader, you don't really think he can succeed, do you? Raising the bar? I think he's cutting himself off from the people. Without the support of low and mid-level martial artists, even if he builds Yang City, it will be a castle in the air. The second elder, a supporter of the movement, retorted, what do you know? What Yang Wei needs now is quality, not quantity. Only with the support of the top forces in the inner city can Yang City gain a foothold. I think he made a brilliant move. Li Haorun waved his hand, that's enough. Since Yang Wei hasn't come to us on his own initiative, we're not in a hurry. Let's see how he handles the trouble that's about to come. The construction of Yangcheng is not a simple matter. Just as Li Haorun had predicted, after Yang Wei submitted the Yangcheng construction plan, although the government approval came quickly, troubles followed one after another. The first issue is the supply of building materials. Several suppliers who had previously agreed to meet suddenly raised prices collectively or delayed delivery for various reasons. Secondly, there are engineering teams. Several large construction teams simultaneously stated that their project schedules had been completed and they were unable to undertake projects in Yangcheng. Finally, there's the Energy Corps. The Inner City Energy Division refused to provide a large-scale energy core, citing that Yangcheng is located in a remote area where energy pipelines cannot be laid. Clearly, some people don't want to see Yangcheng successfully completed. Have you found it? Yang Wei asked Zhao Wushang, sitting in his office. Zhao Wushang nodded. It's the actions of several royal-level forces in the inner city. They're probably worried that the rise of Yangcheng will disrupt the existing economic landscape. Among them, the Liu family and the Zhang family are the leaders. The Liu family is a royal-level power with 37 martial emperors. The Zhang family is also royal-level with 28 martial emperors. They have joined forces with several other families to exert pressure. Yang Wei sneered, a royal-level power? What is show of power? Hongyin, Xingwan, what do you say? Yi Hongyin said calmly, they're just clowns. We'll fight them back. No matter how many martial emperors there are, they're still just at the emperor level. I alone can crush them. Li Qingwan nodded, that's right. Since we've decided to build the city, we're not afraid of offending anyone. However, taking direct action won't have a good impact, so we can strike back at them commercially. In business? Yang Wei asked, puzzled. Li Qingwan smiled and said, the Liu family and the Zhang family mainly deal in mining and medicinal herbs. We can use the Li family's channels to lower their acquisition price while simultaneously raising the supply prices of their competitors. Besides, aren't they blocking our building materials and construction teams? We can source goods from other districts and recruit engineering teams from retired military personnel. I have connections in this area. Yang Wei's eyes lit up, great. Let's do it that way. Also, Xiao He, scan the core members of the Liu and Zhang families to see if there are any high-quality female targets. Damn it, you dare to target me. Little Black's eyes flashed. Scanning. Target detected. Liu Shishir, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Age, 20. Cultivation level, peak of the 6th rank. Talent level S. Difficulty level, SS. Zheng Chuchu, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Age, 21. Cultivation level, early stage of the 7th rank. Talent, S rank. Difficulty level, SS. Yang Wei was speechless. This difficulty, never mind, let's deal with the immediate problem first. A level 6 or 7 person around 20 years old is the most outstanding in any faction, and it is extremely difficult to defeat them. 3 days later, in Zhonyu. The reception room of the Ouyang family's main residence. A subtle sense of indifference permeated the ornately decorated hall. Seated in the main seat was Ouyang Chunxiao Yi Hongyin's former comrade in arms, now the leading figure of the new generation of the Ouyang family, with the cultivation of a peak martial emperor. She was still in her military uniform, but the fierceness of the battlefield had faded from her eyes, replaced by a sense of aloofness typical of scions of noble families. Sister Yi, it's been a long time. Ouyang Chunxiao stood up to greet her, her smile standard but lacking warmth. Please sit down. Yi Hongyin led Yang Wei and Lin Kuo to their seats. She was dressed casually today, but her posture was still upright. Chunxiao, looks like you're doing well? Thanks to the family's support, I have just been appointed as the Elder of External Affairs. Ouyang Chunxiao poured tea, then changed the subject. If it weren't for Sister Yi risking her life to save me back then, I would have perished in the swarm of insects long ago. Chunxiao will always remember this kindness. Yi Hongyin waved her hand, let's not talk about the past. She gave a self-deprecating laugh. Right now. I'm just a useless person. You won't look down on me, will you? How could that be? Ouyang Chunxiao's smile remained unchanged. Sister Yi will always be Sister Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Hongyin got straight to the point, projecting the Yangcheng construction cooperation plan onto the screen. We're here today to discuss building material supply and engineering cooperation. The reopening of Yangcheng requires a large quantity of cold iron slag and radiation-resistant concrete, as well as an experienced construction team. The price will be 15% above the highest market premium, and the construction period. Before she could finish speaking, several suppressed sneers came from behind the screen on the side of the hall. Ouyang Chunxiao frowned, but did not stop her. Yi Hongyin continued explaining the details of the plan, but the whispers grew louder and louder, becoming increasingly clear. A former major general of the military, now dragging his disabled body around, truly a man of strong will despite physical disability. I heard that in order to have a child and regain preferential treatment in terms of resources, she actually married a man from a low-income area? Ha ha. It's an ironclad rule that high-level martial arts practitioners have difficulty conceiving, and she actually believes some nonsense about making high-level practitioners pregnant? Being deceived both physically and emotionally, yet still counting the money for the other person. How pathetic and laughable. What's even more ridiculous is that rumors are still circulating in the outer city that she and Li Qingwan have broken through to the martial emperor level. Are martial emperors as easy to get? How could two cripples with injuries to the great Dao break through? They'll stop at nothing to promote that good-for-nothing named Jiang Wei. The voice was sharp and piercing, each word cutting to the heart. Ouyang Chuanxiao's face gradually flushed red, and he shouted in a low voice, "Silence!" But the clansman became even more unscrupulous. Several middle-aged men in fine clothes emerged from behind the screen, led by the second elder of the Ouyang family, who stroked his beard and gave a forced smile. "General Yi, please forgive us, the younger generation of our clan speaks without thinking." However, he glanced at Yang Wei. "This is your magical husband? No cultivation whatsoever? Indeed, extraordinary." The room erupted in laughter. Lin Kur was so angry that she trembled all over, and Yi Hongyan's knuckles turned white as she gripped the solution screen. At that very moment. Enough! Yang Wei slammed his hand on the coffee table, and the sandalwood table cracked open with spiderweb like fine lines. Chapter 44. The Martial Emperor shatters the Imperial Hall in a fury, his severed arm regenerated and he reaches the peak. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at the young man who had remained silent and showed no signs of cultivation. Yang Wei stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the mocking faces. "We are here to discuss cooperation, not to listen to you all display your family upbringing." "Who do you think you are?" the second elder of the Ouyang family sneered. "Who gives you the right to speak here?" "I am Yi Hongyan's husband," Yang Wei said, enunciating each word clearly. "Do you think I'm qualified?" "Yang Wei? Ha! I think he's impotent." A young member of the Ouyang family sneered. "A conman who lives off women dares to swagger around here? Why should our prestigious Ouyang family cooperate with cripples and swindlers like you? Just because you can brag?" The mockery resumed, even more vicious than before. "I told you." Yang Wei, unable to contain himself any longer, picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the ground. "I told you to shut up." "You can criticize me, Yang Wei, as you please," he said, scanning the crowd. "But you can't talk about my wife, can you?" This time he was really angry. "I originally thought business negotiations in this world would be like in my previous life. Everyone would chat and laugh as long as there was profit involved. But what they care about is not profit at all." "Yang Wei, have you gone mad?" roared the young man from the Ouyang family who had been shouting the loudest. "Don't forget where you are. This is the Ouyang family. This isn't a place where you can run wild." Looking at this man who clearly had no cultivation but dared to stand up for her, Yi Hongyan felt an unprecedented warmth in her heart. She, Yi Hongyan, had indeed not married the wrong person. "I think you're the ones who've gone mad." She slowly stood up, raising her left hand. The place was empty, and the sleeves moved on their own even though there was no wind. The next instant, a terrifying pressure that distorted space erupted like a tangible tsunami. Boom! The glass windows of the reception room shattered into dust instantly. Tables and chairs flew everywhere, and screens were torn apart. Those Ouyang family members who were most vocal in their mockery were as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their throats, their feet leaving the ground, their faces turning purple. The emperor's might enveloped the entire hall. A group of senior peak martial emperors from the Ouyang family, including Ouyang Chunxiao, knelt down on one knee with a thud, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. "Empress Wu, she really is Empress Wu. The rumors are true. Sister Yi, please calm down." Ouyang Chunxiao was drenched in sweat. "Others may not know, but she knows it all too well. The person before me in the past was so domineering and unparalleled. Even if he is injured and forced to retire, how can he allow himself to be humiliated? The Ouyang family has gotten into trouble." The second elder and the others were terrified, collapsing to the ground, struggling to breathe. Yi Hongyan's voice was as cold as ice. "He is my husband. His will is my will. To oppose him is to oppose me, Yi Hongyan. Your Ouyang family has gone too far?" Her gaze fell on the young man who had cursed impotence, her left hand loosely clenching. "Ah!" the young man screamed, his limbs twisting unnaturally. "Sister Yi! Have mercy!" Ouyang Chunxiao cried out urgently. "It's our Ouyang family's fault for failing to discipline our children. Please, for the sake of our past camaraderie." "Favor? Yi Hongyin sneered. What do you take me for? A beggar? Or a joke? She loosened her grip on his hand, and the young man collapsed to the ground, now a cripple. I'm putting my words right here today. Yi Hongyin surveyed the entire room, each word striking the hearts of everyone in the Ouyang family. Yangchang, I've made up my mind. Cooperation is giving you an opportunity, not begging for your charity. Since your Ouyang family doesn't think much of it, she turned around, flicked her sleeve, and a crack appeared in the air with a rip sound. Then I'll give this opportunity to another family. However, I, Yi Hongyin, will remember this humiliation. She looked at Yang Wei and Lin Kuo, her tone softening slightly. Husband, sister, let's go. The three stepped into the void rift and disappeared. The reception room remained deathly silent for a long time. Empress Wu, she really is Empress Wu. The second elder slumped to the ground, muttering to himself, his crotch already soaked. Ouyang Chuanxiao's face turned pale. She knew that the Ouyang family was in deep trouble. That night, at number 488, Building 13, Outer City, Area C. Yi Hongyin sat on the sofa, head down, fists clenched. I'm sorry. Husband, sister, I messed things up. Her voice choked with emotion. I thought, at least Chunxiao would remember the past. Lin Kuo put her arm around her shoulder, her own eyes reddening. It's not your fault. It's those people who look down on others. When I left the Lin family, those so-called relatives were even more disgusting than this. She gritted her teeth. Once Yangcheng is built, once we have our own power, I will make those bastards from the Ouyang family crawl on their knees and beg us. Yang Wei remained silent for a moment, then walked up to Yi Hongyin and squatted down. He lifted her face, looked into her reddened eyes, and said softly, Hongyin, you did very well. You didn't swallow your anger in that situation. You protected me and our dignity. He smiled. That's the kind of wife Yang Wei should be. Tears streamed down Yi Hongyin's face, but cooperation. Cooperation can be found again. Yang Wei shook his head, but dignity, once lost, is hard to get back. He stood up and took out a crystal-clear jade bottle with golden light flowing inside from the system space, the complete version of the Great Dao wound repairing liquid. Now, I need you to do one thing. Yang Wei placed the jade bottle in Yi Hongyin's hand. Immediately repair the damage to your Great Dao and allow your severed limbs to regenerate. Yi Hongyin was stunned. This is the complete version? It's so precious. You deserve it, Yang Wei interrupted her. We don't have time to waste. The Ouyang family's attitude is just a microcosm. To truly gain a foothold, you must return to your peak. No, you must be even stronger than your peak. Lin Kuo nodded emphatically. Second sister, listen to your husband. Yi Hongyin clutched the jade bottle tightly, tears streaming down her face. Thank you all. Without further hesitation, she sat cross-legged, tilted her head back, and swallowed the repair fluid. In an instant, the immense power of the Great Dao's rules erupted from her body. Golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Buzz. At Yi Hongyin's mutilated left shoulder, flesh began to wriggle and grow. Bones, meridians, muscles, skin. Remodel at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the long accumulated wounds and cracks in her body were gently soothed and repaired by the golden torrent. The long-standing bottleneck in his cultivation was shattered with a roar. Level 103, Early Stage of Martial Emperor. Level 104, Mid-Stage Martial Emperor. Ultimately, it stabilized at the mid-stage of Martial Emperor level 105. The golden light gradually faded. Yi Hongyin opened her eyes, her gaze seemingly reflecting the fading of stars. She slowly raised her newborn left hand, clenching her 5 fingers, and the space creaked under the weight. I've recovered. Her voice trembled as she looked at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with endless gratitude and fervor. And I'm stronger now. She got up, threw herself into Yang Wei's arms, and kissed him deeply. Lin Kuo stood to the side with her arms crossed, feigning displeasure. Hey, do you think I'm invisible? Yi Hongyin blushed and separated from Yang Wei, but still clung tightly to his arm. Just then, the communicator rang. It was Ouyang Chunxiao. Yi Hongyin hung up immediately. The opponent hits again. Hang it up again. The third time, Yi Hongyin answered coldly. What is it? Sister Yi, no, Emperor Yi Wu. Ouyang Chuanxiao's voice was filled with anxiety and fear. The family is willing to cooperate with the best terms. The price will be 20% of the market price. The construction team will be provided free of charge. Please give us a chance. No need, Yi Hongyin said coldly. Yangcheng doesn't need your family. she immediately cut off the communication. Chapter 45. The simultaneous appearance of 4 emperors startles the dawn of spring. Old enemies line up to kneel in submission. The 3 slept side by side, without saying a word all night. The next morning. Life Alliance Office. Consultant Yang, Sister Yi, someone is looking for you. Yang Wei, who is it? The other party claims to be from the Ouyang family in District U. Yi Hongyin, tell him to get lost, I won't see him. He hadn't finished speaking. Downstairs in the Life Alliance office building. I need to see Emperor Yi Wu. There's an important contract. An elder from the Ouyang family barged in, unleashing the full power of a peak martial emperor. How dare you? Yi Hongyin shouted angrily. Boom! An even more terrifying aura descended from the sky, directly forcing the man to his knees. Yi Hongyin slowly descended the stairs, her newborn left hand hanging casually at her side, but the oppressive aura of a martial emperor made the air in the entire hall freeze. The Ouyang family, how dare you? Her voice wasn't loud, but it sent chills down everyone's spines. You dare trespass on my territory? Emperor Yi, please calm your anger. The elder was sweating profusely. I am here on the orders of the Patriarch to deliver a cooperation agreement of the highest standard. As long as you sign it, you can allocate all the resources of the Ouyang family. I beg you, to give the Ouyang family a chance to apologize. Yi Hongyin looked at Yang Wei, who had just come out of the office. Yang Wei said calmly, I gave you a chance yesterday, but you didn't take it. Go back and tell your family head. His gaze turned cold, cooperation is out of the question. As for yesterday's humiliation, make sure the Ouyang family is prepared to pay the price. The elder's face turned ashen. That afternoon, the Ouyang family held an emergency meeting. They refused. The Patriarch, Ouyang, was ashen-faced. We've offended a martial emperor who's not even 500 years old, and he's at the peak of his power with limitless potential. What do we do now? The second elder, no longer as arrogant as yesterday, trembled. If she holds a grudge, my Ouyang family. Send Chunxiao. Ouyang slammed his hand on the table. She's a former subordinate of Yi Hongyin, only she can speak on her behalf. But Chunxiao is being transferred to the front lines tomorrow. Frontline my ass. Ouyang roared. Our family is about to be wiped out. Send her to Zone C immediately. She'll have to kneel down and beg for Emperor Yi Wu's forgiveness. Evening, number 488, Building 13. Zhao Wushan, Wang Xuanqi, and Li Qingwan returned one after another and reported on the results of their respective contacts. Upon hearing about the Ouyang family's affairs, the 3 women flew into a rage. How dare you treat your husband and second sister like this? A murderous glint flashed in Li Qingwan's eyes. I'm going to district you right now and wiping out the entire Ouyang family. Wang Xuanqi drew his sword immediately. 5th sister will go with you. Since they won't cooperate, let's just rob them. Lin Kuo surprisingly raised her hand in agreement. That's right, all the so-called rules are just for restraining ordinary people like us. In front of true powerhouses, they're nothing but a fart. Stop right there. Yang Wei shouted. He looked helplessly at the several women exuding murderous intent, though he was touched, but Yang Wei raised his hand. Don't be impulsive. This is a war zone, not outside the city. Even if you want to vent your anger, this isn't the way to do it. The destruction of a royal-level power has a huge impact on the region. Besides, martial emperors are not invincible. Unless you're a martial god at level 119, don't say things like that again. The women remained silent. At this moment, Li Qingwan suddenly noticed Yi Hongyin's left hand, her beautiful eyes widening. Second sister, your hand. Only then did everyone realize that Yi Hongyin's limbs were intact, and her aura was unfathomable. Second sister, you've recovered? When did this happen? Could it be, that night? But we also. Yi Hongyin looked at Yang Wei with gentle, tender eyes. Yang Wei sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. He took out 3 more vials of complete repair fluid from the system space. Fine, since we're all family, I can't show favoritism. Wu Shang, Xin Shi, this is for you. The 3 women stood there, stunned. This is the complete power of the rules. Li Qingwan's hands trembled as she took the jade bottle, feeling the immense power of the rules within. Her eyes instantly reddened. Husband, this is too. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Wei waved his hand. Use it quickly, we don't have much time. The 3 women exchanged a glance, nodded emphatically, and each took the medicine. A moment later, 3 auras erupted in succession. Zhao Wushan level 101, early stage of Martial Emperor. Wang Xuanqi level 100, early stage of Martial Emperor. Li Qingwan level 106, mid-stage Martial Emperor. Originally, her cultivation level was the highest, but after recovering, she made rapid progress and advanced to an even higher level. Adding Yi Honin's level 105. At this moment, 4 martial emperors have gathered in this small 2-bedroom apartment. The women felt the surging power within them, looked at each other's intact bodies, and then at the man who had given them everything. Their emotions surged, eventually transforming into intense gazes. Yang Wei felt a little uneasy under their gaze. Ahem. It's good that you've all recovered. So, how about we celebrate tonight? I'll cook. Before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang. Wang Xuanqi ran to open the door. Outside the door, Ouyang Chunxiao, dressed casually and looking travel-worn, held a thick contract in his hands. When she saw Wang Xuanqi opening the door and the 4 undisguised, terrifying auras of martial emperors in the living room that sent shivers down her spine. Thump! She knelt down right at the doorway. Sister Yi. Esteemed martial emperors. Ouyang Chunxiao's voice was hoarse as she held the contract high above her head. The Ouyang family knows its mistake. Please, give the Ouyang family a way out. Inside the room, Yang Wei and the 4 women exchanged smiles. That's really embarrassing. The Ouyang family treated them like dirt yesterday, but now they've become their grandchildren. This world. Ultimately, strength speaks for itself. However, that's not enough. Without reaching the high-level martial emperor realm, one is ultimately just an ant, unable to attract the attention of top-tier forces, let alone those in power. The next few days, Li Qingwan and Yi Honin mobilized various forces, even alarming imperial-level powers. Their covert efforts severely impacted the businesses of the Lu and Zhang families. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan used his military connections to transfer much-needed building materials from District U, which is close to Yangcheng, and recruited an engineering team composed of retired soldiers with high salaries to go to Yangcheng. Now, the Lu and Zhang families were dumbfounded. Not only did they fail to get a piece of this lucrative opportunity, they also suffered economic consequences from other aspects. They hadn't expected Yang Wei's counterattack to be so swift and cunning. Damn it, it must be the Li family. They're determined to protect Yang Wei. Otherwise, how could someone as low-ranking and powerless as him possibly get these powerful figures involved? The head of the Lu family was so angry that he smashed a cup. What do we do now? Our business has suffered heavy losses. If this continues, the family will collapse. The Zhang family patriarch said with a worried expression. What else can we do? We should give in. Go apologize to Yang Wei and try to reach a settlement. Why should I seek reconciliation with him? Let alone the fact that Yangcheng hasn't been established yet. Even if it were, it wouldn't amount to much. We are a family with a 1,000-year history. We would never stoop to such a low level. Patriarch, you can't say that. Once Yang City is established, it will be a force with a martial emperor overseeing it. Once it has more than 5 martial emperors, it can apply to become an emperor-level force. At that time, It's not too late to remedy the situation. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. From the current perspective, there is indeed nothing to compare, but as that person said, once Yangcheng is built, Emperor Wu will be there to oversee it. Although their numbers are small, the martial emperor and the martial sovereign are not the same. Although they have many martial emperors, they are not afraid of an early-stage martial emperor. But what if Li Qingwan is added to the mix? That would be a different story. That makes sense. After a long silence, the Lu family patriarch finally said, the word official has 2 parts. If the Li family has the support, this Yangcheng might really be in a different situation. Then, just bow your head. Chapter 46. The Lu family experts deliver themselves to Su Wanqing's doorstep. Then, the next day, the heads of the Lu and Zhang families personally came to the outer city to request an audience with Yang Wei. Yang Wei sat in his office, legs crossed. Holding Xiao He in her arms, she stroked the cat's head intermittently. What brings you 2 patriarchs here? Yang Wei asked lazily. Mr. Yang, we were wrong before. We were blinded by greed. Please be lenient and let us go. Yes, we are willing to compensate you for your losses, we just ask that you stop attacking our business. Yang Wei was a little confused. Those 2 scoundrels. What the hell is this all about? Although he looked down on the 2 families, he didn't do anything about it. Could it be the Li family? Interesting. Since this favor has been offered to us, how can we refuse it? Then he sneered, now you know you're wrong? Why didn't you do this sooner? Compensation? Do you think I'm short of money? Really? The head of the Lu family gritted his teeth and said, we are willing to give you a 9-turn rejuvenating grass that our family has treasured. This herb has a miraculous effect on treating damage to the soul. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. 9-turn resurrection grass? This is good stuff. But he remained outwardly calm and composed. You think you can fob me off with just a herb? You really underestimate me, Yang Wei. The Zhang family head quickly replied, our Zhang family is also willing to offer a piece of heavenly mysterious iron, a top-grade material for forging divine weapons. Yang Wei nodded, alright, I'll let it go this time since you were so sincere. But if there's a next time, know when to stop. This was a prerequisite for him to discuss cooperation with others in his previous life. People are clear-headed and will never be greedy. No, the two quickly assured each other. I hope to have the opportunity to work with Mr. Yang. Let's talk about it later. After seeing the two off, Yang Wei looked at the 9-turn rejuvenating grass and the celestial mystic iron in his hand and smiled. Little Black, how many sign-in points are these two items worth? Xiao He scanned the information. 9-turn resurrection grass can be exchanged for 50,000 sign-in points. Celestial mystic iron can be exchanged for 30,000 sign-in points. Holy crap, is it really that valuable? Yang Wei stroked his chin. If he could get his hands on the daughters of these two families, never mind. What he has no shortage of right now is women. Let's think about the development of Yangchang. Only by having their own territory can they truly unleash their potential. Exchange. Redeem successful, 80,000 sign-in points awarded. Yang Wei nodded in satisfaction. It's done. Although it is unknown who was responsible. But that was a really satisfying slap in the face. Just think about how arrogant the two families were before, and then think about how humble they were just now. It's even more exciting than seeing 30 patients a day. This is power and strength. In this world, what good is money and women? You also need power. And most importantly, you need sufficient military force. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Master, a young lady named Su Wanqing is requesting an audience. Su Wanqing? Yang Wei's eyes lit up immediately. A figure appeared in his mind. That night. A cool, aloof face, a devilish figure. High above. The words, each one laced with murderous intent, still echoed in my ears. Is it her? Yang Wei squinted, thinking to himself, but what is she doing here at this time? Could it be that Su Zhuani instructed her? It's very possible. Please let her in. The door opened, and a woman in a white dress with a cool and aloof demeanor walked in. Her appearance remained cold, but she was absolutely stunning. His eyes held arrogance and scrutiny. Yang Wei? We meet again? Su Wanqing looked him up and down, her gaze lingering on the little black dog on Yang Wei's shoulder. Huh, I thought you only knew how to collect scraps, but it turns out you're quite kind-hearted. Yang Wei squinted. He knew what the other person meant by broken iron and scrap copper. As expected, the Su family, as a venerable level power, looked down on others, let alone those who had suffered Dao injuries and retired. But she probably forgot. The person the Su family relied on was Su Zhuani. Isn't he also suffering from spiritual wounds now? What's with the attitude? However, despite his thoughts, he remained calm and said, oh, a rare guest. What? You've learned to use the front door today? Yang Wei smiled. Did you need something? Can I contact you if there's nothing wrong? Get to the point, I'm very busy. Can you really heal injuries to the Great Dao? Su Wanqing asked bluntly. I know a little bit about it. You can even help people break through to a higher level? It's obvious to everyone. Yang Wei glanced at the woman's curvaceous figure. What? You're perfectly healthy and want a child? You've misunderstood. Oh, the door is on the left. I came here to ask you to take a look and see if I also have any damage to my Dao. Su Wanqing stretched out her wrist. Yang Wei immediately became interested. The consultation fee is 5 million. You? What? No money? His unbridled gaze quickly shifted away from the other person. Then what kind of illness do you need? See District Hospital, turn right after you exit. You win. Su Wanqing said through gritted teeth as she pulled out her money. I'm in a hurry. Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. Damn, that's too little. I knew it would cost $1 billion. He put the money away, didn't take her pulse, but silently said, Xiaohei, scan. Xiaohei turned his head away, humph. He was still sulking because Yang Wei hadn't chosen to transform into human form. As a result, Yang Wei said, next time is up to you, don't mess around. Xiaohei looked up at him. You promise? Yang Wei, I guarantee it. Scanning. Target, Su Wanqing. Her cultivation technique, Ice Heart Mantra, is incomplete, causing cold energy to accumulate in her meridians, making breakthroughs difficult. This is not an injury to her Dao. Suggestion, complete the Ice Heart Manual or practice fire-based techniques to neutralize it. Yang Wei understood and smiled. Miss Su's injury is not due to a flaw in her Dao, but rather to a deficiency in her cultivation technique. If I'm not mistaken, you're practicing the incomplete version of the Ice Heart technique, right? TSK, no wonder she's always like an ice cube. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes finally showed shock. How did you know? This. Yang Wei sneered, never mind that. I'm just asking you, are you going to treat it or not? He was actually cursing in his heart, you wretched woman, you finally met your match. You're finally going to fall into my hands, aren't you? If he wasn't mistaken, Su Zhuani must have sent her, which meant that Su Zhuani was also helpless in dealing with her situation. Even, maybe Su Zhuani is also cultivating this incomplete version of the Ice Heart technique, then this matter will be much easier to handle. He was just wondering how to win over Su Zhuani, that eternally old woman. However, if the other party obtains the Ice Heart Manual, will they directly break through to the martial god realm? Absolutely not. This is the conclusion Yang Wei reached. Su Zhuani also has a Dao injury on her body, the kind that even a peak martial god cannot heal, so if she wants to break through, she has no choice but to come to him. And this might be the opportunity. Damn it, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. It's done. Do you have a solution? I have a complete copy of the Ice Heart Manual here. I wonder if Miss Su would be interested. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted, the complete Ice Heart Manual? How do you have it? This, you don't need to worry about it? Yang Wei smiled mysteriously. I'm just asking you, are you interested? What are your conditions? Don't you like money? How much? Name your price. Heh, vulgar. Yang Wei sneered, some things are priceless, so only priceless things can be exchanged. What exactly do you want? Tell me. It's very simple, join my life alliance and become my ally, Yang Wei said. Su Wanqing frowned, you want to recruit me? I'm a member of the Su family. Yang Wei leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and said, so what if you're from the Su family? Do you have an extra butt or an extra head? I've dealt with your family's ancestor, Su Zhuani. Yang Wei said calmly, let alone you? You shameless. Su Wanqing pondered for a moment, carefully considering her words. Lao Tzu was right, he really did have a solution. But it's just joining him, not marrying him. Huh, why would I have such thoughts? What a damn bus. Why not take advantage of this freebie? Little did she know, what Yang Wei really wanted was not what she was thinking, but rather the presence of members of the Su family within the Life Alliance. That's the Su family. Okay, I promise you. But I need to see the complete Ice Heart Manual first, Su Wanqing said after careful consideration. Yang Wei took out a copy of the Ice Heart Manual from the system space and handed it to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing took it and quickly browsed through it, becoming more and more excited as she read. It's actually true. She's been stuck at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm for 30 years, but now she finally has a chance to break through. Ding! Su Wanqing's favorability plus 61. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Get to know Su Wanqing. Rewards received, 1000 sign-in points, Heaven Rank Cultivation Technique Ice Heart Manual has been awarded already owned. Yang Wei smiled. This task was completed very easily. And they made a fortune. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Su. You really are amazing. You flatter me. But... Yang Wei's lips curled up, I have many other strengths. Would you like to give me a try? Su Wanqing blushed instantly. Shameless. Chapter 47, Using the Law as Bait, a trap is set at Hongmen, with a starting price of 1 billion to lure the victim into the trap. Although Su Wanqing had been here before. However, Su Zhuani remained calm and did not contact anyone for several days. Yang Wei understood. These things can't be rushed. However, with Su Wanqing around, it was only a matter of time before he saw Su Zhuani, so he wasn't worried. However, it's not his style to not use it. Su Wanqing has just joined the Life Alliance. Yang Wei then subtly and indirectly assigned her a task. He first lamented that Yangcheng needed array masters for its construction. Secondly, he lamented that he had only met Su Zhuani once, which was a real pity. For this reason, he personally asked Su Wanqing to pass on a few strands of ice attribute law power. Although that thing was incredibly precious to high-level martial artists, it was equally precious to him, who had exchanged his lifespan for it. However, as long as it could arouse the curiosity of the great god Su Zhuani, it would be more worthwhile than anything else. Really? Su Wanqing soon brought back good news. Yang Wei realized that the fish had taken the bait. In reality, he was just gambling. Su Zhuani was the former commander. She made great contributions to District C, but now she is suffering from Dao injuries. Although the Lin family's ancestor once intervened, it doesn't mean she isn't anxious now. For someone who wants to become a god, she probably doesn't care if her position as leader is taken over. But losing the right to compete for a divine position would certainly be like a grasshopper on a fire, worse than death. So at this very moment, for such people, what she needed was not insincere compliance, but real help, and Su Zhuani was clearly someone who was not short of money or power. Even the slightest bit of the power of the laws is what she has sought all her life. In fact, the struggle for divine positions is precisely for the power of the laws bestowed upon us from above. Or rather, it's the leftovers from above. The remaining power of the laws they comprehended was collected again, nurtured for countless years, and finally bestowed upon future generations. Even so, there are still too many wolves and not enough meat. Not to mention the entire Eastern Theater commands 360 districts. Just considering District C alone, there are thousands or even tens of thousands of peak martial emperors. Therefore, what Yang Wei saw was not only the Su family's attitude, but also Su Zhuani's attitude. She believed it wouldn't be long. This great Buddha will surely descend upon the Alliance of Life once again. And he was ready to meet her. After receiving the Su family's attitude, the construction of Yang City has officially begun. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was stationed in the outer city. Relying on the new rules of the Life Alliance and the occasional healing he provided, he gradually gained a vague but not undeniable reputation in certain circles within the inner city. Dr. Yang. It can specifically treat high-level female infertility. His name has even spread to several nearby districts, and many people have come to visit him. Breeding pigs are a thing of the past. Now he is a miracle doctor. His identity was completely cleared. Moreover, in addition to the infertile female martial arts practitioners, many male martial arts practitioners have also begun to come for consultations. The Life Alliance's response was, wounds of the Great Tao can be healed. However, it hasn't been officially launched yet, and the conditions are stringent, so be prepared. The reason Yang Wei did this. The main purpose is to observe the market and facilitate positioning. How much do you think a complete Dao wound repair fluid should cost? He held Wang Xuanqi's market research report in his hand and looked at his 5 wives, whose bellies were growing larger by the day, and asked. It should cost at least 100 million star coins. Lin Kura leaned against the middle of the sofa, with Li Qingwan and Wang Xuanqi on her left. On the right are Yi Hongyin and Zhao Wushang. She's the epitome of a boss lady. Wang Xuanqi then said, based on preliminary assessment, only the martial god can currently handle this, and the martial god, we can't even see him. Therefore, it's in demand but priceless. You don't actually want 1 billion, do you? Lin Kor was finally shocked and covered her mouth. Honey, stop beating around the bush. Yi Hongyin looked at Yang Wei. I know, you must have your own opinion? Yang Wei's lips curled up. There's only one reason for betraying him, to make money. Because, our Yangcheng construction needs a lot of money. He squinted as he looked at the report in his hand. The 10-year longevity pill can sell for 1 billion star coins. But things are valued because they are rare. So he said, I heard there's an auction in the inner city. Husband, what do you want? Li Qingwan immediately understood. That's right. Yi Hongyin agreed. I've been there, and more than once. Yang Wei nodded. Then let's start with a starting price of 1 billion, and the highest bidder wins. As for the Life Alliance, I have only one condition: swear a martial oath to be forever loyal to Yang City and the Yang family. And only those at the peak of the 9th rank or above. It's no wonder he's impatient. Raising a child is just too slow. The current situation, whether in the outer or inner city, appears calm on the surface, but in reality, it is already besieged on all sides. So, he desperately needs a fighting force that can intimidate everything and belongs only to him. Ideally, this fighting force should be led by a martial god, with the minimum cultivation level being martial emperor. He believed it. The news will surely cause an uproar in both the outer and inner cities. Only the promise from the Li family's side, like children playing house, has vanished without a trace. Li Qingwan has contacted her family several times in the past few days, but the replies she has received are always, the family has not yet reached a consensus and it needs to be discussed further. She understood that this was the internal opposition delaying and pressuring her and Yang Wei to back down. Just then, Li Qingwan received a private message from her father, Li Haoran, inviting her and Yang Wei to come home for a casual meal. He implied that several elders were present and that it would be a good opportunity to discuss matters concerning Yangchang. The feast at Hongmen. After listening, Yi Hongyin coldly uttered 3 words. To go, or not to go? Lin Kor looked at Yang Wei. These days, when it comes to important family matters, he's the one who ultimately makes the decisions. Yang Wei was teasing the little black dog on his shoulder. Little Black curled up in a ball, purring contentedly, while its golden cat eyes gleamed with a clever light. It would scan the information about important members of the Li family who might attend tonight and project it into the corner of Yang Wei's field of vision in a way that only Yang Wei could see. Go, why wouldn't we go? Yang Wei smiled, scratching Xiao Hei's chin with his finger. Someone's offering their face so readily, wouldn't it be a waste not to hit them? He looked at Li Qingwan. Qingwan, get ready, we're going to a banquet tonight. Hongyin, you stay here with Kur and the others to keep watch, in case anyone takes advantage of the situation. The Li family's casual meal was held in the banquet hall of the main house, and its scale was not much smaller than the last wedding banquet. Not only Li Haoran and several core elders were present, but also many middle-aged and younger members of the Li family. They clearly wanted Yang Wei to witness the Li family's strength and, incidentally, let their own juniors see what kind of low-end kid who kidnapped their martial emperor and sister was all about. Yang Wei and Li Qingwan arrived on time. He was dressed in simple dark casual clothes today, which made him stand out from the Li family members who were dressed in fine clothes. The black, winged kitten perched on the shoulder attracted attention, with many young people showing curiosity or mockery in their eyes. My dear son-in-law, please take a seat. Li Haoran greeted Yang Wei with a smile and led him to the head table. The elders had different expressions, some were indifferent, some scrutinizing, and some were undisguisedly indifferent. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the conversation naturally turned to Yangchang. The 5th elder, a key member of the opposition responsible for allocating family resources, was the first to launch an attack. They've arrived? Yang Wei pursed his lips, looking just like a primary school student listening attentively in class. That old man. The other man stroked his beard and said slowly, young friend Yang has lofty ambitions and wants to build Yangchang. I admire him. However, building a city is no child's play. The enormous cost is beyond what one person or one family can afford. I heard that you've been having quite a few troubles lately with building materials and construction teams? He first praised and then belittled, then changed the subject. If you are unable to do so, my Li family can introduce a few fairly priced partners. He emphasized the word fairness slightly. The intention was to give alms. Chapter 48, a slap across the face with black hair, a sound echoing through Yangchang. The atmosphere at the table froze. Li Qingwan frowned slightly. Dad, elders, you didn't promise me anything before the wedding or on the wedding day. What do you mean now? What? You have a problem with that? The 5th elder turned around and glared at Li Qingwan. Don't forget, you are a daughter of the Li family. The Li family has also held an unprecedented wedding for you. Look around the entire war zone. Which family looks like our Li family? Shut up. Li Qingwan narrowed her eyes, her aura as a martial emperor beginning to emanate. Don't forget, even though I got married, I still managed to make my father the clan leader. But that doesn't mean you can sideline my father. You rebellious daughter, do you want to rebel? The 5th elder was probably certain that Li Qingwan wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. After all, he was her great uncle. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. Shut up. Li Qingwan's martial emperor cultivation erupted completely, shattering the void and distorting the air in the hall. Short-sighted fool. I am the only martial emperor in the Li family's thousands of years. How dare you act so arrogantly again? Hey, Sister Wan, that's enough. Yang Wei gently pressed her hand down. Calm down, I'll take care of it. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, looked up at the fifth elder, and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for your concern, fifth elder. However, we have already resolved the issues with the building materials and the construction team." The crowd was visibly shocked. How did he do it? Yang Wei continued, "The cold iron and black steel transferred from the northern war zone is 30% better in quality than the local steel, and 20% cheaper. As for the engineering team, they are all retired veterans, and I'm sure the fifth elder is well aware of their discipline and efficiency." What? The fifth elder's face stiffened. Northern cold iron and black steel are military-grade controlled products and are very expensive. Even the Li family would have to put in some effort to buy in large quantities, so how could Yang Wei possibly? There are also engineering teams composed of retired veterans? How strong must the military connections be? Seeing this, another supporter, the third elder, tried to smooth things over, saying, "It's good that it's resolved, it's good that it's resolved." His wrinkled, sallow old face could practically scream embarrassment. However, the core of city building still lies in defense and energy. My dear son-in-law, the array blueprint you showed last time was indeed ingenious, but the power source. We also made progress on energy. Yang Wei interrupted him, as if mentioning it casually. I chatted with Miss Su Wanqing a couple of days ago. Her sister, Senior Su, is very interested in an ancient spirit gathering in Meridian Guiding Formation, which complements my eternal barrier. Senior Su agreed that if the cooperation goes well, he could consider providing some technical support and the right to guide a small spiritual vein. Su Juani? Even Li Haoren sat up straight, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Although Su Juani has been silent for many years, her influence remains. If she were to express her support, it would have a completely different meaning. This kid managed to get in touch with this person without making a sound? The faces of the opposition elders immediately turned grim. The second elder, a core member of the opposition who had remained silent until now, sneered, "Empty words are easy to say, anyone can do that. What kind of person is Senior Su? Would he make such a promise so easily? Yang Wei, it's not that I'm belittling you, but building a city isn't something that can be done in a day. The difficulties and dangers involved far exceed your imagination. With just you, Qingwan and the others, and the support of Senior Su whose authenticity is unknown, do you really think you can build a city that can withstand risks on ruins? That's far too naive." He looked around and raised his voice. "My Li family has a history of hundreds of years and we know the importance of a solid foundation. To stake the family's resources on a vague and unrealistic plan is irresponsible to our ancestors. Yang Wei, if you truly intend to build this city, prove it to us. Either present a complete and feasible plan and resource guarantees that will convince my entire Li family. Or..." He paused, his gaze fixed on Yang Wei. "You should face reality, be down to earth, and first establish yourself in the outer city. Don't be overly ambitious and drag Qingwan down with you. That's a very strong statement." They practically pointed their fingers at Yang Wei, saying he was a toad trying to eat swan meat, climbing the social ladder, and unrealistic. The banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were on Yang Wei. Li Qingwan turned pale with anger and was about to get up when Yang Wei laughed. He smiled easily, even taking a sip of his wine before looking at the second elder. "Second elder is right, words are no proof." Yang Wei nodded, seemingly in agreement. "So, I never intended to rely solely on words. He clapped his hands. The banquet hall doors were pushed open, and two smartly dressed, composed men walked in. They were not Li family guards. The leader bowed slightly towards the main table. "Mr. Yang, the Su family has preliminarily completed the collection of the items you requested. The first batch of 300 tons of mysterious pattern steel and 500 cubic meters of concentrating spirit jade has been delivered to the warehouse on the outskirts of Yang City. Here is the list." As he spoke, the man handed over a jade slip. Another person stepped forward. "Mr. Yang, I have come here on the orders of my master to assist in the preliminary survey and basic rune inscription of the core formation of Yangchang. 3 senior array masters, 10 intermediate array masters, and 20 apprentices have accompanied us and have already moved into the temporary camp." The two men's voices were not loud, but they carried clearly throughout the hall. The Su family. Master of formations. Moreover, it's not just intentions, it's already the resources and personnel that have been mobilized. The Li family was all stunned. The opposition elders, in particular, had faces that looked like they'd been dyed, a mix of red and blue. Yang Wei took the jade slip, glanced at it without looking at it, and casually handed it to Li Haoran, who was still in a daze beside him. "Father-in-law, please take a look. This is just a small token of our sincerity in the early stages. We'll decide on the rest after I discuss it in detail with Senior Su and that master of formations." He stood up, and the little black cat on his shoulder also spread its small wings and floated up. Its golden cat eyes swept across the entire area, carrying an inexplicable sense of majesty. Yang Wei raised his glass to the main table and all the Li family members present, his tone still calm, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. "Thank you for the Li family's hospitality tonight. Yangcheng, I've decided to build it. I, Yang Wei, will remember those who are willing to help, and they will surely have a place in Yangcheng in the future. I understand those who feel the risk is too high and want to wait and see. Even if a deal doesn't go through, we can still be on good terms. As for proof." He paused, a half-smile playing on his lips. "The first phase of construction on the foundation in Kora Ray Base in Yang City will begin within half a month. At that time, everyone is welcome to come and guide us. Of course, if anyone thinks I, Yang Wei, am a pushover and tries to trip me up behind my back." He glanced at the second elder and the fifth elder, seemingly casually. "Then I don't mind letting him and his family experience what the future defense force of Yang City will look like. That's all for now. We've had our fill of food and drink, so Sister Wan and I will take our leave." After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and pulled Li Qingwan, who was still in shock, to her feet. Li Qingwan slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang, shattering the jade table in front of her. Her breath hitched, she cut off a lock of her hair, and scanned her former family members. "Father, esteemed elders. Since some people say that a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl, then from this day forward, I, Li Qingwan, am a member of the Yang family, both in life and in death. I have no say in the affairs of the Li family. But if anyone dares to insult my husband again, don't blame me for turning my back on them. Honey, let's go." After saying that, she tossed away the lock of hair, grabbed Yang Wei, and turned around. Amidst the complete silence of the hall and the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, he calmly walked out. Her long black hair cascaded onto the dining table in the wind. Li Haoran reached out to grab it, but caught nothing. He could only stare speechlessly at the two people's backs, choking back tears. "Daughter, my daughter." The voice was mournful. But Li Qingwan and Yang Wei never looked back. The two simply stopped walking. Li Qingwan whispered, "Dad, the Li family is in your hands. If anyone dares to oppress you, don't be afraid. Just tell me, and I'll grind them to dust." "My daughter is gone." Little Black flapped its wings and followed closely behind, leaving behind a haughty meow, "Meow, a bunch of ignorant fools." The banquet hall erupted in chaos only after Yang Wei's figure disappeared outside the door. The supporters were elated, excitedly discussing the involvement of the Su family and the array master. The opposition members looked grim. Especially the second elder and fifth elder lineages. They had intended to give Yang Wei a hard time, but instead, the other party used his real resources and background to deliver a series of resounding slaps in the face. This completely offended Li Qingwan. "That's Emperor Wu." Li Haoran stroked the jade slip in his hand, feeling the list of precious materials recorded within, which far exceeded the usual procurement scale of the Li family. His eyes filled with complex emotions. He glanced at the distraught opposition elder, feeling both shock at Yang Wei's hidden power and a touch of relief. "Fortunately, my daughter got married. The Li family, at least, did not stand against this young man. His son's judgment was indeed insightful." This was a feast at Hongmen. Yang Wei brought no soldiers, only a cat. However, with invisible power and decisive actions, they completed their first appearance in front of the inner city's royal-level forces. And Yangcheng's blueprint. And with that resounding slap, it became clearer and more real than ever before. Chapter 49, Undercurrents in Yangcheng, a romantic adventure to break the stalemate. "Have you heard?" Yang Wei from the low-level district slapped the second elder and fifth elder so hard their faces were swollen at the Li family's banquet. "The Su family actually supports him? And they even have a master of formations? Not only that, it's said that the black cat on his shoulder can talk and fly. Is that just hype? But being able to impregnate a high-level female martial artist and heal injuries to the Great Tao, that ability is indeed bizarre. Various rumors are rampant. For the first time, Yang Wei's name truly entered the view of the major forces in the inner city. He is no longer just a synonym for breeding pig. Rather, it is a variable that needs to be re-evaluated. Meanwhile, in the outer city, at number 488, Building 13, Yang Wei was comfortably leaning back on the sofa. Little Black lay on his lap, its tail swishing back and forth. Host, there are now a few more high-quality targets within a 20-kilometer radius. Xiao He communicated through consciousness, asking, "Do you need me to list them out?" Have a look. Virtual screen unfolds. 1. Name, Nangong Mingyue, eldest daughter of the Nangong family. Age, 621. Cultivation level, mid-stage martial emperor. Talent, SS rank light type. Difficulty level, SS. Current status, skeptical of the rumors about the host, preparing to send someone to test the waters. 2. Name, Shiman Shuang, elder of the Shiman family. Age, 689. Cultivation level, peak martial emperor. Talent, S rank lightning. Difficulty level, A. Current status, due to internal injuries sustained from practicing thunder magic, the patient urgently needs treatment. 3. Name, Morong Waner, genius of the Morong family. Age, 19. Cultivation level, peak 7th rank. Talent, SSS level spatial ability. Difficulty level, SSS. Current status, due to excessive talent, he was envied and plotted against, causing his cultivation to stagnate. His family is preparing to abandon him. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. SSS class space system? This talent is almost unbelievable. However, the difficulty level is SSS, so it doesn't seem that easy. The first and second are over 600 years old. Too old. With his current standards, he'd have to think twice even if it meant paying someone to do it for him. Triggered a chain of quests, heal Morong Waner. Phase 1, investigate the truth behind Morong Waner's injuries. Mission requirements, contact Morong Waner within 3 days and find out the true reason for her stagnant cultivation. Task reward, 2000 sign-in points, and the introductory chapter of the spatial cultivation technique Voidwalk. Failure penalty, Morong Waner will perish within 3 months system calculation, and the host's cultivation level will decrease by 3 levels. Holy crap! Yang Wei exclaimed, his brow furrowing. Is there a penalty for failure? And it's a death penalty? No, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. The main thing is, why are you questioning my behavior? Xiao He rolled his eyes. You think SSS level beauties are as common as cabbages? Yang Wei raised his hand. Damn it. Little Black tilted its head back and shouted, "Come on, hit me." Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. It's so beautiful, I really can't bring myself to buy it. Tell me, what's the deal with this Morong Waner? Master, based on the scan and intelligence analysis, Morong Waner has likely been poisoned with a spirit-devouring goo. This type of goo worm specifically devours the spiritual energy of gifted individuals and is extremely insidious. The one who cast the goo is very likely someone within her family, Xiao He analyzed. Yang Wei's lips twitched again. Such a genius is harmed? The Morong family is in chaos. The soul-devouring goo, can it be cured? The system shop has goo expelling pills, which require 5,000 sign-in points. Alternatively, the master can try using golden needle acupuncture from the Yellow Emperor's inner classic in combination with spiritual power to force it out, but the other party needs to completely trust you, and the master's cultivation level must be at least at the martial emperor level for it to be relatively safe. It's like saying nothing at all. Yang Wei looked at his mid-stage 6th order cultivation level and sighed. He had originally planned to use the golden needle acupuncture technique to have a close encounter with this stunning beauty, which would make things much easier for the future. Result: the road ahead is still long. Haste makes waste. Then let's take it slow. Let's take on the first phase of the mission. Task accepted successfully. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Just then, Lin Kuo rushed in, shouting, "Honey, something's happened." Tell me slowly. Our first engineering team sent to Yang City was attacked by a group of mutant beasts. Although no one died, the equipment was severely damaged and 3 workers were injured. Yang Wei's eyes turned cold. Mutant beasts? Where did so many mutated beasts come from in the ruins of Yang City? This is inside the city. Where did this mutated beast come from? I also find it strange. Yi Hongyin walked in from outside, her expression serious. According to the descriptions of the wounded, those mutated beasts were very organized, and they seemed to intentionally avoid vital areas, only damaging equipment. Li Qingwan also rushed back, her face grim. I just received news from the family that although the Lu and Zhang families have outwardly yielded, they have secretly joined forces with several smaller families and hired a wilderness hunter team to cause trouble. Those mutated beasts were likely tamed or lured there by them. The Revenant? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow. They're just desperate criminals surviving in the wilderness outside the war zone. They'll do anything for money, Zhao Wushang added. They may not be very strong, but they are cunning and adept at using the environment. Wang Xuanqi said angrily, that's too despicable. Should we just go and attack them? Yang Wei shook his head. Without direct evidence, going to their door would only give them ammunition. Besides, our main focus right now should be on the development of Yangcheng. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Since they like to play dirty tricks, then we'll play along with them. Xiao He, scan the area around Yang City, especially the possible hiding places of that wilderness hunter team. Yes, master. The little black boy's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light. The virtual map unfolds. Several red dots began to flash. 3 suspicious energy fluctuations were detected, all with traces of human activity. One of them, located in the old underground drainage system, showed the strongest energy reaction and is suspected to be the main hiding place of the team. Yang Wei looked at Zhao Wushang. Wushang, take a few people and go visit that hunter team. Remember to be civilized and polite and bring our gifts. Furthermore, we're currently engaged in construction and shouldn't create unnecessary complications. However, simply giving in isn't a solution either. So, let's preserve evidence. We'll wait for the other side to make the first move and then retaliate in self-defense. Zhao Wushang's eyes lit up. I understand. What she called gifts of comfort were stink bombs that Yang Wei redeemed from the system store. It won't be fatal. But once it explodes, the smell can make people lose their appetite for 3 days, and it can't be washed off. Hong Yin, go to Yangzhou and take charge, strengthen the security. Qingwan, send another batch of reliable people and equipment from the Li family, and do it quickly. Kor, Xuanqi, you two guard the house, and while you're at it, help me arrange someone. Who are you inviting? Murong Wan A glint of light flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. Just say that the Life Alliance can heal talent damage problems, and ask her to come and have a chat. Chapter 50, Stinky Bomb establishes authority, Wanner seeks medical help. The group split up and took action separately. Zhao Wushang, along with 3 skilled fighters selected from retired veterans, quietly infiltrated the ruins of Yang City. The old underground drainage system was dark and damp. But Zhao Wushang thrived in her new environment. She had carried out many similar tasks before. Captain, we can hear breathing sounds 50 meters ahead. There are at least 6 people, a team member whispered. Zhao Wushang nodded and made a gesture. The 4 of them split up and crept closer like ghosts. It was a 7-person hunter team, resting, with several clearly domesticated mutated hyenas tied up nearby. Boss, this mission was really easy. We just smashed some equipment and made 500,000 yuan. Don't be careless, the other side has a martial emperor in charge. So what if she's the empress? We didn't cause any trouble, what can she do to us? Besides, the Lu family said they'll take responsibility if anything happens. Zhao Wushang got a general idea of what was going on, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She pulled out several black spheres from her bosom. It was a stink bomb. Throw! The 4 spheres landed precisely in the middle of the hunter team. What? Bang! 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 The sphere exploded, without a spark, only an indescribable stench instantly filling the air. Vomit! What's that smell? My eyes. They're burning my eyes. 7 hunters, along with a mutated hyena. Instantly enveloped in yellow smoke, they emitted shrill screams and vomiting sounds. Zhao Wushang and the others had already put on special masks and quickly retreated. Friendly reminder, Zhao Wushang said in her voice changer, next time, it won't just be a stench. By the way, tell your employer that Yangcheng welcomes fair competition, but if you play dirty tricks, we'll retaliate tenfold. After saying that, the 4 quickly left, leaving the 7 people rolling around in the stench. I really want to just kill him. No, even the most heinous criminals are indispensable human resources for the war zone. They should not be killed indiscriminately unless absolutely necessary. What should we do then? Just let them cause trouble as they please? Of course not. Zhao Wushang said, "My husband said to preserve evidence so they'll launch their own attack." "Oh, I understand. We'll be killing in self-defense then." "That's right." That afternoon, the Lu and Zhang families received news that 7 hunters had been attacked with chemical weapons, and their faces turned ashen. What frustrated them even more was that the stench was something they couldn't wash away. The 7 hunters were taken to the hospital, where a strange smell permeated the entire place, prompting protests from the doctors and nurses. In the end, there was no other choice. The 7 people were isolated in a temporary tent in the suburbs. Strangers should not approach within 100 meters. Bastard. Yang Wei is a bastard. The head of the Lu family was so angry that he smashed the 3rd cup. What do we do now? That kid is obviously not someone to mess with. Let's hold off for now, let the Nangong family test the waters first. At the same time, Morong Wana received an invitation from the Life Alliance. She was already disheartened. Her family abandoned her. His former title of genius has become a joke. Those who were once jealous of her now spend their days making sarcastic remarks. But the phrase talent impairment treatment is problematic. It rekindled a glimmer of hope in her lifeless heart. "Warner, don't go, it's definitely a scam." Her cousin, who was also one of the masterminds behind the poisoning, hypocritically advised, "You need to rest now." Morong Warner noticed the fleeting panic in her cousin's eyes and suddenly realized something. Based on her past personality, she would definitely have questioned him on the spot. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, she will not give up easily at this moment. The other party clearly didn't want her to be happy. "I'll go take a look," she said calmly. "Anyway, it can't get any worse." That evening, Morong Wan arrived at number 488, Building 13, Outer City, accompanied by guards, not from the Life Alliance. She was slightly taken aback when she saw that a handsome young man had opened the door, with a strange black kitten perched on his shoulder. "Miss Morong, please come in." Yang Wei smiled. The aroma of tea wafted through the living room. Morong Wan carefully observed Yang Wei. I noticed that his eyes were clear, his aura was restrained, yet he possessed an indescribable composure. "Mr. Yang, you may not know this, but my injury was kept secret." "You're from out of town, never mind, I won't ask how you knew I was injured. But even if it's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'm willing to take the gamble. So, here I am." Yang Wei frowned slightly. No wonder they are SSS level. That face, that figure, that intelligence. Impeccable. Even now, with his life hanging by a thread, he is dressed conservatively and has a pale face. Even that couldn't conceal her unparalleled figure and stunning beauty. Most importantly, she speaks quite eloquently. It seemed casual, like a casual chat. But in reality, those few words completely blocked Yang Wei's path of communication. And its greatest brilliance lies in. She transformed what should have been a question about why she knew she was sick into an absurd statement. "I don't know why you investigated me, but you asked me to come, so I came, just for that 1 in 10,000 chance. It means, whatever your purpose, I'm sick and I want treatment, so I've come. Besides." And her lively and tactful tone. It perfectly captures the earnestness of a patient facing their attending physician, making it impossible to feel angry at all, and even inspiring a determination to do everything in one's power. The brilliance lies in. Although she seemed not to ask, Yang Wei had no choice but to answer, achieving 3 goals at once. Having lived 2 lives, Yang Wei naturally understood immediately. This is enough to show that the other person thinks before they speak and is an extremely cautious person. But, why would someone like that get infected? Yang Wei couldn't figure this out either. However, even the best can make mistakes. He had thought about all the questions the other person would ask after they met, and he had also prepared his answers. And now, not a single word is needed. Therefore, Yang Wei could only say in a seemingly joking tone, "If I said that I only approached you because I heard you were pretty, would you believe me?" Morong Wan coughed twice, clearly somewhat surprised. She had thoroughly investigated Yang Wei's background before she arrived. From breeding pig to miracle doctor? It's actually quite similar. I've heard that Mr. Yang has many women. It's an honor to use the word beautiful to describe Warner. Yang Wei was speechless. This statement seems to be a compliment, but it is not. What the other person meant was, "Don't compare me to your women, I don't fall for that." It seems that the conversation can't continue without sharing some useful information. All right. I just don't understand. Someone like you, no matter which family you're in, should be protected. How could you be poisoned by a curse? Morone Warner was startled. Poisoned? How is that possible? The clan consulted many renowned teachers, and they all reached the same conclusion: his talent had been damaged. How could it be a curse? However, she did not continue following Yang Wei's words. Even though this matter involved family privacy, he had some suspicions but no real evidence. It's not appropriate to let outsiders see the family make a fool of themselves. I heard you can heal damaged talents? Yang Wei. Chapter 51. A single needle dispels the poison, and the bright moon is about to appear. Whether it can be cured depends on the specific situation. She gestured for her to hold out her hand. Let me take a look first. It was disappointing that I couldn't get any real information out of them. But Yang Wei understood. This matter needs to be handled step by step. Morone Warner hesitated for a moment before extending her wrist. Yang Wei had an unfathomable expression and did not take the pulse, but instead had Xiao He scan him. Deep scan in progress. Confirmed, the target contains 3 spirit-devouring goo worms, located in the heart meridian, dantian, and spiritual platform. The worms have entered a semi-dormant state, continuously consuming spiritual energy. Recommendation: expel it immediately, otherwise the target will die from exhaustion of spiritual energy within 3 months at most. Yang Wei's eyes were serious. Miss Morone, I'll say it again, this is not a simple case of your talent being damaged. He looked directly into her eyes. You've been poisoned by a curse, and it's an extremely insidious, soul-eating curse. Morone Warner shuddered, her face turning pale instantly. Soul-devouring goo. How is this possible? There are 3 goo worms, located in your heart meridian, dantian, and spittle platform respectively, Yang Wei explained in detail. The person who cast the goo worms intends to completely destroy you. Morone Warner could no longer hold back, and her hands began to tremble. She recalled the unusual behavior of her family members during this period, and the complicated look in her cousin's eyes every time she looked at her. How is that possible? Can it be cured? Her voice was dry. Since I called you here, I must be able to, Yang Wei nodded. But you need to completely trust me, and the treatment process carries some risks. Also, he paused for a moment. Once the treatment begins, the person who cast the curse may become aware of it, so you need to be prepared. A resolute glint flashed in Morone Warner's eyes. Treat him. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll treat him. She has nothing left to lose. Phase 1 mission complete. Reward: 2,000 sign-in points, Voidwalk Beginner's Guide. Second phase of the quest triggered: exorcise the soul-eating goo. Mission requirement: remove all soul-devouring goo from Morone Warner's body within 7 days. Task rewards: 5,000 sign-in points, 1 spatial ring 100 cubic meters, and plus 50 favorability with Morone Warner. Failure penalty: Morone Warner dies, the host will be hostile to some forces of the Morone family, and their cultivation level will be reduced. Little Black, this is unfair. That's the rule. Xiao He said lazily. You can see it too, I'm just a butler at best, there's nothing I can do to help. System: exchange for the exorcism pill, Yang Wei said. Exorcism pill, 5,000 sign-in points. Redeem now? Yang Wei checked his remaining sign-in points, 1,200 left before, plus 2,000 from the task reward, for a total of 3,200. Not enough. Xiao He, is there a quick way to earn sign-in points? Master, can I complete some simple tasks, or sell some things? Little Black blinked. The system shop supports bartering. You can do that? Why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't ask, did you? Yang Wei thought for a moment and took out the 9-turn resurrection grass from the system space. How much can this be exchanged for? Under evaluation. 9-turn resurrection grass can be exchanged for 8,000 sign-in points. It's changed. Redeem successful, 8,000 sign-in points awarded. Current sign-in points, 11200. Exchange for exorcism pills. Exchange successful. Obtained 1 exorcism pill. Consumed 5,000 sign-in points. Remaining, 6,200 points. What a scoundrel! He was criticizing the system when he said that. The next second, Yang Wei now held a bright green pill in his hand, its fragrance wafting through the air. Miss Morone, take this pill and relax your mind. I will use golden needles to help you guide the medicine's effects. Morone Warner swallowed the pill without hesitation. Yang Wei took out the gold needle. This is the mysterious iron needle he obtained by checking in through the system. It is specifically designed to ward off evil spirits. Treatment has begun. An hour later, when the 3 goo worms, which had turned dark red, were forced out of Morone Warner's mouth and nose, she was in tears. It really came out of nowhere. She felt the stagnant spiritual energy begin to flow again, and that damned feeling of weakness was fading away. Phase 2 mission complete. Rewards: 5,000 sign-in points, 1 spatial ring, plus 50 favorability with Morone Warner. Current favorability, 60. Morone Warner's talent has recovered, and her cultivation level has begun to rise. It is expected that she will recover to the early stage of the 7th rank within 3 days. Morone Warner stood up and solemnly bowed to Yang Wei. Mr. Yang, I will never forget your life-saving grace. If you ever need my help in the future, I will do my best. Miss Morone, you're too kind. Yang Wei helped her up. However, the person who used the goo poison probably won't let this go so easily. A cold glint flashed in Morone Warner's eyes. I know who it is. I'll settle this score with you later. She looked at Yang Wei and suddenly said, Mr. Yang, I had already thought it through before I came here. If this trip can cure my illness, I will join the Life Alliance. Is that all right? Yang Wei smiled. I couldn't be happier. Does this matter need to be kept secret? No need, I'd like you to help me promote it. All right then. Morone Warner took out a bag of star coins. A small token of my gratitude for saving my life. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yang Wei said. You called me here and even cured my illness. She looked at the money bag on the table. You must have more to gain than just this. If I said, Yang Wei shrugged, that I was after your good looks, you wouldn't believe me. Ha ha. Seeing the other person blush, he quickly added, just kidding. You're so beautiful, there must be quite a few people who are after your looks, right? So, one more of me won't make a difference, right? Ha ha ha. Fine. Morone Warner said, if you don't want to tell me, I'm too lazy to ask. During this period of time, she has experienced the ups and downs of life and seen through too many things. Although this person's speech is incoherent, but the strength he demonstrated was genuine. This alone is enough to shatter all the rumors about lower body breeding pigs, making them worth befriending. She finally understood. Why do so many women prefer to date him? Capable and articulate. It's hard for any normal woman not to like it. It's a pity. I can't practice martial arts. Sigh. When Morone Warner left, her entire demeanor changed. She was no longer lifeless, but instead radiated new life. She walked out of Building 13, Unit 488, looked up towards the inner city, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Cousin, let's take our time. Meanwhile, in the inner city, the Nangong family. Nangong Mingyue frowned slightly as she listened to her subordinate's report. Morone Warner went to Yang Wei's place and came out completely different? Yes, Mississippi. And according to our people's observations, her aura is recovering, which means that her damaged talent has likely been healed. A strange light flashed in Nangong Mingyue's eyes. This Yang Wei is getting more and more interesting. Get ready, I'm going to visit this Mr. Yang tomorrow. Miss, isn't this too risky? After all, you are of noble status. It's all right. Nangong Mingyue gently stroked the jade flute in her hand. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we try. Chapter 52 Nangong Mingyue, Nangong Mingxue. The news of Morone Warner's recovery. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, it stirred up a storm in the inner city. An SSS-level genius who was judged to have damaged talent and whose cultivation would stagnate for life. I only went to the outer city once. Within 3 days, his cultivation level recovered from the peak of the 7th rank to the early stage of the 7th rank, and his talent even became more refined. The name Life Alliance was the first time that truly made the major forces in the inner city of Zone C feel uneasy. At the same time, another piece of news quietly circulated. Nangong Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family who also suffers from a hidden illness, is preparing to go to the outer city. The Nangong family is going too? I heard that Nangong Mingyue's younger sister, Nangong Mingxue, has gone mad while cultivating a light-based technique. The light elements within her body are running rampant, and she could explode at any moment. The Nangong family invited 3 royal-level alchemists and 7 medical masters, but they were all helpless. If this can be cured, then Yang Wei will really. Amidst much discussion, a luxurious flying chariot carved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, and made entirely of bright stone. It slowly landed in the outer city of Zone C. Before and behind the flying chariot were 8 guards, each clad in silver armor and possessing an aura of early-stage martial emperor. Beside the flying chariot followed 3 white-haired old men, all dressed in long robes with crimson cloud patterns. They were the royal-level alchemists served by the Nangong family. The carriage doors opened, and a woman in a moon-white dress slowly descended. Her face was covered by a light veil, revealing only a pair of clear, cold eyes like stars. Her figure was slender, and every step she took seemed to be walking on a halo of light. SS-level light elemental talent, mid-stage martial emperor cultivation, the number 1 genius of the previous generation of the Nangong family, Nangong Mingyue. Instead of going directly to the Alliance of Life, she stayed at the most luxurious sky pavilion in the outer city. "Miss, we have arrived. Why don't we seek medical help?" an alchemist asked in a low voice. Nangong Mingyue stood by the window, looking at the somewhat dilapidated street scene outside the city, her voice cold and clear. "The matter of Morong Wanner is too strange. How could a 6th-level martial artist from a low-level area cure a hidden ailment that even we are helpless against? But Morong Wanner has indeed recovered. So, we need to take a look first." Nangong Mingyue turned around. "Send someone to invite Yang Wei and say that Miss Nangong invites you to discuss the treatment of Ming Xue with him." "Miss, isn't this a bit too arrogant? After all, we're the ones asking for your help." "Arrogance?" Nangong Mingyue chuckled. "My Nangong family has the right to be arrogant." She paused, a complex look flashing in her eyes. "Besides, I don't believe an ordinary person could really have that kind of ability. Also, get my live streaming equipment ready. If he's truly capable, he'll become famous worldwide. If not, at least fewer people will be deceived. As for whether he is worth cooperating with by the Nangong family, let's talk about that after we get through this hurdle." When the news reached number 488, Building 13, Yang Wei was having breakfast with the 4 women. "Nangong Mingyue sent someone to invite you, saying she wants to discuss the treatment of her younger sister, Nangong Mingxue, with you." Wang Xuanqi put down the communicator, pursed her lips, and said, "She's really putting on airs. Instead of visiting you, she wants you to come over." Yi Hongyin sneered, "The Nangong family has always been like this, arrogant and haughty." Li Qingwan put down her chopsticks. "Honey, what do you think?" Yang Wei picked up a fried egg, ate it slowly and deliberately, and then wiped his mouth. Xiao He scanned Nangong Mingxue's condition. Little black lay on Yang Wei's shoulder, lazily opened its eyes, and a flash of golden light appeared. Target for deep scan, Nangong Mingxue located on the top floor of Tianguang Pavilion. Status, light element gone berserk, life hanging by a thread. Detailed analysis, 3 light-devouring goo were implanted in the body, feeding on light-based spiritual energy. This also triggered a backlash from the cultivation technique, resulting in the tragedy of light. Healing difficulty, SS level. Recommendation: first, lure out the light-eating goo, then use the acupuncture techniques from the Huangdi Neijing light chapter to calm the rampaging light elements, combined with the holy light soothing potion. But warning, improper handling during treatment may trigger a light element explosion, with a power equivalent to a full force attack from a peak martial emperor. Yang Wei raised an eyebrow. Light devouring goo? Holy light soothing potion? He looked at the system store. Holy light soothing potion, 8,000 sign-in points. Light devouring goo recipe, 3,000 sign-in points. Host must prepare the medicine themselves. That's interesting. Yang Wei laughed. It seems the Nangong family has met their match this time. Lin Kuo leaned closer. Honey, are you going? Go, why wouldn't we go? Yang Wei stood up. They've practically offered their faces. Wouldn't it be unfair to them if we didn't fight back? Remember, we need money now. He smirked and held up his palm. Their coming here is completely different from our going here, so the price is completely different too, hee. It was just a small favor. Yang Wei said while changing his clothes. Under normal circumstances, I could have saved him for 5,000 star coins. However, since they're so good at putting on airs, then let's make it 100 million. 100 million? The women stared in disbelief. Although they really need the money right now. But, this is no different from outright robbery. He looked at the 4 women. Hongyin, Qingwan, you 2 will come with me. Kor, Wushang, Xuanqi, you will stay home. I want to go too. Wang Xuanqi raised her hand. Next time, Yang Wei ruffled her hair, this time it might be a bit lively. Tianguang Pavilion, top floor. When Yang Wei led Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan into the reception room, Nangong Mingyue was sitting in the main seat, with three alchemists standing behind her. "Hey buddy, something's fishy." Xiao Hei's voice rang in Yang Wei's ears. "What's going on? That woman actually sent someone to secretly broadcast this live. She has ulterior motives. Isn't this free advertising?" Yang Wei's lips curled up. "Then I'd better cooperate properly." In the center of the reception room, a transparent crystal coffin was placed there. Inside the coffin lay a young girl, about 18 or 19 years old, whose appearance bore a 7/10 resemblance to Nangong Mingyue. However, her face was as pale as paper, and dazzling light occasionally burst forth from her body, causing the crystal coffin to vibrate and hum. "Mr. Yang, please sit down." Nangong Mingyue's voice was cold, and she did not get up. Yang Wei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down opposite her. Yi Hongyin and Li Qingwan stood on either side of him behind him. Although the two of them had concealed their auras, the faint pressure belonging to a martial emperor still caused the three alchemists to change their expressions slightly. "Miss Nangong's sister seems to be in bad shape." Yang Wei glanced at the crystal coffin. "It's a miracle that she is still alive after suffering from the light sorrow and the light-eating goo." Nangong Mingyue's eyes narrowed. The three alchemists behind her changed their expressions drastically. "Light-devouring goo?" They checked countless times but never found any trace of the goo worms. "Mr. Yang, what makes you say that?" one of the alchemists couldn't help but ask. "The three of us have examined Miss Mingxue many times and have never found any signs of goo worms." Yang Wei glanced at him. "It's normal that someone of your level wouldn't notice." "You!" The alchemist's beard trembled with anger. The other was equally enraged, shouting, "How dare you, you brat!" The number of viewers in the live stream. It jumped from 3,000 to 10,000 in an instant, and it's still rising rapidly. Damn, what an arrogant kid. He actually said that two officially certified royal-level alchemists weren't good enough, huh? This is a slap in the face to the authorities. Don't talk nonsense. What does this have to do with the authorities? That's right, if we're going to slap someone in the face, it'll be the Ouyang family. Chapter 53: The Wound of Light, the Divine Healer. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Nangong Mingyue raised her hand to stop her. She looked at Yang Wei. "Since Mr. Yang can see the cause of the illness, can you treat it?" "Yes," Yang Wei nodded, "but there are two conditions." "Please speak." "First, the treatment cost is 500 million star coins." He originally only wanted 100 million star coins, but since the other party is determined to ruin his reputation, it has a different meaning. 500 million? Nangong Mingyue frowned slightly. "What? You can't bear to part with her?" Yang Wei squinted. "Or is her life not worth 500 million? No. Yes, it's possible," Nangong Mingyue said. "As long as it's possible, whatever price you name is, that's what I'll pay." Mingyue will never haggle. Secondly, Yang Wei didn't expect the other party to be so agreeable, and as expected, the price had to be lowered. He looked at her. "No one is allowed to interfere during the treatment. If your interference causes the treatment to fail, or if I am injured, the Nangong family will have to pay 10 times the compensation." Nangong Mingyue was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, "Okay. All right." Yang Wei stood up. "Pay the treatment fee first." Nangong Mingyue's eyes turned slightly cold. "Mr. Yang, shouldn't we treat him first and then charge him?" "My rule is to charge first, then treat," Yang Wei said calmly. "If I can't cure you, I'll refund double the amount." The live stream chat room has exploded with excitement. 500 million? He actually asked Miss Nangong for 500 million? My god? Does he even know how much 500 million is? Is he crazy for money? You all probably don't know this yet, but it's said that Yangcheng, which is currently under development, belongs to the Life Alliance. So, he's here to make money. No, I think he's completely incurable, so he deliberately raised the price so high, hoping to discourage the Ouyang family, but unexpectedly, Miss Nangong had already seen through it and agreed directly. That makes sense. Brothers, we're about to prove them wrong, just wait and see. Ha ha ha. This bastard has been swindling and cheating people in the outer city for so long. I don't know how many people he has cheated, but he's finally going to be caught. A level 67 player suddenly appeared and said, "If anything happens to Miss Nangong, I'll destroy the Life Alliance and take his life." Support the big brother, support the fight against counterfeits. Plus 999. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The number of viewers in the live stream jumped from 10,000 to 50,000, and quickly broke through the 100,000 mark, and it continues to grow. Various topics are flying around. Yang Wei paused for a moment, then added, "Of course, if Miss Nangong doesn't trust me, she can seek someone else." The three alchemists looked at each other in bewilderment. They can't cure it, but to ask them to admit that an ordinary person can cure it is really hard to accept. Nangong Mingyue stared at Yang Wei for a long time before finally taking out a crystal card. "There are 600 million star coins in here. The extra 100 million is a token of my gratitude." Just as it was said in the live stream, she supports genuine talent and learning. However, if the opponent lacks strength, they will also suffer a terrible death. Yang Wei frowned. This woman is a bit arrogant, but she's still quite sensible. It seems that word has spread that I love money. He took the crystal card and handed it to Li Qingwan behind him. "All right, let's begin the treatment." He walked to the crystal coffin. "Open the coffin." He deliberately increased the volume of his voice so that people in the livestream could hear him more clearly. "Open the coffin?" An alchemist hurriedly stopped him. Miss Mingxue is currently relying entirely on the sealing formation of the crystal coffin to suppress the rampaging light element. Once the coffin is opened, the light element will instantly go out of control. "How can I treat you without opening the coffin?" Yang Wei retorted. "To administer acupuncture through the coffin? You open the coffin." Nangong Mingyue's voice rang out. "I believe in Mr. Yang." The crystal coffin slowly opened. In an instant, blinding light shot into the sky. The raging light elements, like wild horses, instantly filled the entire room. The three alchemists hurriedly retreated and joined forces to set up a protective barrier. Nangong Mingyue also stood up, her body glowing with a soft halo that kept the rampaging light elements at bay. Only Yang Wei stood still, motionless. The violet light elements struck him, but it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to harm him in the slightest. How is this possible?" An alchemist stared wide-eyed. He clearly has no cultivation. How could he withstand such a rampage of light elements? Yang Wei strolled leisurely, offering no explanation. Since he was destined to become famous today, he had no choice but to act more composed. Otherwise, it would also be unfair to the other party for their meticulous planning. 3 long, golden needles appeared in his hand. It was the evil-slaying golden needle that the system had redeemed. The first needle sealed the spirit platform. The golden needle pierced Nangong Mingshue's brow. The raging light element paused slightly. The second acupuncture point is to calm the heart and pulse. A golden needle pierced his chest. The light emanating from Nangong Mingxue began to fluctuate rhythmically. The third needle locked the dantian. The gold needle was inserted into the lower abdomen. After the 3 needles were inserted, the rampaging light element within Nangong Mingshue's body was temporarily suppressed. But everyone knows this is only temporary. The real treatment is only beginning now. Yang Wei took out a jade bottle containing a pale golden liquid. It was the holy light soothing potion that he redeemed with 8,000 sign-in points. He helped Nangong Mingxue up and slowly fed her the medicine. After the medicine entered her body, Nangong Mingshue's pale complexion returned to a rosy hue at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at that moment, a sudden change has occurred. Nangong Mingshue's body suddenly began to tremble violently. 3 dazzling golden rays burst forth simultaneously from her brow, chest, and lower abdomen. Holy crap! I hope I didn't get stabbed to death. The live stream chat exploded. It's a goo worm. It really is a light-devouring goo. Among the onlookers, an alchemist exclaimed in surprise. 3 golden rays transformed into 3 thumb-sized, transparent goo worms with light wings on their backs, which burst out of Nangong Mingshue's body and headed straight for Yang Wei's face. Be careful. Nangong Mingyue's expression changed, and she was about to make a move. But Yi Hongyin was faster than her. A blood-red gunshot flashed by. The 3 goo worms were pierced at the same time, pinned to the ground, struggled a few times, and then turned into ashes. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Nangong Mingyue's hand froze in mid-air, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Yi Hongyin. She didn't even see the trajectory of that shot. This is the strength of a martial emperor. Moreover, he is definitely not a beginner at the martial emperor realm. She looked at Yang Wei again, and her eyes had completely changed. Yang Wei, however, acted as if nothing had happened and continued with the treatment. He took out 9 silver needles and, with his hands moving like butterflies flitting among flowers, pierced Nangong Mingshua's body with 9 needles. The Yellow Emperor's inner classic chapter on Light 9 luminaries fixing light needle. As the 9 needles were inserted, the rampant light elements within Nangong Mingshua's body, like a tamed wild horse, began to flow slowly along her meridians. Her breathing went from weak to steady, and then gradually became stronger. Martial King Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Finally, it stabilized at the 7th level of Martial King. Although his cultivation level had dropped significantly, he survived and his cultivation level had recovered. Nangong Mingxue slowly opened her eyes. Sister, sister? Nangong Mingyue rushed over, hugged her younger sister, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Mingxue, you're finally awake. What just happened? The live stream chat exploded with excitement. The barrage of comments is so fast, it's overwhelming. They really saved him. Plus 999. Miracle Doctor, Miracle Doctor. Plus 999. It's a bit pricey, but it really works, unlike some quack doctors. Plus 999. The 3 alchemists looked at each other, and finally, they all walked up to Yang Wei and bowed. Mr. Yang's medical skills are divine, we admire him greatly. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you, Mr. Yang. Chapter 54, Slapping the Face Across the Internet, Murderous Intent in Yang City. Yang Wei waved his hand, it's all right. He wasn't being magnanimous, he simply knew when to stop. In any case, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. There's no need to make trouble for a few minor characters. Petty and narrow-minded. This is a losing proposition for both the current Life Alliance and the future of Yangcheng. He looked at Nangong Mingyue. Miss Nangong, the treatment is complete. Your sister still needs to rest for 3 days and must not use her spiritual power during this period. Nangong Mingyue wiped away her tears, stood up, and walked unsteadily to Yang Wei, where she solemnly bowed. I will never forget Mr. Yang's life-saving grace. She took out a storage ring, inside is a small token of the Nangong family's appreciation. In addition to 1 billion star coins, there is also a batch of scarce resources needed for the construction of Yangcheng 100 cubic meters of bright crystals and 300 tons of star steel. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. However, it was still pushed back. Light crystals are top-tier materials for setting up light-based arrays. Star steel is a top-grade metal used to forge high-level weapons and building frames. These 2 things are strategic resources that are hard to buy even with money. This girl is so sensible. Mainly, she's good-looking. Although he had many women, they were all women with broken arms and legs, and he had to be very careful during each treatment to avoid further injury. Take the 4 empresses in the family now, for example, they went through the same thing back then. So, if he were to look again, he really didn't want to look for those with missing limbs. And with his current wealth and status. And indeed, it is possible to gradually shed the past of scavenging. Embarking on a new chapter in life. Of course, this does not mean that he does not treat those people, it simply means that he has adopted a new approach, such as artificial insemination through the Life Alliance. Although this technology is not yet actually available on the market. But with the mature technology he brought from Earth, it's only a matter of time. At that time, he would then be able to truly achieve the blessing of having many children. Unfortunately, IVF is not within the scope of the system's authorization. Otherwise, it would smell even better. Even so, Yang Wei also saw a bright future ahead for himself. It can take anywhere from 10 years to as little as 1 year. He will then be able to achieve his first small goal, having many children and many blessings. And in the distant future, this world will eventually belong to the Yang family. Miss Nangong, you're too kind. Your sister has already paid the fee, Yang Wei said. Nangong Shueyue handed it over again, saying, please don't refuse, sir. This is a special thank you. Compared to life, these worldly things are nothing. Seeing this, Nangong Mingyue chimed in, please accept it, sir. He understood that charging a fee is charging a fee, and expressing gratitude is expressing gratitude, they should not be confused. The front is the consultation fee, the back is the sentiment. It's a relationship. All right. Yang Wei, despite his embarrassment, accepted the ring. Then I'll take my leave. His decision to postpone was a matter of principle. Just like how the other party insisted on giving it out of sincerity. Nangong Mingyue hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Mr. Yang, about Mingxue being poisoned by the goo. Yang Wei was slightly taken aback. Because the other party wasn't asking about the poison, but rather for confirmation. Confirm whether the relationship between each other has been successfully established. This is a family matter of the Nangong family, and it is inappropriate for me to interfere. He meant two things when he said that. I kept telling the other person that I appreciated their kindness. Secondly, I wanted to tell the other person that our relationship wasn't that good yet. However, having taken so much stuff, to reassure the other party, he paused, then said meaningfully, the person who cast the curse should be within the Nangong family. And, their status should be quite high. That's all I have to say. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Mingyue's eyes. I understand. The probing is over. She took a deep breath. Mr. Yang, the Nangong family is willing to form an alliance with the Life Alliance. In the future, the Nangong family will definitely provide full support for any needs that Yangcheng needs. Yang Wei smiled and said, then I, on behalf of Yangcheng, thank Miss Nangong. On the other hand, the live stream showed the moment the treatment ended. The barrage of comments, which had been uniformly a disaster is inevitable and medical fraud has been exposed, suddenly stopped abruptly for half a second before erupting in a massive barrage from all three sides. Supporters pink bullet comments, ID prefix Life Alliance. Who was shouting about buying a coffin for 500 million just now? Come out and show yourself. At Laoliang medical comment, didn't you say that Yang Wei doesn't even understand the principles of light? Expert, give me an explanation? I, the goddess Wanner, personally endorsed it, and you're still being stubborn? Don't you feel ashamed? Neutral faction white comments, many random passers-by. Ice packs for sale in the front row, specially for treating red and swollen cheeks. Is that guy from the 1 to 97 betting odds still alive? Does he need legal aid? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. I said that the barrage of comments just now had a collective mishap, and the scene was too satisfying. Opposition blue bullet comments, now drastically reduced, folded into a folded bar by the system. Only a few stubborn words remain. The script, it must be the script. The opposition was instantly crushed by a combined attack from both the supporters and the neutrals. Script my whole family. Even the official Nangong family account liked it, and you call that a script? Bro, your account has dropped to LV0, have some decency. Data bar flashes. 132,000 people online. The proportion of the opposition has dropped from 68% to 7% and is still declining. System prompt. This massive face-slapping scene has been screenshotted and saved. Do you want to generate an emoji? The screen was filled with the message, generated. Nangong Mingyue quietly finished reading the barrage comments, raised her hand to close the live stream, and glanced at Yang Wei, leaving him with a whisper that only she could hear. Public opinion has reversed. You have won. After tonight, no one in Zone C will dare to question the Life Alliance. She turned and boarded the carriage. A long, moon-white dress swept across the threshold, as if bringing a cold and elegant end to this live broadcast of writing a letter on one's knees. Meanwhile, another piece of news ignited public opinion throughout the inner and outer cities. Someone broadcasted a message live across the entire city online. Listen up, you lowly people of Yang City, tonight at midnight, I will raze the outer city to the ground, leaving no one alive. That womanizer Yang Wei, if he's willing to kneel at the inner city gate and bark like a dog 3 times, may have his corpse left intact. However, Yang Wei and his colleagues, who had been busy for more than 2 hours, did not notice. After leaving Tianguan Pavilion, we returned to number 488, building 13. Li Qingwan counted the resources in her storage ring, grinning from ear to ear. Honey, we've hit the jackpot this time. The bright crystal and star steel are worth at least 1 billion star coins on the market. Yi Hongyin also laughed and said, this time, Nangong Mingyue is completely convinced. Yang Wei leaned back on the sofa, with Xiao He lying on his lap. Husband, why don't you tell Nangong Mingyue that the person who cast the curse might be her second uncle? Lin Kor asked curiously. During the treatment, Xiao He had already detected the aura of the person who cast the goo poison through scanning. It was the second elder of the Nangong family, Nangong Mingyue's own uncle. Yang Wei shook his head. This is an internal strife within the Nangong family, we shouldn't interfere. He paused, a profound look flashing in his eyes. Moreover, leaving some suspense is actually better. Why? If I tell her now that her second uncle is the murderer, whether she believes me or not is one thing, but even if she does believe me, how will she handle it? Will she immediately turn against me? Or will she endure it? Yang Wei smiled and said, instead of doing that, it's better to let her investigate on her own. Once she finds out the truth, she will naturally understand who her real enemy is. More importantly, he looked out the window. Yangcheng needs allies, but it doesn't need an ally that is internally unstable. Let Nangong Mingyue clean up her own house. Once the Nangong family is stable, they will be the ally we truly need. Upon hearing this, the four women all seemed to be deep in thought. Honey, you're getting more and more cunning, Lin Kuo said with a grin. Yang Wei ruffled her hair, that's called wisdom. Just then, Zhao Wushang hurriedly walked in from outside, her face solemn. Honey, something's happened. What's wrong? The Luanzhang families, together with 3 other royal-level forces in the inner city, have assembled a mercenary force to launch a night raid on Yang City. Zhao Wushang handed a piece of intelligence to Yang Wei. The other side has deployed 30 martial emperors, and 1 early-stage martial emperor. Moreover, they've declared that they'll turn Yang City into a true ruin. Yang Wei's eyes turned cold. Finally, couldn't hold back anymore? He stood up and looked at the 4 women. This time, even if it means going to a military court, kill them all. Chapter 55 Live broadcast across the entire region, establishing authority in Yangcheng. Nangong Mingshue's healing livestream caused an unprecedented sensation in both the inner and outer cities of Zone C. In just half a day, the name Yang Wei of Life Alliance swept across the trending topics lists of all social media platforms with lightning speed. 1. Hashtag Yang Wei's 500 million yuan medical fee cures the tragedy of sight. Hashtag 2. Hashtag 4 needles determine the fate, a miraculous healer's account of curing goo. Hashtag 3. Hashtag Nangong family announces alliance with Life Alliance. Hashtag 4. Hashtag the geniuses who were misdiagnosed in the past. Hashtag 5. Hashtag what is Yang Wei's true identity. Hashtag the treatment process on the top floor of Tianguan Pavilion was edited into hundreds of short videos and spread wildly on various platforms. Supporters hailed him as the contemporary medical sage, while skeptics remained silent. And those inner city forces who had once mocked Yang Wei. At this moment, I feel a chill down my spine. But at the height of this media storm, another live stream link surged to the top of the trending topics list with even greater frenzy. Crush Pingyang City and exterminate the medical fraudsters. Click the link. The screen was completely black, with only a cold, electronic voice repeating. Listen up, you lowly people of Yang City, tonight at midnight, I will raze the outer city to the ground, leaving no one alive. That womanizer Yang Wei, if he's willing to kneel at the inner city gate and bark like a dog 3 times, may have his corpse left intact. The number of viewers in the live stream is 378,000, and it's still rising rapidly. Number 488, Building 13. Zhao Wushang, her face ashen, projected the live stream onto the center of the living room. Honey, it's this guy. Not only did he publicly rant, but he also bought trending topics on all platforms. Now the entire C district is watching this live stream. In the picture, a figure wearing a bronze demon mask stood on a pile of ruins the outskirts of Yang City. Behind him, 30 figures appeared and disappeared, each exuding the aura of a martial emperor. Further away, an even more terrifying figure stood suspended in mid-air, the space around him distorted. He was none other than an early-stage martial emperor. Have you found out who it is? Yang Wei's voice was unusually calm. The masks blocked all detection. Li Qingwan gritted her teeth, but judging from their positioning habits it should be the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, one of the top 3 mercenary organizations in the inner city. Who hired him? There is no direct evidence yet, but a cold glint flashed in Yi Hongyan's eyes. 3 of the top 10 on the livestream's donation leaderboard are direct descendants of the Luanzhang families, and the other one is the grandson of the second elder of the Ouyang family. Yang Wei smiled. It seems some people haven't been hurt enough yet. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the darkening sky outside the city. Since they want to do a live stream, then we'll play along with them. Xiaohei, activate the full domain live streaming system. Command confirmed. Connecting to all 127 live streaming platforms and 386 social media nodes in Zone C. Connection complete. Should we start a counterattack livestream? Start. Yang Wei turned around and looked at the 4 women. Not only do we need to start, but we also need to go all out. Hongyin, Qingwan, Wushang, Xuanqi, the 4 of you don't need to hold back your strength tonight. If you're going to slap someone in the face, then slap them hard enough. 11:45 p.m. Outside the ruins of Yang City, the night wind howled. The man in the bronze demon mask stood atop a collapsed watchtower, sneering at the live stream camera. 15 minutes left. Yang Wei, if you kneel at the inner city gate now, I might consider killing only you. Behind him, 30 martial emperors simultaneously released their oppressive aura. The ground shook, and debris floated in the air. The live stream chat was scrolling wildly. Holy crap, this is for real. 30 martial emperors. And 1 martial emperor. Yang Wei is doomed this time. I've heard that the Life Alliance has 4 martial emperors? 4? You're just making that up. If you ask me, they deliberately spread rumors to increase the popularity of Life Tonglong. Even if such a person truly existed, could he defeat 30 martial emperors and 1 martial god? Just as the comments section was buzzing with discussion. Suddenly, all viewers watching the Taping Yangshi livestream had their screens forcibly redirected. The scene transforms into a starry sky. A line of large golden characters slowly appeared. Live broadcast of the battle to defend Yangshi by the Life Alliance. The next second, the scene changed. Yang Wei sat on the sofa in the living room of number 488, building 13, holding Xiao Hei in his arms, with a pot of tea in front of him. He smiled slightly at the camera. Good evening, everyone. I am Yang Wei. I heard someone wants to raze my young city to the ground and force me to kneel and bark like a dog. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were having a casual chat. That's perfect. I hate being threatened the most. So tonight, I've decided to do a live stream and let everyone see. If you want to touch my things, what price will you have to pay? Before the words were even finished, the scene changed. 4 figures, like 4 shooting stars, soared into the sky from the outer city of Zone C. Trails of light of different colors trailed behind them: blood red, ice blue, dark purple, and emerald green. The target is Yang City. Live stream viewership, 500,000, 800,000, 1,200,000. The ruins of Yang City. The man with the bronze ghost mask also received the message from his subordinates. Team leader, they've started a live stream. The number of viewers has already exceeded 1 million. Beneath the mask, Blood Wolf, the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, frowned. He didn't expect Yang Wei to dare to accept the challenge head-on and even start a live stream. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. According to the original plan, attack at exactly 12 o'clock. Blood Wolf said coldly. Even if they have martial emperors, they can't withstand the siege of 30 martial kings. Yes. Time passed by, second by second. 11:59. The ruins of Yang City were deathly silent, with only the howling of the night wind. In the live stream, everyone held their breath. The barrage of comments almost stopped. It's exactly 12 o'clock. Kill. At Blood Wolf's command, 30 martial emperors unleashed their power simultaneously. 30 terrifying auras soared into the sky, converging into a torrent of energy that crashed down upon the core area of Yang City. This attack was enough to level the entire ruins of Yang City. However, just as the torrent of energy was about to hit the ground, 4 figures, like 4 towering mountains, appeared in all 4 directions of Yang City. Dong, Yi Hongyin, blood dragon spear in hand, a sea of blood churning behind her. Nan, Li Qingwan, ice phoenix sword unsheathed, unleashing a domain of ice. West, a Zhao Wushang, twin blades of shadow intertwine, shadows devour heaven and earth. North, Wang Xuanqi, with a light tap of his green wooden staff, caused all trees to grow. Town. All 4 spoke at the same time. 4 directions, 4 domains unfolded simultaneously, weaving together in the air to form a giant net. The combined attack of 30 martial emperors struck the net, but it was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. What? Blood Wolf's pupils constricted sharply. The early-stage martial emperor behind him also suddenly opened his eyes, 4 martial emperors, and 2 of them are even mid-stage martial emperors. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap! There really are 4 martial emperors. This aura is terrifying. Is that Yi Hongyin with the gun? Isn't she at the Great Daowun stage, level 105, mid-stage? The Ice Phoenix sword. Li Qingwan. That martial emperor from the Li family. My god, level 106, didn't he just break through last month? Who are the other 2? I've never seen them before. No matter who it is, with this lineup, the Blood Wolf gang has really messed up. Chapter 56. 3 shots annihilate the group, Ice Phoenix subdues the demon. His face beneath the Blood Wolf mask was ashen. But he had no way out. Form the formation. Blood Wolf devouring the sky formation, he roared. The 30 martial emperors quickly changed formation, their auras linked, and condensed in the air into a blood-red giant wolf that was 100 feet long. The giant wolf howled to the sky, its aura approaching that of a mid-stage martial emperor. That's interesting, Yi Hongyin smiled. She turned to Li Qingwan, Big sister, shall we have a competition? How do we compare them? Let's see who kills the most. Yi Hongyin licked her lips. The loser has to go back and wash her husband's feet for a month. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingwan's eyes. Deal. The next second, the two of them moved at the same time. Yi Hongyin transformed into a blood-red shadow and instantly appeared in front of the blood wolf formation. The first shot breaks the formation. The blood dragon spear thrust out, its tip glowing red, as if it would pierce through the entire world. Roar! The crimson giant wolf swung its claws to meet the attack. Gun and claws clashed. Snap! The giant wolf's claws shattered. Next came the entire forelimb and half of the body. One shot, and the formation is broken. 30 martial emperors coughed up blood, and their formation collapsed. Second shot, kill the wolf. Yi Hongyin flashed and appeared in front of the blood wolf leader. The blood wolf leader roared, a pair of blood-red scimitars appearing in his hands, and he unleashed his full power as a peak martial emperor. The twin swords slashed out, their light as bright as a blood-red moon. Yi Hongyin didn't even look, and thrust out with her spear. Puff! The blood-red scimitar shattered. The spear tip pierced through the blood wolf leader's chest and emerged from his back. The blood wolf captain looked down at the gun barrel on his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Third shot, clear the area. Yi Hongyin drew her gun, turned around, and swept it horizontally. A crimson spear light spread out in a fan shape, instantly enveloping the remaining 29 martial emperors. No! Screams filled the air. The 29 martial emperors fell down in unison, like wheat being harvested by a sickle. 3 shots. 30 martial emperors, all wiped out. The live stream room was deathly silent. 3 seconds later, the barrage of comments exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 3 shots. Only 3 shots. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Yi Hongyin, she really recovered. And she's even stronger now. The Blood Wolf Gang is finished. However, the battle was not over yet. The early Emperor Wu, who had been suspended in mid-air, finally moved. He landed slowly, removed his mask, and revealed an old face. I am Shadow Killer, the supreme elder of the Blood Wolf clan. He looked at Yi Hongyin, then at Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi, his voice hoarse. I never imagined that such a small city as Yang City would harbor 4 martial emperors. But a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Even martial emperors have varying degrees of strength. He formed a hand seal, and black mist swirled around his body. Arcane technique, Shadow Fiend descends. The black mist condensed, transforming into a 100-foot-tall phantom of a demon god. His aura was approaching that of a late-stage martial emperor. Shadow Assassin's face was pale, clearly indicating that using this move had taken a heavy toll, but his eyes were filled with madness. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will take one of them with me. The phantom of the demon god roared to the sky and punched Yi Hongyin. This punch caused space to collapse. Just as Yi Hongyin was about to make a move, Li Qingwan stepped forward. Second sister, give this to me. She raised the Ice Phoenix sword, its tip pointing towards the sky. Ice Phoenix technique, 9th level. The phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. A phoenix's cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. Behind Li Qingwan, a 1,000-foot-tall phantom of an ice phoenix spread its wings. Wherever the ice phoenix passes, everything freezes. The demon god's phantom fist was covered in frost and frozen in mid-air when it was still 10 feet away from Yi Hongyin. Next came the entire phantom of the demon god. Broken. Li Qingwan softly uttered a single word. Crack. Boom. The frozen phantom of the demon god exploded into countless ice crystals. Shadow Killer spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly weakening. He stared at Li Qingwan in horror. You're a mid-stage martial emperor? No. This aura is close to a late-stage martial emperor. Li Qingwan did not answer. She simply raised her sword, pointing it at Shadow Killer. Kneel down, or die. Shadow Killer's expression shifted, and finally he gritted his teeth and knelt down. He knew he had no choice at all. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning their hand. The live stream fell silent once again. But this time, the silence was filled with an indescribable sense of awe. The 2 battles lasted less than 3 minutes in total. All 30 martial emperors were wiped out. In the early years of Emperor Wu's reign, he knelt down and begged for mercy. As for the Life Alliance, only 2 people came. There were 2 others who didn't lift a finger from beginning to end. The difference in strength is too great. Number 488, Building 13. Yang Wei watched the livestream and nodded in satisfaction. He faced the camera and slowly began to speak. Did everyone see that? This is the price you have to pay for trying to mess with me, Yang Wei. He paused, his tone turning cold. The Lu family, the Zhang family, and the second elder of the Ouyang family hiding in the back. I know you're watching the live stream. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, before dawn, each family should send 5 billion star coins to the Life Alliance and then issue a public apology. Secondly, I will have these 4 martial emperors personally visit your home. Choose whichever you prefer. After saying that, he ended the live stream. But the chat in the live stream had completely gone crazy. So domineering. Absolutely so domineering. 5 billion star coins. And a public apology is required. The Lu family and the Zhang family are finished this time. The second elder of the Ouyang family? Isn't that Nangong Mingyue's second uncle? Holy crap, so he hired them? No wonder. No one slept in Zone C that night. 3 o'clock in the morning. Life Alliance office. The heads of the Lu and Zhang families, along with the second elder of the Ouyang family, stood at the door, their faces pale. Each person held a storage ring in their hand. Inside, there are 5 billion star coins, as well as various precious resources. Mr. Yang, we were wrong. The Lu family patriarch's voice trembled. Please, show mercy. Yang Wei sat behind his desk, holding Xiao He in his arms, looking at the 3 of them without saying a word. In the office, Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi stood in 4 different directions. The 4 auras of martial emperors pressed down on the 3 of them like 4 mountains, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. After a long silence, Yang Wei finally spoke. I'll take the money. I apologize. Tomorrow at noon, in the inner city square, in front of the entire city. If you can't do it. He smiled and said, then don't blame me for being impolite. The 3 nodded repeatedly, we'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it. After seeing the 3 off, Yang Wei looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky. Honey, isn't this too harsh? Lin Kor asked with some concern. Ruthless? Yang Wei shook his head. If they succeed today, what will become of Yang City? And what will become of us? He turned around and looked at the 4 women. In this world, kindness will only make people think you are easy to bully. Only strength can command respect. He paused, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. And our strength has only just begun to be revealed. Chapter 57, 3 times kneeling in apology, ceding territory in exchange for money. 7 o'clock in the morning. The public opinion in and around Zone C has completely boiled over. The live recording of last night's battle to defend Yang City has garnered over 50 million views across various platforms. 3 shots annihilate 30 martial emperors. Ice Phoenix shatters Shadow Demon. The phrase, "for martial emperors appear together," is trending wildly on social media. The most shocking thing was Yang Wei's 2 calm yet piercing words at the end of the live broadcast. The Lu family, the Zhang family, the second elder of the Ouyang family. Before dawn, each company must issue a public apology with 5 billion star coins. Otherwise, I will send 4 martial emperors to your home in person to visit you. Countless people were staring at the time there were still 5 hours left until the before dawn deadline given by Yang Wei. The Lu family mansion. Inside the study. Lu Zhenhai, the head of the Lu family, slammed a report on the table with a grim face. In just one night, the stock prices of our Lu family's 17 businesses in Zone C plummeted by 37%. Banks are pressing for loan repayments, partners are terminating contracts, and even supply orders from the military have been suspended. He looked at Zhang Chongshan, the head of the Zhang family, sitting opposite him. Where is the Zhang family? Zhang Chongshan's bitter smile deepened. It's even worse. Our Zhang family mainly deals in building materials. Starting this morning, all our transport teams have been detained for temporary inspections, supposedly on suspicion of carrying contraband. The Li Family Trading Company and the workshops under the Nangong family have all announced the suspension of their cooperation with us. The 2 remained silent. Ouyang Lai, the second elder of the Ouyang family, sat in the corner, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He returned to the family last night, intending to report to the patriarch, but was immediately placed under house arrest in a side courtyard. He was only released this morning, and the news he received was that Ouyang Chunxiao had taken over the real power of the foreign affairs elder, and his faction had been completely purged. You too, Ouyang Lai said hoarsely, we have no way out now. Do I really have to go to the inner city square and kneel down to apologize in front of the entire city? Lu Zhenhai gritted his teeth. Then what about the Lu family's century-old reputation? Not going? Zhang Chongshan gave a bitter laugh. You sensed the aura of those 4 martial emperors last night. Yang Wei said he was coming to pay a visit. Do you think he was joking? The 3 fell silent again. After a long while, Lu Zhenhai slowly stood up. Prepare the car, to the inner city square. 11 a.m. The central square of the inner city. This giant square, which can hold 100,000 people, is now completely overwhelmed by crowds. Not only residents of the inner city, but also people from the outer city poured in. The war zone guards unusually open the passage between the inner and outer cities, tacitly allowing this spectator to come. In the center of the square, a temporary 3-meter-high platform was erected. 4 figures stood silently around the high platform. On the east side, Yi Hongying held the blood dragon spear in her arms, closing her eyes to rest. On the south side, Li Qingwan was dressed in white, with the Ice Phoenix sword hanging at her waist. On the west side, Zhao Wushan was hidden in the shadows, with only the cold glint of her twin blades occasionally flashing. On the north side, Wang Xuanqi held a green wooden staff, with green grass growing beneath his feet. 4 martial emperors were present to oversee the event. The sheer aura emanating from them alone made the crowd at the edge of the square feel breathless. My God, there really are 4 martial emperors. Is that the one holding the gun Yi Hongyin who killed 30 martial emperors with 3 shots last night? Is she really level 105? Li Qingwan, the Ice Phoenix sword. My God, he's really level 106. Who are the other 2? I've never seen them before. Whoever she is, anyone standing here is someone we can't afford to mess with. Amid the discussions, noon was fast approaching. 11:55. 3 black flying cars landed at the edge of the square. Lu Zhenhai, Zhang Chongshan, and Ouyang Lai got off the bus. They were dressed in their family attire, but their faces were pale and their steps were unsteady. As the 3 walked toward the platform, the entire venue fell silent. 10,000 gazes, like 10,000 needles, pierced their backs. Lu Zhenhai's hands were trembling. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Chongshan's forehead. Ouyang Lai clenched his teeth, his gums bleeding. They walked step by step up to the high platform. On the high platform, there were only 3 prayer cushions. There were no chairs, no tables, not even a glass of water. This is the standard for kneeling as punishment. The 3 men stared at the prayer mat, their faces ashen. Just then, day. Footsteps came from the entrance to the square. The crowd automatically parted to form a passage. Yang Wei walked over slowly. He was dressed in a simple black outfit today, with Xiao He perched on his shoulder and Lin Kuo following behind. There were no guards, no ceremonial procession. But as he walked by, everyone unconsciously held their breath. This man, with just 1 sentence last night, made the 3 great families bow their heads. His appearance today silenced the 100,000 square. Yang Wei walked up to the platform and stood in front of the 3 people. He glanced at the timer 11:59. The 3 of you are right on time, he said, his voice amplified throughout the venue by the sound system. Lu Zhenhai and the other 2 lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. You should have thought things through by now, Yang Wei said calmly. Now, let's begin. He stepped back and made room for him. All eyes were focused on the center of the platform. Lu Zhenhai was the first to kneel down. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold earth, his voice hoarse. Lu Zhenhai of the Lu family, in a moment of folly, hired the Blood Wolf Gang to attack Yang City with the intention of sabotaging its development. On behalf of the Lu family, I extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Yang Wei, the leader of the Life Alliance, and to all the people of Yang City. After saying that, he remained kneeling and motionless. Zhang Chongshan was the second to kneel down. Zhang Chongshan of the Zhang family, together with the Lu family, committed a grave mistake on behalf of the Zhang family. I apologize to Mr. Yang Wei and promise that the Zhang family will never repeat this mistake in the future. Finally, there's Ouyang Lai. He knelt the slowest, but he knelt the deepest. His forehead slammed heavily against the ground with a dull thud. Ouyang Lai of the Ouyang family hired the Blood Wolf Gang without authorization, intending to damage the reputation of the Life Alliance. This was entirely my personal doing and has nothing to do with the Ouyang family. I am willing to accept all punishment. The three knelt, and the entire place was silent. There was only the sound of the wind and the occasional hissing sound. Countless people recorded this scene using their communicators. The heads or elders of the three great families knelt down and apologized to a young man from the outer city in front of 100,000 people in the central square of the inner city. This is an unprecedented scene of humiliation in the 100-year history of District C. But it was also an unprecedented declaration of a change of power. Yang Wei looked at the three kneeling men but did not speak immediately. He waited for a full minute. Let this humiliation be deeply etched in everyone's heart. Then, he slowly began to speak. I accept your apology. The three of them relaxed. But the next second, Yang Wei's voice rang out again. But the compensation process isn't over yet. Lu Zhenhai suddenly looked up. Yang Wei looked at him, his eyes calm and unwavering. The Lu and Zhang families will each contribute an additional 5 billion star coins as reconstruction funds for Yang City. At the same time, they will hand over 30% of their family assets to the Life Alliance for 5 years. If they behave themselves within 5 years, the assets will be returned in full. If there is any further disloyalty, he paused, then those 30% of the assets will never be returned. Lu Zhenhai and Zhang Chongshan turned pale. 5 billion star coins? It's already a serious injury. 3/10 of the family's assets have been entrusted to others for 5 years. This is tantamount to handing over the family's lifeline to someone else. But they dared not refuse. Because the auras of the four martial emperors surrounding the high platform were vaguely locking onto them. As for you, Ouyang Lai, Yang Wei looked at him, your punishment will be decided by the Ouyang family. But I want to see the outcome. Chapter 58 The Medical Tournament, A Battle of Heroes. Ouyang Lai trembled all over. The decision to leave it to the family, that means his lineage will be completely wiped out. They might even be expelled from the family. Now, Yang Wei turned to face the 100,000 people in the square. I have two announcements. First, the Yangchang Reconstruction Project is officially launched. The Life Alliance will unite with the Li family, the Nangong family, and all willing cooperating forces to transform the ruins of Yang City into a true Yangcheng within 3 months. Secondly, the Life Alliance's medical department is officially open. From today onwards, all patients with damaged talents, injuries to the Great Tao, or difficult and complicated diseases can come for treatment. The consultation fee standard, he paused, is determined by the condition. But there is one ironclad rule, free for the poor and more for the rich. As soon as he finished speaking, the square fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a thunderous cheer. Rebuild Yangcheng. The medical department is now open. Free for the poor, pay more for the rich. Mr. Yang is truly righteous. The sound waves roared to the heavens. Those people from the outer city. Those ordinary people who have been exploited by the powerful families in the inner city for many years. At that moment, hope ignited in their eyes. Meanwhile, the observers sent by the various forces in the inner city wore solemn expressions. They knew that from this day forward, the landscape of Zone C had completely changed. Half an hour later, the people on the platform dispersed. Lu Zhenhai and his two companions were helped away by the family guards, their backs hunched, as if they had aged 20 years. Yang Wei led the four women and Lin Kuo toward the edge of the square. There, a flying car bearing the Nangong family crest waited quietly. The car door opened, and Nangong Mingyue stepped out. She wasn't wearing a veil today, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that looked slightly tired. Mr. Yang. She bowed respectfully. On behalf of the Nangong family, Mingyue thanks you for your assistance yesterday. Yang Wei raised his hand in a gesture of support. Miss Nangong, you're too kind. How is your sister? Ming Xue can already get out of bed and walk. A hint of warmth flashed in Nangong Mingyue's eyes. She asked me to tell you that once she recovers, she will definitely come to thank you in person. She paused, then lowered her voice. In addition, the purge within the family has already begun. Yang Wei nodded. Do you need any help? Not for now. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Mingyue's eyes. There are some scores I need to settle myself. She took out a jade slip. This is some information about Gu techniques that the Nangong family possesses. It mentions that the Gu afflicted on Morong Wanner and Ming Xue may have originated from the same source. Yang Wei took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and frowned slightly. The Gu clan of southern Xinjiang? It's just a suspicion, Nangong Mingyue said. 300 years ago, the Gu sect was wiped out by the Federation, but some escaped. In recent years, Gu techniques have occasionally appeared in the world, but they have always been extremely secretive. The so-called southern Xinjiang refers to the southern part of Region C. It was a boundless swamp. She looked at Yang Wei. Mr. Yang, your medical skills are superb. If you can develop a universal solution to counter Gu poison, it will be a great achievement for the entire C district and even the entire Eastern Theater Command. Yang Wei put away the jade slip. I'll take a look. Nangong Mingyu bowed again, then turned and got into the car. The flying car took off and disappeared. Yang Wei stood there, looking at the jade slip in his hand, lost in thought. Honey, what's wrong? Lin Kuo leaned closer. It's nothing, Yang Wei shook his head. I just feel, some things are more complicated than I imagined. He turned around and looked at the four women. Hongyin, Chengwan, Wushan, Xuanqi, thank you for your hard work during this time. The four women exchanged a smile. Yi Hongyin took his arm. Husband's business is our business. Li Qingwan also showed a rare smile. We will fully support the reconstruction of Yangchang. Zhao Wushang and Wang Xuanqi nodded at the same time. A warm feeling welled up in Yang Wei's heart. He looked up and gazed into the distance. That's the direction of the ruins of Yang City. This is also the future direction of Yangchang. Let us go. He stepped forward. Home. There are still many things waiting for us to do. That afternoon, everything that happened in the inner city square spread at an even more frantic pace. The three major families knelt down and apologized. The reconstruction of Yangchang has officially begun. The Life Alliance Medical Department is now open. The ironclad rule is free for the poor, pay more for the rich. Each one was enough to shake up Zone C. And Yang Wei's name has finally been completely shed from the labels of breeding pig and fraudster, and has become the Sage of Medicine, Lord of Yangchang, husband of four martial emperors, and leader of the Alliance of Life. Evening, number 488, Building 13. Yang Wei sat on the sofa with Xiao He lying on his lap, surrounded by four women, while Lin Kuo was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Honey, how much compensation did you receive today? Wang Xuanqi asked curiously. The Lu family and the Zhang family each have 6 billion star coins, including the previous 1 billion. Li Qingwan checked the accounts, and there are also trusteeship contracts for 30% of their assets. Where is the Ouyang family? Zhao Wushang asked. Ouyang Chenxiao personally delivered 2 billion star coins, as well as all the assets of Ouyang Lias faction. Yi Hongyin sneered. Ouyang Lias cultivation was crippled, he was expelled from the family, and sent to the front line. Yang Wei nodded. They're quite sensible. He looked out the window. Night was falling. Oh, right, he suddenly remembered something. Shouldn't we issue a new task for the system? Before the words were finished. Ding! Host reputation has broken through to regional famous, triggering a side quest chain, the Conference of Healers of All Races. Phase 1, obtain qualification for the C-Zone competition. Task requirements: within 1 month, cure 10 patients suffering from great Dao wounds or talent impairment, and obtain certification from the C-Zone Medical Association. Task rewards: 10,000 sign-in points, the title of Medical Sage beginner level, and the complete edition of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Failure penalty: reputation points reset to 0, medical department closed. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. The Grand Conference of Medical Skills of All Races? Just the name sounds impressive. And the reward is the complete version of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. He had only obtained a fragment before. If he could have the complete version, his medical skills would reach a new level. Little Black, what's the background of this Myriad Races medical tournament? Little Black jumped onto the coffee table, its tail wagging. Master, the All Races medical tournament is the Federation's highest level medical competition, held every 10 years. Participants come from various races such as humans, elves, orcs, and machines, and compete in all medical-related abilities, including medical skills, alchemy, and healing. The champion's reward is extremely generous. It is said that the previous champion received a life god fruit, which, after being eaten, directly extended his lifespan by 1,000 years and allowed him to break through 2 major realms in cultivation. Yang Wei was tempted. It's not just for the reward, but also for a bigger stage. Area C is ultimately just the beginning. His goal is the stars and the sea. All right. He stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll take this mission. The 4 women looked at him. Yang Wei grinned. Starting tomorrow, the medical department will officially begin accepting patients. We need to heal 10 cases of injuries to the Great Dao or damage to one's innate talents within a month. Then go to the Myriad Races medical tournament and bring back the championship. The women's eyes lit up at the same time. Champion. Win the championship. My husband is the best. Amid cheers, Lin Kuo emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Dinner's ready. Wait, what are you all so happy about? Yang Wei took the plate from her and placed it on the table. I'm so happy. When will our house have more bricks and tiles? The four of us won't last much longer. Raising a child is expensive. Looks like I need to earn more money. Night was falling. The lights at number 488, building 13, were warm and bright. Laughter and cheerful voices could be heard from time to time. They were then submerged within the Great Formation. Chapter 59, The Path of Medicine opens, a sword genius emerges. The third day after the Inner City Square incident. Outer City East District. A brand new 7-story building has sprung up. The entire structure is made of white jade, with flying eaves and brackets. A gilded plaque hangs above the door, inscribed with 3 large, elegant characters. Life Alliance, Medical Department. In the lower right corner of the plaque, there is a line of small characters, free for the poor, pay more for the rich. Yang Wei. 7 o'clock in the morning. The area in front of the medical department was already packed with people. The queue stretched from the entrance to 3 blocks away, roughly estimated to be no less than 5,000 people. There were ragged poor people and richly dressed young men from wealthy families in the inner city. There were old men with canes and women holding children. What's even more striking is that there are quite a few martial artists in the group whose auras are weak, yet one can vaguely sense their former power. They all came from various places after hearing that the Alliance of Life can heal the wounds of the Great Tao. The observation room on the top floor of the medical department. Yang Wei stood in front of the one-way glass, looking at the crowd below, his brows slightly furrowed. There are too many people. He turned to look at the 4 women behind him. At this rate, we won't be able to see everything in 3 days. I have already dispatched 30 physicians from the Li family to assist, Li Qingwan said. But for the real cases of injuries to the Great Tao and damage to one's talent, you, my husband, will have to handle them personally. I know. Yang Wei nodded. The system task requires curing 10 cases, not counting common illnesses. He looked down at the line below, his eyes suddenly narrowing. In the middle of the group was a boy in a wheelchair. He was about 15 or 16 years old, with a face as pale as paper and skin and bones, but his eyes were unusually bright, staring intently at the door of the medical department. More importantly, Yang Wei sensed a familiar fluctuation emanating from him. Xiao He scanned the boy in the wheelchair. Scanning in progress? Name, Lu Chen, human race. Age, 16. Current cultivation level, non-spiritual root completely destroyed. Former cultivation level, peak of the 7th rank 3 months ago. Injuries, the spiritual root has been completely corroded by the spirit eroding powder, the meridians are all severed, and the dantian is shattered. Status, life countdown, 7:15 days remaining. Special note, a faint trace of sword intent remains within the body, suggesting a potential sword prodigy who may have been ambushed. Sword intent? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow. To be able to cultivate sword intent at this age requires at least an SSS level or higher swordsmanship talent. But it's been ruined like this. Core, Yang Wei said, bring that boy in the wheelchair up here and take him directly to consultation room number 1. Okay, honey. First floor of the medical department, clinic number 1. The consultation room was large and simply furnished. In the very center was a treatment bed, with various medicinal herbs and instruments displayed on both sides, all of which were obtained through system exchanges or provided by the Li family. Yang Wei sat in the main seat. Lu Chen's wheelchair was pushed in. The man pushing the wheelchair was an elderly man with gray hair, his clothes were covered in patches, but he stood up straight and his eyes showed the sharpness of a soldier. Mr. Yang. The old man bowed. I am Lu Zhan, and this is my grandson, Lu Chen. 3 months ago, Chen Er's spiritual roots were suddenly destroyed during the Martial Arts Academy's assessment, leaving him a cripple. I beg you, Mr. Yang, to save him. As he spoke, the old man was about to kneel down. Yang Wei raised his hand to support him, and a gentle force supported him. There's no need for that. Let me take a look first. He walked up to Lu Chen and put his hand on Lu Chen's wrist. In reality, it allows Xiao He to perform a deep scan. Deep scan confirms the toxicity of the corrosive spirit powder has penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and the spiritual root structure has completely collapsed. Conventional treatment methods, no cure. System recommended solution: use the Nirvana pill 15,000 sign-in points to rebuild your spiritual root, and combine it with the pulse regenerating golden needle technique to reconnect your meridians. Success rate, 78%. Warning, the patient's vital signs are extremely low. If any complications arise during treatment, death may occur on the spot. Yang Wei withdrew his hand and looked at Lu Zhan, spirit-eating powder. And it's a high-purity, military-grade special edition. Who have you offended? Lu Zhan's expression changed. Lu Chen raised his head, his voice weak but firm. It was Zhou Kuan, the son of the vice dean of the Martial Academy. He challenged me to a sparring match before the assessment, and I won. 3 days later, I became like this. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred. The Martial Arts Academy's conclusion was cultivation gone awry, but I remember, before I lost consciousness, Zhou Kuan fed me a cup of water. Yang Wei nodded. It's a very cliched plot, but it's very effective. To ruin a genius is to destroy a family. Can it be cured? Lu Zhan's voice trembled. Yes, Yang Wei answered without hesitation, but there are 2 problems. First, the treatment process is extremely painful, comparable to being cut into 1,000 pieces. Can you endure it? He looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. As long as I can recover, I'm not afraid of death. Second, Yang Wei looked at Lu Zhan. The treatment costs are very high. Lu Zhan's face paled. How much? I was a captain before I retired, and I saved up some pension money and an old house. No money needed. Yang Wei shook his head. Yang Wei looked at Lu Chen. I want you to recover and join the Life Alliance to serve Yang City for 1,000 years. Within that 1,000 years, your sword must be at my disposal. Lu Chen was stunned. Lu Zhan was also stunned. Mr. Yang, you're serious? The old man's voice trembled. I never joke, Yang Wei said. You're a swordsmanship genius. It would be a waste to let you go. What I want is you as a person. Lu Chen's eyes instantly reddened. For the past 3 months, he has experienced the harsh realities of life. Once known as the #1 genius of the Martial Arts Academy, he became a cripple, and even his friends avoided him. His family shunned him, and the Martial Arts Academy abandoned him. Only his grandfather remained devoted, selling his possessions to seek medical treatment for him. Now, someone is telling him, I want you. I promise. Lu Chen choked up. As long as I can recover, my life belongs to Mr. Yang. Okay. Yang Wei nodded. Let's begin the treatment now. Little Black, exchange for the Nirvana pill. Are you sure? That's 15,000 sign-in points. Once redeemed, they're non-refundable. Xiao Hei's voice rang out. This kind of person is worth a try. Yang Wei confirmed. With Yangcheng nearing completion, the 4 women will soon be in confinement after childbirth. Apart from Li Mingyang, he had no one he could trust. The female martial arts practitioners who were already pregnant with their children were not doing so out of love, but rather out of mutual benefit. He definitely needs to cultivate a team that is absolutely loyal to him. He took out a jade box and opened it. Inside was a fiery red pill, its patterns resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. This is the Nirvana pill. Take it, then lie down in bed. Lu Chen swallowed the pill and lay down. The next second. Chapter 60, the medical path is sealed off, for emperors preside over the scene. A piercing scream echoed throughout the clinic. The medicinal power of the Nirvana pill surged into his body like magma, burning every inch of his meridians and every bone. Lu Chen convulsed all over, and black, foul-smelling blood seeped from his skin, the residual poison from the soul-eroding powder. Hold him down. Yang Wei shouted. Lu Zhan quickly held his grandson down, tears streaming down his face. Yang Wei took out the golden needles, his hands moving in a blur. The golden needle technique for continuing the pulse, 365 needles, each needle inserted into an acupoint. The golden needles were inserted to guide the medicinal power, beginning to rebuild the spiritual root and reconnect the meridians. This process lasted for a full hour. Outside the consultation room, those waiting in line heard the piercing screams, and many turned pale. What's going on in there? It sounds terrifying. Could someone have died during treatment? Probably not. Mr. Yang can even cure the light of sorrow. Finally, the screams gradually subsided. Inside the consultation room, Lu Chen was soaked in sweat, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. He raised his hand, trembling. A wisp of sword energy condensed at his fingertips. I can feel spiritual energy. His voice was hoarse, and tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Zhan rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down his face. Chun'er, you. Yang Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. The spiritual route has been successfully reconstructed, and 70% of the meridians have been restored. With the next half month of daily medication and nourishment, you will be fully recovered. He paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The Nirvana pill's medicinal power raised the quality of your spiritual root by one level. Originally, it was an S-grade sword spiritual root, but now, it's at least an S+ grade. Lu Chen struggled to sit up and kowtow 3 times to Yang Wei. I will never forget Mr. Yang's kindness in saving my life. Ding. First patient with talent damage cured. Mission progress, 110. Bonus rewards, 1000 sign-in points, Lu Chen's loyalty plus 100 locked. Yang Wei helped him up. Take good care of your injuries. When you recover, Yang Cheng will need your sword. Yes. When Lu Chen was pushed out of the consultation room by Lu Zhan, everyone in line outside saw it. He went in as a cripple on the verge of death, but came out weak, though his eyes were now shining with a divine light, and he could even raise his hand on his own. Really cured? Even with his spiritual roots completely destroyed, he can be cured? A miracle doctor. Truly a miracle doctor. The crowd erupted in cheers. But at that moment, get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. A group of people in black uniforms pushed through the crowd and walked to the front of the medical department. The leader was a middle-aged, overweight man with a large belly, wearing a badge that read C District Medical Association on his chest. He was followed by 7 or 8 people, young and old, all wearing the uniforms of the medical association. Who is Yang Wei? The fat man asked arrogantly, his head held high. Li Qingwan walked out of the medical department and looked at him coldly. Medical association? What's the matter? Upon seeing Li Qingwan, the fat man's imposing manner softened slightly, but he still maintained a stern expression. I am Zhou Yangfu, the vice president of the C District branch of the medical association. I have received a report that your medical department is practicing medicine without a license and using prohibited drugs, so I have come to investigate. Practicing medicine without a license? Li Qingwan sneered. Isn't the medical license of my Li family enough? The Li family is the Li family, and you are you, Zhou Yangfu sneered. Yang Wei is not a physician certified by the medical association, and his unauthorized establishment of a medical department is a violation of regulations. He raised his voice. Listen up, all patients. This medical clinic has no legal qualifications, and the effectiveness of its treatments is questionable. Please leave immediately and don't be fooled. A commotion broke out in the crowd. But no one left. The example of Lu Chen is right in front of us. Nobody's stupid. Zhou Yangfu looked grim. Just as he was about to continue applying pressure, Yang Wei came out from the medical department. Vice President Zhou, right? Yang Wei looked at him. You said I practiced medicine without a license and used prohibited drugs. Where's the evidence? Evidence? Zhou Yangfu sneered. That boy just now had his spiritual roots completely destroyed. No one in the entire C district could cure him. Yet you cured him. What medicine did you use? Dare to show it for testing? And another thing, he pointed to the plaque of the medical department, free for the poor, pay more for the rich. This is disrupting the order of the medical market. According to the association's regulations, medical pricing must be reported and approved. Did you approve it? A series of hats were put on top of each other. Everyone around could tell this person was there to cause trouble. Yang Wei smiled. He walked up to Zhou Yangfu, suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? Zhou Yangfu exclaimed in surprise. Vice President Zhou, Yang Wei said calmly, have you been experiencing frequent dizziness, night sweats, lower back and knee pain lately, and erectile dysfunction? Zhou Yangfu's face flushed red instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Yang Wei released his hand. You have a deficiency of kidney essence, and the cultivation method you're practicing has problems, causing your meridians to flow backward. If you don't get treatment, your cultivation level will definitely drop by a major realm within 3 months. Zhou Yangfu trembled. Because what Yang Wei said was all correct. He has indeed been experiencing these symptoms recently, and has consulted several doctors, but none of them can find the cause. How did you know? I'm a doctor, of course I know. Yang Wei turned around and looked at the people behind him. You guys also have problems. He pointed to an old man. When you were refining elixirs, the fire poison entered your lungs, and you cough incessantly every midnight. He pointed to a middle-aged woman. When you were young, you suffered a hidden injury, and your right shoulder aches terribly on rainy days. He pointed to a young man. You were too eager for quick results and took too many elixirs. The poison has entered your bone marrow. Point by point, without the slightest error. The faces of the people from the medical association all changed. Zhou Yangfu broke out in a cold sweat. He knew he had met his match today. But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. So what if you figured it out? He gritted his teeth. You're violating the rules by not having association certification. I'm going to shut down the medical department right now. He waved his hand. Someone. Seal it off. Several association law enforcement officers stepped forward. But the next second, four figures appeared in front of Yang Wei like ghosts. Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Zhou Wushang, Wang Xuanxi. The four martial emperors only released their auras slightly. Splash! Splash! Several law enforcement officers knelt down on the ground, unable to even lift their heads. Zhou Yangfu's legs also went weak, and he could barely stand, but his face was as pale as paper. Seal my medical department? Yang Wei walked up to him, his voice calm. Fine. As long as you can provide solid evidence. He paused, then suddenly smiled. How about this? Let's make a bet. What kind of bet? Your medical association can pick 10 patients with difficult and complicated illnesses at will, and I will treat them on the spot. If I cure one, your association will give me 100,000 star coins. If I can't cure one, I will compensate you with 1 million star coins and permanently close the medical department. Yang Wei looked at him. Want to bet? The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhou Yangfu. Zhou Yangfu's forehead was sweating. He dared not. Because he knew that Yang Wei might actually have that ability. But if we dare not accept the challenge, the prestige of the medical association will be completely destroyed today. Dilemma. Just then, an aged voice came from behind the crowd. I'll take this bet. Chapter 61 Nine Meridians, Dark Tides in the Night. The crowd was separated. An elderly man, dressed in a blue robe and with white hair and beard, walked slowly by, leaning on a cane. The badge he wore on his chest, president of the C District branch of the Medical Association. Chairman. Zhou Yangfu breathed a sigh of relief. The old man walked up to Yang Wei and looked him up and down. Young people have guts. I am Jiang Baichao, the president of the C District of the Medical Association. President Jiang, Yang Wei said, bowing slightly. I accept the bet you just mentioned on behalf of the association, Jiang Baichao said. But it's not 10 patients, it's one. He paused for a moment. 3 years ago, I treated a patient who was afflicted with the 9 meridians, and no one in the entire federation could cure him. If you can cure him, the medical association will not only recognize your qualifications, but will also recommend you to participate in the qualifying rounds of the 10,000 Races Medical Conference. If you can't cure him, he looked at Yang Wei, the medical department will be closed for 3 years, and you will not be allowed to practice medicine again. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. 9 meridians extinction? This is a legendary terminal illness. But, the more difficult it is to treat, the more challenging it is. Moreover, the other party mentioned the qualifying rounds of the 10,000 Races Medical Tournament. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Yang Wei replied without hesitation. Where is he? At the Inner City Association headquarters, Jiang Baichao said. I will bring my men tomorrow at noon. We will perform the treatment in front of the entire city. He gave Yang Wei a deep look. Young man, I hope you're not just talking big. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhou Yangfu and the others quickly followed. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. 9 meridians? That's an incurable disease. Is Chairman Jiang going to completely suppress Mr. Yang? There's going to be a good show tomorrow. Yang Wei watched Jiang Baicao's departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. Xiao He, retrieve the information on the 9 meridians. Data retrieval in progress. 9 meridians, congenital physical defect, excessive energy eroding the meridians. The patient will not live past 20 years old and will suffer the pain of energy devouring their body every day at noon. Known cured cases, none. System recommended solution, requires simultaneous use of 9 Yang life-sustaining pill 20,000 sign-in points to neutralize the energy, combined with Yang reversal acupuncture technique to reshape the meridians. Success rate, 51%. Warning, treatment failure results in immediate patient death, and the practitioner suffers a backlash from the energy. the success rate is only 50%. But in Yang Wei's eyes, the fighting spirit was even stronger. Husband, Li Qingwan said with some worry. Don't worry. Yang Wei turned around and looked at the four women. We're sure to win tomorrow's battle. Because he looked into the distance, we can't afford to lose. That evening, the medical department closed. In apartment 488 of Building 13, Yang Wei sat in his study, checking the system. Current sign-in value, 3,200 points, 9 Yang Life Extending Pill, 20,000 sign-in values, shortage, 16,800 points. Little Black, is there a quick way to earn sign-in points? Master, you can complete some side quests, or sell some inventory? Little Black suggested. The barter function in the system shop offers very high prices for rare materials. Yang Wei thought for a moment, then took out a few items from the system space. 9 Netherworld Resurrection Grass leftover from a previous exchange. 3 fist-sized pieces of star steel given by the Nangong family. 1 bottle of diluted Great Dao Wound Repair liquid prepared by myself. How much can these be exchanged for? Evaluating, 9 Nether Resurrection Grass, 7,000 sign-in points, Star Steel 3 pieces, 5,000 sign-in points piece, total 15,000, Diluted Repair Fluid, 3,000 sign-in points, total 25,000 sign-in points. Exchange. Exchange successful. Current sign-in points, 28,200, exchange for 9 Yang Life Sustaining Pill. Exchange successful. Consumed 20,000 sign-in points, obtained 1 9 Yang Life Sustaining Pill. Remaining, 8,200 points. With the pill in hand, Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. But that's not enough. The Yin-Yang reversal needle technique requires the use of a special Yin-Yang golden needle, priced at 10,000 sign-in points. Still 1,800 points short. Master, you can accept a simple task, Xiao He reminded him. The system just refreshed a daily task, heal 3 ordinary patients. Reward, 2,000 sign-in points. Good. Yang Wei got up and walked out of the study. In the living room, the 4 women were discussing tomorrow's plans. Honey, do you need us to go and keep watch? Yi Hongyin asked. No need, Yang Wei shook his head. A duel in medicine relies on medical skills. If you go, it will only make me look guilty. He paused for a moment, then added, and I suspect that things tomorrow won't be that simple. What's the meaning? Jiang Baichao's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Wei's eyes were deep. Zhou Yangfu came to cause trouble, and he just happened to be there, and he even brought a patient with a terminal illness like 9 meridians with him. It's like he was prepared in advance. You mean, someone set this up? It's very likely. Yang Wei nodded. Although the Lu and Zhang families have bowed their heads, they won't be satisfied. And the forces behind the second elder of the Ouyang family, they might all be secretly causing trouble. He looked out the window. The night was growing darker. But it's okay. I'll accept whoever comes. Because. He turned to look at the 4 women, his smile confident. On the path of medicine, I, Yang Wei, have never been afraid of anyone. The women exchanged smiles. Yes. Their husbands were always the ones who created miracles. Late at night, in a secret room somewhere in the inner city, several figures sat in a circle. Is Jiang Baicao's side all arranged? Yes, it's all arranged. That patient with the 9 meridians won't live past noon tomorrow. Even if Yang Wei can cure him, if he tampers with the treatment even slightly, once the patient dies, he'll be the murderer. The medical association will apprehend him on the spot, and the 4 martial emperors won't dare openly defy the association. The construction of Yangcheng will naturally fall apart. Very good. This time, we must ensure he suffers eternal damnation. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes gleamed coldly. But what they didn't know was, in the shadows of the enclosed room, a small, entirely black cat lay quietly. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Audio recording complete. Video recording complete. Sent to host. In apartment 488 of Building 13, Yang Wei opened his eyes, looked at the images transmitted by Xiao He, and sneered. Sure enough, there are rats. He got up and walked to the window. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. But it was also a battle to completely wipe out the enemy. Come on, he said softly, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. In the darkness of night, his eyes shone as brightly as stars. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62. 9 Yin meridians severed, Yin and Yang reversed. Noon. the plaza of the Inner City Medical Association headquarters. The square, which can hold tens of thousands of people, was packed to capacity, with people even standing on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. In the center of the square, a 10-meter square platform was erected, on which was placed a specially made cold jade bed. Standing beside the bed were Jiang Baichao, the president of the Medical Association, and several elders. Representatives from various powerful families, including the Liu, Zhang, and Ouyang families, were present in the front row below the stage. Nandong Mingyue and the head of the Li family were also seated in the special guest seats. Yang Wei stood alone on one side of the platform, dressed in black, with Xiao He perched on his shoulder, his expression calm. Everyone. Jiang Baichao walked to the center of the stage, and her voice was amplified throughout the entire venue. Today, the Medical Association and Mr. Yang Wei of the Life Alliance will conduct a public verification of the treatment of 9 yin meridians. If Mr. Yang succeeds, the association will grant him the highest level of medical certification and recommend him to participate in the qualifying round of the All Races Medical Conference. If we fail, the Life Alliance Medical Department will be closed for 3 years. He looked around. Now, please have the patient come up on stage. The entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to the area behind the platform. 4 deacons of the Medical Association carried a stretcher slowly up to the platform. On the stretcher lay a person covered in white cloth, with only a pale face showing. He was a boy of about 18 or 19 years old, with his eyes closed and his breathing shallow. 9 black lines could be faintly seen between his eyebrows, the mark of the 9 yin meridians. When Yang Wei saw the face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's him? Xiao Hei's voice rang in his mind. Master, the target has been detected to have similar energy fluctuations to Lu Chen, suspected to be homogeneous damage. Yang Wei's eyes narrowed. This patient with the 9 yin meridians technique was actually a sword genius. Moreover, judging from the residual sword energy fluctuations, his talent is even higher than Lu Chen's. Mr. Yang. Jiang Baichao lifted the white cloth. This is Lin Xiao, 18 years old. He suddenly fell 3 years ago and was diagnosed with the rare congenital 9 yin meridians. For the past 3 years, I have tried every possible method, but I have only been able to barely prolong my life. Today, it all depends on you. Yang Wei walked to the cold jade bed and reached out to touch Lin Xiao's wrist. Deep scan started. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 18. Status, 9 yin meridian breakthrough phase, remaining lifespan, 3 hours 12 minutes. Special discovery, it was not a congenital deficiency of the meridians, but rather an acquired condition where someone used the 9 yin heart-eating palm to ambush the patient and fake the symptoms of a deficiency of the meridians. Residual sword energy within the body, remnants after the destruction of an SS-grade sword spirit root. Related clue, same origin as the corrosive spirit powder poison that Lu Chen was afflicted with. A cold glint flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. Something fishy is definitely going on. This is not a congenital incurable disease, but a deliberate murder. Moreover, the method used was exactly the same as the one used to cripple Lu Chen. He looked up at Jiang Baichao. President Jiang, are you sure this is the innate 9 yin meridian? Jiang Baichao frowned. Of course. I've been practicing medicine for 60 years, how could I be wrong? Is that so? Yang Wei sneered. What if I told you that this was an injury inflicted by someone using the 9 yin heart-eating palm, disguised as a severed meridian? The entire audience erupted in uproar. 9 yin heart-eating palm? Isn't that a long-lost evil martial art? Did Chairman Jiang make a wrong diagnosis? Impossible. Old Jiang is the #1 miracle doctor in Zone C. Jiang Baichao's expression changed. Yang Wei. Don't talk nonsense. The 9 yin heart-devouring palm has been lost for 300 years, how could it appear in a young man? Lost in the art? Yang Wei shook his head. What about the soul-eating powder? It's also a lost poison, yet it still appeared on Lu Chen's body? He turned to face the entire audience. Gentlemen, I suspect that Lin Xiao, like Lu Chen, was assassinated. Moreover, it was done by the same group of people. They specifically target sword geniuses, crippling their cultivation and ruining their future. Today, I will not only cure Lin Xiao, but also expose the mastermind behind this. These words were like a bomb, igniting the entire room. Jiang Baichao's face turned ashen. Yang Wei. If you have no evidence, you are slandering me. Today is a medical skills verification, not a place for you to make a fool of yourself. Evidence? Yang Wei smiled. It will naturally emerge during the treatment process. He said no more and took out a jade box from his bosom. Inside the box was a fiery red pill with 9 golden lines on its surface, radiating a scorching heat. The 9 Yang life extending pill? An experienced doctor in the audience exclaimed in surprise. What? The 9 Yang life extending pill? Isn't that the legendary holy medicine? It is said to be able to bring the dead back to life and suppress all evil spirits. Where did Yang Wei get it? Jiang Baicao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Wei fed the pill into Lin Zhao's mouth, and then took out 18 golden needles, 9 crimson and 9 silver white. The yin-yang reversal acupuncture technique, first form, yang needle stabilizing the soul. 9 crimson gold needles flew out, accurately piercing 9 vital acupoints on Lin Zhao's head. The second technique is yin needle locking the pulse. 9 silver white gold needles fell, piercing 9 yin meridian points on the 4 limbs respectively. After the 18 needles were inserted, Lin Zhao's body suddenly trembled violently. 9 black lines on his skin writhed like living things, resisting the red and white light of the golden needles. Ah! Lin Zhao, who was in a coma, let out a shrill scream, and black blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Shower. A middle-aged couple suddenly rushed out from below the stage, wanting to go on stage, but were stopped by the guards. Yang Wei. What did you do to my son? The middle-aged man roared. Yang Wei ignored him, focusing all his attention on manipulating the golden needles. Yin and Yang in disarray, 9 cycles returning to the origin. He formed a hand seal, and the 18 golden needles vibrated simultaneously, emitting a clear and melodious hum. The yin energy within Lin Zhao's body was forcibly expelled, forming a cloud of black mist on his body surface. The black mist twisted and vaguely transformed into a hideous ghost face, emitting a silent roar. It really is the 9 yin heart-eating poem. Yang Wei sneered, and the most insidious ghostly fiend variant at that. He bit his fingertip, and a drop of blood shot out, hitting the black mist ghost face squarely. Break! The ghostly face exploded, and the black mist dissipated. At the same time. Puff! Below the stage, in the elders' seats of the Medical Association, an old man in a gray robe suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Elder Zhou, someone nearby exclaimed. The gray-robed old man Zhou Yongfu's master, Zhou Xianin, the Grand Elder of the Medical Association, was deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. He tried to escape, but as soon as he got up, he felt 4 terrifying auras lock onto him. Yi Hongyin, Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi had appeared at the 4 corners of the square at some unknown time. The emperor's imposing aura stunned the entire audience. On stage, Yang Wei looked at Zhou Xianin, his voice icy. Elder Zhou, please explain why you have the original yin energy of the 9 yin heart-devouring poem within your body? Why does the yin energy within Lin Zhao's body become agitated every time you circulate your internal energy? Why are you hiding the same soul-corroding powder as Lu Chen in your sleeve? The 3 whys were like 3 heavy hammer blows, causing Zhou Xianin to retreat repeatedly. The entire audience erupted in uproar. What? Elder Zhou is the murderer? Impossible. He's the Grand Elder of the Medical Association. But Mr. Yang is right, Elder Zhou did vomit blood just now. Jiang Baichao looked at Zhou Xianin in shock. Senior brother, you. Zhou Xuanin's expression shifted, then he suddenly grinned maliciously. Yes. I did it. He suddenly ripped his gray robe apart, revealing a body covered in eerie runes. Over the years, all the swordplay geniuses have been ruined by me. Lin Xiao, Lu Chen, Moro Wanner, Nangong Mingxue, and many more you don't know. Why? Because a swordsmanship prodigy is the greatest threat to the master's plan. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, and black energy surged around him. Since we've been exposed, let's die together. 9 yin devours the heart, 10,000 ghosts descend. His body swelled up like an inflating balloon, with countless things wriggling beneath his skin. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct. Jiang Baichao exclaimed. Yang Wei's eyes flashed sharply. Hongyin. Clear. Yi Hongyin appeared in front of Zhou Xianin in an instant, thrusting out the Blood Dragon spear. Blood Dragon break. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing directly through Zhou Xuanin's dantian. But it was too late. Zhou Xuanin's body exploded, but instead of flesh and blood, it exploded into countless tiny black worms. Soul-devouring goo. Get out of the way. Xiao He shouted urgently. The black swarm of insects scattered and flew in all directions, burrowing into any person they saw. Chaos erupted at the scene, and the crowd fled in terror. Form ranks. Li Qingwan, Zhao Wushang, and Wang Xuanqi made their moves simultaneously. The ice phoenix spreads its wings, freezing half of the goo worms. The shadow spreads, devouring a swarm of insects. Green trees grow, forming a barrier to protect the audience. But hundreds of goo worms still flew in all directions. Damn it! Just as Yang Wei was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of life force erupt from behind him. He turned around. Lin Xiao is awake. The boy had sat up at some point, his eyes flashing like lightning, and he slashed through the air with his right hand, forming a sword with his fingers. Zheng! A dazzling sword light swept across the entire field, annihilating all the goo worms in its path. One sword strike, and the field is cleared. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Xiao. This crippled man, who had been bedridden for 3 years, was able to unleash such an amazing sword strike as soon as he woke up? Lin Xiao withdrew his fingers, looked at Yang Wei, and knelt on one knee. Lin Xiao, thank you Mr. Xie Yang for saving my life. Yang Wei helped him up. How are you feeling? Better than ever before. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with sword intent. Not only have my 9 yin meridians been healed, but my sword spirit root has also recovered, and it's even stronger. Yang Wei nodded. The combination of Nirvana pill and yin yang reversal acupuncture not only cured him but also further enhanced his talent. This is impossible. Zhang Baichao staggered to Lin Xiao, tears streaming down her face. Xiao, are you really better? Grandpa Jiang, I'm all better now. Lin Xiao smiled. Thanks to Mr. Yang. Zhang Baichao turned around and bowed deeply to Yang Wei. Mr. Yang's medical skills are divine, I am completely convinced. From this day forward, the Medical Association will follow the lead of the Alliance of Life. The nominations for the Myriad Races Medical Tournament will be delivered to your residence tomorrow. The audience erupted in uproar once again. Zhang Baichao, the top medical expert in Zone C, actually bowed down to Yang Wei. What this means is clear to everyone. From this day forward, Yang Wei is the uncrowned king of the medical community in Zone C. Yang Wei helped Zhang Baichao up. President Zhang, there's no need for that. The path of medicine is endless, we can learn from each other. He looked at the still shaken crowd below the stage, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Gentlemen, you have all witnessed what happened today. The 9 yin meridians can be cured, and the truth about the murder of the sword genius has been revealed. But I must remind everyone the master that Zhou Xianin speaks of is the real mastermind behind it all. He's targeting sword prodigies, he must have ulterior motives. I, Yang Wei, hereby swear that I will bring this person to justice and deliver justice to all the victims. Thunderous applause erupted. Nangong Mingyue stood up. The Nangong family fully supports Mr. Yang. The head of the Li family also stood up. The Li family is no exception. Representatives from other factions expressed their support. Yang Wei bowed in thanks, then looked at Lin Xiao. Would you like to join the Alliance of Life? Lin Xiao knelt on one knee. I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. Okay. Yang Wei nodded, then looked at Lu Chen below the stage. Lu Chen, from today onwards, you and Lin Xiao will learn spear from Yi Hongyin and sword from Li Qingwan. I want you to become the sharpest swords in Yangchang. The two boys exchanged a glance and agreed in unison. Evening, number 488, Building 13. Yang Wei checked the system notification. Healed the patient with the 9 yin meridians technique, quest progress, 210. Expose the Medical Association's conspiracy and receive an extra reward, 5,000 sign-in points. Current check-in points, 13200. Honey, today was so close, Lin Kor said, still shaken. That Zhou Xianin was hiding his true intentions so well. Yes, Yi Hongyin nodded. If Xiao He hadn't discovered the clues in advance, we might have all fallen victim to it. Yang Wei shook his head. This is just the beginning. The master behind Zhou Xianin is the real enemy. Could it be the person who cast the curse? Li Qingwan asked. Very likely, Yang Wei analyzed. Gu techniques, spirit corroding powder, 9 yin heart-eating poem, these insidious methods all seem to belong to the same school. He looked out the window. I have a feeling that there will be more clues at the All Races Medical Conference. Oh, right. Wang Xuanqi remembered something, the recommendation letter from Zhang Baichao. She took out a jade slip. The qualifying round of the Myriad Races Medical Tournament will be held in Area A in 10 days. Participants are required to bring 3 disciples or assistants. Yang Wei took the jade slip, perfect timing to take Lin Xiao and Lu Chen to broaden their horizons. The third one. Xiao He, scan Morong Wanner's status. Scan complete. Morong Wanner's cultivation has recovered to the peak of the 7th rank, and her spatial talent has been fully awakened. Recommendation: bring her along, her spatial abilities will be incredibly effective in the tournament. Then it's settled. Yang Wei made the decision. I, Murong Wan'er, Lin Xiao, and Lu Chen will head to Area A. You four, he said, looking at Yi Hongyin and the others, stay in Yangchang and speed up the reconstruction. The four women nodded. And another thing, Yang Wei said, remembering something, we need to investigate the feud between Lin Xiao and Lu Chen thoroughly. We also need to take Zhou Kuan and the vice dean of the Martial Academy under control. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Wushang's eyes. I will interrogate them properly. Yang Wei smiled and looked into the distance. Area A, the conference of all races on medicine. That will be a bigger stage, with more challenges. It is also the key to unraveling all the mysteries. Little Black, get ready, he thought to himself. We'll set off in 10 days. Little Black licked its paws. I've been ready for a long time, master. Chapter 63 New Sprouts in Yangchang, Su Zhuani appears. Day 1. The outer city was shrouded in a thin mist in the early morning, and long queues had already formed in front of the newly built medical department. Line up. Get your numbers first. Wang Xuanqi led 30 physicians from the Li family to maintain order, dividing the patients into 3 groups: those with common ailments, those with difficult and complicated diseases, and those with injuries to the Great Tao. Mr. Yang said that all common illnesses will be treated free of charge by doctors from the Li family. She pointed to the newly built free clinic area on the east side. Complex and difficult cases are handled in the west area, and the fees will vary depending on the situation. What about the wounds of the Great Tao? An old man leaning on a cane asked in a trembling voice. Wang Xuanqi pointed to the main building. We only accept 3 cases per day, and qualifications must be tested in advance. In the crowd, several raggedly dressed poor people suddenly knelt down. Bodhisattva. Finally, someone cares about our lives. Li Qingwan stood at the 3rd floor window, watching this scene, a slight smile playing on her lips. She turned to Yang Wei, who was preparing the medication, and said, Honey, guess how much we'll make today? Oops, slip of the tongue, is it a special case? Yang Wei didn't even look up. At least 5 have suffered injuries to the Great Tao, and 20 have had their talents damaged. What are we betting on? The loser tonight. Yang Wei suddenly noticed Lin Kuo peeking in from the doorway and changed his words, is responsible for bathing Xiaohei. Little Black bristles, meow? Lin Kuo, I think some people just can't hold back their desires anymore, can they? The scene became awkward for a moment. There was no way around it. Although it was clearly less than 2 months, the 4 of them looked like they were 7 or 8 months pregnant, as if they could give birth at any moment. Let's not even talk about that kind of thing. However, they felt quite guilty. Yang Wei is a normal person. He can tolerate it every few days, and even 10 days or half a month. But if this goes on for too long, he will inevitably get sick from holding it in. The next day, the Nangong family's 300 engineering airships blotted out the sky, transporting the first batch of star steel frames to the ruins of Yang City. Build the outer city wall first, according to the blueprints. Zhao Wushan, holding a personal terminal, directed thousands of workers. The foundation must be dug to a depth of 30 meters, incorporating earthquake-resistant alloys. In the center of the ruins, Yi Hongyin cleaved the ground with a single spear thrust, the scorching magma-like spear intent incinerating all the remaining alien beast eggs underground. Report. Ancient ruins discovered in the East District, an engineer suddenly shouted. The crowd gathered around and saw half a stone tablet protruding from the foundation pit, with ancient runes engraved on it. This is... Yi Hongyin's pupils contracted, a fragment of an ancient protective array. That evening, in study room 488 of Building 13. The formation on the stone tablet can be improved and utilized. Yang Wei input the copied runes into the system. Xiaohei combined the properties of star steel and redesigned the city's protective formation. Calculation in progress. Combining ancient formations with star steel, defensive strength can be increased by 47%. Requires 50 light crystals, 3 star core fragments. Li Qingwan frowned. Star core fragments are only available on the black market in Area A. I'll write this down first, Yang Wei noted on his personal terminal. We'll talk about it again when we get back from the Medical Dao conference. Day 3. A Water of Life specialty store opened on the outer city's commercial street, displaying 3 products. Basic repair fluid for treating common injuries, 100 star coins bottle. Enhanced repair fluid repairs meridian damage, 5,000 star coins bottle. Customized service healing for injuries, price negotiable. Line up. Line up. Lin Kor led 20 girls to maintain order. 2 basic versions per person. A masked woman suddenly tossed out a black card. I want 100 enhanced versions. Sorry, the enhanced version requires a doctor's diagnosis certificate. Wang Xuanqi stopped her to prevent resale. The woman sneered and removed her veil. She was the steward of the Lu family in the inner city. Look carefully at who's speaking. Wang Xuanqi remained unmoved. The Lu family? They just lost 5 billion that day, and they still have money to squander? The onlookers burst into laughter, and the Lu family steward left in shame and indignation. Day 4. The once dirty and chaotic outer city streets have been transformed and paved with recycled building materials. All vendors must register. Zhao Wushan led the newly formed city defense team on patrol. Pay a monthly management fee of 10 star coins to enjoy basic medical care from the Life Alliance. A lame old man, tears streaming down his face, cried, "Sir, I can't afford it." Those facing extreme hardship are exempt from fees. Zhao Wushan pointed to the construction area in the distance. A free school is being built over there. If you are literate, you can work as a gatekeeper. Room and board are provided. The Nangong family's airship swept across the sky, scattering improved fast-growing crop seeds which Yang Wei had exchanged using system technology. In 3 months, even the wasteland outside the city will be transformed into fertile fields. Nangong Mingyue's projection appeared in Yang Wei's office. You promised us the IVF technology. Yang Wei pushed a document over. The first batch of equipment will be delivered to the Nangong family tomorrow. Day 4. Late at night, the alarm at the Yangcheng Monitoring Center suddenly went off. There's an energy fluctuation in the northwest corner, the duty officer shouted. In the video, several dark figures are seen damaging newly built water pipes. Yi Hanin arrived in an instant, sweeping her blood dragon spear, but only managed to pierce a wisp of black mist. A shadow-cloaked talisman? The inner city's doing. She picked up the remaining talisman from the ground and sneered, looks like the lesson wasn't enough. At the same time, the Li family's business was burglarized, and 3 boxes of strengthening and repairing fluid were stolen. The opponent used spatial equipment. Li Qingwan examined the damaged vault. At least a 10th tier spatial ability. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blurry figure on the monitor. Someone from the Morong family? No. Xiao He scanned the traces. The energy fluctuations are only 63% similar to those of Morong Waner, suggesting they may share the same origin but follow different paths. Day 5. A delegation from the Federal Resources Department has visited. 10 airships bearing the federal insignia landed on the newly built helipad, and the bald man at the head of the group walked down the gangway with his head held high. The construction of Yangcheng requires federal approval. Your actions are illegal. Yang Wei smiled and handed over a document. This is a joint license issued by the Nangong and Li families. He then handed over a spatial ring, a little local specialty. Please accept it. The bald man's expression changed instantly as he scanned the area with his divine sense. Inside are 10 vials of strengthening and repairing fluid, with a market value exceeding 5 million. Ahem. Since there are 2 major families guaranteeing this, the formalities can be completed later. In the afternoon, representatives from the Foreign Merchants Association visited. Our orc race is willing to exchange the specialties of the Dark Forest for the right to sell the water of life, the wolf-headed, human-bodied messenger said, handing over the gift list. Yang Wei glanced at it. 300 caddies of moonlight grass and 200 beast crystals per month? Not enough. He held up 3 fingers, and 3 more spots. Young people in your clan whose talents have been damaged can come to Yangcheng for treatment. The werewolf messenger was so excited his hair stood on end. Deal. Day 6. In the underground laboratory, the first artificial spiritual root cultivation chamber was successfully launched. Success! Lin Kor looked at the pulsating ball of light inside the capsule. Although it's only an F-grade spiritual root, it proves the theory is feasible. Yang Wei adjusted the parameters. Send the data to the Nangong family. The spiritual marrow liquid they promised will arrive tomorrow. In the corridor, Morong Waner was teaching a group of children to play a space folding game. Sister Waner is so amazing, a little girl clapped her hands. Can you teach me? When you're older. Morong Waner smiled and ruffled her hair, then turned to see Yang Wei, her face suddenly turning red. Yang Wei pretended not to see it, but sighed inwardly. This girl's favorability rating is rising a bit too fast. Should I find an opportunity to win her over? This is indeed his true thought. However, with the construction of Yangcheng in full swing, there was simply no time to spare, and there were no people of the 9th rank or above to govern it. The 8th rank would be of little use and would be a waste of bullets. Never mind. Day 7. The newly built city wall has taken shape and shines with the unique silver-blue luster of star steel. Zhao Wushang is testing the defense system, energy shield deployed. Buzz. A semi-transparent light curtain enveloped the city wall, blocking all the incoming test shells. Conventional firepower is ineffective, the engineer recorded the data, but attacks from a martial emperor-level weapon can still penetrate. Yi Hongyin thrust her spear into the light barrier, and cracks instantly spread. The strength is still insufficient. It'll be fine once my husband brings back the star core fragment from Area A, Li Qingwan comforted him. In the distance, on the training field, Lin Xiao and Lu Chen were practicing together. The two sword lights clashed, leaving a lingering mark in the air. Traces of sword intent? Nangong Mingyue, who was passing by, stopped and said, "These two lads, their talents have recovered?" Day 8. On the airship's takeoff and landing pad, Yang Wei was conducting final checks. "The daily operations of the Life Alliance are yours to manage," he instructed the 4 women. "In case of major decisions, hold a vote." Yi Hongyin nodded, "Don't worry, we're here." Li Qingwan handed over a jade slip, "Contact information for the Li family in Area A. Contact them if you encounter any trouble." Wang Xuanqi secretly slipped him a small bottle, special, cough cough, nutrient solution. Lin Kor threw herself into his arms, "Come back soon." On a distant tower, Su Zhuani silently watched the scene, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of her sword. Is the commander really going? A man in black emerged from the shadows. Whom? Su Zhuani turned around. "I'll go see if this Yang Wei is truly someone I can entrust my life to." Her gaze swept across the thriving Yangcheng, over the smiling faces brimming with hope, and finally settled on the tall figure beside the airship. After all, this might be the last chance. But, Ancestor, this matter needs to be brought up again. If I go now, it's like sending charcoal in snowy weather. But if we wait until he stands out from the Italian team at the conference, it will only be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. But, this person's rise to power is too rapid, there are many suspicious points. My view is completely different. It's not that he rose too quickly, but that many people saw his value, so he was forced to rise? Is this another way of explaining it? This isn't an explanation, it's the truth. He's someone who came from a communal breeding shed, powerless and without influence, and without any cultivation. The most likely explanation is that he awakened some kind of medical knowledge through storytelling, which is why he's where he is today. However, on the other hand, his actions are quite intriguing. He doesn't seem like the composure and calmness one would expect from an 18-year-old. Ancestor, you're right. You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. Su Zhuani said. The night wind ruffled her short hair, revealing a hideous scar on the back of her neck, a mark left by the backlash of the rules, which was worsening every day. Tomorrow, they will travel together to Area A. The future of Yangcheng. It is rising slowly from these ruins. But she couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 64. You finally arrived. You really dared to dream of this? The 9th day. It was early morning, the 9th day before the qualifying rounds of the Myriad Races medical tournament. Yang Wei was preparing for today's patients in the medical department when Lin Kor suddenly rushed in. Honey, someone's looking for you. Her face flushed, and her voice was very low. It's Su Zhuani. Yang Wei paused in his hand, holding the golden needle. Su Zhuani? She's finally here, where is she? The reception room. Lin Kor nervously twisted her fingers. She is so scary. Even though she didn't release any pressure, I can't even breathe properly. Yang Wei put down the gold needles and straightened his collar. That's a martial emperor at the peak of the 10th rank, while Lin Kor has only just reached the 5th rank. This iron-willed female general once single-handedly guarded the border of Area C for 700 years, repelling 718 invasions by alien races. As a result, he attracted the attention of a more powerful being, suffered a great injury, fell into a coma, and had to relinquish his position as leader. Even so, her prestige in District C remains unmatched. Inside the reception room, a figure stood with his back to the door. It's different from the day we first met. Today she was dressed in a simple black outfit, tall and slender, with shoulder-length hair as black as ink. She wore no jewelry, only a sheathless longsword at her waist, its blade entirely silver white, the hilt wrapped with a faded red rope. Just standing there gives people a sense of oppressive power, like a mountain. Commander Su, Yang Wei said, bowing slightly, you finally arrived. Su Zhuani turned around, You knew I would come? Yang Wei said bluntly, of course, I think you'll definitely come to me for a try if even a peak martial god can't heal your wounds. You little rascal, you're quite interesting. Su Juani squinted. Her face wasn't stunning, but it was angular, with sharp eyebrows and cold, star-like eyes. A faint scar on her left cheek didn't detract from her overall beauty, instead, it added a touch of menacing air. Mr. Yang, her voice was low and cold, I apologize for the intrusion. Commander Su, you're too kind. Yang Wei gestured for her to sit down. How have you been lately? The usual. Su Juani did not sit down. She looked Yang Wei straight in the eye and got straight to the point. I remember you once said that you could heal my Dao injury, right? Yes. Yang Wei saw that the other party had gotten straight to the point and clearly didn't want to say anything more. Commander Su should know my rules. He smiled, just as he had when they first met, diagnosis first, then terms. Okay, Su Juani nodded. How do you need my cooperation? Just reach out your hand. Su Juani extended her right hand. Her hands were long and slender, with distinct knuckles, and her palms were covered with calluses. These are marks from years of wielding a sword. Yang Wei lightly touched her wrist with his fingers while Xiao He scanned her. Deep scan in progress. Name, Su Juani. Age, 14,327 years. Life expectancy, approximately 3 years. Cultivation level, peak martial emperor. Injury at the peak of the martial god's path. Current status, suffering daily pain from the backlash of the rules, strength less than 30% of peak. Healing difficulty, SSS level. Warning, the injury involves rules-related issues. Conventional methods are ineffective. Yang Wei withdrew his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. No wonder even Lin Xian, the patriarch of the Lin family, couldn't do anything about it. If it were before, I would still have a way, but now things have worsened. The three forces of the rules are clashing and devouring each other within my body, and we have missed the best opportunity. Yang Wei analyzed, if it weren't for Commander Su's deep-rooted influence, he probably would have fallen. Su Juani replied calmly, I know. She looked at Yang Wei, can it be cured? Yang Wei did not answer immediately. He brought up the system store and searched for the Wound of the Great Tao. Transformation pill can repair injuries caused by rule intersections, 50,000 sign-in points. Current check-in points, 13200. Not enough. That's far from enough. What conditions are required? Su Juani asked. Money? Resources? Or neither? Yang Wei shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, after you left last time, you went to find someone else to try refining it, right? Yes? Su Juani frowned. Now the three forces of the rules are intertwined within you. Alas! Excuse my bluntness, but to heal your current injury, you need a key ingredient, which I do not have on hand at the moment. What medicine? The Heaven Transformation Pill, Yang Wei said, or a substitute, a rare and precious material containing at least 3 complete sets of rules. Su Juani's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Transformation Elixir? She lived for over 10,000 years, which is unheard of. These are treasures containing the power of rules, and there are 3 of them. They are strategic resources throughout the Federation and usually only exist in secret realms of SSS level or above, which only martial gods can enter. Given her current condition, going in would be tantamount to suicide. The problem is that I'm afraid I won't get it even if I die. If it were available, the higher-ups would have already given it to me. Of course, it's also possible that the higher-ups don't think it's necessary, or they might not know how to use it. If it's the latter, then it's simple. What if I could find it? She asked. Then I'm 70% confident I can cure you, Yang Wei said, and even help you advance further. Su Juani's pupils contracted slightly. Going a step further? A martial god? With a lifespan equal to heaven? The temptation is too great. But she quickly calmed down. What's the price? Yang Wei smiled. He enjoys dealing with intelligent people. 2 choices. First, join the Life Alliance and stay in Yangqing for 10 years. Second, he paused, to have a child for me. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Juani's body. The glass in the reception room shattered instantly, and the tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. Lin Kuo, who was outside the door, was blasted away, but fortunately, she was caught by Yi Hongyin, who arrived in time. Yang Wei, Su Juani's voice was as cold as ice, who do you take me for? Yang Wei stood still, motionless. The little black cat on his shoulder opened its eyes, and a golden light flashed, neutralizing Su Juani's oppressive aura. Commander Su, please don't misunderstand, Yang Wei said calmly. I am not a frivolous person. I made this request because your spatial system rules are particularly compatible with my physique. If our children are born with the ability to control the rules of space, their future achievements will be limitless. Moreover, he looked directly into Su Juani's eyes. I believe that you also hope that your lineage will not be broken. Su Juani's breathing gradually calmed down. She stared at Yang Wei for a long time, then suddenly asked, Are you really confident? 70%. Okay. Su Juani turned around. I will come back in a month with the item that governs the rules. It doesn't matter if we can't find it, the most important thing is safety. Yang Wei said. Besides, I'll have the heaven transformation pill in a week at most. Real? Certainly. She stepped outside, but stopped at the door. We'll talk about that later. After saying that, she vanished in a flash. Honey. Are you crazy? Both of their words were very meaningful, and both sides understood them clearly. Yang Wei meant that he could cure the other person in a week, but the other person needed to meet certain conditions. The other party meant that if you can cure it, anything is possible. As soon as Su Juani left, the four women rushed in. Yi Hongyin's face turned pale. You actually dared to make those kinds of demands to Su Juani? She was a ruthless person who killed countless peak martial emperors back then. Yes, honey. Lin Kor stamped her feet anxiously. If she gets angry, our entire Yangcheng wouldn't be enough for her to chop down with one sword. Li Qingwan and Wang Xuanqi also looked worried. Yang Wei laughed. You underestimate Su Juani. He walked to the window and looked in the direction Su Juani had left. She's not the kind of person who would fly into a rage over a single sentence. Otherwise, she wouldn't be alive today. When I made that request, I was actually testing the waters. Testing? The four women asked, puzzled. We were testing her limits, and also trying to gauge the severity of her injuries, Yang Wei explained. Half of her outburst just now was an act. If she were truly enraged, the pressure she would unleash in that instant would be enough to raise the entire medical department to the ground. But she kept it under control. That tells two things. First, her injuries are indeed extremely serious, so she dares not go all out. Second, a deeper meaning flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. She is not completely opposed to my suggestion. The four women looked at each other in bewilderment. Honey, are you serious? Li Qingwan asked. You really want to have a child with her? Yang Wei turned around and looked at them. Su Juani's spatial rules are the defensive force that Yangcheng needs most. If we can obtain her genes, our children will be born with the ability to control space, and in the future, we can build a spatial barrier that covers the entire Yangcheng. Most importantly, Yangcheng will have a new martial god in a short time. That's a martial god. And he paused. Don't you think our home atmosphere is becoming more and more like a real home? I don't want to use the old transactional methods to acquire new partners anymore. I hope it's genuine feeling. The four women were stunned. They never imagined that Yang Wei would undergo such a transformation. From breeding pig to medical sage, and now to wanting a real family. Yi Hongyin was the first to react. She walked over to Yang Wei and took his hand. Honey, I support you. Me too. Li Qingwan nodded. Lin Kor and Wang Xuanqi also chimed in. We both support it. Yang Wei felt a warmth in his heart. He hugged the four women and said, Thank you. However, Yi Hongyin suddenly smiled slyly, pursuing Su Juani isn't easy. Do you need any help? Yang Wei chuckled. You don't mind? What's there to mind? Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow. It's just another sister. Anyway, you're full of energy right now. Besides, even if we refuse, the higher-ups will still match you with a wife next month, hee hee. The women burst into laughter. That afternoon. The newly built airship station in Yangcheng. Yang Wei, Morong Wanner, Lin Xiao, and Lu Chen were all ready to go. Remember, safety first. Yi Hongyin straightened Yang Wei's collar. If you encounter danger, send a message immediately. I understand. Yang Wei nodded. I'm leaving Yangcheng to you. Don't worry, Li Qingwan said confidently, with us here, no one will dare to cause trouble. Just as the airship was about to take off, a figure suddenly appeared at the cabin door. He was dressed in black with short hair and a long sword at his waist. Su Juani. Commander Su? Yang Wei asked in surprise. It's on my way, Sujuani said casually. I'm also going to the inner city of Area A. She looked at Yang Wei. You don't mind if you hitch a ride? Yang Wei smiled. I couldn't be happier. Ride sharing? Are you kidding me? She is a peak martial emperor in the space system. If she weren't doing it intentionally, her journey would only take an instant. It seems she has seriously considered the suggestion made this morning. The airship took off and headed towards Area A. Inside the cabin, Sujuani sat alone in a corner, closing her eyes to rest. Morong Wanner leaned close to Yang Wei's ear and whispered. Brother Yang, is she, you? Yang Wei shook his head. Don't make wild guesses. But he knew in his heart that what the other party wanted was not an exchange, and he wanted the same thing. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65. Sujuani, a wanted criminal? The airship passed through the clouds. Outside the porthole were rolling metal mountains. The iconic landmark of Area A, the mechanical Great Wall, is a defense system constructed from countless nanobots. Approaching Airport Area A. Please prepare for landing, a mechanical female voice announced. Looking out the window, Yang Wei gazed down at the most prosperous city in the Federation. Towering alloy buildings, thousands of meters high, stood like a forest, air routes crisscrossed like a network, and all sorts of strangely shaped aircraft flowed by. Is this your first time in Area A? Sujuani appeared behind him without his noticing. Yang Wei nodded. More mechanized than I imagined. The work of the mechanical race. Sujuani sneered. After that great war 300 years ago, Area A was infiltrated like a sieve by them. Her gaze swept over a pyramid-shaped building in the distance. That's the venue for the all-races medical conference, the Tower of Life. Yang Wei followed her gaze and saw a huge emerald-green crystal floating at the top of the tower, radiating boundless vitality. Fellow villager, an extremely high concentration of life energy has been detected, Xiao He warned. It's equivalent to the total concentration of 100,000 vials of enhancement and repair fluid. That's a life crystal, Sujuani said, as if she knew what he was thinking. The machine race dug it up from some ancient ruin. It's said to be able to revive the dead and heal bones. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. If I could get even a small piece. Don't even think about it, Sujuani poured cold water on the idea. That thing is valued more than life itself by the mechanical race. There are at least 3 peak martial emperors guarding it. The airship slowly landed at the airport. As soon as the hatch opened, a squad of fully armed mechanical guards surrounded it. From Zone C? The lead robot's eyes flashed red. Show me your invitation. Yang Wei handed over the jade slip. After the mechanical guard scanned the area, it suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. High-risk target detected. It jerked back, all weapons aimed at Sujuani. Class A wanted criminal Sujuani. Surrender immediately. Instantly, the entire airport's defense system was activated, and dozens of combat machines surged in from all directions. A wanted criminal? Yang Wei was taken aback. Sujuani remained calm. That happened 3 years ago. She gently raised her hand. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, and all the mechanical guards suddenly froze in their movements, then split in two in unison. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Let's go. She sheathed her sword as if she had merely swatted a few flies. Yang Wei swallowed hard and quickly followed with Morong Wanner and the other 2. Only after leaving the airport did Lin Xiao whisper, Senior Su, are you really a wanted criminal? It used to be, Sujuani said calmly, because I killed a mechanical prince. Everyone. What's with that nonchalant tone? Don't worry. She glanced at Yang Wei. They won't dare touch me now after all, I'm about to die. Yang Wei was startled. Is she implying that if she is healed, the machine race might retaliate? Let's go register first. He changed the subject, taking out his personal terminal to check the map. The qualifiers start tomorrow, so we need to get settled in today. The accommodation arranged by the Li family was a 3-story building located on the edge of the prestigious A district. The conditions are so-so, but you'll have to make do. The Li family's contact handed over the keys. Area A is currently under martial law. Apparently, some alien spies have infiltrated. After thanking them, Yang Wei assigned rooms. He, Lin Xiao, and Lu Chen would stay on the first floor, Morong Wanner on the second floor, and Sujuani would have the third floor all to herself. I had just settled in when the doorbell rang. Is Mr. Yang Wei here? An elderly man in a white robe stood outside the door, wearing the badge of the Medical Association on his chest. Who are you? I am Chen Xian, Vice President of the Medical Association of District A, the old man smiled. I have heard that a divine physician capable of healing injuries to the great Tao has emerged in District C, so I have come to pay him a visit. Yang Wei invited him inside, only to find Su Zhuani standing at the bottom of the stairs. Chen Xian. She narrowed her eyes. Didn't you die 20 years ago? The old man's expression changed drastically. Puff. His body suddenly exploded, turning into countless silver nanobots. Mechanical race. Yang Wei retreated rapidly, activating his protective jade pendant at the same time. The moment the swarm of nanobots attacked, Su Zhuani unleashed a sword strike. Buzz. Space warped, and all the nanobots were pulverized. The mimic assassin of the machine race. She sheathed her sword. Able to perfectly mimic anyone, even copying their aura. Cold sweat beaded on Yang Wei's forehead. Who are they after? You. Su Zhuani stared at him. It seems the news of your healing of Nangong Mingxue and Morong Wanner has already reached some people's ears. She suddenly reached out and placed her hand on Yang Wei's shoulder. From now on, don't leave my sight. This action made Morong Wanner's eyes darken. Check the room first. Yang Wei broke the awkward silence. Xiao He, full scan. Scanning in progress? 17 listening devices and 3 spatial markers detected. All from Mech family technology. Ha! Su Zhuani sneered, such a warm welcome indeed. She snapped her fingers, and all the listening devices exploded simultaneously. I'm going to buy some materials, Yang Wei said, standing up. To set up a few counter-surveillance formations. I'll go with you, Su Zhuani and Morong Wanner said in unison. The two exchanged a glance, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. I'll go with Lu Chen. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed his companion and ran away. The commercial street in Zone A is more than 10 times more bustling than Zone C, with shops lining both sides of the street and merchants of all races hawking their strange and wonderful goods. The Elven Fountain of Life, a single drop can extend one's lifespan by a year. The Orcish tribe's war god totem increases attack power by 30%. The latest prosthetic arm of the mechanical race is even stronger than the martial emperor's arm. With a clear goal in mind, Yang Wei headed straight for a shop called Chuanji Pavilion, a supplier of array materials recommended by the Li family. What does the guest need? The shopkeeper was an old man with one eye. Yang Wei handed over the list. These, take the best of everything. The old man glanced at it, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his single eye. Some materials are not easy to obtain. Price is not an issue. It's not about the money, the old man lowered his voice. The void crystal sand and gold-eating insect eggs you requested are both controlled items and require special channels. Su Zhuani suddenly produced a token. Is that enough? The token is engraved with an ancient character for sword. The old man trembled upon seeing the token. Heavenly sword token? You are the heavenly sword. Shut up, Su Zhuani said coldly, you thing. Right away. Right away. The old man scrambled into the back room. Yang Wei looked at the token curiously. What's this? Old toys. Su Zhuani put away the token, clearly not wanting to talk more. A moment later, the old man returned carrying a spatial bag. As an extra bonus, here are 3 boundary-breaking pearls to express my respect for what you requested. After leaving the shop, Yang Wei couldn't help but ask, why was he so afraid of that token? Because the one who holds the command can slay a martial god, Su Zhuani said casually. I was the one who killed the previous heavenly sword. Yang Wei. He suddenly realized that he knew far too little about this female emperor. On the way back, when passing a weapon shop, Morong Wanner suddenly stopped. Brother Yang, look! A pair of silver short blades were displayed in the shop window, with spatial ripples flowing on the blades. The Void Blade? Yang Wei recognized the renowned artifact. It's very suitable for your spatial talent. Too expensive. Morong Wanner looked at the price tag 8 million star coins and shook her head in disappointment. Just as Yang Wei was about to speak, Su Zhuani walked into the store. Wrap it up. She simply tossed out a black card. I can't accept this. Morong Wanner waved her hands in a panic. Consider it a small gift. Su Zhuani handed her the packaged short blade, a rare smile appearing on her face. You have good talent, don't waste it. Yang Wei keenly noticed that Su Zhuani's gaze towards Morong Wanner had a kind of loving affection, like that of an elder looking at a younger generation. Strange, given her personality, she shouldn't be so enthusiastic towards strangers. On the way back to her residence, Morong Wanner, clutching the void blade, her cheeks flushed, said, Thank you, Senior Su. Just call me older sister. Su Juani ruffled her hair. How old are you this year? 19 years old. 19. Su Juani's eyes were unfocused. I have a great-great-granddaughter sister. If she were still alive, she would be about your age. Yang Wei was startled. He finally understood where that sense of unease came from. It turns out that Morong Wanner's eyebrows and eyes are 3/10 similar to Su Juani's. Late at night, Yang Wei was studying the materials he had just bought in his room when there was a sudden knock on the door. Enter. Su Juani pushed open the door and entered, carrying 2 jars of wine in her hands. Shall we chat? She sat down on the floor, broke the clay seal, and the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the room. Yang Wei sat down opposite her. About Morong Wanner? Smart. Su Juani tilted her head back and took a big gulp of wine. She's my sister's descendant. Really? In that great battle 300 years ago, my sister died protecting me. Su Juani stroked the wine jar. Before she died, she entrusted her newborn daughter to the Morong family. So Morong Wanner. She has our family bloodline, Su Juani nodded. That's also why she has such outstanding spatial talent. She suddenly looked directly at Yang Wei. I need you to promise me one thing. You say. If I die, protect her. Su Juani's voice was gentler than ever before. Don't let her follow in my footsteps. Yang Wei's heart warmed, and he grasped her hand. You won't die. I promise. Su Juani didn't pull her hand away, but chuckled lightly. Little one, do you know how many people these hands have killed? I don't know, Yang Wei said earnestly, but I know it will hold our child someday. Su Juani suddenly leaned closer, her breath, carrying the scent of alcohol, brushing against his face. You're really bold. Just as their lips were about to touch. Brother Yang. Morong Wanner pushed open the door and entered, and upon seeing this scene, she was instantly petrified. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything, she screamed and ran away. Su Juani sat back down as if nothing had happened. There's a competition tomorrow, get some rest. She got up to leave, but paused at the door. By the way, the machine race might sabotage us in the match. Watch out for that player named Zero. After the door closed, Yang Wei touched his burning face. Xiao Hei, check the information on player 0. Searching. 0, a genius physician of the mechanical race, 3-time champion of the medical tournament. Specialty, nanomedical robots, which once set a record of repairing a major injury in 10 minutes. Warning, suspected link to multiple cases of accidental deaths of brilliant doctors. Yang Wei squinted. It looks like tomorrow's match won't be very peaceful. Chapter 66 Clash of Medical Skills, Affection Arises. The day of the qualifying rounds of the All Races Medical Tournament. A large crowd gathered outside the Tower of Life. Yang Wei and his group walked through a colorful torrent of contestants from various ethnic groups and entered the main venue after verifying their identities. Beneath the towering dome, hundreds of transparent spherical arenas, each about 50 meters in diameter, are suspended, fully equipped with medical facilities. Representatives from Zone C, please report to Arena 7. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Su Juani suddenly grabbed Yang Wei. Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave my sight. Her fingers were cold yet strong, and Yang Wei could feel a slight tremor. This decisive and ruthless female warrior was actually nervous. Don't worry. He gently squeezed her hand back. I'm the one who's going to refine the heaven-transforming pill for you. Nothing will happen. Su Juani's eyes flickered, and she released her grip. The area around Arena 7 was already packed with spectators. When Yang Wei stepped onto the stage, a piercing chorus of boos erupted from the mechanical race's stands. Humans? I heard they still use herbs to treat illnesses. How primitive. Lord Zero could crush him with a single finger. Yang Wei ignored him, focusing intently on inspecting the equipment on the control panel. He originally thought that there were only humans in the war zone, but it turns out that there are many native alien races, and they all seem to have their own civilizations. They are also collectively referred to as all races? So what's going on outside? Is it really true that the only enemy of all races is the alien beast? He's beyond understanding. However, it seems that the world is far more complex than he imagined. Now it seems that the outer city of District C where I am located is undoubtedly a poor and remote place with no access to information. District 360 within the war zone is truly vast. Area C is probably just an ordinary area among the 360 areas of the Eastern Theater Command. Morong Wanner glared angrily at the mechanical race, but was held down by Lin Xiao and Lu Chan on either side. Silence. The referee, hovering in mid-air, announced, "First round, trauma healing. Contestants must heal a critically injured patient within 10 minutes. The contestant with the highest success rate advances." With a wave of his hand, 4 patients covered in blood were teleported into the arena. Yang Wei was assigned a young elven girl whose chest had been pierced and whose vital signs were rapidly declining. Start. The moment the countdown lit up, Yang Wei's hands flew, and 9 golden needles precisely pierced the girl's major acupoints. At the same time, he took out a pale golden potion from his system space and slowly injected it into the wounds. What is he doing? Without a surgical robot? That acupuncture technique seems to be from traditional Chinese medicine? Playing tricks. The mech race stands erupted in laughter. Their representative, Zero, has released hundreds of nanobots that are repairing patients' organs at a visible speed. However, the laughter stopped abruptly 3 minutes later. Emerald light emanated from the elven girl's wounds, and her damaged heart tissue began to grow and regenerate like a plant. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she actually opened her eyes. This is impossible," the mechanical race judge exclaimed in shock. "How can cells regenerate autonomously without mechanical intervention?" Yang Wei finished his needlework and helped the girl up. "How are you feeling?" "It's better than ever before." The girl touched her completely healed chest, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, doctor." The audience erupted in deafening cheers. The human stands erupted in cheers. After so many years, finally someone has managed to surpass the mechanical race in the art of medicine. Cheating. He must have used banned drugs, the mechanical race representative roared. Su Juani sneered, her voice not loud but carrying throughout the entire arena. "The mechanical race can't afford to lose?" The moment she spoke, all the doubts vanished. Even with serious injuries, the power of the heavenly sword Su Juani remains terrifying, a testament to the power of a person's reputation. Yang Wei from Zone C wins the first round, the referee announced reluctantly. As she left the stage, Moron Wana rushed over like a cheerful little bird. "Brother Yang, you were amazing. That elf lady's eyes were practically sparkling when she looked at you. It's just the basics." Yang Wei smiled and patted her head, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Su Juani was staring at the mechanical clan's VIP room with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" "Something's not right," Su Juani whispered. "Zero's performance was terrible, he's hiding his true strength." As if to confirm her words, before the start of the second round of the competition, Ling suddenly walked up to Yang Wei. "Human, dare to play for high stakes?" The mechanical genius's electronic eyes flashed a dangerous red light. "Next round, we'll switch patients." The audience erupted in uproar. This means that Yang Wei has to treat the mechanical body, while Zero has to treat the flesh and blood body, a completely unfamiliar territory. "Sure," Yang Wei readily agreed. "How about we add another bet?" "Explain." "I won, you give me a fragment of the life source crystal, you won." Yang Wei paused deliberately. "I'll tell you the method to heal the wounds of the great Tao." Zero's electronic eyes were flashing wildly, the temptation was too great. "Make a deal." The second round of the competition began. Yang Wei faced a mechanical warrior whose core furnace was damaged, while Zero was assigned a human warrior whose meridians were all severed. Timer begins. Zero immediately released tens of thousands of nanobots, which surged into the patient's body like a silver torrent and began to repair the meridians. The speed was astonishing. Yang Wei remained calm and unhurried, taking out a small bottle and dripping a few drops of silver liquid into the furnace interface of the mechanical warrior. What is he doing? That looks like a liquid stellar core? Impossible. A single drop of that stuff is worth 1,000,000 star coins. The mechanical warrior suddenly trembled violently, and the furnace in its chest burst forth with dazzling light. All damage was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its performance even increased by 30% compared to before the damage. Self-evolution program activated. The mechanical warrior knelt on one knee. "Thank you, doctor." Meanwhile, something went wrong on Zero's side. Although the patient's meridians were repaired, his whole body began to show an abnormal metallic sheen. "Cellular metallization," the judge exclaimed. "Stop right there." Zero hastily recalled the nanobots, but it was too late. The patient curled up in agony, metallic scales already appearing on his skin. "Let me do it." Yang Wei stepped forward quickly and inserted all 9 needles into the patient's acupoints. At the same time, he took out a blue medicine from his pocket and fed it to her. The metallization trend stopped immediately, and the scales gradually disappeared. What did you do?" Zero's voice wavered for the first time. It's very simple. Yang Wei put away the gold needles. Your nanobots carried a metal assimilation virus, which I simply neutralized with traditional Chinese medicine. The entire room fell silent. This is no longer just a competition of medical skills, but a life or death struggle. Round 2, Yang Weisheng from Zone C. The referee's voice trembled slightly. Zero's electronic eyes were fixed on Yang Wei. Human, you're quite interesting. We'll meet again. After saying that, he turned into a pool of liquid metal and disappeared. Evening, the athlete's rest area. That was so satisfying. Morong Wanner exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms and legs. Brother Yang, you didn't see it. Those mechanical beings were green with rage. Lin Xiao and Lu Chen were also full of admiration. Teacher, how did you get that liquid star core? It's a secret. Yang Wei smiled mysteriously, turning to Su Juani. Thanks to your reminder, I prepared a contingency plan in advance. Su Juani rarely showed a smile, not bad. She suddenly frowned, pressed her hand to her chest, and staggered. What's wrong? Yang Wei quickly helped her up. It's nothing, just a backlash from the rules. Su Juani forced herself to stand up straight, but her pale face betrayed her pain. Without a word, Yang Wei scooped her up in his arms. Back to our lodgings, now. Put me down. Su Juani struggled, but was as weak as an ordinary person. Don't move, Yang Wei whispered in her ear. Do you want the machine race to see Tianjin Su Juani in such a weakened state? These words made her stop struggling. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Wei immediately set up a protective barrier and took out the golden needles. Take off your clothes. Su Juani raised an eyebrow, taking advantage of someone in distress? Doctors have the hearts of parents. Yang Wei said righteously, besides, if I wanted to take advantage, I would have done so last night. Recalling the unfinished kiss from last night, Su Juani's ears turned slightly red, and she silently unbuttoned her clothes. Her body was as white as jade, but a grotesque black aura swirled around her chest, writhing like a living thing. It spread even more than yesterday, Yang Wei said gravely. You've been using too much power lately. 9 golden needles were inserted into the acupoints to temporarily seal off the spread of the black energy. Yang Wei redeemed another soul-suppressing potion from the system and carefully fed it to her. Ugh! Su Juani groaned, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Bear with it. Yang Wei gently wiped away her sweat. The medication will cause some pain when it takes effect. The drug took effect, and Su Juani trembled all over, her nails digging deep into her palms. Yang Wei held her hand, letting her scratch deep, bloody marks. Half an hour later, the black aura finally subsided temporarily. All right. Yang Wei removed the needles. Don't use the power of the rules again for 3 days. Su Juani leaned weakly against the headboard, her black hair disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual sharp demeanor. Why are you so nice to me? She suddenly asked. Yang Wei was packing his medical kit when he heard this and looked up. The heaven-transforming pill, healing, and... Su Juani stared at him. You could have waited until I died and gone directly to Morong Wanner. Yang Wei put down his medicine kit and sat down on the edge of the bed, because what I want has never been a transaction. He gently brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. What I want is for you to one day call me Brother Yang without any burden, just like Wanner did. Su Juani was stunned. For over 10,000 years, everyone has revered her, feared her, and exploited her, but no one has ever wanted her to shed her burdens. Silly boy. She murmured softly, a rare tenderness appearing in her eyes. Outside the door, Morong Wanner, who had been peeking, covered her mouth and tiptoed away. Late at night, Yang Wei was awakened by urgent communication sounds. Husband. Yanchang is under attack. Yi Honin's projection was filled with anxiety. It's the machine race and a swarm of black insects we've never seen before. In the scene, the newly built city wall of Yangcheng has been corroded with huge gaps, and a mixed army of countless mechanical beings and black beetles is pouring in. The 4 women fought valiantly, but the enemy was too numerous. Hold on. We'll be there soon. Communication was suddenly interrupted. Yang Wei sat up abruptly, only to find that Su Juani was already dressed and standing by the window. Let's go, she said briefly. But your injury. Yancheng has people Wanner cares about, and it also has people I care about. Su Juani turned around, her profile in the moonlight resolute as if carved by a knife. That's enough. Yang Wei felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. The two quietly woke up Morong Wanner and the other 2, and were just about to leave when the door was suddenly kicked open. A squad of mechanical guards rushed in, led by Zero. "Sorry, everyone," the mechanical genius sneered, "you're not going anywhere." Chapter 67 Spatial Leap, Crimson Oath. "Get out of here!" Sejuani did not draw his sword. The sharp sword energy had already carved a deep trench in the floor at the doorway. Zero remained motionless, his mechanical eyes flashing red. "I advise you all to stay put, otherwise." Dozens of dark cannon muzzles appeared behind him, all aimed at Yang Wei. "Otherwise what?" Yang Wei sneered, a cyan pill between his fingers. "Do you recognize this? The mech-eating virus. If I crush it, all the mechanical bodies in Area A will turn into scrap metal." Zero's electronic eye suddenly contracted. This is by no means a bluff. It was this virus that caused the machine race to suffer heavy losses in the Great War 300 years ago. "You wouldn't dare." Zero's voice crackled with static. "Viruses don't discriminate, they'll even affect your human machines. Shall we give it a try?" Yang Wei pretended to pinch it. Since the other party dares to gamble that he doesn't, he will also gamble that the other party doesn't dare to gamble. Because this is a lose-lose situation. Unless they all want to die. "Wait." Zero hurriedly raised his hand. "We can negotiate." Just then, Sejuani suddenly groaned, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She forcibly manipulated the rules of space. In all her years, she has always been the one threatening others. No one has ever threatened her. Just like a tiger fallen into the plains, suffering physical and spiritual wounds. That's absolutely not allowed. Moreover, Yang Wei's case concerns the reputation of District C and his own life. Wanting Yang Wei dead is the same as wanting to take her life. If that's the case, she took the other person's life first. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, and Zero's head shot into the sky. "Go!" Sejuani grabbed Yang Wei, and with her other hand, she tore open a spatial rift. "Wanner, follow." The moment the five rushed into the crevice, Zero's headless body suddenly exploded, and countless nanobots transformed into a silver torrent that chased after them. "Watch out!" Yang Wei threw out 3 vials of medicine, which formed a wall of fire in the air. This woman is definitely not someone to be trifled with. They are ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to themselves. I just don't know if they'll be even more ruthless in that regard. Will I be gentler after having a baby? It's truly unbelievable that someone over 10,000 years old still has such a volatile temper. The nanobots were blocked, and the group successfully jumped into the space tunnel. The passageway was dazzling with light, yet filled with turbulent currents. Sejuani led the way, each step extremely difficult. "Sister Sue." Morong Wanner supported the swaying woman. "Your injury." "Shut up, concentrate." Sejuani's face was ashen, yet she still maintained the stability of the passage. Distraction is the worst thing you can do when traversing space. Yang Wei noticed the dark energy in her chest was spreading again and quickly took out his golden needles. "Let me stabilize your injuries first." "Don't move." Sejuani shouted sharply, any energy fluctuation in the spatial passage could lead to. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden turbulent current struck. The passage shook violently, and Lin Xiao and Lu Chen were almost swept away. "Hold on tight." Morong Wanner released her spatial power, forming a protective shield. Sejuani spat out a mouthful of blood, and black energy instantly spread throughout her body. "No. I can't hold on any longer." She knelt on one knee, the long sword in her hand, groaning. Without hesitation, Yang Wei took out his treasured soul-suppressing potion and injected it entirely into her body. "Drink it." As the medicine entered her throat, a ring of silver light erupted around Sejuani, and the passage temporarily stabilized. 30 seconds to Yancheng. She gritted her teeth and stood up. "Get ready, the exit might not be smooth." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black vortex suddenly appeared at the end of the passage. "A spatial trap!" Morong Wanner exclaimed. "It's a jamming device from the machine race." Countless metal tentacles emerged from the vortex and began to entangle the group. Sejuani swung her sword and severed a few tentacles, but more tentacles kept emerging. "I'll clear the way." Yang Wei took out 3 crimson pills and threw them out. Explode! Amidst the deafening explosion, a large hole was blasted open in the passage. Through the hole, one could see the night sky over Yancheng and the fierce battle raging on the city walls. "Jump!" Sejuani pushed everyone towards the cave entrance. Just as they were about to leap out, a thick metal tentacle wrapped around her waist. Sister Sue. Morong Wanner wanted to turn around and save the person. Go! Sujuani severed the tentacle with her sword, but this slowed her down by half a step, and she was entangled by even more tentacles. Yang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to turn back to save her when he saw her reveal a resolute smile. Take good care of Wanner. After saying that, she actually cut off her connection with the passage. No! Amid Yang Wei's roar, Sujuani's figure was swallowed by the black vortex, and the passage completely collapsed. Above Yangchang, 4 people fell out of a spatial rift and crashed heavily onto the city wall. Brother Yang! Yi Hongyin rushed over, covered in blood. What happened? Where is Senior Su? Yang Wei did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the distance behind the Mechanical Legion. A huge black insect hive was writhing, from which countless beetles poured out. That's the Zerg Mother Hive? Li Qingwan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Weren't they extinct 1,000 years ago? No time to explain. Yang Wei's voice was chillingly cold. Hongyin, the organization retreats. Wanner, take me to the energy center. But Sister Sue. She won't die. Yang Wei's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But before saving her, I have to protect Yangchang. No one had ever seen him in this state before. He was like a volcano about to erupt. The energy center of the city wall. Yang Wei took out all the materials he had brought from Area A and began frantically preparing the medicine. Little Black redeemed the complete guide to insecticides. And what about my reward for participating in the Myriad Races Medical Conference? Medical Conference rewards, 10,000 sign-in points, Medical Sage Title Beginner, and the complete edition of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic have been distributed. Redeemed successful. 1,000 sign-in points consumed. Countless pieces of knowledge flooded into Yang Wei's mind, and his hands became afterimages as various materials fused and reacted in his hands. Brother Yang. Morong Wanner asked timidly, what are you doing? Insecticide. Yang Wei poured the last drop of liquid into the reactor. The kind specifically designed to target the mech and Zerg symbiotes. The liquid in the reactor displayed an eerie 7-colored glow and emitted a cloyingly sweet odor. Take me to the highest point. On the city wall. Yang Wei poured the medicine into a specially designed diffuser. With a mechanical whirring sound, a 7-colored mist enveloped the entire battlefield. A miracle happened. The metal on the surface of the mechanical body began to corrode, and the black beetle fled frantically as if it had encountered a natural enemy. It works! Wang Xuanxi cheered. But Yang Wei showed no joy. He stared at the black insect nest in the distance, and suddenly his pupils contracted. At the top of the insect hive stood a familiar figure. Sujuani. She was bound by some kind of black slime, her eyes tightly closed, her fate unknown. Sister Sue! Morong Wanner screamed. The insect hive seemed to sense something, and slowly cracked open, revealing the writhing flesh and blood inside. A humanoid creature composed of countless beetles emerged and said in a hoarse voice, Want her? Trade Morong Wanner for her. Yang Wei's blood froze instantly. That voice, it's the same person who used the curse on Morong Wanner. Who are you? He asked sharply. The insectoid let out a piercing laugh. You can call me Lord, or Mother. It suddenly tore open its chest, revealing a strange symbol that was exactly the same as the one that appeared on Morong Wanner's body when she was poisoned. Wanner is my child, my blood flows in her veins. The insect man's voice suddenly softened. My dear daughter, come back to your mother. Morong Wanner was struck dumb, staggering backward. No. Impossible. Don't listen to its nonsense. Yang Wei grabbed her. This is mind control. The insectoid sneered, then let her experience it for herself. It snapped its fingers, and Morong Wanner suddenly curled up in pain. A black line slowly appeared on her snow-white neck. The goo poison has relapsed? Yi Hongyin exclaimed in shock. But it was clearly cured. It's not goo poison. Yang Wei instantly understood, it's bloodline resonance. Wanner really does have Zerg genes within her. The insectoid man spread his arms smugly. Now you understand? She was originally a pawn I planted among the humans, but by some twist of fate, Sujuani discovered her. It stroked the face of the unconscious Sujuani. Thanks to the sword strike of this heavenly sword master back then, my daughter ended up in the Morong family, otherwise the plan would have been. Shut up! Yang Wei roared. What exactly do you want? It's simple, the insectoid grinned. Exchange Morong Waner for Sujuani, and then you all surrender. Otherwise. With a wave of its hand, the black slime began to corrode Sujuani's skin. Stop. Yang Wei's heart was breaking. I'll go. Morong Waner suddenly stood up straight, her eyes flashing with determination. Brother Yang, let me go. No. Yang Wei gripped her hand tightly. There must be another way. There's no time left. Morong Waner said, tears streaming down her face. Sister Su did this to save us, and if she really is my mother, perhaps I could. She suddenly leaned in and gently kissed Yang Wei's lips. Trust me. Before Yang Wei could react, she leaped off the city wall and ran towards the insect nest. Waner! The insectoids let out a triumphant hiss and released Sujuani as expected. Morong Waner caught her as she fell, but was suddenly entangled in a surge of black slime. Transaction complete, the insectoid man roared with laughter. Now, witness the dawn of a new era. The insect hive trembled violently, began to deform and reorganize, and gradually transformed into a black altar. Morong Waner was fixed in the center of the altar, and countless runes lit up at her feet. It's activating the Zerg bloodline within Waner. Yang Wei instantly understood. Xiao He, scan the altar. Scanning, ancient bloodline summoning ritual. Objective, to awaken the dormant consciousness of the Zerg Queen. Warning, Morong Waner's personality will be devoured. Damn it! Yang Wei's eyes were bloodshot. Hongyin, Xingwan, Xuanxi, Kur, buy me 5 minutes. The 4 women rushed towards the insect hive without hesitation. Yang Wei then sat cross-legged, took out all the remaining materials, and began to prepare a special potion. Little Black redeemed the bloodline purification technique. Redeemed successful. 1,000 sign-in points consumed. He cut his wrist, letting his blood flow into the medicine. With my blood, I purify your soul. The potion gradually turned into a brilliant gold, exuding a sacred aura. On the battlefield, the 4 women were already covered in wounds. Yi Hongyin's blood dragon spear broke. Cracks appeared on Li Qingwan's ice phoenix sword. Wang Xuanqi and Zhao Wushan were covered in blood. But they held their line of defense, preventing any enemy from getting close to Yang Wei. Almost there, just hang in there a little longer. Yang Wei's forehead veins bulged as the medicine began to boil. Finally, just as the 4 women were about to give up, the potion was completed. Yang Wei leaped into the air, holding the golden potion, and rushed towards the altar. Stop him, the insectoid man shouted. Countless beetles formed a barrier, but Yang Wei neither dodged nor avoided them, and crashed straight into them. Puff! The beetles tore at his flesh, but his eyes were only on the girl on the altar who was gradually being shrouded in black mist. Waner! Hang in there! Just as he was about to touch the altar, a metal spear suddenly pierced his chest from behind. Zero appeared out of nowhere, a cruel smile on his mechanical face. Goodbye, humans. Yang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, but using the force of the stab, he hurled the potion at the altar. The golden medicine bottle traced a perfect arc before exploding above Morong Waner's head, showering down golden liquid like rain. No, the insectoid screamed in agony. When the black fog meets the golden rain, it dissipates like snow meeting the blazing sun. Morong Waner suddenly opened her eyes, and the black in her pupils quickly faded. At the same time, Yang Wei fell from the sky. Brother Yang! Morong Waner broke free from her restraints and rushed towards him. A silver sword light arrived first, catching Yang Wei steadily. It was Sujuani who had just woken up. Well done, little guy, she said softly, handing Yang Wei to Morong Waner and turning to face the insectoid. Now, it's my turn. The heavenly sword was drawn, and all was silent. This sword strike is for Waner. A flash of silver light, and the insect man was split in 2. This sword strike is for Yangchang. Sword energy surged, and the altar collapsed. This sword. She looked at the heavily injured Yang Wei, her eyes filled with murderous intent. For my man. It seemed as if only this one sword light remained in the world. When the light faded, there wasn't a single enemy left alive on the battlefield. Sujuani sheathed her sword and slowly walked towards Yang Wei. With each step she took, her face grew paler, and the dark energy in her chest surged wildly. Sister Su! Morong Waner cried as she helped her up. It's all right. Sujuani knelt down beside Yang Wei, gently stroking his pale face. You won't die. Yang Wei weakly opened his eyes. You promise me one thing. Explain. Stop acting tough. Su Juani smiled, a smile so gentle it was unlike Tianjian's, more like that of an ordinary woman. Good. She leaned down and, to everyone's surprise, kissed Yang Wei's lips. This is the interest, she whispered in Yang Wei's ear. We'll settle the final bill when you're better. In the distance, the surviving residents of Yangcheng began to cheer. The four women exchanged a smile, then silently stepped aside, leaving space for the couple who had been through life and death together. Morong Wanner looked at the two embracing, wiped away her tears, and suddenly noticed that the black pattern on her wrist had turned into a faint gold. That was Yang Wei's blood. It changed her destiny. Chapter 68: The Heart of Machinery, the Heavenly Elixir. The seventh day after the war. Yangcheng Underground Laboratory. Yang Wei stared at the numbers on the system interface for a long time. Current check-in points, 38200. There are still 11,800 points needed to redeem the Heaven Transformation Pill. This includes the 10,000 obtained at the Myriad Races Medical Conference. His gaze fell on the line indicating lifespan. A lifespan of 50 years? Is it worth it? Yang Wei considered it carefully. Trading 50 years of his life for a martial god seemed like a worthwhile deal no matter how you looked at it, but he still hesitated. He is currently at the peak of the 6th rank, and at most he is only a little over 200 years old. Including the rewards from system tasks and what he has already spent, he is only 189 years old at present. It can be said that income does not cover expenses. Su Juani's injuries deteriorated rapidly after the battle, with the black aura spreading to her neck, and she was conscious for less than 4 hours a day. Judging from her expression after she regained consciousness, she must have gone through a very painful process. Xiaohei, how many sign-in points are these loot items worth? She can't wait any longer. If all else fails, she'll have to trade her lifespan for them. The experimental table displays precious materials collected from the battlefield. 3 mechanical hearts, the core power source of the Mech Race 5 Zerg Hive crystals and several fragments of Zero's remains. Scan complete. Mechanical Heart Complete X3 can be exchanged for 9,000 sign-in points. Zerg Hive Crystal X5 can be exchanged for 5,000 daily login points. Mechanical Emperor's Remains contains space technology recommended for preservation and research. Are you sure? Yang Wei's heavy mood finally eased a lot. Yes. Little Black's voice rang out. Mechanical hearts and insect crystals are both rare items. Fair prices, no deception. Don't worry, fellow villager, I really won't cheat you. Yang Wei squinted. I have a feeling you're hiding something. So he opened the system store and carefully browsed through the dazzling array of goods, only to be shocked by what he found. You unscrupulous businessman? Yang Wei roared, you bought it for 3,000 and sold it for 300,000, you bought it in a day and sold it for 100,000, are you even human? The little black cat rolled its eyes and said, fellow villager, if you say it like that, I won't be happy. Can you even compare? After I buy it, I have to refine and process it before putting it on the shelves. Whether it's the core functions or anything else, it's incomparable to your current unfinished product. Do you understand? Yang Wei's lips twitched violently. But thinking about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. However, given the nature of this system, this price is definitely still too low. However, there's no use in keeping him around. The main problem is that some people don't want Yangcheng to be established and are secretly sabotaging it, while the official high-level officials are turning a blind eye, clearly giving it some kind of tacit approval. They're all watching. Let's see if Yang Wei and his team have the ability to hold the line. Let's see when Yangcheng will bow down and ask for help. Exchange for mechanical hearts and mother nest crystals. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Redeemed successful. Received 14,000 sign-in points. Current check-in points, 52200. Without hesitation, Yang Wei opened the system shop, exchange for the Heavenly Transformation Pill. Exchange successful. Consumed 50,000 sign-in points, obtained Transformation Pill X1. Remaining sign-in points, 2,200. A crystal clear pill with 3 interwoven streams of energy appeared in his palm, and its mere aura caused the concentration of spiritual energy in the laboratory to soar. Finally. Yang Wei had just breathed a sigh of relief when the alarm suddenly went off. Warning! A large army of mechanical races has been detected 50 miles to the north. Energy reaction, 3 Martial Emperor level. As the holographic projection unfolded, a massive, dark mechanical army surged forward like a tidal wave, with the 3 golden mechs at the head radiating a terrifying aura. They've arrived as expected. Yang Wei gripped the heaven transforming pill tightly. Xiao He, connect to the city-wide broadcast. The city walls of Yangcheng were on high alert, with all the guards standing ready. Yang Wei stood at the front, behind him were Yi Hongyin and the other three women who had just recovered somewhat, and Morong Wanner, who had a pale face. Gentlemen, his voice boomed through the city via a megaphone array, the machine race is taking advantage of our misfortune, but we will not yield. He held up the heaven-changing pill in his hand. This is a pill that can cure Commander Su. Once she recovers, the mere mechanical race is nothing to fear. Now, I need you all to buy me 2 hours. The final stage of the alchemy must be personally attended by Commander Su. The crowd erupted in uproar. Mr. Yang, the Li family elder said anxiously, without Senior Su, how could we possibly hold off 3 mechanical martial emperors? Yes. The city walls haven't been fully repaired yet. Perhaps we should avoid direct confrontation for now. Yang Wei raised his hand to signal for quiet. I have a plan. He retrieved a fragment of Zero's remains. This is a core fragment of the mechanical genius Zero, containing spatial coordinates. Wanner, can you trace it back? Morong Wanner closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, then suddenly opened them. It works. These are the coordinates to the machine race's core database. Very good. Yang Wei sneered. Hongyin, you take Wanner and 20 elite troops to raid the mechanical race's lair. No need for a direct confrontation, just implant this. He took out a blood-red crystal. The original strain of the bloodthirsty virus will keep them busy with their own problems. Yi Hongyin took the crystal, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Understood. The rest of you, hold Yangcheng and defend using the tortoise shell formation. But Yang Wei looked at the metallic torrent appearing on the distant horizon. Remember, we only need 2 hours. Su Zhuani's bedroom was converted into a temporary alchemy room, with a bronze alchemy furnace placed in the center and array runes engraved all around. Are you sure you want this? Su Wan leaned against the headboard, dark energy spreading to his chin. My condition. You must personally guide the medicine's effects, Yang Wei said, helping her sit up. The Huatian Dan needs to resonate with the patient to achieve its maximum efficacy. He helped her sit cross-legged and placed the heaven transformation pill in the void between them. The process will be very painful, like having all your meridians shattered and reassembled, Yang Wei said, holding her cold hand. But I will always be with you. Su Zhuani stared at him, then suddenly asked, why risk exchanging for the heavenly transformation pill? You could have waited until I died. Because I said I would cure you, Yang Wei interrupted her, and he leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm still waiting to hear you call me Brother Yang. Not. A blush appeared on Su Zhuani's pale face, and unusually, she did not refute it. Let's begin. Yang Wei nodded and started the alchemy furnace. The heavenly transformation pill floated up and split into 3 streams of air that entered Su Zhuani's mouth, nose, and ears. Ugh! She trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on her skin, and black blood kept seeping out. Yang Wei immediately placed his palm on her back to guide the flow of the medicine. The first hurdle, understanding the rules. The power of the heaven transformation pill surged wildly within Su Zhuani's body, forcibly separating the 3 intertwined forces of law. She bit her lip until it bled, but she didn't utter a single cry of pain. A deafening explosion echoed outside the city. The mechanical race had begun their attack. Yang Wei was distracted and sensed the battle situation. The city walls shook violently, and the defensive formations flickered, but they could still hold for the time being. Focus, Su Zhuani said weakly, I'm fine. The second wave of the drug's effects hit, and her bones creaked under the strain, bleeding from all 7 orifices at the same time. Yang Wei felt heartbroken, but dared not slow down the process. The effects of the heaven transforming pill last only 12 hours. Missing this window will render all previous efforts futile. Hang in there, we're almost at the 3rd stage. Suddenly, the entire city shook violently. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, blasting through the inner city's defenses. Warning! Martial God-level energy fluctuation detected. The mech race has deployed the planet destroyer. Yang Wei's expression changed drastically. This kind of strategic weapon shouldn't be used lightly. The mechanical race was determined to destroy Yang City. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Su Zhuani suddenly opened her eyes, her voice weak but firm, go help them. I can do it myself. No. Someone must protect us in the 3rd stage. Another earthquake shook the ground, and roof tiles fell off the roof in a rustling sound. Use, a clone. Su Zhuani raised her hand with difficulty, drawing a mysterious rune. This is my self-created sword shadow clone technique. The rune split in 2, transforming into another semi-transparent Su Zhuani. This 30% of my original strength, that's enough. Her original body was already barely breathing. Go quickly. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and nodded, handing over the task of protecting the Dharma to his clone before soaring into the sky. The carnage on the city wall was beyond imagination. Li Qingwan's Ice Phoenix sword broke in two, Wang Xuanqi's right arm disappeared, and Zhao Wushang and Lin Kor were surrounded by dozens of mechanical bodies back to back. In the distance, 3 golden mechs are charging up their second planet-destroying cannon. Brute! Enraged, Yang Wei retrieved his treasured god-slaying needles from the system space, a life-saving item he had exchanged for with the remaining sign-in points from the previous session, of which there were only 3. First injection, nail-piercing. The silver needle transformed into a stream of light, instantly piercing the energy core of the first mech. Amidst the deafening explosion, Yang Wei had already closed in on the second mech. Second needle, annihilate the soul. The needle directly attacked the operator's mind, and the mecha immediately stiffened like a puppet with its strings cut. Seeing that things were not going well, the last mech turned and fled. The third needle, the life-saving strike. The silver needles were like a bone-deep infection, and no matter how the mecha changed direction or accelerated, it could not get rid of them. In the end, they pierced through the back and exited through the chest. 3 Emperor-level mechs, solved with 3 needles. The defenders were stunned, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Don't let your guard down. Yang Wei's expression was grave. The machine race won't be that simple. Sure enough, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal mothership that blotted out the sun slowly emerged, its bow gathering terrifying energy. It's the mechanical race's flagship, World Destroyer. The Li family elder's face turned ashen. We're doomed. This is a weapon capable of destroying an entire district. Just as Yang Wei was about to speak, Yi Hongyin's voice suddenly came through the communicator. Honey. We succeeded. The virus has been implanted into the core of the machine race. As if to confirm her words, the mothership in the sky suddenly shook violently, and the energy fluctuations became extremely unstable. Attention all mechanical units. An electronic voice echoed across the battlefield. Core database under attack, immediately retreat and defend. Repeat. The mechanical legion retreated like a tide, and even the mothership began to slowly turn. We won? We won? The defenders couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Wei turned around and ran back. Su Zhuani was still in critical condition. Inside the alchemy room, the situation had become extremely critical. The sword shadow clone became transparent and blurry, clearly indicating that its power was about to be exhausted. Su Zhuani's true form was completely enveloped in a cloud of black mist, with only a faint heartbeat proving that she was still alive. Hold on. Yang Wei rushed in and immediately took over the work of protecting the Dharma. He slit his wrist, letting his blood drip onto the alchemical furnace. Use my blood as a catalyst to aid its rebirth. The alchemy furnace roared, and the final medicinal power of the heaven transformation pill erupted. As the dark energy was gradually expelled, Su Zhuani's skin regained its fair and smooth appearance, and the hideous scar gradually faded. As the last wisp of black mist dissipated, she suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils seemingly sparkling with stars. It worked? Yang Wei's voice trembled. Su Zhuani didn't answer, but suddenly hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to meld him into her very bones. Thank you, she whispered in his ear, her voice slightly choked. Just as Yang Wei was about to say something, he suddenly felt a vast, ocean-like aura awaken from her body. The pressure of a peak martial emperor swept across the entire city, even reaching a higher level. This is a half-step martial god? Su Zhuani released him, her fingertips lightly touching his cheek. Thanks to your elixir, not only have my injuries healed, but I have also integrated 3 rules. She stood up, and a silver-white longsword automatically flew into her hand. Now, it's time to settle some old scores. Wait. Yang Wei grabbed her. The machine race has already retreated, and... Not a machine race. Su Zhuani's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's Master. She's not dead, I can sense it. Yang Wei was startled, but I clearly saw you. That was just an avatar, Su Zhuani sneered. The real Zerg Queen lurks in the shadows, always coveting Wanner's power. She suddenly leaned closer to Yang Wei and gently kissed him on the lips. Don't worry, I'll be careful this time. After all, the once ruthless and decisive Heavenly Sword Master revealed a hint of embarrassment. Someone promised to give me a home. After saying that, she transformed into a sword beam and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Yang Wei touched his still warm lips and chuckled to himself for a while before coming to his senses. Xiao He, scan the entire status. Scan complete. Yancheng damage level, 37%. Casualty statistics, 83 civilians killed, 214 martial artists killed. Energy reserves, 21%. Multiple spatial fluctuations detected, suspected to be remnants of the Zerg. Issue a citywide curfew and activate level 1 defense. Yang Wei walked towards the door. Also, connect me to Yi Hanin. Before the words were finished, Morong Wana rushed in a panic. Brother Yang. Something terrible has happened. Sister Su's sword shadow clone says it senses Master approaching the Tower of Life. What? Yang Wei's expression changed drastically. The venue for the Myriad Races medical conference? He instantly understood the Zerg Queen's goal, the life crystal. That treasure that can bring the dead back to life and heal bones. Notify everyone, immediately. A silver sword light suddenly fell, and Su Juani returned, carrying an unconscious blonde woman in her hand. There's no time to explain. She tossed the woman to the ground. This is Alice, the machine race princess, who can control the destroyer mothership. Yang Wei was stunned. You kidnapped her? I'll borrow it for a bit. Su Juani's lips curled into a slight smile. Get ready, we need to get the life source crystal before Master. She looked at Yang Wei, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. Together? Yang Wei smiled and took her outstretched hand. Certainly. Chapter 69, The God of War Descends, Courtroom Standoff. Yangcheng Reconstruction Command Center. Yang Wei was reviewing the battle report when Su Juani pushed open the door and entered, still carrying the lingering killing intent. The Zerg hive is destroyed, and the 3 mech strongholds have been eliminated. She tossed a crimson crystal core onto the table. This is the core of the Lord, but unfortunately, her spirit escaped. Yang Wei glanced at the crystal core, his pupils shrinking slightly. A miniature version of the Zerg Queen was sealed inside, still struggling and howling. You've worked hard. He stood up and poured Su Juani a cup of spiritual tea. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Su Juani took the teacup, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Yang Wei's hand, and both of them trembled slightly at the same time. Ever since that treatment, there had always been an ambiguous and inexplicable feeling between them. What's up? Regarding the future of Yangcheng, Yang Wei pulled up the holographic map. We have been suppressed by various forces, the root cause of which is the lack of top-tier combat power to oversee it. He looked directly into Su Juani's eyes. You're currently a half-step martial god, but you're still one step away. I have a way to help you break through. Su Juani raised an eyebrow. What method? Yang Wei leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Smack. The teacup shattered, and Su Juani's ears turned bright red. You're being insolent. I'm serious. Yang Wei grabbed her hand as she tried to draw her sword. My physique is special. Our union will not only help you break through to the next level, but our child will also inherit the spatial divine body. Su Juani's breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. She had lived for over 10,000 years, and no one had ever dared to make such a demand so bluntly. Why? Her voice was strained. Because I like you, Yang Wei said, enunciating each word clearly, not because of your strength, but because of Su Juani, who licks her wounds alone in the dead of night, and Sister Su, who was willing to die to protect Waner. Su Juani was stunned. As the sun sets outside the window, it casts long shadows of the two people, which gradually merge into one. 3 days later. A silver beam of light suddenly enveloped the core area of Yangcheng. A vast divine might swept across the entire city, and all the martial artists involuntarily knelt on the ground. This is the birth of a martial god? It's Senior Su. She's broken through. May heaven bless Yangcheng. The beam of light lasted for a full hour before dissipating. When Yang Wei helped the unsteady Su Juani out of the secret room, the 4 women who had been waiting for a long time immediately surrounded her. Sister Su. Morong Waner was the first to rush over. You succeeded? Su Juani nodded, her face still flushed. Her aura was now as deep and boundless as the ocean, and her mere presence caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Martial God, level 115, Yang Wei proudly announced, and he gently touched Su Juani's flat stomach. There's already a little martial god here. What? The women exclaimed in surprise. Yi Hanin counted on her fingers. The 4 of us are 2 months pregnant, and Sister Su just got pregnant. Honey, are you trying to build a divine child army? Everyone burst into laughter. Su Juani glared at Yang Wei in embarrassment and annoyance, but he took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist. Just as the atmosphere was getting warm and cozy, the alarm suddenly went off. Urgent notice. Federal Military Court subpoena. The mech race and the Zerg race have jointly filed a lawsuit against Yangcheng for indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians. The court hearing will be held in Section A in 3 days. As the holographic projection unfolded, the mechanical ambassador tearfully accused Yangcheng, saying, "The massacre of 30,000 of my people in Yangcheng must be severely punished." Bullshit. Lin Kuer jumped up and down in anger. They're the ones attacking the city. Yang Wei sneered, "The guilty party accuses first? Perfect." He turned to Su Zhuani, "Madam, would you be interested in making an appearance in court?" Su Zhuani stroked her belly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. "I couldn't ask for more." Area A, the Federal Supreme Military Court. The White Building, seemingly suspended in the clouds, was under heavy security today, with representatives from various ethnic groups crowding the gallery. Representatives from the machine race and the Zerg race sat in the plaintiff's seat, their faces filled with grief and indignation. "Defendant Yang Wei, do you know your crime?" The chief judge slammed his gavel. "Slaughtering civilians and disrupting the peace deserves the death penalty according to the law." Yang Wei stood alone in the dock, his expression calm. "Your Honor, where is the evidence?" "This is the evidence." The representative of the machine race played a video showing the Yangcheng garrison attacking a group of unarmed machines. Yang Wei scoffed, "Well edited. Xiao He, play the actual recording." Receive. A holographic image unfolds, clearly showing those civilians suddenly pulling out weapons and launching a sneak attack on the defending troops. This. The judge frowned. "Even so," the Zerg representative screamed, "you destroyed the mother hive and slaughtered millions of my larvae. This is an act of genocide." "What a joke," Yang Wei said coldly. "You were the ones who attacked Yangcheng first, and you even kidnapped Morong Wanner in an attempt to awaken the insect god." He snapped his fingers, and Morong Wanner stepped onto the witness stand. When she released a wisp of her aura, the Zerg representative's expression changed drastically. "The bloodline of the Empress?" "That's right." Yang Wei put his arm around Wanner's shoulder. "Your Empress wanted to devour her to resurrect the insect god, and the evidence is irrefutable." The courtroom erupted in uproar. The judge and jury whispered to each other, clearly wavering. Just then, a chilling voice rang out, "Evidence can be fabricated, but it is a fact that Yangcheng established a military force without authorization, violating Article 37 of the Federal Frontier Act." The speaker was Zhou Wu, the deputy commander of District C, with representatives from prominent families such as the Lu and Zhang families standing behind him. "Lord Zhou is right," the Lu family head roared. "Yangcheng must be disbanded. Yang Wei should be executed." The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes. It seemed these people were determined to kill him. "Silence." The judge banged the gavel. "This court hereby declares Yangcheng guilty of illegal armed conflict, effective immediately." "Wait a minute." A cold female voice interrupted the sentencing. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the courtroom doors slowly open, and a beautiful figure walk through the air. Silver white armor, blood red cloak, every step he took made the space tremble. Su Zhuani?" Zhou Wu's face turned deathly pale. "You're not disappointed that you didn't die?" Su Zhuani sneered, unleashing her martial god aura without reservation. Boom! The entire courtroom shook violently, and everyone except Yang Wei was forced to their knees. Martial god? How is that possible?" The judge's voice trembled. "Your Honor, spare my life." Su Zhuani walked to Yang Wei's side and gently took his hand. "Let me introduce you, my husband, the Lord of Yangcheng." These words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Tianjian Su Zhuani actually got married? It's still this stud Yang Wei? Regarding the legitimacy of Yangcheng, Su Zhuani surveyed the entire room. "I now declare, as the 97th martial god of the Federation, Yangcheng is under my protection." She pointed her sword, and Zhou Wu's official seal shattered instantly. "Any objections?" "I dare not." Zhou Wu kowtowed repeatedly. "Congratulations, God Su Wu." The representatives of the mech race and the Zerg race were terrified and begged for mercy. Su Zhuani looked at the judge. "The verdict? Yangcheng's actions are legal. Mr. Yang is innocent." The judge wiped away cold sweat. "The plaintiff made a false accusation and should be punished accordingly." "Very good." Su Zhuani nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly frowned and clutched her lower abdomen. "Ugh. What's wrong?" Yang Wei asked anxiously. "The little guy kicked me." Su Zhuani rarely showed such a gentle smile. "Looks like he's got a short temper." the entire room fell silent. A moment later, a deafening cheer erupted. Congratulations to the legendary Su Wu on the birth of his divine son. Long live Yang Chang. Dr. Yang is awesome. Yang Wei, with Su Zhuani in his arms, walked out of the courtroom amidst the attention of the crowd. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Yang Chang or the man who created miracles. Chapter 70 Bloodbath in the Insect Nest, Martial Gods stand off against each other. The underground interrogation room in Yangchang. Princess Alice of the mechanical race was fixed to a specially made alloy chair by 9 soul-suppressing nails. Her golden mechanical eyes kept flashing as she tried to activate the self-destruct program, but she was blocked by the spatial restrictions set up by Su Zhuani. No need to waste your energy. Yang Wei toyed with a blood-red crystal core, the very same Zerg core he had taken from Master. Tell me the true plans of the machine race and the Zerg race, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Alice sneered, you dare question me? Smack! Su Zhuani slapped Alice from a distance, and Alice's mechanical cheek immediately caved in, with blue energy liquid seeping out from the crack. Watch your words. Su Zhuani's fingertips traced patterns on the spatial rift. Answer whatever they ask you. Alice was horrified to discover that this attack had actually damaged the quantum protection system within her body. This is something even ordinary martial gods cannot do. You, what exactly? One last question. Yang Wei pressed the Zerg core close to Alice's forehead. Where is the Zerg queen hiding? Why did the machine race suddenly cooperate with the Zerg? The moment the core made contact with the mechanical body, Alice suddenly convulsed violently. Her mechanical eyes flashed wildly and began playing an encrypted video uncontrollably. In the scene, the Grand Elder of the machine race meets with a figure shrouded in black mist, with the core control room of the Tower of Life clearly visible in the background. Life Source Crystal. Insect God Revival. Key. Intermittent audio clips were mixed in. As expected, it's all about the Life Source Crystal. Yang Wei's pupils contracted. They want to use the Empress's bloodline within Wanner to activate the Source Crystal and resurrect the ancient insect god. Su Zhuani's eyebrows shot up, you're asking for death. She crushed the imaging device and grabbed Alice, lead the way to the machine race's lair. Are you crazy? Alice shrieked. There are 3 mechanical warriors guarding that place. Perfect. Su Zhuani's lips curled into a bloody smile. Take them all down. The main city of the mech race, Iron Throne. A colossal city constructed entirely of reactive metals. Today, however, the entire city is shrouded in an eerie silence. All the mechanical entities have ceased their movements, standing motionless like statues, their eyes flashing red light. In the giant plaza in the center of the city, a massive array composed of millions of mechanical bodies is in operation, with the unconscious Moron Wanner suspended in the center of the array. Hurry! Her Majesty the Queen is almost here, the Grand Elder of the mechanical race urged. The ritual must be completed before Su Zhuani discovers it. Suddenly, the alarm blared throughout the entire city. Warning! Spatial fluctuations detected. Warning! Martial god-level energy reaction. Boom! The sky shattered like a mirror, a silver sword light cleaved through the clouds, and Su Zhuani arrived, followed by Yang Wei and 4 other women. Mechanical race, how dare you? Su Zhuani's voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire Iron Throne to tremble. You dare touch my people. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically, impossible. We clearly interfered with the spatial coordinates. With your meager tricks? Yang Wei sneered, raising the broken mechanical core in his hand. A tracker dug out from Alice's body. Kill. Activate the defense matrix, the Grand Elder roared. Thousands of giant mechanical guards opened fire simultaneously, their energy beams weaving a web of death. Su Zhuani simply raised her hand slightly. Sword domain, open. Clang. Countless silver sword beams appeared out of thin air, cutting all beams of light, artillery fire, and even the mechanical guards themselves into pieces. One sword strike, and the field is cleared. No. Impossible. The Grand Elder staggered backward. This is the Heavenly Sword Domain? Now you're scared? Yi Hongying pointed her blood dragon spear. Too late. All 4 women attacked at the same time. Li Qingwan's ice phoenix froze half the city. Wang Xuanqi's toxic fog corrodes metal. Lin Kuo's spirit vines entwined around the mechanical core. Zhao Wushang's shadow blade is designed to slay energy nodes. Yang Wei headed straight for the central formation, but was blocked by a black barrier. Watch out! Su Juani suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed her sword into the void. Clang! Amidst the clanging of metal, a seductive figure stumbled out of the shadows. It was none other than the Zerg Queen, my lord. Su Juani, the Empress gritted her teeth, you ruined my plans. Your good deed? Su Juani sneered, using Morone Water to revive that old bug? She suddenly pointed her sword at the sky, today, I will wipe the Zerg from the Federation. Arrogant, the Empress roared. You think you're the god of war? She ripped open her chest, revealing a pulsating black crystal. With my blood, I summon my lord. The world suddenly changed color. An ancient, decaying yet extremely powerful aura awakened from the crystal, causing the entire steel throne to collapse. Countless metals were drawn into the crystal, forming a massive insect-like body. The insect god projection. Yang Wei's expression turned grave. Little black, scan. Alert! Level 119 martial god energy detected. Projection of the insect god chaos, possessing 30% of the original's power. Weakness, life crystal conceal it. Su. We need life source crystals. Yang Wei shouted. Su Juani understood and suddenly plunged the longsword into her own chest. What are you doing? The queen exclaimed in astonishment. Use the heavenly sword as a guide to summon the origin crystal. Su Juani shouted, and the blood-stained longsword burst forth with dazzling silver light. The distant horizon. A beam of emerald light pierced through the sky. It is the treasure that guards the Tower of Life, the source crystal of life. She used her blood to nourish it when she was in power, placed it herself, and set up a restriction. She never expected that it would be used for Yangcheng today. No! The queen and the elder of the machine race screamed at the same time. Su Juani held a sword in one hand and the origin crystal in the other, her whole body bathed in golden and silver light, like a war god descending to earth. Zerg, Mac, let's settle our old scores with you. But you indiscriminately slaughter innocents and wreak havoc throughout the war zone. Do you really think that just because I've been wounded by the Great Dao and am no longer the ruler of Zone C, you can do whatever you want? If it weren't for your merit in helping the war zone repel the alien beasts 10,000 years ago and sharing prosperity with humanity, based on your current actions, you wouldn't deserve to be called human at all. Today, I, Su Juani, will carry out the punishment on behalf of heaven. Su Juani, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to a military court? The Zerg Queen roared. A military court? Ha! I, Su Juani, have always only executed the most heinous criminals. She tossed the source crystal high into the air, her long sword pointing to the sky. I don't care whose orders you took to do this, but today, no one can save you. In the name of my life, I swear I judge you. Death penalty. The source crystal shattered, turning into countless green light spots that scattered across the sky. Any Zerg or mech that was touched by the light spot was instantly annihilated. The projection of the insect god let out a resentful roar, but it was also entangled by the light spots and gradually dissipated. No! The Empress desperately reached out to the void, her body beginning to disintegrate. Su Juani, you think this is the end? Just wait, the true insect god awakens, she will. Before she could finish speaking, she had already turned to ashes. The entire Iron Throne fell into a deathly silence, and all the surviving machine race knelt down in surrender. Yang Wei rushed into the central formation and embraced the unconscious Morone Water. Wake up! She's all right. Su Juani landed on the ground, her face somewhat pale. She's just overexerted. Suddenly, she swayed and almost fell. Su. Yang Wei hurriedly helped her up. I'm fine. Su Juani's face was a little pale, a side effect of the life source stone. Just then, the sky split open again. An aura several times more terrifying than Su Juani descended, and an old man with white hair stepped through the air, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of everyone present. Lin family, ancestor, the remnants of the mechanical race exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than the guardian of Area C. Lin Xian, the 119th level peak martial god of the Lin family. Young friend Su, Lin Xian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. You have crossed the line. Su Juani straightened her back. Old Lin, they started it first. Rules are rules, Lin Xian interrupted her. Martial gods are not allowed to exterminate their own clans. This is an ironclad law of the Federation. He glanced at the ravaged steel throne. Cut off your own arm and come with me back to the Hall of Judgment to receive your punishment. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yang Wei clenched his fist, about to speak, but Su Juani pressed his hand down. Elder Lin, she looked directly at the peak martial god. What if I refuse? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, then he sighed, then I'll have no choice but to take action myself. The oppressive aura of a level 119 martial god descended with a thunderous roar, forcing everyone except Su Juani to their knees. At this critical moment, buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emanated from Su Juani's abdomen. A phantom image of a baby appeared, which actually neutralized most of Lin Xian's oppressive aura. This is... Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, an innate divine body? Yang Wei seized the opportunity to step forward. Senior Lin, there's more to this than meets the eye. The machine race and the Zerg race are colluding to resurrect the Zerg god, and Wanner is proof of that. He showed images from Alice's previous memories. Lin Xian's expression shifted repeatedly after reading it. After a long silence, he sighed, so be it. I'll pretend I didn't see it. The oppressive aura suddenly dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian suddenly looked at Su Juani's abdomen, his eyes flashing. After this child is born, he will need to come to my Lin family. After saying that, he turned and stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Unexpectedly, the matter was resolved just like that. Lin Kuo stood in the crowd, her fists slowly clenching. The once kind and loving ancestor now won't even glance at her. Is martial arts aptitude really that important? The Lin family, me, Lin Kuo, will definitely become stronger, as strong as Su Juani. No, I want to be even stronger. Husband. Yi Hongyin leaned closer and whispered, is old ancestor Lin. They've taken a liking to our child's talent, Yang Wei said with a wry smile. But it's a good thing with the Lin family's protection, Yangchang will be safer. As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Juani. Didn't he personally heal your Dao injuries before? Why does he look like? I was unconscious at the time, who knows? Su Juani sheathed her long sword, and suddenly her body went limp. Su. Yang Wei exclaimed in shock. It seems there's a lot more to this than I initially suspected. I'm afraid that Su Juani is just a victim of the power struggles among these high-level officials. As for the so-called leadership? To put it bluntly, for those at the bottom of society, they are high and mighty, while for those at the top, they are no different from beggars. And now, he seems to finally understand why Su Juani has lived for over 10,000 years but has never had the chance to advance to the martial god. With her straightforward personality, she's too likely to offend people. Once she surpasses the hurdle of becoming a martial god, she becomes even more disobedient, which is why she has been kept at the peak of the martial emperor level, so that she can serve them wholeheartedly. As for her injuries, it's probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. Having commanded an army of hundreds of millions for many years, how could she possibly step down so easily unless she made a major mistake? And if she doesn't step down, how can anyone else possibly take her place? Judging from Lin Xian's attitude just now, Yang Wei was almost certain that Su Juani's injury was a victim of a political upheaval, and that she herself still believed it was just an accident. Looking at Lin Kuo next to him, and Yang Wei himself, with Lin Xian's cultivation and eyesight, even if he didn't recognize Yang Wei, he would definitely recognize Lin Kuo. He can get away with it himself. Even with his background in communal breeding pens and his reputation as a breeding pig, it's understandable that people don't recognize him. Even with his current minor fame, to these powerful families, he's nothing more than a small fry scheming against a powerful figure. But Lin Kuo is a direct descendant of the Lin family. That look was so cold it chilled you to the bone. The reason for this was that he came from a poor family, while Lin Kuo was unworthy to be a member of the Lin family because she lacked the aptitude for martial arts and was therefore unworthy of being a member of the Lin family in terms of chemistry. Kuo? Yang Wei ran over and hugged Lin Kuo, whose eyes were brimming with tears. With me here, one day I will make those who look down on you pay the price. Don't be sad. Yang Wei stroked her thin back. If you want to cry, just cry. I, and they, will always be your family. Lin Kuo finally burst into tears, crying as if her heart was breaking. My mind is filled with images of being forced to leave my family, especially the way my clansmen looked at me. They are still vivid in my memory. I originally thought these ancestors would be different. In the end, it was all just wishful thinking on my part. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Without the consent of these ancestors, how could those people have dared to look down on her? Yes, eldest sister, we'll always stand by your side. Right, fifth brother? Fifth brother? Su Juani felt dizzy. You all know? Yang Wei scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I've been too busy lately and haven't had a chance to tell you. This is wonderful news. Yi Hongyin said. With Lao Wu around, I feel like my back is straight. Exactly. Wang Xuanqi chuckled. This is a martial god. And he broke through to become a mid-stage martial god. Ha ha. Let's see who dares to covet Yangcheng now. Zhao Wushang squinted, although the fifth brother hasn't officially entered the family yet, nor registered for marriage, how can we not celebrate such an important event? You all agree, right? That's right. Lin Kor finally stopped crying. She released Yang Wei. It's definitely worth celebrating. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Su Zhuani's face was somewhat pale. What's wrong? Yang Wei turned and put his arm around her. Are you hurt? It's nothing. I was just resisting the pressure from a peak martial god. She leaned against Yang Wei, a rare look of fatigue on her face. It's just a little tiring. Yang Wei then noticed that a black mark had appeared on her wrist exactly the same as Wanner's back then. The curse of the insect god? He was shocked. Shoo. Su Zhuani shook her head weakly, don't make a sound, we'll talk about it when we get home. Yang Wei hugged her tightly and ordered the four women, clean up the mess. Move everything you can. Let's go home. When the Yangcheng army withdrew, the once glorious Iron Throne was reduced to ruins. In this battle, the elite forces of both the Mech race and the Zerg race were wiped out, and they never recovered. And the renowned name of Heavenly Sword martial god Su Zhuani. It resounded throughout the entire Federation.